My betrothed, Lee, who was promised to me from birth, has callously abandoned me, declaring that I am a hindrance on her path to immortality. For her, I have toiled relentlessly over the years, only to be met with this disheartening outcome. I am left utterly despondent. To my surprise, I unearthed a peculiar little iron sword. After much effort, I yielded no results. When I discarded it, it astonishingly reappeared in my room that night. This time, I discovered something extraordinary, a wondrous realm of illusions. I yearned to harness its power to master the art of forging and alter my destiny. No one in the entire blacksmith workshop would take him in. Ultimately, he found refuge at a smithy that had a sign proclaiming the need for a cook. After being repeatedly rejected by the elegant young nun and Ruwashi, I had no choice but to apply for the position of a cook and remain. In this place, I must endure the incessant calls and commands from the two apprentices, Wang Dachui and Shizhu. Yet, I have borne it all in silence, solely to clandestinely acquire the art of forging. It has been 2 months since I traversed into this world. All day long, within this shadowy mine, I toil relentlessly, drenched in sweat as I extract the precious dark iron ore. With each strike of the pickaxe against the unyielding rock face, sparks flew in a dazzling display. After toiling for an entire day, one barely manages to fill half a basket. When will such arduous days come to an end? I cast aside the hoe, collapsing onto the ground, my heart brimming with helplessness. I yearned to be the formidable Special Forces soldier who instilled fear in my enemies in my past life. I had anticipated that upon my reincarnation, I would embark on a grand and glorious undertaking, compensating for past regrets. Little did I anticipate the harshness of reality. With my inferior spiritual roots, progress is arduous, and my humble origins offer no solace. Stepping into the realm of immortals is destined for tragedy. With low cultivation, it is difficult to acquire spiritual stones. Without these stones, my advancement in cultivation is further hindered. It is a desolate cycle of despair. Should I seize the opportunity? As this thought arises, I hastily grasp my hoe and fervently begin to dig. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, a resonant clang echoed as a small, rusted iron sword was unearthed. Could this possibly be a treasure? Instantly, my heart raced, and my breath became labored. In an attempt to validate my findings, I exhausted every conceivable method, infusing it with spiritual energy, employing my mental faculties to stimulate it, even resorting to biting my finger to draw blood. Yet, all these efforts yielded no response. After toiling for the better part of the day, I was reluctantly compelled to confront the stark reality: this was no treasure at all. My excitement had been in vain, and I had squandered valuable time meant for today's tasks. In a fit of frustration, I hurled it away with great force. Upon returning to the sect after submitting my tasks in the evening, I was unexpectedly greeted by a graceful and enchanting young maiden waiting before my stone dwelling. This young lady is Lee, the betrothed fiancée promised to the original owner of this body. She fell from grace at a young age, finding herself fostered in my household. Yet her aptitude for cultivation surpasses mine by a considerable margin. Upon joining the Flowing Cloud sect, I toiled from dawn till dusk, performing menial tasks to earn spirit stones to support her cultivation. She has also proven her worth. Recently, she became an inner disciple, and I had anticipated that my fortunate days were about to commence. I never anticipated that her opening line would nearly drive me to despair. I have come to dissolve our engagement. She lightly bit her thin lips, speaking with a hint of embarrassment. Why? The intense unwillingness lingering in the remnants of the original owner's consciousness compelled me to ask the question instinctively. My senior sister proclaims that my future is boundless, urging me to sever ties with worldly distractions and devote myself wholeheartedly to the path of enlightenment. Yet you shall merely become a burden to me. She dared not meet my gaze. Ah, and what of you? What are your thoughts on the matter? I feel as though I have been doused with a bucket of icy water, leaving my heart chilled to its very depths. I also believe it is best for us not to maintain contact in the future. After all, we no longer inhabit the same world. Of course. What conditions do you have in mind? As long as they are not too demanding, I shall compensate you accordingly. She hesitated before continuing to speak. I fell into silence. In the beast tide 3 years ago, my parents sacrificed themselves to save her. For the past 3 years, I have cherished her above my own life, toiling to earn spirit stones for her cultivation. Even the utmost fatigue may lead to the loss of life, yet what one receives in return is this outcome.
Are there any spiritual stones? I inquired suddenly. Her heart tightened. Would she ultimately have to face the lion's demand?
Though she expresses gratitude towards me, she is unwilling to invest too much in this endeavor. After all, her aspirations extend beyond merely becoming an ordinary inner sect disciple.
Here are 100 spirit stones. Is it sufficient?
She bit her silver teeth lightly and presented a quarter of her fortune. I retrieved the storage pouch, poured out 50 spirit stones, and then returned the remainder back within. In these years, I have bestowed upon you a total of 50 spirit stones. From this moment forth, let all be forgotten.
Having spoken these words, I turned and walked away.
She did not anticipate that I required so little.
Remaining in place, she gazed at my retreating figure.
A sudden heaviness enveloped her heart, as if she had lost something profoundly precious. But soon she regained her composure, her gaze gradually becoming resolute.
Do not blame me for being pragmatic after all. Who could fault you for lacking tenacity?
The matter concerning Cece did not cause me excessive sorrow. I merely feel a sense of injustice on behalf of the original party involved.
Nightfall envelopes me as I find myself within the stone abode. Despite my overwhelming fatigue, I resolutely engage in meditation and cultivation for the span of an hour.
Just as I was about to rest, I unexpectedly discovered that the small iron sword I had unearthed during the day had somehow appeared beside me.
How could this possibly be here?
I am filled with bewilderment, clearly recalling that I had long since discarded it.
It is utterly impossible to bring it back. Could it truly be a treasure?
Even in my folly, I now comprehend the extraordinary nature of this small iron sword. Thus, I exhaust every possible means to manipulate it, undeterred by countless failures. I am unaware of how much time has passed, but upon inadvertently activating an unknown mechanism, I once again concentrate my thoughts on the small iron sword.
In an instant, my consciousness found itself in a dimly lit cavern.
The cave is devoid of all possessions, its walls inscribed with a few crooked characters.
Within the cave lies an entire universe. Is there a hidden truth? What mysteries lie beneath? I have pondered for a long time. Yet their meaning eludes me. Fortunately, what I possess in abundance is perseverance.
After an entire night of relentless exploration, I endeavored countless methods and ultimately unraveled some of the functions of this cave.
This is a fantastical realm endowed with the ability to simulate reality.
By channeling spiritual energy, one can replicate any object from the external world, experiencing an authentic tactile sensation.
Continuous infusion of spiritual energy.
Within it, events can evolve and develop according to certain laws, as if it were a genuine miniature world existing in an alternate parallel dimension.
What is needed is an abundance of spiritual energy.
As I withdraw my mind, the small iron sword sheds its outer shell, transforming into a delicate white jade blade. The earth delves deep into the dantian, leaving me utterly astonished.
This must be no ordinary entity.
Upon contemplating the art of forging, I arrived at the sect's marketplace before the break of dawn on the following day. Invested a substantial sum of 52 spirit stones to purchase a foundational jade slip-on weapon forging, I eagerly returned to my stone chamber.
In the realm of illusions, one learns and refines simultaneously.
Regrettably, mastering the art of forging is not a matter of simplicity.
Without a master to guide. After days of diligent study, countless simulations performed, yet the essence remains elusive. Reluctantly, I can only attempt my luck at some lesser-known forging workshops.
In the following days, I wandered around the various forging workshops surrounding the Flowing Cloud sect, in search of an apprenticeship in the art of weapon crafting. However, nearly every master of the forging shops, after inquiring about my circumstances, shook their heads in refusal. We regret to inform you that we do not accept apprentices of such a rudimentary level in the art of forging. Our capacity has already been reached.
We only require an apprentice in the art of crafting magical artifacts.
My heart grows increasingly bitter.
It appears that the art of refining tools is far more challenging than one might imagine.
Indeed, mastering this craft is one of the most coveted skills, and it is certainly not something that can be easily acquired.
Disheartened, I walked along the streets of Lianyungang, on the verge of complete despair. The official noticed that ahead, on the edge, there was another forge, with a sign outside indicating that they were hiring cooks. Let us make one final attempt. I refuse to give up.
If things do not improve, I shall have no choice but to return to my previous role as a mere servant. I adjusted my attire with care and, steeling myself, stepped into the forge. The modest forge is not particularly large, where an elderly man with a white beard leisurely reclines in his chair, resting with his eyes closed. On the adjacent forge, 2 middle-aged apprentices in the art of metallurgy diligently hammered away at unrecognizable ores. At the reception desk in the center, sat a fair and delicate young nun, propping her chin on her hand, exuding an air of ennui. The female cultivator is extraordinarily beautiful, exuding a playful charm amidst her purity, resembling a fairy brimming with ethereal grace. To his astonishment, amidst the bustling streets, there existed such a captivating beauty. Lu Yu promptly donned a smile and approached the reception desk, eager to speak. However, before he could utter a word, the graceful female cultivator suddenly beamed and said, "I apologize, but our establishment is no longer accepting apprentices in weapon refinement." Lu Yu's expression instantly froze. How could she discern my intentions even before I spoke? Being rejected before he even had the chance to voice his thoughts left him feeling quite embarrassed. Yet, with an arrow on the string, he had no choice but to proceed. He could not simply retreat in defeat. Chapter 3, The Blacksmith's Chef. Thus, he could only feign calmness and replied, "Well, I am not here to be an apprentice blacksmith." "Oh? Are you implying that you wish to forge?" The elegant female cultivator continued to smile, though her expression bore a hint of mockery. "Not exactly." Lu Yu shook his head in exasperation, wondering how he had been so easily seen through. "Then what are you here for?" "I am here to apply for the position of chef." Lu Yu decided to take a leap of faith. Since he could not become an apprentice blacksmith, he might as well settle for being a chef. It still had some relevance. "A chef? You?" The elegant female cultivator appeared momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "You wouldn't be here specifically for me, would you?" And she couldn't help but tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, a hint of pride in her demeanor. This person appeared quite foolish. He had clearly been exposed yet remained so vain. Over this period, many had approached her for various reasons at the blacksmith shop, and she had developed a keen eye for discerning motives. "How did you arrive at that conclusion?" Lu Yu was somewhat bewildered. Although he acknowledged that this female cultivator was indeed a rare beauty, was she not being a tad too narcissistic? "There have been no fewer than 80 individuals who have attempted to approach me in this manner recently," the female cultivator continued to jest. "I assure you, I am not here for you. I swear." Lu Yu, growing anxious, declared emphatically. Upon hearing such a resolute proclamation, and Ruashi's smile faltered slightly. "Is that so certain? You're making me sound like a hideous creature. Chefs do not earn much, they receive but a single spirit stone for 2 months of labor." Her tone turned somewhat frosty. "That is of no concern. A chef must also serve tea and water. That is also fine. A chef must also clean. That is not a problem. All right, you're hired." And she was becoming increasingly irritated. This young man was quite obstinate. She wondered how long he could maintain his resolve. She suspected he was indeed here for her, simply too proud to admit it. To expose his true intentions, she resolved to make him reconsider. "Now, prepare a dish of beef tendon for me." And she tossed a chunk of demon beef tendon to Lu Yu and commanded. "Understood." Lu Yu nodded, accepting the beef tendon and swiftly entering the kitchen to begin his work. This piece of demon beef was primarily made up of tough tendons, with little meat remaining, belonging to that category of food which, though tasteless, is hard to part with. Wealthy households would typically discard such scraps, leaving them only for impoverished cultivators who sought to savor the essence of spirit meat. However, Lu Yu happened to know a method to transform this tendon into a delicacy. He possessed absolute confidence in his culinary skills, not to mention his illustrious achievements in the kitchen during his past life as a Special Forces soldier. He had also experimented with numerous gourmet dishes since his arrival in this realm. With impeccable knife skills, he meticulously sliced the beef tendon into small pieces and marinated them with various seasonings before stir-frying them. And she watched in quiet astonishment. Such exquisite knife work could only be achieved through decades of practice. Could this fellow truly be here to apply for the position of chef? Yet, he certainly did not appear to fit the mold.
It appears that this young man is quite skilled, indeed well prepared. In that case, he cannot be spared. After a brief interval, a fragrant dish of stir-fried beef tendons was presented. Upon catching the enticing aroma,
the two middle-aged apprentices in the art of crafting tools immediately ceased their tasks, and even the elderly man, who had fallen asleep, was abruptly roused from his dreams.
Shi, is this your new chef?
The old man approached without a hint of decorum, reaching out to grasp the meat platter.
Well, I suppose so.
And Shi replied with some hesitation.
Delightful. Quite remarkable. He shall do.
The old man nodded vigorously after sampling a few bites, decisively making his choice.
And Shi felt a twinge of displeasure, thinking, you would sell your granddaughter for merely a plate of beef? However, with the old man's pronouncement,
all her plans were momentarily thwarted.
Nevertheless, it mattered little, there was ample time ahead.
Thus, Liu remained at the crafting shop, residing in a storeroom in the backyard. Apart from preparing 3 meals a day, he spent the rest of his time discreetly observing the apprentices as they worked, while also practicing in a dreamlike space.
The shop had 2 middle-aged apprentices, one named Wang Dezhu, portly yet astute, the other named Zhu, somewhat simple and earnest.
Both hailed from nearby small families and worked part-time. They came and went at their leisure, but consistently received a handsome remuneration each month.
Since learning of the new chef's arrival, they had begun to command Liu with impunity, occasionally even assigning him menial tasks. However,
they were unwilling to impart any valuable knowledge, for the art of crafting tools is not to be easily shared, lest the disciple starve the master. Liu could only glean a few insights from their scattered remarks, retreating to his room to study and validate his findings.
Xiao Lu, come help me with a back rub, I'm utterly exhausted. Xiao Lu, come stoke the fire. Xiao Lu, pour me a cup of tea.
The continuous calls kept Liu occupied every day, yet he maintained an amiable demeanor, showing no signs of irritation.
Brother Wang, what technique are you employing?
Liu would occasionally seize the opportunity while pouring tea to sidle up to Wang Dezhu, feigning casual curiosity.
What? Do you wish to learn? Wang Dezhu immediately grew suspicious.
No, I merely seek to broaden my horizons, Liu replied with a smile.
Pa! It's not that I underestimate you, even if you studied for a decade. You might not master it. I advise you to abandon this notion, Wang Dezhu scoffed. A mere chef thinks he can learn the craft of tool-making? Do you truly perceive it as child's play?
Brother Wang, I am genuinely curious, do share with me, Liu implored.
Go away, stop bothering me.
Although the 2 apprentices guarded their skills closely, Liu's tenacity proved formidable. After 2 months of piecing together their fragmented words and persistently testing his hypotheses, he successfully learned the processes of material purification and fusion. After a period of observation, Shi discerned that Liu harbored no ulterior motives towards her, and thus, she no longer regarded him with hostility. Everything appeared to be splendid, and Liu felt that his days were filled with purpose. In May, dawn arrived increasingly earlier. On this particular morning, Liu rose early and opened the doors of his modest forging shop. The previous night's practice had yielded fruitful results, and he was eager to continue his clandestine learning. However, after waiting for over half an hour and meticulously tidying the shop inside and out, his companions had yet to arrive. Gazing at the forging hammer upon the anvil, Liu felt an uncontrollable urge to indulge his craft.
Consequently,
he picked up a piece of dark iron ore and began to strike it upon the anvil with a rhythmic clanging sound.
Fortunately, he experienced no sense of unfamiliarity.
It seemed that the sensations within the illusory realm mirrored those of reality. Liu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Chapter 4, Observing the craft of forging. At that moment, a young female cultivator unexpectedly entered, startling him. He initially assumed it was merely an apprentice from the shop. Without permission, he certainly lacked the authority to handle the forging tools. The female cultivator glanced around and, noticing only Liu present, inquired, "Young master,
may I ask if Master Zhao is here?"
Upon hearing the term young master, Liu felt a surge of delight and greeted her warmly.
Master Zhao has yet to arrive. May I inquire what you wish to forge?
I wish to create a fire attribute spiritual sword weighing 10 pounds and measuring 3 feet in length, she replied.
Observing Liu wielding a hammer,
she assumed he was also a craftsman and promptly articulated her requirements.
Oh? What materials have you brought? Lu Yu inquired.
As he had accumulated considerable experience from his recent studies of the jade slips.
They are all here, she responded,
producing a collection of fire jade and ores from her storage pouch. Lu Yu examined the materials and scrutinized the female cultivator before shaking his head.
Forgive my frankness, but this size of spiritual sword does not suit you.
Oh? Why is that?
The female cultivator asked, intrigued. Since her initiation,
she had always used swords of this size and had grown accustomed to it, rarely experimenting with alternatives.
Given your height and build,
you would be better suited for a lighter, more agile sword.
A slightly smaller spiritual sword would be more appropriate. Why not give it a try? Lu Yu suggested,
handing her a smaller sword he had prepared in the shop. As she received the spiritual sword and lightly practiced a few sword techniques,
the female cultivator felt a subtle tremor in her form. It seems indeed, it flows more smoothly?
A senior once mentioned that she was suited for a lighter style, prompting her to consciously shift her training toward agile sword techniques.
However,
she had always felt that her previous sword was superior.
Now, it appeared that the sword itself was the issue?
This young man truly deserves to be called a craftsman.
His insight is remarkably professional.
In the female cultivator's eyes, Lu Yu's stature suddenly elevated significantly.
Moreover, your materials lack some ice spirit sand, Lu Yu interjected unexpectedly. Ice spirit sand?
I am crafting a fire spirit sword. What do I need that for?
The female cultivator was momentarily taken aback.
Women naturally possess a colder constitution. While using a fire spirit sword may not pose immediate issues, prolonged usage can lead to irritability. Though the impact may be minimal, it is still undesirable, Lu Yu explained.
Is that so?
Then I shall purchase some ice spirit sand. She nodded in understanding and turned to head toward the market area for materials. Having been impressed by Lu Yu's earlier display of skill, she instinctively regarded him as a promising craftsman. When the female cultivator returned with the ice spirit sand, the forging shop had filled with numerous patrons, and both Old Master Zhaoan and Ruwashi had arrived.
Senior sister, are you here to forge something? And Ruwashi greeted the female cultivator enthusiastically upon her entrance.
Indeed, I wish to forge a fire spirit sword.
By the way, where is that master from earlier? The female cultivator asked, scanning the room but failing to spot Lu Yu. Which master do you refer to?
And Ruwashi replied, momentarily puzzled. As all the forging artisans on duty today were present.
It is indeed that young lad, the one who is quite handsome, the female cultivator inquired. Oh, him?
He is in the kitchen preparing a meal, and Ruwashi replied, suddenly enlightened, nearly certain of whom the female cultivator was speaking.
After all,
the two apprentices in her shop had no claim to attractiveness.
What? Your blacksmiths also moonlight as cooks? The female cultivator exclaimed in surprise. What blacksmith? He is merely a chef.
And Ruwashi was left speechless.
A chef? Then, what did he say this morning? The female cultivator was momentarily bewildered. What did he say this morning? And Ruwashi's heart raced. Could it be that this lad had caused trouble?
He asked me to purchase some ice spirit sand.
Ah. And Ruwashi was instantly infuriated. To forge a fire spirit sword and buy ice spirit sand? Was he toying with her?
This would surely ruin the reputation of her little shop.
I apologize, I shall provide you with an explanation. After calming the female cultivator, and Ruwashi hurriedly made her way to the backyard. Lu, you better come out here this instant. Hearing that furious shout,
Lu Yu hastily set down his utensils and scampered over to Ruwashi.
Speak, what mischief did you get up to this morning? Upon seeing Lu Yu,
and Ruwashi's anger flared.
I didn't do anything.
Lu Yu replied, looking utterly confused.
Did nothing? Then what is this about the female cultivator forging a fire spirit sword? And Ruwashi's chest heaved with indignation. Oh, her? I merely suggested she buy some ice spirit sand. Is there a problem with that? No problem? Can ice spirit sand even be used with a fire spirit sword? Why not? Why can't it? Don't you know that the fusion of ice and fire materials will cause a conflict of attributes?
And Ruwashi was momentarily at a loss for words. This fool. Such a basic understanding should be common knowledge. Fine, then let us not fuse them. Ice spirit sand can simply be layered over the surface of the fire spirit sword.
Can't it?
Lu Yu was somewhat perplexed. During his idle time, he had experimented with various peculiar methods in the illusory realm and did not perceive any issues.
Is that possible?
And Ruwashi was taken aback, suddenly uncertain.
It can be done?
She had studied a bit of refining herself, yet had never tried this method.
But why add ice spirit sand?
And Ruwashi's tone softened. The female cultivator has a naturally cold constitution. Adding it can mitigate the effects of the fire spirit sword on her, Liu replied casually. Upon hearing this explanation, and Ruwashi paused, seemingly grasping the rationale.
Humph. I will deal with you later.
And Ruwashi muttered, rushing out once more. After several hours, Master Zhao finally completed the special fire spirit sword. Esteemed sister, your spirit sword has been forged. Do take a look and see if it meets your expectations. And Ruwashi asked with a smile. The female cultivator grasped the fire spirit sword, experiencing its essence, and immediately felt an indescribable comfort.
Not bad, it truly suits me perfectly. I'm very satisfied.
That's wonderful, do come again next time. And Ruwashi smiled as radiantly as a blossoming flower.
Certainly, certainly.
As she watched the female cultivator depart, old Zhao slowly approached and Ruwashi sighed.
Ruwashi, was that method just now discovered by that lad Lu Yu?
Yes, and Ruwashi replied, reluctantly nodding her head despite her reservations. Quite impressive, this young man possesses a certain intuition. I shall allow him to observe my craftsmanship in the future. Startled. And Ruwashi cast a questioning glance at her grandfather.
Is grandfather truly so fond of this young man? Surely, it must have been mere coincidence.
Akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Lu Yu was overjoyed. Old Zhao had finally permitted him to observe the art of forging. And he would even patiently address his inquiries. This revelation sent him into a euphoric state, having been burdened with countless questions. Although his primary vocation remained that of a chef, he had now been granted the opportunity to practice with forging tools and even undertake some auxiliary tasks. Chapter 5, Spirit Beasts and Magical Artifacts. In the ensuing months, Lu Yu immersed himself in a period of fruitful and industrious endeavor. Not only had he perfected his skills in the techniques of forging and refinement, but he also began to delve into the intricacies of formation engraving. Through diligent study and inquiry, he attained a relatively systematic understanding of the art of weapon crafting. In this realm, magical treasures are classified by rank. Primarily divided into magical artifacts, spirit artifacts, profound artifacts, imperial artifacts, earthly divine artifacts, and sacred artifacts. These correspond to the stages of human cultivators, namely chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, and sainthood. Magical artifacts serve as the primary treasures for cultivators in the chi refinement stage. And they represent the only tier accessible to Lu Yu at present. Their characteristics include exceptional sturdiness and sharpness, when infused with spiritual power. They can slice through hair and sever iron as if it were mud. Spirit artifacts, on the other hand, are the main treasures for those at the foundation establishment stage.
At this level, the formations within are considerably more complex.
When spiritual power is channeled into a spirit artifact, the sword embodies the effects of the 5 elemental energies and can unleash various sword energies. For instance, a fire spirit sword of spirit artifact caliber, upon receiving spiritual energy,
radiates a vibrant red hue.
When wielded, it not only cleaves its target but also inflicts burning damage, causing additional harm. A craftsman capable of forging spirit artifacts is regarded as a high-level talent, highly sought after in any sect. Profound artifacts are the primary treasures for cultivators at the golden core stage.
Due to the rarity of materials,
profound artifacts possess innate powers that can be activated with minimal spiritual energy, achieving remarkable effects.
They can condense energy into a formidable force, unleashing attacks that flow relentlessly as long as there is sufficient spiritual energy.
Imperial artifacts can manifest forms through spiritual energy, enabling the sealing of beast souls and transforming them into spirit entities. The greater the strength of the sealed beast soul, the more formidable the artifact becomes, even allowing the wielder to employ the innate supernatural abilities of the sealed beast. As for earthly divine artifacts and sacred artifacts, their prowess is even more extraordinary. It is said that they possess self-awareness, enabling them to autonomously attack and protect their master, harnessing the might of nature to move mountains and split seas, annihilating all in their path. Of course, beyond sacred artifacts, there exist even more exalted celestial artifacts, though these are mere legends from the realm of the divine, never witnessed by mortal eyes. However, returning to the present, for Lu Yu, even a magical artifact represents a luxury. The cost of a single magical artifact typically exceeds 100 spirit stones, a sum he currently cannot afford. The crafting of magical artifacts primarily involves 3 steps: the purification of materials, the amalgamation of the artifact core, and the engraving of formations. Among these, the engraving of formations is of utmost importance. The extraordinary capabilities of magical artifacts are attributed not only to the properties of their materials but significantly to the formations they encompass. The complexity and variability of these formations contribute greatly to the challenges of crafting. There are no 2 artifact cores that are completely identical, consequently, the formations inscribed upon them cannot be uniform and must be tailored by the craftsman to suit each unique core. Even the slightest deviation in the engraving of a formation line can lead to a vastly divergent outcome. Thus, the art of crafting is fraught with difficulty. Regardless of past successes, one cannot guarantee the same triumph in subsequent endeavors. Moreover, one cannot overlook the importance of the fire source. The most commonly utilized fire source in crafting is the spiritual fire generated from the combustion of materials such as fire jade. This type of fire source neither consumes spiritual energy nor is cumbersome to carry, and it is quite inexpensive, making it one of the most favored fire sources among low-tier cultivators. The current choice of the blacksmith shop is precisely this. The second type is the true fire condensed from the cultivator's own spiritual energy, typically utilized by those at the foundation establishment stage and above. This fire source possesses great power, yet it also demands substantial energy, heavily reliant on one's cultivation level. The third and most advanced type is the heavenly and earthly strange fires, such as the sacred fire of the blue lotus and the true fire of the phoenix. Each of these extraordinary fires is the aspiration of every blacksmith, yet those who possess such flames are exceedingly rare. Each blacksmith endowed with a heavenly fire enjoys a significant advantage, enabling them to forge items beyond their usual capabilities. However, all of this feels far removed from Lu Yu's current reality. The weather in October is exceptionally pleasant, yet today, both Old Zhaoan and Ruoshi have surprisingly not arrived at the shop. Wang Dachui, who was supposed to be on duty today, made a brief appearance early in the morning, requesting Lu Yu to cover for him, only to vanish thereafter. Alone in the shop, Lu Yu felt a pang of anxiety. He feared that a customer might come in seeking to forge an item, and he would be unable to manage. Ironically, the more he feared, the more it seemed to manifest. "Master, could you assist me in crafting a small magical tool for my spirit beast?" A gentle female cultivator, seemingly around 30, suddenly entered, causing Lu Yu's heart to tighten. "Apologies, but I am not a blacksmith," Lu Yu replied candidly. The female cultivator was momentarily speechless. "Of course. I am aware you are not a blacksmith, you are an apprentice, after all. Is it not customary to refer to one as such?" "It is merely a term of respect." "It's all right, I understand you are not a blacksmith, but it's all the same. Please, could you assist me?" The female cultivator's expression shifted to one of earnest pleading. "You truly know I am not a blacksmith?" Lu Yu was somewhat astonished. "Could you not wait a bit longer?" Assisting another in forging was a first for him, although crafting tools for spirit beasts would be considerably simpler than those for humans. "I cannot wait, it is urgent. I need it today." "All right then, what exactly do you wish to forge?" Lu Yu responded, mildly exasperated. Although he had practiced extensively in the illusory realm, he had yet to engage in actual forging. However, with the absence of the shop's blacksmiths, he felt compelled to step in. "I wish to craft a protective collar for my spirit wolf." The female cultivator began to elaborate in detail. This was fundamentally a straightforward magical tool, and she conveyed her requirements succinctly. "Very well, but I must state up front that I cannot be held responsible for any failures," Lu Yu said with solemnity. "Not a problem. I understand the rules. What is forging without the possibility of failure?" The female cultivator's face brightened at his words. "All right then, I shall give it a try." Lu Yu resolved to stop deflecting. With her encouragement,
What was there to worry about?
Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he approached the forge and began to work swiftly. The crafting of magical tools for spirit beasts focuses primarily on the creation of the base item. The requirements for the array inscribing are not stringent,
needing only a few rough lines. After all, spirit beasts would not utilize overly complex tools. Over the past few months,
he had honed his skills in crafting the base items to an impressive level.
An hour later, the spirit beast collar was successfully refined. The female cultivator took a glance and confirmed its usability, promptly paying 10 spirit stones.
After deducting the material costs and the shop's share, 5 spirit stones remained.
Had he truly earned 5 spirit stones so swiftly?
Lu Yu felt a surge of excitement at this prospect.
It was infinitely superior to his usual task of serving tea.
Of course, this was also due to the success of the refinement on the first attempt. Nevertheless, it further solidified his resolve to become a craftsman of magical artifacts. The following day, Wang Gachui, having mustered his courage, refrained from slacking off, for Zhao Laoan and Ruoshi had returned.
Junior sister and
I am here to assist you with your business once more. The demure female cultivator entered the shop with a bright smile.
Ah, senior sister Wang, esteemed guest, welcome.
And Ruoshi exclaimed upon recognizing her fellow sect sister, and she hurried to greet her, calling out to the inner chamber, "Little Lu, bring the tea."
Right away.
Lu Yu responded promptly from the back courtyard.
Senior sister Wang, do share, what would you like to refine this time? And Ruoshi inquired as she ushered the female cultivator to sit.
I wish to create another spirit beast collar, identical to the one from yesterday.
Very well, no problem.
And Ruoshi replied instinctively.
Ladies, your tea is ready, Lu Yu announced, dressed in the attire of a humble servant, respectfully presenting the tea to them. Isn't this Master Lu? The demure female cultivator remarked in astonishment upon seeing Lu Yu's attire. What Master Lu? He is merely a cook, and Ruoshi said, somewhat perplexed. A cook? How could that be?
The collar from yesterday was crafted by him.
Ah. And Ruoshi's heart jolted, silently fearing the worst. Was senior sister Wang here to confront them?
Chapter 6, My Incompetence in Artifact Refining. Senior sister Wang, I must reiterate that I am not an artifact refiner, Lu Yu hastily explained. He harbored a twinge of anxiety. As the collar he had crafted yesterday was entirely based on his own whims, its efficacy remained a mystery to him. Indeed, senior sister Wang, he is merely a cook.
Should it be damaged, I shall compensate you.
I beg for your understanding, and Ruoshi chimed in, a smile gracing her lips, though she shot Lu Yu a reproachful glare.
This rascal, usually content to perform menial tasks, why meddle in such a consequential matter? What if he ruins it? Ruined? Not at all. It turned out splendidly. My spirit beast adores it.
The demure female cultivator revealed a smile at this.
Ah.
And Ruoshi expressed her astonishment.
Wasn't she here to seek retribution? I came today to request another refinement, Master Lu. I would be most grateful for your assistance.
Senior sister Wang, I truly am not an artifact refiner. You ought to seek someone else, Lu Yu quickly declined.
That will not do, I have no confidence in anyone else. I insist on you refining it.
The gentle female cultivator seemed resolute in her choice. Her spirit beast was quite delicate, and she doubted that others could craft something it would favor, leading to unnecessary troubles. Senior sister, I am genuinely inept at artifact refining. Lu Yu felt a hint of trepidation, aware that he lacked formal training.
In his eyes, artifact refining was a lofty endeavor, and he considered himself merely a novice. Junior sisterin, what do you think?
The gentle female cultivator turned to Ruoshi, seeking her support as Lu Yu remained unyielding.
Hey, Lu Yu, just do it. Why all this needless chatter?
And Ruoshi kicked Lu Yu in frustration. Senior sister Wang, please forgive my incompetent subordinate. I assure you I will make him assist you properly.
Very well. I trust your skills. Let us begin.
Before the forge, and Ruoshi observed Lu Yu with keen interest.
Do you truly expect me to refine it? Lu Yu's expression was one of reluctance. Indeed. All right then.
Lu Yu inhaled deeply, grasping the hammer as he commenced the refining process. Although he often presented a carefree demeanor, once he engaged in artifact refinement, he became entirely absorbed, as if transformed into a different person. With his flawless profile and fluid motions, an unknowing observer might mistake him for a master craftsman. The striking beauty of his technique, his erect posture, and his precise actions captivated Enruashi, causing her thoughts to drift elsewhere. An hour later, a collar was successfully crafted.
It's done, Luyu presented the collar. Ah? So soon? Enruashi snapped back to reality.
Indeed, fortunately, it was not ruined.
Not just not ruined, it's absolutely magnificent.
Enruashi scrutinized the beast collar and suddenly looked up at Luyu, demanding, "Speak.
Did you approach me under false pretenses?" Ah? Luyu was taken aback,
bewildered by the sudden shift in conversation.
Were you afraid I would reject you, thus disguising yourself as a novice?
Enruashi stepped closer, her questions pressing. With her assertive posture, she had cornered Luyu.
Your imagination is truly boundless.
I have only recently begun to learn.
Impossible. Your technique is utterly unlike that of a novice, it resembles the skill cultivated by a master. I assure you, I am genuinely just a beginner. Do not deceive me any further.
As the imminent contact approached, Liu found himself with no route of retreat and could only sigh.
Expressing a hint of resignation, very well, I confess, I have studied previously. That's more like it. You should have said so sooner.
Enruashi playfully tapped Luyu on the shoulder, wearing a look of knowing affirmation. However, I truly harbor no ulterior motives towards you.
Luyu hastily added. Put.
The sip of tea Enruashi had just taken was immediately expelled.
This foolish individual, was it necessary to emphasize that? It truly infuriates me.
Senior Sister Wang, your collar has been crafted, please take a look and see if it meets your satisfaction. Enruashi declared with a radiant smile.
Satisfactory. Quite satisfactory. This is the one.
The demure female cultivator recognized the unmistakable collar at once.
That is wonderful, we welcome you to visit again. Certainly, certainly.
Luyu, from this day forth, you are the new apprentice in our workshop.
What is the monthly stipend? Get lost. Has this lad truly become an apprentice in crafting? How can that be? Wang Dachui was taken aback upon hearing the news.
He never anticipated that this fellow could reach such a milestone.
Yet, what of it? Who would dare approach you for crafting in the future?
Wang Dachui remained unconvinced. Magical artifacts for spirit beasts are mere trifles, only those for human use can be deemed genuine artifacts.
Even someone as astute as I took over 20 years to reach this point. You, on the other hand, will require at least 30 or 40 years, won't you?
After enduring hardships, he had finally become a formal apprentice in crafting, and what is more, he had received 10 spirit stones.
The following day, Luyu,
for once, requested a day off from old Zhao, wishing to treat himself well.
To be honest, having spent over half a year in Lianyun City,
he had remained within the small shop learning about crafting and had yet to truly explore the surroundings. Today, he intended to thoroughly experience everything this place had to offer and immerse himself in the life of a cultivator.
Lianyun City, as one of the 8 major cities under the jurisdiction of the Luyun sect, was indeed extraordinary.
The entire city sprawled like a colossal dragon across a vast plain.
Magnificent and awe-inspiring. The streets bustled with crowds, vibrant and lively. Numerous factions, sects, and cultivation families populated the city, yet, more prominently, there were scattered cultivators and mortals. Rows of stately palace-like structures stretched from east to west, covering the entire plain.
On the wide streets, one could often witness cultivators riding spirit beasts or driving beast-drawn carriages, racing past on the bluestone pavement. With a stroke of luck, one might even glimpse flying magical beasts and high-level cultivators soaring through the skies. Surrounding the city stood imposing walls constructed from massive stones, towering high above. Upon the city walls, one can occasionally observe squads of young sentinels clad in armor. Their expressions stern as they stand guard and patrol, ever vigilant against the incursions of ferocious beasts.
Indeed, the region where the Luyun sect resides is far from tranquil.
Its proximity to the formidable Million Mountain often results in monstrous creatures breaching human territories, leading to significant casualties. Consequently, humanity opts for communal living. fortifying their defenses within the city to collectively repel these menacing assaults. As Liu Yu gazed upon the fully equipped guards atop the battlements, a wave of sentiment washed over him. Had the Liu family town possessed a similarly well-equipped guard unit, the original owner's parents might not have met their untimely demise at such a young age. Alas, Liu family town was merely a diminutive settlement in this region, its strength a mere fraction of that possessed by Lianyun City. Retrieving his gaze, Liu Yu exited the blacksmith shop and wandered aimlessly. The prices of various items were as follows: Shin Tai sword, a low-grade magical artifact, priced at 90 spirit stones; Shin Tai shield, a low-grade magical artifact with slight surface dents, priced at 120 spirit stones; Hei Tai armor, a mid-grade magical artifact, worn for 3 years, priced at 300 spirit stones. Wrist guards, a mid-grade magical artifact that can store an additional 20 of spiritual energy during the chi refinement stage, priced at 200 spirit stones; and wind-chasing boots, a low-grade magical artifact that enhances agility, priced at 200 spirit stones. Chapter 7, Drunken Immortal Pavilion. The streets nearby were bustling with numerous vendors, vociferously promoting their wares. They displayed an array of second-hand magical artifacts for sale, priced approximately 10 to 20 lower than those in shops, which attracted many wandering cultivators eager to make a purchase. Liu Yu gazed at the assorted second-hand magical items before him, feeling a stir of desire within. As an outer disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect, his possessions were limited to a black iron sword received upon admission, a storage bag, a foundational cultivation technique, and a manual on the Flowing Cloud swordplay, nothing more. It was not that he lacked the desire to buy, but rather that he could scarcely afford such luxuries. After all, his monthly stipend amounted to a mere 2 spirit stones. As he continued along the path, he encountered various stalls selling martial arts techniques, talismans, spirit beast cubs, and cultivation insights, all in splendid array. A jade slip with a frenzied sand swordplay, mid-level yellow grade, was priced at 200 spirit stones. Various attack talismans could be acquired for only 1 spirit stone each. Low-grade spirit recovery wine, capable of swiftly restoring spiritual energy with just a sip, was offered at 10 spirit stones a pot. A foundational footwork jade slip, lower yellow grade, cost 30 spirit stones, while the mysterious step jade slip, high-level yellow grade, was priced at 1,000 spirit stones. There were even stalls dedicated to purchasing spiritual materials. Wolf demon pelts could be sold for 2 spirit stones each, with long-term acquisitions welcomed. The blood of demon beasts was bought at 3 spirit stones per pound. Among these, a particular azure wolf cub caught his attention, stirring a profound longing within him. Regrettably, its price exceeded 100 spirit stones, even if he sold all his possessions. He would still fall short, and thus, he had to depart with a heavy heart. He mused that if he ever became prosperous, he would certainly acquire such a majestic spirit beast to raise, recalling vividly how the scions of noble families paraded through the streets atop their colossal wolves, exuding great charisma. After an indeterminate period of wandering, he finally beheld an imposing establishment, a grand tavern, where the aroma of fine spirits wafted towards him from afar. Was this the legendary spiritual wine of the cultivation realm? Indeed, it was extraordinary. Although Liu Yu was not a habitual drinker, curiosity compelled him to stride towards the tavern. The tavern, named Drunken Immortal Pavilion, boasted 6 stories. The first floor featured round tables for lower-tier disciples, while the upper levels housed private elegant rooms for high-ranking cultivators or noble scions to host feasts. The menu primarily consisted of spirit beast meat, spirit rice, and spirit wine brewed from an array of spiritual fruits, filling the air with an enticing fragrance that made one's mouth water. Ordinary food merely sufficed to satiate hunger, whereas spiritual fare contained the essence of spiritual energy, enabling cultivators to not only strengthen their physiques but also to marginally elevate their cultivation levels. Gazing at the 10 spirit stones in his pocket, Liu Yu suddenly felt inclined to indulge. Thus, he made his way to the first floor of the tavern, ordering a pot of spiritual wine and a plate of spirit meat, before finding a round table to relish his meal. As the spirit wine touched his lips, a wave of sweet warmth coursed through his body, instantly invigorating him with newfound strength. It seemed that cultivators indeed knew how to savor the pleasures of life. This spirit wine was truly worth every spirit stone. Suddenly, a voice that was all too familiar rang out. "Senior brother Zhao, let us settle here." Before long, the graceful Li Sisi entered, linked arm in arm with a somewhat affluent male cultivator, engaging in light-hearted banter. Upon noticing Liu Yu, her smile momentarily faltered,
only to quickly return to an air of nonchalance.
Lu Yu, too, observed her, along with the hand she held.
Ah! Is this what you call a singular devotion to the path? A chill ran through Lu Yu. Do you know him? The affluent male cultivator inquired, noticing Li Cici's discomfort. No, not at all.
Li Cici shook her head and walked past Lu Yu without uttering another word.
However, the male cultivator discreetly took note of Lu Yu.
Watching the pair's intimate demeanor, Lu Yu felt the spirit wine before him had lost all allure. He shook his head, hurriedly finished his drink, settled the bill, and returned to the refining shop.
Time flowed unnoticed into December, marking the annual off-season for refining.
It proved true that Wang Dachui was right. Despite Lu Yu's apprenticeship, no one sought his help in refining since that incident, for he was simply too young.
Lu Yu could only assist old Zhao with minor tasks.
Noticing the shop was relatively quiet, and Ruoshi felt at ease to return to her sect.
She, too,
had her own cultivation to attend to, coming by only occasionally to lend a hand. Meanwhile, of the two apprentices in the shop, one had already graduated and was poised to establish his own venture, while the other was preparing for a seclusion to solidify his foundation, visiting infrequently. Thus, only Lu Yu and old Zhao remained in the shop. Time passed swiftly, and Lu Yu had been at the refining shop for 8 months.
During this period,
his refining skills advanced rapidly, yet he still could not forge a genuine low-grade magical weapon.
After all, while he could learn to forge the raw materials through imitation, the intricacies of array inscriptions could only be grasped through personal insight.
One day, perhaps due to the shop's dismal business, old Zhao had dozed off countless times in his rocking chair. Each time he opened his eyes to find the shop devoid of customers, he would again succumb to the tedium of slumber. In a corner of the refining shop, however, Lu Yu remained seated at the forging table, deeply engrossed in his studies,
undeterred by the desolation surrounding him. At some point, old Zhao awakened once more and was surprised to see a beautifully attired young lady entering the shop.
This maiden possessed fair skin and an exquisite countenance. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but she also exuded an air of elegance and sophistication.
Chapter 8. The contempt of the fairy. As soon as the young girl entered, she cheerfully called out, "Master Zhao, I have come to assist you with your business again." "Ah, it is Miss Linger. Have you damaged your magical artifact once more?"
The old Taoist promptly rose, his face radiating warmth as he inquired.
"Indeed.
Among so many artifact shops, yours offers the most affordable and effective wares, which is why I have returned.
This time, you must provide a significant discount."
The girl pouted playfully.
"Not a problem at all. Pray tell, what kind of artifact do you desire this time?"
Old Zhao chuckled, recognizing her as a cherished regular customer. While others treated their treasures with utmost reverence, she seemed to break them with alarming frequency.
"Hee, this time I would like an Amei dagger."
The girl replied with a smile.
"Very well, consider it done." Zhao nodded, well versed in crafting the Amei dagger, one of the most favored artifacts among female cultivators. Suddenly,
the old man appeared to recall something and gestured towards Lu Yu, saying, "Ah, this is my newly hired apprentice, also from your Luyun sect.
Come. You two should get acquainted."
The Luyun sect is the largest cultivation sect within a vast radius, thus its disciples are quite esteemed in Lianyun City.
"I am Lu Yu from Qingyun Peak," Lu Yu introduced himself first.
Given Zhao's usual kindness towards him, he felt inclined to be cordial with the old man's acquaintances.
However,
to his surprise, Zhang Linger merely cast a cursory glance at his outer sect disciple robes before turning away. "Master Zhao, I have no desire to become acquainted with him.
We are simply not of the same ilk." "What do you mean by that?"
"Brother Lu is quite capable. He could be of assistance to you in the Luyun sect," the old man replied, his expression tinged with awkwardness. "Pfft, even if he possesses some skills, he is still just an outer sect disciple. With a mere call from this fairy, countless talented young men would rush to my side," Zhang Linger scoffed, a hint of disdain gracing her features. "With hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Luyun sect, they are distinctly stratified. Many low-ranking outer sect disciples remain stagnant at the chi refinement stage throughout their lives, while the elite inner sect disciples may ascend to the exalted realms of golden core or even nascent soul cultivators.
And she, indeed, belonged to that select few at the pinnacle."
The old Daoist, initially wishing to say more, found himself at a loss upon recalling Lu Yu's dismal aptitude.
And he could only manage a wry smile.
Though he believed the young man had potential, the disparities among people in this world were stark,
surpassing even those between humans and dogs.
Perhaps he was merely ignorant of the wider realities. Sensing Zhang Linger's disdain, Lu Yu simply smiled, unfazed, and continued to quietly study nearby. Such cold gazes and contempt were familiar to him.
The crafting of the Amei dagger is not particularly intricate.
Yet the materials required are numerous, and some are rather elusive.
It was evident that this humble shop lacked the hard-to-find components.
After instructing Lu Yu to purify the existing ores, the old man set out personally to procure the necessary items.
Within the artifact shop, only Lu Yu and Zhang Linger remained.
Zhang Linger sat languidly in her chair, her gaze fixed quietly outside the window. She neither spoke nor spared a glance at Lu Yu, embodying an air of aloofness that repelled any approach. She anticipated that he would soon come forth to curry favor. For as one of the rare goddesses among the newly inducted disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect, she possessed the confidence that no male cultivator could resist her allure. She had even contemplated the manner in which she would dismiss him, ready to scorn him thoroughly. However, as time elapsed, Lu Yu remained engrossed in the meticulous forging of materials, showing no signs of movement, which piqued Zhang Linger's curiosity slightly.
Ah, how intriguing! Does he think such a ploy will capture my attention? Zhang Linger discerned his intentions with an air of superiority. Before long, Lu Yu completed the forging process and began the refining stage.
As rhythmic clinks of hammering echoed, Zhang Linger could no longer restrain herself and turned her head. She harbored concerns that Lu Yu's forging skills might be inadequate, potentially compromising the quality of her magical artifact.
Though a minor artifact was insignificant to her,
she harbored no desire to have it ruined by an inexperienced apprentice. Yet, upon closer inspection, she found herself somewhat astonished.
Well, he is rather handsome.
Having not taken a proper look before, she now noticed his striking features, a chiseled jawline, piercing eyes, and an aura of cold composure.
His physique was commendable, proportionate and athletic. Goodness, his technique is quite impressive.
Each strike was precise and powerful, executed with a fluid grace that exuded a violent beauty.
Remarkably,
the forging materials seemed to obey his command, responding to his every manipulation like obedient children.
Take, for instance, the notoriously volatile thundercloud stone.
Zhang Linger had previously observed other blacksmiths treating it with utmost caution, fearful that any excessive force or imprecision might result in an explosion.
However,
Lu Yu maintained his rhythm without hesitation, his strength unwavering, his movements appearing instinctual.
More critically, each blow landed precisely where intended. And the thundercloud stone showed no signs of instability. This truly exuded the aura of a skilled master. Could this lad possibly hail from a prestigious lineage?
If he were indeed from a prominent family, even as an outer disciple, he might still possess a promising future.
After all, the resources that noble families could provide were unattainable for ordinary individuals. I must admit, I find myself pleasantly surprised. After finishing this piece, he should certainly come over to engage in conversation, yes? Should I leave him be, or extend an opportunity? Zhang Linger found herself in a quandary. Yet,
as she continued to wait, she noticed that after completing one material, Lu Yu simply moved on to the next, entirely disregarding her presence.
Finally, her patience waned.
Perhaps if he were from a notable family, it wouldn't tarnish my reputation. I shall take the initiative.
Hey, which family do you belong to? Zhang Linger inquired,
maintaining her lofty demeanor.
Me?
I have no family, Lu Yu replied nonchalantly, his focus unwavering on the ore before him.
No family?
Zhang Linger was taken aback by his response, and her interest waned instantly. Chapter 9, Maintaining an air of indifference. It is essential to recognize that the most significant assets in this world are either lineage or innate talent.
Should one possess neither, the prospect of rising to prominence becomes exceedingly bleak.
Suddenly, she pondered whether Lu Yu's exceptional forging skills were the result of mentorship from a renowned master.
In the realm of cultivation, weaponsmiths hold considerable prestige.
If he were to receive guidance from a distinguished teacher and become a weaponsmith, he would undoubtedly be considered a prodigy. Thus, she ventured to inquire again, "Hey, from whom did you learn your forging skills?"
Upon hearing this,
Lu Yu furrowed his brow and replied tersely, self-taught.
Self-taught? How could that be?
Zhang Linger clearly found this hard to believe.
Forging is an intricate art.
Even with the meticulous guidance of a master, it is not easy to master. Otherwise, magical artifacts would not command such exorbitant prices. Just as she was about to press further, Lu Yu, appearing somewhat impatient, stated, "Sorry, I have to get busy."
What? Zhang Linger was taken aback by Lu Yu's response. This young man. Here I am, the fairy herself, making an effort to engage, and he responds with such impatience? How infuriating. Does he truly believe himself to be some destined figure? What airs he puts on? Zhang Linger felt an overwhelming frustration welling within her. In truth,
Lu Yu was not attempting to be aloof, he simply preferred to immerse himself entirely in his craft, unwilling to be distracted, even by a beautiful woman.
Yet his demeanor only served to provoke Zhang Linger further.
As time passed, she thought to herself, "Humph. Now that I have taken the initiative and he fails to appreciate it, we shall see if he cares to engage when he finally has the time."
However,
what vexed her even more was that after completing the purification of a material, Lu Yu paused briefly for a sip of water before resuming his work on the next piece, never once casting a glance in her direction until she returned to her sect. This left her questioning her own allure.
Could it be that I have lost my charm? That cannot be true.
Upon returning to the sect, her first act was to head to the trial square where inner disciples congregated. The moment her figure appeared, a throng of male disciples immediately surrounded her.
Fairy Zhang?
I have reserved the top suite at the Chui Xiang building.
May I have the honor of your company for dinner? Fairy Zhang, I brought some exquisite spirit beast meat from home. I would love for you to join me in savoring it.
Fairy Zhang, I have brewed a special pot of spirit wine just for you. Please do not decline. Seeing herself still so warmly received, Zhang Linger finally let out a long sigh of relief.
Humph. My charm continues to shine brilliantly. However,
this instance of being disregarded would not easily fade from her memory. She was now determined to confront Lu Yu.
Upon returning to her dwelling,
she promptly sent someone to investigate Lu Yu's background.
Unbeknownst to Lu Yu, he had been placed on Zhang Linger's blacklist, but even if he were aware, he would remain entirely unconcerned.
He had encountered countless beauties who were arrogant and capricious, dismissing any admiration, no matter how fervent. Thus, Lu Yu refrained from engaging in such futile pursuits. However, he was elated to receive a commission of 3 spirit stones upon assisting old Zhao in the refinement of the Yamei thorn. This remuneration was equivalent to over a month's worth of his meager income as an outer sect disciple of the Luyan sect, where he lived in considerable financial straits. Upon acquiring the spirit stones, he eagerly returned to his dwelling, settling cross-legged upon a mat. He absorbed the energy from the stones while guiding the spiritual power into a small white jade sword that hovered above his dantian. Sensing the depletion of spiritual energy, Lu Yu unhesitatingly directed the small sword to replicate the forging platform and various materials used in today's refinement of the Yamei thorn, meticulously following old Zhao's steps to begin the process. The steps of purification and fusion in artifact crafting could be mimicked, yet the intricate art of inscribing formations could not. Fortunately, the simulation space did not consume real materials. As long as there was sufficient spiritual energy, it could be endlessly replicated. Lu Yu had previously learned the intricacies of purification and fusion of spiritual artifacts through mere fragments of information, even making improvements upon the old methods. The only shortcoming was that his skills in inscribing formations were still lacking, preventing him from independently forging a complete artifact. However, with each failure, Lu Yu felt he was inching closer to success, having experienced the bitter taste of near triumph more than once. He was confident that fortune would eventually favor his endeavors. Time slipped away as he continued his work, and just as the spiritual energy of the 3 stones began to wane, he finally heard a distinctive chime. Ding! Success in crafting. With that, Lu Yu exhaled deeply, the tension in his nerves dissipating entirely. Chapter 10, The Million Great Mountains. As Lu Yu gazed upon the Yamei before him, a faint smile graced his features. Although this Yamei still fell short of the quality produced by seasoned masters, it could be deemed a genuine low-grade magical artifact. The only regret was that it had been forged within a simulated space and thus lacked physical form, rendering it unsaleable. His next intention was to refine his skills further before embarking on the creation of a magical artifact in the real world. Should he succeed in crafting even a single low-grade artifact, he could earn dozens of spirit stones, allowing him to bid farewell to his impoverished existence. The business at the small shop had been rather lackluster of late. It sometimes took weeks to receive a single request for artifact crafting, and clients frequently haggled for lower prices. Considering the mere 50% success rate, earning a handful of spirit stones from a single artifact was a commendable outcome. Over a month had elapsed, and Lu Yu had only managed to accumulate 2 spirit stones, thwarting his aspirations to save enough to forge his first artifact. After honing his skill sufficiently within the illusionary space, he resolved to personally hunt ferocious beasts to procure materials. The mountains surrounding the Lu Yun sect were sparsely populated with beasts of inferior quality. But he had heard that the Million Great Mountains to the south boasted an abundance of these creatures, having even experienced several large-scale beast tides. This location was favored by cultivators from nearby sects for its rich hunting grounds. Thus, Liu requested a brief leave from Elder Zhao and mounted a swift steed, racing toward the nearest temporary market of the Million Great Mountains. Meanwhile, on another front, Zhang Linger had made significant progress in her investigation of Lu Yu. Inferior spiritual roots? A discarded son of the Lu family? Was that all? She scoffed at the information in her hands, bemused. The Lu family was an inconsequential clan, lacking even a single foundational cultivator. Even if he were not a castaway, what of it? She held the head of the Lu family in utter disdain. Reflecting on how a mere impoverished youth could occupy her thoughts for days, she felt as though she was regressing in her own life. Humph, what of his good looks? This fairy was a being he could never hope to reach. Zhang Linger swiftly regained her former confidence. The Million Great Mountains, located in the southern part of Yunzhou, spanned an unfathomable expanse, bridging the continents of Xintian and Nanming, serving as a natural barrier at the juncture of the two lands. While the name suggests 1,000,000 peaks, the actual number of mountains far exceeded this figure. Few could genuinely traverse the Million Great Mountains, not even the legendary transformation cultivators dared to attempt it lightly. The beasts within these mountains were not merely abundant, they were so numerous that one could describe their presence as overwhelming. Whenever the population of beasts reached a certain threshold, large-scale tides would form, wreaking havoc and causing significant casualties along the borders of nearby continents. Consequently, the sects in the southern regions vigorously encouraged their disciples to venture into the Million Great Mountains to hunt these beasts and mitigate the likelihood of such tides. The Lu Yun sect stationed there bore a significant responsibility for defending against the beast tides emerging from the Million Great Mountains. Upon Lu Yu's arrival at the bustling temporary market of Million Great Mountain, he was greeted by a flurry of activity, with practitioners bustling about, peddling materials harvested from demonic beasts and elixirs. Additionally, numerous individuals were forming hunting parties to venture into the mountains. And he even discerned the presence of several professional demon hunters. Lu Yu possessed a modicum of understanding regarding this profession. Demon hunters are practitioners who subsist by slaying demonic beasts to procure valuable materials. The entirety of a demonic beast is a treasure trove. Its fangs and horns serve as excellent materials for forging, while its fur and essence are prized for talisman crafting. Even the spiritual flesh can sustain practitioners. However, becoming a demon hunter necessitates extensive survival skills in the wilderness, alongside formidable martial prowess and suitable equipment, an endeavor not suited for the faint-hearted. It is a profession fraught with risks yet brimming with potential rewards. Had it not been for that mystical little sword, he might have joined their ranks. Nonetheless, he now had a superior option. After a brief observation, Liu felt he had garnered sufficient insight into the situation. He approached a group composed of disciples from the Lu Yun sect and inquired, "Esteemed brothers, might I join your party to venture into the mountains? What is your cultivation level? What equipment do you possess?" A leading practitioner queried. "Sixth layer of chi refinement, wielding a low-grade spiritual sword," Liu replied. "Is that all? How humble." The leader's disdain was palpable. Clearly, he was astonished that someone could fare so poorly. The individuals present had generally begun their cultivation at a young age. And the fact that Lu Yu, at 17 or 18, remained at the sixth layer of chi refinement with a weapon that was merely the lowest grade issued at the onset was indeed surprising. Had he spent all these years languishing in mediocrity? Feeling a surge of embarrassment, Lu Yu's cheeks flushed with heat. The disparity between himself and the other practitioners was stark. After searching in vain for an accepting party, he resigned himself to solitude, shouldering his mysterious iron sword as he ventured alone into the million-great mountain. Had he not survived the hail of bullets in his past life? He reassured himself, I shall remain at the periphery and flee at the first sign of danger. Drawing upon his wilderness survival experience from his previous life, he carefully gripped the iron sword. Proceeding with caution while remaining vigilant for various spiritual entities and threats lurking within the forest. His reflexes felt sluggish. It seemed imperative to seek out a more adept light-footed technique. Lacking defensive equipment, recovery items, and antidotes, he soon recognized a multitude of shortcomings. His approach had been far too hasty. The forest was eerily silent, surrounded by towering, dense trees, with only the occasional chirp of birds and rustle of beasts breaking the stillness. To ascertain the presence of hidden dangers, he occasionally hurled small stones like darts into the thick underbrush. Suddenly, a large spiritual rat darted out from a thicket, startling him considerably. Fortunately, the rat's intentions were not aimed at him, it merely swept past and vanished into the foliage. The size of the spirit mouse here is truly remarkable. Nearly comparable to that of a cat from a past life. Moreover, its speed is astonishing. Should it charge at me, evading its grasp would indeed be a challenge. Fortunately, it was merely a false alarm. Ah, what is this? Poisonous withered grass? Lu Yu suddenly halted his steps, gazing intently at an object nestled within the thicket ahead. Poisonous withered grass is a first-tier toxic plant, appearing rather unremarkable and indistinguishable from other weeds. However, it emits a faint toxic mist within a radius of 1 yard. Inhaling even a small breath of it would leave one utterly fatigued and pallid. Although this plant is not lethal, it incessantly erodes a cultivator's spiritual energy, significantly diminishing their chances of survival in the wilderness. Had Lu Yu inadvertently passed by it moments ago, he might have unwittingly fallen victim. As for the venomous fire ants, they do not even qualify as a first-tier toxin, yet their numbers are overwhelming, infesting the forest almost everywhere. A single bite would lead to excruciating pain, leaving one in a state of torment. The forest is fraught with peril. In a mere half-day, Lu Yu has already encountered over a dozen varieties of toxic plants and creatures once spoken of by the original owner. Chapter 11, The Giant-Toothed Porcupine. These creatures were still relatively inferior. The truly formidable beings could bring instant demise upon encounter. Lu Yu could only apply some herbs to his body to ward off venomous insects while striving to conceal his presence, aiming to avoid disturbing the beasts of the forest. He navigated the woods with utmost caution, and by nightfall, he had scarcely crossed a few hills. As darkness descended, Lu Yu sought refuge in a rocky cave, igniting a small fire and setting up obstacles at the entrance before settling down to rest within. The following morning, Lu Yu resumed his journey. After several hours of searching, he finally identified a suitable target, a first-tier giant-toothed porcupine. The porcupine was not lacking in vigilance, as Lu Yu attempted to approach stealthily. It immediately sensed him and charged out from the nearby thicket. The creature's robust physique resembled that of a yak, with two incredibly sharp fangs that glimmered with a metallic sheen. Faced with the porcupine's aggressive advance, Lu Yu felt a surge of trepidation and quickly ascended the nearest tree. However, the porcupine, undeterred, barreled forward, crashing through the tree with ease. Cornered, Lu Yu realized this was not the time for fear. He composed himself swiftly and, at the moment the tree fell, he flipped over and thrust downward. With a sharp sound, his inferior-grade sword of iron-like sharpness nearly pierced the surface of the porcupine's tough hide, leaving only a shallow wound. Such formidable defenses were astounding. Cursing inwardly, Lu Yu hastily withdrew and rolled aside. The porcupine, now agitated, charged forward with renewed ferocity. As it turned back to him with accelerated speed, Lu Yu calculated the timing of its approach, leaping with all his strength and skillfully kicking off a nearby tree to execute a sweeping attack. The sword grazed the porcupine's body, yet only managed to inflict a superficial scratch. The creature, further enraged, became even more frenzied. It was evident that he could not inflict substantial harm. He faced a choice: flee immediately or discover its vulnerabilities. However, abandoning the opportunity to confront a relatively weaker beast was an unsatisfactory notion. Rapidly contemplating his options, Lu Yu focused on the porcupine's underbelly.
the sole area with comparatively less defense. But how could he strike there? After much deliberation,
he conceived a perilous strategy: to slip beneath the porcupine and launch a surprise attack. Yet, this approach was fraught with danger.
A misstep could result in severe injury or worse.
As the porcupine charged again, Liu gritted his teeth, resolved to take the risk.
Fortune favors the bold.
With keen attention on the porcupine's rhythmic movements, he calculated the distance with precision. Just as the creature approached within 2 meters, Liu suddenly executed a sliding maneuver,
swiftly darting beneath the porcupine.
Then, with a powerful strike akin to cleaving mountains and rivers, he narrowly evaded the creature's formidable hooves. A triumphant hiss escaped him.
He had succeeded.
A massive wound marred the belly of the porcupine, which fled a considerable distance before struggling for a long while, ultimately falling silent.
Meanwhile,
Liu lay on the ground for a considerable time, before cautiously rising to his feet and slowly approaching the wild boar.
Yet, he remained profoundly shaken. Such recklessness!
He resolved never to act so impulsively again. Slapping his cheeks to regain his composure, he reflected on his satisfactory gains. Not only were the giant tusks suitable for crafting, but the wild boar meat also possessed a modicum of spiritual energy, sufficient for several days of arduous cultivation once refined.
After severing the giant tusks from the porcupine,
Liu processed several 100 pounds of wild boar meat, stowing it away in his storage bag before embarking on his journey home. Upon emerging from the depths of the Million Mountains, Liu finally exhaled, his previously taut nerves unwinding completely. The journey through the treacherous terrains of the Million Mountains had been perilous, yet he had successfully achieved his goal. The bounty he garnered filled him with satisfaction. After carefully securing the storage bag, he traversed cautiously towards the temporary marketplace, akin to a wealthy individual guarding his fortune. However, as he neared the marketplace, he abruptly halted. A faint sound reached his ears from ahead. He bent low and crept forward to investigate, discovering a chi-refining 7th-layer cultivator cornered by 3 masked bandits at an intersection. The masked assailants demanded that the cultivator relinquish his storage bag and all valuables to spare his life. Yet the cultivator, understanding the treachery behind their words, dared not comply. Surrendering the storage bag would make him an easy target for murder. Thus, he fought desperately to break free, engaging in a life-or-death struggle. Regrettably, it was not long before he was slain, his lifeless body discarded in the wilderness. Liu remained hidden within a crevice, watching the entire scene unfold,
not daring to make a sound. Only after the bandits had long since departed did he muster the courage to resume his journey.
The path of the immortal is fraught with peril, and acquiring a handful of spirit stones is no easy feat. A moment's negligence could lead to a tragic demise in the wild. Witnessing this grim spectacle extinguished the joy he felt from hunting the porcupine. He could not help but envy the inner sect disciples who could cultivate in peace, earning dozens of spirit stones each month, a truly enviable existence. It was said that apprentices in prestigious sects had an abundance of materials for crafting, a luxury that inspired jealousy. That night, in the courtyard behind the crafting shop, Liu set up a grill and roasted 2 pig legs, sharing jovial banter with old Zhao as they feasted.
"You are quite the bold one, daring to venture into the Million Mountains with such meager cultivation," old Zhao remarked, unable to suppress his astonishment.
"I regretted my recklessness once I was inside. I must not act so hastily again," Liu replied with an embarrassed smile.
"Will you dare to go again? Just don't perish in there."
"Your roasted meat is truly exceptional, and I haven't had my fill yet," old Zhao chided. "Fear not, I value my life greatly. Next time I will ensure I have absolute confidence," Liu reassured him.
"That's good to hear. By the way, what will you do with those boar tusks?"
old Zhao inquired thoughtfully.
"If you're willing to part with them, I wouldn't mind offering a handsome price."
"I intend to forge a magical artifact on my own."
"What? Do you truly wish to forge a magical artifact alone? How long have you been studying?"
Zhao Lao exclaimed, taken aback and instinctively sensing the folly in the notion.
"Master Zhao, I feel confident in my abilities." "You are far too hasty. With your talent,
it is not inconceivable that in a few years you could become a genuine craftsman.
Why risk it all now?" Zhao Lao lamented, his disappointment palpable. "In my day,
I toiled as an apprentice for 30 years before I dared to embark on independent forging. although he acknowledged that Lu Yu's recent progress was nothing short of astounding.
The prospect of him attempting to forge independently at this pace seemed excessive.
Master Zhao, I cannot wait that long, I must attempt it, regardless.
Lu Yu remained resolute.
He understood that Zhao Lao's concerns stemmed from a place of care, yet he harbored his own ambitions. He felt he had fallen too far behind and refused to resign himself to a life of mediocrity.
Thus, he resolved to take the gamble.
Chapter 12, The first forging. He was not entirely without a chance. Recently, in the illusory space, he had successfully forged 7 out of 10 magical artifacts. And he felt it was time to give it a try. Upon witnessing this, old Zhao could only sigh. He knew he could not dissuade him and had to let him come to terms with his own resolve.
The following day,
Lu Yu used all the spirit stones he possessed to purchase several pieces of the dark iron ore and purple gold required for forging the dark iron sword from the old Taoist. After a cleansing bath and lighting incense, he solemnly approached the forging table. It was finally time to commence the crafting of the magical artifact. And he fervently hoped for success. He steeled himself and began the process.
Following the most familiar protocol,
he tossed the giant tooth and several pieces of ore into the furnace for smelting, then hammered and refined each material until they shrank to their utmost limits. The giant tooth, after repeated firing and hammering, yielded only a small, palm-sized essence. The essence of the pig's tooth was to enhance the durability and strength of the artifact. The purple gold was chosen for its excellent spirit conduction properties, serving as a conduit for the formation's spiritual energy once integrated into the artifact. Once all the materials were refined, the next step was to mix them together in specific proportions and smelt them for fusion. He hammered while using his spiritual sense to perceive the internal structure, ensuring that the sword embryo gradually took shape, with the various materials distributed as planned. This was a lengthy process. Any imperfection in the internal structure would necessitate reworking. Lu Yu devoted 2 whole days to meticulous adjustments before successfully forging a satisfactory base. The final step involved inscribing the formation within the sword embryo using his spiritual sense and spiritual power. He selected the simplest formation for compressing and storing spiritual energy for instant release, designed to gather the input spiritual energy, compress it to its utmost, and then unleash it explosively from the blade, bestowing the sword with the ability to slice through iron like mud. Although the formation only required a few dozen lines to be inscribed, even the slightest miscalculation could lead to failure. As he began the engraving, Lu Yu concentrated intensely, perceiving the internal structure of the sword embryo. After a considerable time, he gradually locked onto the starting point for the inscription. Taking a deep breath, he allowed his spiritual power to surge, combining it with his spiritual sense as he delicately maneuvered to the designated engraving spot. However, despite having simulated the process multiple times within the illusory space, the pressure he felt when actually inscribing the artifact astounded him. The tactile sensations in the illusory space were indeed vivid, yet they lacked the weight of reality. The most fundamental difference lay in his mindset. A single magical artifact required dozens of spirit stones, and a failure would mean the loss of several months' worth of income. A pressure that was unimaginable to him. Moreover, inscribing the formation tested not only his skill and technique but also consumed immense amounts of spiritual power and mental acuity. Just like practicing calligraphy in a past life, the result was not always in accordance with one's intentions. Sometimes, despite envisioning a particular outcome, the actual result would differ dramatically. With all his focus, he engraved for several hours before finally reaching the 10th spiritual line. However, perhaps due to overwhelming pressure, when he reached the 11th engraving, a slight miscalculation in his spiritual energy control led to the instantaneous collapse of the entire formation. In an instant, he lost several spirit stones and a pair of porcupine quills, leaving Lu Yu in a state of deep frustration. This setback was truly significant. The art of crafting was indeed not as easily mastered as he had hoped. After exhausting all his resources, he finally relinquished his fantasies and returned to diligently working in the small shop. Throughout Lu Yu's attempts at crafting, old Zhao had been observing closely. Upon witnessing the inevitable failure of the endeavor, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was not out of schadenfreude, rather, had Lu Yu succeeded, he would have been compelled to question his own existence. As time progressed into January, a new year dawned. Recalling that he had not undertaken a sect mission in quite some time, he realized that if he did not return soon, he might face expulsion. Thus, Lu Yu requested a leave of absence from old Zhao and made his way back to the Flowing Cloud sect. The disadvantage of being an outer disciple was that one was required to complete a sufficient number of tasks for the sect each year. Unlike inner disciples who could devote themselves solely to cultivation without distractions. After several months away, the sect still exuded an ethereal aura. With elegant fairies soaring on their swords and various beast mounts gracefully ascending and descending. Upon returning to the vicinity of the stone house, he was greeted by a stout, fair-skinned fellow radiating warmth. "Little Lou, you have finally returned. I thought you had become despondent and taken your own life. How could that be?" "I am now wholly devoted to the path. No matter how troubled I might feel, I would never resort to such an end," Liu replied, feeling a surge of joy upon seeing Wang Hao again. He was the only friend the original owner had truly connected with over the years. "That's wonderful, truly wonderful." Wang Hao chuckled, patting Liu on the shoulder. "By the way, have you truly severed ties with Li Sisi? Although I have already heard the rumors. I wanted to confirm." "Of course," Liu affirmed. "At last, you have come to your senses. A person like Li Sisi is not someone we, as humble individuals, could ever hope to retain, so do not dwell on it any longer." Wang Hao's expression was one of genuine relief, as he was sincerely happy for Liu. The reckless youth who once threw himself into danger had caused him considerable distress. "Do I appear to be dwelling on it?" Liu retorted. "You do not appear to. But you certainly are." Wang Hao responded with conviction. Liu was momentarily speechless. He had long since lost any feelings for Li Sisi. His disappointment lay solely with the Liu family. The family had promised that as long as he could enter the Flowing Cloud sect, the family would provide 2 spirit stones worth of resources each month. However, since he was identified as having inferior spiritual roots, the family had ceased all communication. And he had yet to see a single spirit stone. It was abundantly clear that he had been utterly forsaken by the Liu family. This realization rendered the sacrifices made by the original owner's parents feel utterly unjust. After bidding farewell to Wang Hao, Liu proceeded directly to the Hall of Sect Missions. Feed spiritual beasts once a day for a reward of 2 spirit stones per month. Cultivate spirit grain. Submitting 100 pounds every quarter for a reward of 5 spirit stones. Gather century-old spirit fungi from the Flowing Cloud Mountains, with each specimen yielding 10 spirit stones. Assist the refining hall in purifying ores and complete the designated tasks to earn a reward of 1 spirit stone for every pound processed. After a month of patrolling the mountains, an additional reward of 3 spirit stones awaits. The mission hall remains filled with a plethora of sect tasks. In the past, he could only choose the most arduous and exhausting options, such as mining or herb gathering. However, now he finds himself with a wider array of choices. After consecutively selecting several tasks involving ore purification and the forging of tool blanks, he collected the materials and began his seclusion. With Liu's current skills, these tasks posed little challenge. It wasn't long before he amassed sufficient sect contribution points to claim a year's worth of cultivation resources, totaling 24 spirit stones. In comparison to a year prior, he now approached tasks with newfound confidence. With spirit stones in hand, Liu's thoughts became more vibrant. He yearned to forge another magical artifact and truly become a master craftsman. Yet, the crafting of such artifacts still demanded high-quality materials, and acquiring them through purchase would undoubtedly incur significant costs. Chapter 13, The Ambush. Should I venture once more into the perilous expanse of the Million Great Mountains? The thought emerged, and no matter how much he tried to suppress it, it remained unyielding. Ultimately, he was unwilling to resign himself to mediocrity. However, the inherent dangers of the region necessitated thorough preparation. Thus, he invested a considerable sum at the market, procuring an array of medicinal pills and supplies. Before once again mounting his steed, the Windchaser, and hastening towards the Million Great Mountains. Days passed, and deep within the mountains, by the edge of a tranquil pool, a mystical creature known as the Lynxy Beast was leisurely quenching its thirst. Unbeknownst to it, a pair of eyes lurked in the nearby foliage, observing with unwavering focus. The owner of these eyes was Liu, who had been silently lying in ambush by the small pool for several days. His body was smeared with green plant juices and various costly powders designed to repel insects and suppress scent, and he was clad in a disguise of foliage. He remained motionless in the underbrush, blending seamlessly with the surroundings, rendering him nearly invisible from a distance. The Million Great Mountains were fraught with peril. Rather than floundering aimlessly like a headless fly, it was wiser to lie in wait for an opportunity. He had scouted the area and discerned that this pool was the only nearby water source, a place the beasts would inevitably visit.
As anticipated,
several creatures had lingered in this vicinity over the past few days, yet none had presented themselves as suitable targets.
Consistently cautious, he refrained from striking unless he possessed absolute certainty.
After several fruitless days, he found himself silently praying for a fitting opportunity to materialize. The lynxy beast before him piqued his interest, for its prominent horn gleamed with a verdant luster and was exceptionally sharp, ideal for crafting exquisite artifacts. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned that this lynxy beast possessed cultivation at the mid-stage of chi refinement, and thus he realized that once again, he would return empty-handed. Regrettably, with his current strength, few suitable targets presented themselves. Lu Yu felt a twinge of despondency. After observing for a while without any prospects, he resolved to retreat slowly. However, before he could make a move, a sudden tumult erupted from the water, as a massive gray python erupted from the depths, lunging at the lynxy beast. The lynxy beast, struck on its hind leg, let out a piercing cry of pain. Astonished, Lu Yu's eyes widened at the sight. The realization that he had been meandering nearby for days,
unknowingly in proximity to such a creature, sent a chill down his spine.
Fortuitously, the python did not pursue him, otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Reacting swiftly to the attack, the lynxy beast retaliated, thrusting its sharp horn towards the python and flinging it away with a powerful sweep. Perhaps aware that it would not fare well, the lynxy beast chose to flee instead of engaging further. The python, seemingly injured by the horn, did not pursue but rather retreated to the depths of the pool.
Might there be an opportunity?
Lu Yu glanced at the wound on the lynxy beast and, without hesitation,
resolved to follow.
Although the python's skin was enticing, he lacked confidence in engaging in combat within the water.
Instead, the lynxy beast bore wounds that had darkened ominously,
clearly indicating it had been poisoned.
Yet, despite its injuries, the lynxy beast's speed remained remarkably swift, and its endurance was extraordinary.
Lu Yu exerted his utmost to channel his skills, relentlessly pursuing the creature for the better part of a day. Yet he was unable to close the distance and could only maintain a distant chase. Had it not been for his inexplicably robust recovery ability,
he might have truly lost track of it.
Fortunately, the poison took a deeper hold on the lynxy beast, and after several hours, it gradually slowed down, eventually becoming unsteady. Upon closer inspection, Lu Yu discovered that the wound from the bite had turned as dark as ink, slowly seeping black blood. He continued his pursuit for another half hour before the lynxy beast finally ceased its struggle and collapsed with a thunderous thud. Remarkably, he had stumbled upon an unexpected windfall.
Lu Yu found it hard to believe.
Cautiously, he consumed an antidote pill before approaching to gather the remnants. He merely severed a lynxy horn and departed. For the beast's flesh was laced with deadly toxins, which he dared not touch. Having secured the horn, Lu Yu did not linger but made his way out of the million great mountains. Fortune does not favor one indefinitely, safeguarding the fruits of victory is paramount. The journey back was smooth, devoid of the previous encounters he had faced. Upon locating the market, he mounted his swift steed, the wind-chasing horse,
and hastened towards Lianyun City with unwavering determination.
However, as he passed through a dense thicket, an unexpected occurrence transpired.
Accompanied by a faint shrill whistle, a dart unexpectedly hurtled towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yu leaped sideways from his horse, fell to the ground, and rolled into the grass by the roadside.
This series of actions, seemingly intricate, transpired in an instant, thanks to the instinctive reactions honed from dodging bullets in a past life.
Alas, despite his swiftness, the dart grazed his skin.
This was dire, the dart was poisoned. Clutching his wound, Lu Yu soon felt a creeping numbness spreading through him.
Was this where his journey would end? His expression darkened ominously.
Hey, boy, come out, I know you've been poisoned.
A masked cultivator of the 7th level of chi refinement called out triumphantly from behind a tree.
He was supremely confident in his dart-throwing skills, having succeeded countless times with this particular talent. He had witnessed the dart strike its target and felt no urgency to approach, he simply awaited the onset of the poison.
"Senior, may I inquire where I have offended you?"
Lu Yu asked, bewildered.
"Ha, you haven't offended me, you're just unfortunate to have crossed paths with me."
I seek wealth, so hand over your storage bag, and I might show mercy and spare your life.
The masked cultivator was in high spirits at that moment.
Upon hearing this, Lu Yu felt a wave of disdain wash over him. Presenting his storage bag would only hasten his demise, only a fool would do such a thing.
Nonetheless, he feigned compliance while swiftly searching for an antidote.
Senior, I am gravely injured, my storage bag is right here. Please, come and take it yourself, Lu Yu said,
silently praying for a fortunate outcome.
To his surprise, the masked man indeed fell for the ruse.
Heh, young lad, do you think you can deceive me? This ruse is rather juvenile.
The masked figure initially intended to advance for a closer inspection, but upon hearing these words, he hesitated,
choosing instead to remain stationary and silently count down the time until the poison took effect.
He understood that a final strike from prey on the verge of death could be formidable, though he harbored no fear of this inexperienced youth at the 6th level of Qi training. Yet, years of experience instilled a cautious disposition that compelled him to wait. It was precisely this cautious nature that had allowed him to navigate his journey as a solitary cultivator thus far.
Seeing this, Lu Yu seized the moment to channel his energy and expel the poison.
After several cycles of circulating his spiritual power, although he had not completely purged the toxin, he felt the numbness gradually recede, and the wound was swiftly clotting and healing. Aware of this change, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of relief.
Simultaneously,
he marveled at his astonishing recovery ability, which was far beyond that of an ordinary individual. Could it be related to the little sword? Once the sensation of numbness diminished significantly, Lu Yu quickly concealed himself amidst the underbrush.
Hey, lad, do you still require the antidote?
The somewhat bored masked cultivator called out intermittently, hoping to gauge Lu Yu's condition.
Chapter 14. The azure-edged sword. However, the grass thicket remained eerily silent. Could it be that this fellow truly met his demise?
The masked cultivator, exercising caution, opted to wait for approximately another quarter of an hour. Feeling that the time had come, he ambled towards the thicket where Lu Yu had concealed himself, his demeanor composed. Yet, as he circled around, he found no trace of anyone. Instead, from the opposite side, a sword lunged forth with the swiftness of lightning, delivering a sharp pang of pain.
The masked cultivator promptly retreated in haste. How is this possible?
You were struck by my poison dart, how could you be unscathed? The masked figure gazed in astonishment at Lu Yu, who emerged from the shadows. However, Lu Yu offered no response. Choosing instead to unleash the full potential of his flowing cloud sword technique, engaging in a fierce battle with the masked opponent. Despite the masked man's cultivation level being at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, his training was primarily focused on throwing darts, resulting in a close-quarters combat prowess that was quite comparable to Lu Yu's. The two exchanged wounds, a brutal clash of endurance.
Ordinarily, with the masked man's 7th layer cultivation,
he would hold a significant advantage. Nevertheless, Lu Yu's recovery ability was astonishing. Although he appeared battered, the injuries he sustained were merely superficial and would soon heal and scar over. After an extended period of fierce combat, during which hundreds of strikes were exchanged, the masked man's spiritual energy began to wane, his reaction slowing, while Lu Yu grew increasingly invigorated.
How could this be? How is it that he can endure longer than I? The masked cultivator silently lamented.
It must be a ruse, he must be merely putting on a brave front.
The masked man pressed on, attempting to outlast his opponent.
Yet, after enduring several more exchanges, he realized that Lu Yu showed no signs of exhaustion.
And fear began to creep in. What manner of anomaly is this? He appears nothing like someone at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Ultimately,
the masked man feigned an attack, broke free from the fray, and fled. He had no desire to confront such a reckless adversary any further, fearing that a moment's lapse could lead to his own downfall.
Watching the masked figure retreat, Lu Yu chose not to pursue. After all,
his own condition was far from ideal, a second assailant would be more than he could endure.
Thus, he quickly departed the scene, dragging his weary form away.
Days swiftly passed, and upon Lu Yu's return to his modest artifact forging shop, he discovered that his injuries had completely healed, leaving no scars behind.
This realization filled Lu Yu with a sense of fortune.
In early February, on a serene morning, after bathing and burning incense,
Lu Yu prepared himself once more to forge magical artifacts.
Reflecting on his previous failures, he approached this endeavor with extraordinary patience, meticulously purifying, merging, and inscribing formations,
striving for perfection with each step.
During the inscribing phase, he remained unhurried, patiently concentrating his spiritual awareness within the base of the artifact, continuously sensing the intricate internal structure until he was certain of its flawless integrity. Only then did he gradually channel his spiritual energy, allowing it to flow ceaselessly toward the designated inscribing location. This time, his approach was deliberate and remarkably steady, his mindset akin to that of a meditative monk, devoid of any fluctuation. Efforts are not in vain for the diligent. After 5 days, a brand new black iron sword was finally forged. Gazing at the azure-hued gleaming sword of profound iron in his hand, Liu felt a tinge of bittersweet emotion. After enduring countless hardships, he had finally become a genuine craftsman of weapons. Meanwhile, old Zhao, witnessing this scene, was rendered speechless with astonishment.
"Is this truly your creation?"
Old Zhao had inquired more than once.
"Have you not been observing all along?"
Lu Yu was left momentarily at a loss for words.
"This is utterly absurd. Could it be that you have been masquerading as a fool?"
Old Zhao felt a wave of unease, realizing that he had squandered years in ignorance. "Consider me as a fool, if you will," Lu Yu replied, having grown weary of further explanations. Having attained the status of a genuine first-tier weapon craftsman,
Lu Yu's treatment changed dramatically.
Old Zhao immediately elevated his monthly stipend to 5 spirit stones plus commission and personally escorted him to the nearby Craftsman's Guild to obtain his first-tier craftsman badge. The newly forged sword, noted for its exceptional sharpness and a slight armor-piercing attribute, reached the pinnacle of low-grade magical weapons and was named the Azure Edge by Lu Yu. As for the standard profound iron sword issued by the sect, Lu Yu sold it for 90 spirit stones.
A profound iron sword like the Azure Edge,
embedded with materials from magical beasts and possessing a sharpness characteristic, could fetch approximately 150 spirit stones if sold, and it was quite sought after.
However,
he deemed it to be a fine match for himself and intended to keep it for personal use.
After all, what man could be without a splendid sword?
Finally possessing a modest sum of spirit stones, Lu Yu felt invigorated and ready to take action. With a heart buoyed by his newfound wealth, he ambled through the streets,
feeling a sense of elation.
For the first time since his arrival in this realm, he held such a substantial amount of wealth.
Without hesitation,
he made his way to the market, heading straight for the medicinal herb district. He had been stagnating at the 6th layer of qi refinement for quite some time, and he was determined to break through swiftly this time.
It must be said that the layout of Lianyun City was commendable,
with all the apothecary shops conveniently clustered in one area.
However, with so many establishments available, which one should he choose? Without a moment's hesitation,
he instinctively approached the most opulent of the shops. After all, he believed that only the most luxurious store would befit his current stature.
Indeed,
the largest shop offered superior service, and even the receptionist was strikingly beautiful and charming. Approaching the most exquisite and fairest of the attendants, Lu Yu commanded with a flourish,
"Fetch me a vial of your finest essence nourishing pill."
Having earned a bit of wealth, it was only natural to indulge in a display of his fortune, otherwise,
what was the point of earning it?
As expected, upon uttering those words, nearby female cultivators turned their attention toward him, their faces adorned with admiration.
"Certainly, just a moment."
The fair attendant replied politely, her voice melodious. Shortly thereafter, she produced an exquisitely crafted small vial and placed it before Lu Yu, her eyes sparkling as she observed him. "This is a premium essence nourishing pill, priced at 300 spirit stones."
"How much?"
Upon hearing this figure, Lu Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he found himself momentarily flustered. The exquisite Peiyuan pill, priced at 15 spirit stones each, totals 20 pieces here. The fair-skinned female cultivator, suppressing a smile, patiently explained.
"Why is it so expensive?"
Lu Yu's face turned a shade of green. He had always believed that Peiyuan pills cost merely a few spirit stones each. Never anticipating such exorbitance, it seemed he had been overly confident.
He could sense the nearby female cultivators stifling their laughter.
Even the fair-skinned cultivator before him regarded him with an odd glimmer in her eyes, as though she were withholding something. "This is a premium Peiyuan pill. adorned with 3 intricate pill patterns, and its efficacy surpasses that of an ordinary Peiyuan pill by several folds, hence the slightly elevated price, the fair-skinned cultivator elaborated politely. I see that I shall take 3 for now. I will return for the rest another day, Liu admitted, feeling averse to meeting her gaze. Regretting his earlier bravado. Very well, please hold on. Soon, after receiving the Peiyuan pills from the fair-skinned cultivator, Liu hastily dropped the spirit stones and fled through the door. He dared not linger, for the embarrassment was too great, even after distancing himself. He felt a burning flush on his face. Put. Once outside, one of the female cultivators in the shop could no longer contain her laughter. Miss. That gentleman's expression was utterly foolish. The fair-skinned cultivator, referred to as Miss, could not help but reveal a subtle smile at the remark. Chapter 15, Illusory Trial. The expenditure of spirit stones was indeed disheartening. Having purchased merely a few medicinal pills, he found himself with a significant depletion of his resources. As Liu ambled down the street, a pang of regret gnawed at him. With the remaining spirit stones, he resolved to acquire 2 sets of materials for forging the Xian iron sword. His cultivation level was insufficient, and he dared not venture into the Million Great Mountains for the time being. After careful consideration, he turned once more towards the district of raw materials. In the materials district, order was a rare commodity. Most vendors were scattered in disarray, with only a handful of larger shops. However, these makeshift stalls offered the advantage of lower prices and a diverse array of goods. Before long, he procured all the necessary materials and returned to his modest shop to enter a state of seclusion. The efficacy of the top-grade Peiyuan Dan was indeed remarkable. Upon consuming the first pill, he felt a palpable increase in his spiritual energy. By the time he absorbed the final Peiyuan Dan, the spiritual energy within his dantian had expanded by a third, surpassing the gains of several months of meditation and cultivation. This newfound reservoir of energy was surely sufficient for the crafting of inferior-grade magical artifacts. Thus, he retrieved 2 sets of materials and commenced the forging process once again. After all, the acquisition of spirit stones was of paramount importance. Successfully crafting 1 set would merely break even, 2 successes would yield a considerable profit, while a complete failure would spell disaster. Although Liu had previously succeeded in forging a Qingfeng sword, he remained uncertain whether he could replicate that success with these 2 sets of materials. The outcome of artifact forging relied not only on experience and cultivation but also heavily on fortune. With unwavering focus, he engaged in the processes of purification, fusion, and array inscription. Just as the final line of the inscription appeared poised for completion, a sudden explosion resounded, and the array collapsed. His mood shifted abruptly to one of gravity. All efforts seemed in vain. What a pity! After taking a full day to recuperate and restore himself to peak condition, he prepared to forge the second sword. However, the pressure was undeniably greater this time, for another failure would leave him destitute. Liu, burdened by the weight of expectation, hesitated to begin. Alas, his state of mind was still insufficiently tempered. Should he fail, he would have no choice but to brave the dangers of the Million Great Mountains once more. With a self-reassuring thought, he steeled himself and concentrated his efforts on the forging process. Methodically, he proceeded with purification, fusion, and array inscription. Everything felt familiar and orderly. His consciousness remained tightly focused on the conditions within the Xian iron sword. Only 2 lines remained. Persevere. Steady now. As time passed, beads of perspiration began to form on Liu's forehead. He lost track of how long it had been when, suddenly, he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Success! Liu exhaled deeply, collapsing in relief. Fortuitously, he had not transformed into a pauper once more. This Xian iron sword, however, was inferior to the last, fetching only 90 spirit stones. Nevertheless, Liu felt a sense of contentment. He swiftly sold the Xian iron sword and, foregoing the purchase of additional Peiyuan Dan, opted instead to acquire 3 sets of materials for forging the Xian iron sword. The pressure of managing 2 sets was overwhelming. He could no longer endure that suffocating sensation. Adjusting his mindset, Liu resumed his endeavors. This time, fortune smiled upon him, and he succeeded in his first attempt at refining. He had managed to break even. Could he replicate this success?
If he were to succeed a second time, it would undoubtedly yield a substantial profit. Lu Yu silently hoped for the best. Eagerly, he commenced the refining process once more.
However, perhaps due to his premature relation and unstable mindset, he experienced 2 consecutive failures.
Alas, he was too impatient. Unable to maintain a tranquil demeanor amidst success and failure. Reflecting on his missteps, Lu Yu took a brief respite before purchasing 3 more sets of materials for refining. As long as he could successfully refine at least one from these 3 sets, he would recoup his investment, alleviating much of the pressure. Fortunately,
this time he successfully refined 2 pieces, earning a total of 180 spirit stones. Without hesitation, he acquired several nourishing pills and 4 additional sets of materials. Retreating once more to focus on his craft. For the ensuing months, Lu Yu found himself deeply engrossed in the art of refinement. Each time he succeeded in crafting a piece, he would procure more materials. Upon successfully creating 2 pieces, he would indulge in purchasing additional nourishing pills to enhance his cultivation. Yet, he had yet to achieve the feat of refining 3 pieces in one go. Due to his frequent purchases of medicinal pills, the female cultivators at the apothecary began to regard him with newfound respect. One day, Lu Yu sensed that the spiritual energy within his dantian had reached its limit. Consequently, he consumed the last 2 nourishing pills in one gulp. As the pills took effect, the spiritual power within his dantian surged, and with a resounding bang, the long-standing barrier was shattered. He had reached the 7th layer of qi refinement. A wave of exhilaration washed over him. However, before he could fully process his joy, the little sword, which had been unresponsive, suddenly flickered, and several lines of text gradually emerged. Refinement assessment. Please forge a qualified magical item within the illusion. Sword technique assessment. Please master a sword technique and withstand 100 strikes within the illusion. An illusion assessment? What illusion? Just as Lu Yu's thoughts concluded, he felt a sudden darkness envelop him, and when he reappeared, he found himself in a dimly lit space. Within this realm, a swordsman clad in black approached him, wielding a sword identical to Lu Yu's without uttering a word, intent on attacking. Wait, what is happening here? As Lu Yu hastily drew his Qingfeng sword to defend himself, he inquired of the black-clad figure. Yet, the swordsman paid him no heed and continued his relentless assault. Ah, autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. A single stroke severing mountains and rivers, wasn't that a technique from the flowing cloud swordsmanship? Lu Yu was both astonished and evasive. However, believing he could evade the attack, he was oblivious to the blade that suddenly emerged, piercing through his abdomen, sending a wave of genuine pain coursing through him. He was instantly vanquished. When Lu Yu awoke once more, he discovered himself back in his room. He quickly examined his body, finding no injuries, only a slight ache in his spirit, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out he had merely entered an illusion with his spirit, thankfully. Was that the illusion assessment for the sword technique? What about the refinement assessment? Just then, the little sword appeared to comprehend his thoughts, emitting a flash of light. And he was once again transported into an extraordinary refinement workshop. The workshop bears a striking resemblance to the previous illusionary realm, yet it is marked by notable distinctions. Primarily, this space does not manifest according to one's imagination but is instead defined by fixed surroundings. Moreover, the materials available at the forging table are not of varying tiers, rather, they consist exclusively of first-tier resources. Observing the array of colorful ores within the workshop, Lu Yu selected a few of the most commonly utilized materials and began to concentrate on the process of refinement. He had nearly grasped the nature of this so-called illusionary artifact assessment. However, just as he successfully forged a low-grade magical instrument, a cold, indifferent voice suddenly echoed, "Quality not up to standard, assessment failed." How could something so flawless be deemed inadequate? Lu Yu could not help but question the meaning of life. Yet, before he could voice his grievances, he was expelled from the illusionary realm once again. It seemed that the flow of time within this assessment diverged from that of the outside world. A day had passed inside while merely 2 hours elapsed externally. With the challenges proving so formidable, he could only wonder what extraordinary rewards awaited those who succeeded in the illusionary assessment. Without hesitation, Lu Yu summoned his small sword and re-entered the illusion. Failure in refinement, quality not acceptable. Chapter 16, Shadowy Steps for a Considerable Duration. Lu Yu became engrossed in the assessment, immersing himself in the illusionary realm whenever time permitted, relentlessly challenging and practicing. Despite an increasing success rate in forging, the quality remained unsatisfactory. Similarly, his sword techniques were repeatedly thwarted, unable to withstand even 10 moves, leaving him unable to progress. Exhausted in both body and spirit, Lu Yu reluctantly concluded his seclusion. He had come to realize that mere brute force would not suffice, he needed to seek alternative approaches. Coincidentally, he had amassed several hundred spirit stones during this time and decided to revisit the marketplace. Hereditary techniques, being sold at a bargain. Don't miss out. A middle-aged man bellowed from a stall. The marketplace buzzed with an extraordinary vibrancy, an array of martial arts techniques continuously emerging. However, the man as called quickly drew a crowd, including Lu Yu, primarily due to the captivating phrase hereditary techniques. Is this genuine? Why is this technique incomplete? One might wonder. Of course, if it weren't incomplete, why would it be for sale? Most of the onlookers were merely talkers, with the middle-aged man shouting for a long while without making a single sale. Curiosity piqued, Lu Yu squeezed in for a closer look. The stall displayed a mid-tier yellow-grade knife technique, frenzied blade method, and a superior yellow-grade sword technique, Ching Song sword technique, along with advanced yellow-grade spells like storm art and thick earth technique. Surprisingly, there was even a fragmented movement technique, shadowy steps, possessing only the first 2 forms, while the others remained incomplete, yet the asking price was a staggering 400 spirit stones. Could this shadowy steps truly be a hereditary technique? Lu Yu picked it up and examined the descriptions of the first 2 forms, sensing a certain extraordinary quality, particularly suited to complement sword techniques. Can you offer a better price for the shadowy steps? Lu Yu inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. Ah, young brother, you possess a keen eye. This technique is said to have been acquired from an ancient ruin. 400 spirit stones is the bare minimum, truly not negotiable, the middle-aged cultivator replied. How kitsch. I wonder how many people have fallen for this trick, someone from the crowd scoffed. How about 200 spirit stones? If agreeable, I shall take it, Lu Yu retorted confidently. That is too low, at least 350. 250 then, if that works, I'll take it, if not, then so be it. Lu Yu countered once more, raising his offer slightly. All right then, I'll sell it to you at that price. The middle-aged cultivator readily acquiesced, seemingly fearful of Lu Yu changing his mind. Is that all? He agreed so easily? Lu Yu felt a bit bewildered, questioning whether his offer was still too generous. It appeared that this trade was indeed quite profound. Yet, having voiced his offer, he found it difficult to retract. Oh well, if I've been duped, so be it, one learns from experience. Without further hesitation, Lu Yu swiftly completed the transaction. Young, inexperienced individuals are truly easy to deceive. The moment it is mentioned to be from a ruin, they are hooked, the onlookers jeered, witnessing the sale take place. Indeed, after experiencing deception multiple times, one eventually learns that ancient techniques are not so plentiful. Listening to the discussions of others, Lu Yu felt his heart bleed, in a desperate attempt to escape this sorrowful place. He lost interest in anything else and made his way directly back to the small shop. The initial steps of the cloud shadow technique were indeed remarkable. After several days of arduous practice, he managed to execute it passably before once again entering the illusionary realm to face challenges. With the cloud shadow technique at his disposal, he mused that perhaps he would not be instantly defeated this time. The black-clad swordsman in the illusion, however, wasted no words and charged at him with lethal intent. With a sweeping strike akin to autumn winds dispersing leaves, Lu Yu hastily summoned his spiritual energy to execute the cloud shadow technique, swiftly retreating and leaving only an afterimage behind. The swordsman, having missed his target, paused momentarily before launching another strike, which Lu Yu narrowly evaded with a deft sidestep. At last, he rejoiced internally at not being instantly vanquished. Yet, it wasn't long before he was utterly stunned. The black-clad swordsman had also employed the cloud shadow technique, executing it with an astonishing flair that was so rapid, Lu Yu could hardly discern the shadow. Could this truly be the same lackluster technique he had purchased? Its effects were beyond his imagination. Observing the moves, he noted the striking resemblance, but there were additional steps involved. Before he could delve deeper into contemplation, The swordsman executed a series of dazzling flashes, delivering a strike right before Lu Yu, which resulted in excruciating pain in his soul.
And he was unceremoniously expelled from the illusionary realm once more. Defeated again.
Lu Yu lamented his misfortune. Yet, the fact that the cloud shadow technique exhibited such exquisite results was undeniably impressive. Moreover, the illusionary realm had the capacity to enhance incomplete techniques, which was a delightful surprise. For the next half year, Lu Yu devoted himself to relentless sword practice, weapon refinement, and mastering the technique. Whenever he acquired spiritual stones, he would purchase elixirs to elevate his cultivation, and he frequently entered the illusionary realm for training.
The realm could only be accessed through one's soul,
and its flow of time seemed distinct from the outside world. 10 days spent within equated to merely a day outside.
Before each weapon refinement, Lu Yu would rehearse multiple times within the illusion until he achieved absolute certainty.
The low-grade magical artifacts he crafted were displayed for sale in the shop, including swords, blades,
and shields.
Thanks to their competitive pricing, he successfully sold over 20 pieces within a few months. With a high success rate, his profits outweighed losses, and after 6 months, Lu Yu made significant advancements in every aspect. Not only had he perfected the cloud shadow technique into a double flash, but he could also execute the formidable double slash when paired with the flowing cloud sword technique, while his cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 7th layer of qi refinement. During this time, Elder Zhao had been closely observing Lu Yu. Witnessing the increasing success rate of Lu Yu's weapon refinement, he couldn't help but display an expression of utter despair. It seemed that talent truly played a crucial role in this craft. He recalled his own early years in weapon refinement, where despite exhausting every possible method, his success rate had never exceeded 10%. During that period, he had depletingly consumed much of his wealth. Yet now, within less than a year, Lu Yu had achieved such a high success rate. Truly, it was enough to make one envious. This generation of youth was remarkable. It appeared that he was indeed growing old. Time flies swiftly, and before one realizes, May has arrived, marking nearly 2 years since Lu Yu's arrival in this realm. During these 2 years, Lu Yu has grown remarkably. Not only honing his crafting skills but also experiencing a noticeable increase in height, blossoming into a striking young gentleman.
Soon, the busy season for crafting has returned once more.
On this day, Zhang Linger visited the small shop again, accompanied by a modestly dressed yet graciously elegant young woman.
"Master Zhao, I'm back," she exclaimed. "Ah, Miss Linger. I trust your magical artifact hasn't malfunctioned again?" Master Zhao jested. "Not at all. This time, I am here to introduce a client to you. This is my dear friend,
Li Yusin, who seeks your assistance in crafting a magical artifact."
"Oh? What kind of artifact does she wish to create? Please, do enlighten me."
Master Zhao's demeanor shifted to one of earnest attention. Chapter 17, The Ice Soul Silver Needles. As the grand competition of the sect approaches, Uxin has finally managed to acquire a small piece of Millennium Cold Jade, intending to forge 3 Ice Soul Silver Needles as her secret weapon. Each needle requires a quality no less than that of a middle-grade magical artifact. However, coming from a humble background, Uxin possesses scant spirit stones. And I had confidently claimed that your services are both affordable and excellent, which prompted her to come here.
Might you consider offering a discount? Could you assist with the forging at cost price?
Zhang Linger explained, and upon finishing, she urged Li Uxin to present the piece of Millennium Cold Jade.
The price is negotiable, but is this truly the entirety of the jade? Yes, this is all I have.
This amount of jade barely suffices to forge 3 needles.
And it necessitates a 100% success rate.
I cannot undertake such a task, Zhao Lao sighed. His eyesight had dimmed with age, and his vigor had significantly waned.
Surely not. Master Zhao, you have been forging for decades, how could you be incapable? Please, assist Uxin. Zhang Linger implored, shaking Zhao Lao's arm.
Needle-type magical artifacts demand a high level of focus, and I genuinely lack confidence in this endeavor. I suggest you seek out Brother Lu for the forging, Zhao Lao remarked, gesturing towards Lu Yu, who was seated nearby, engaged in his own crafting.
Him? Master Zhao, you must be jesting. Isn't he merely an apprentice? Zhang Linger expressed disbelief.
Although she acknowledged Lu Yu's exceptional skill in forging the artifact blanks, crafting magical artifacts involves more than just that.
Brother Lu is currently producing middle-grade magical artifacts. With a success rate surpassing my own, he has scarcely failed, and if you doubt my word, I cannot change your mind, Zhao Lao replied, shaking his head. How is this possible? Zhang Linger was clearly skeptical. How could he transition from apprentice to master so swiftly?
She was reluctant to accept this and wished to inquire further,
but was dissuaded by Li Yuxian. Li Yuxian gently pulled Zhang Linger before Li Yu and, with a courteous bow, softly asked, "Esteemed master, may I inquire if you are able to forge these ice soul silver needles?"
Lu Yu smiled faintly. It should pose no significant challenge.
Hey, Lu Yu. Are you truly capable? Don't overestimate yourself. Zhang Linger questioned, her tone laced with skepticism. I assure you, I can succeed. Do you believe me?
Lu Yu replied nonchalantly.
Of course not. Thus, no matter what I say, it matters not. If you wish to forge, do so, if not, kindly exit to the left. I am quite busy, he stated. You. Observing Lu Yu's impatient demeanor, Zhang Linger felt an unexplainable surge of anger. In the presence of two beautiful women,
his lack of courtesy was infuriating.
She grasped Li Yuxian's hand, intending to leave, but was ultimately restrained by Li Yuxian. Noticing Lu Yu's nonchalant expression, Li Yuxian sensed an air of confidence about him.
Without much hesitation, she approached Lu Yu and politely said, I kindly request your assistance in forging.
I entrust this Millennium Cold Jade to you. No problem, 200 spirit stones.
Please provide a deposit of 50, and return in half a month to collect your needles. Lu Yu replied with a gentle smile. He always held a favorable impression of polite young ladies.
On the journey back to the sect,
Zhang Linger continued to express her indignation, cursing Lu Yu with fervent disdain. That insufferable Lu Yu, how dare he disregard me, a mere outer disciple? If he fails to succeed, he shall see the consequences. Li Yusin, standing nearby, could only smile helplessly. Her dear friend possessed many admirable qualities,
yet she could be rather willful.
Upon accepting his task, Lu Yu indulged in a hearty meal before retreating to his chamber, where he immersed himself in deep contemplation,
frequently entering a trance-like state to practice repeatedly.
Ultimately, he was a person of strong professional ethics. Having accepted the assignment, he was determined to give his utmost effort. Forging the Millennium Cold Jade into a mid-grade magical artifact was not inherently challenging. The true difficulty lay in harnessing the jade's unique properties. The greatest hurdle was designing the optimal shape for the needle and determining the array's composition within.
Most other craftsmen might resort to a conventional silver needle shape, taking a conservative and safe approach.
However, Lu Yu, a perfectionist at heart, was emboldened by the opportunity to experiment with various methods.
Thanks to his ability to simulate scenarios in the illusory realm, after several days of arduous contemplation and numerous attempts,
Lu Yu ultimately resolved to forge 3 exceptionally slender silver needles. These needles were nearly invisible to the naked eye, possessing remarkable speed and a reclusive aura. They emitted no trace of coldness until activated, at which point their icy energy would burst forth dramatically. Achieving such diminutive dimensions from the cold jade required an extraordinary level of refinement and forging prowess. Fortunately, Lu Yu was an expert in this area, his forging skills rivaling the true fire tempering of foundational cultivators. As was customary, he first practiced several times in the illusory realm. After countless failures and substandard results, a different sound finally resonated. Quality acceptable, trial passed, the inheritance of artifact forging is now unlocked. The scene shifted. The illusion transformed from a crafting workshop into a grand jade disc. Within the disc, segments of text appeared, systematically introducing the fundamental knowledge of artifact forging and the characteristics of various grades of treasures. For instance, magical artifacts are sturdy and sharp. Spiritual artifacts can gather energy into a barrier for offense. Profound artifacts unleash relentless sword chi. Imperial artifacts possess. Celestial artifacts can self-repair and cultivate autonomously, perpetually renewing.
Was this the reward for passing the forging assessment? A cascade of comprehensive information captivated Lu Yu's imagination. Following the introduction of basic knowledge,
the jade disc unveiled an array of artifact forging methods, continuously presenting processes for various types of treasures, many of which he had never encountered before.
Enchanted,
Lu Yu absorbed the knowledge, particularly mesmerized by the methods for crafting needle-like artifacts, which sparked a flurry of inspiration within him.
After some time,
he finally emerged from the illusion. How intriguing that artifacts could be forged in such a manner. The silver lining was that he now possessed the knowledge to forge any artifact. The downside was that the illusion for practicing forging had vanished,
and any future simulations would require the expenditure of spirit stones.
At this moment, only 3 days remain until the half-month deadline, yet Lu Yu remains unperturbed, brimming with confidence as he embarks on the formal crafting of the ice essence silver needles. While the overall design remains largely unchanged, the techniques employed and the combination of formations have advanced significantly. Chapter 18, The Most Beautiful Fairy. Half a month later, Zhang Linger and Li Yusin reunited once again.
Yusin. I am sincerely sorry, Zhang Linger wept. What is the matter? During this time, I had someone investigate Lu Yu's background once more.
He has no renowned masters, possesses inferior spiritual roots, and there is simply no way a distinguished master would take notice of him.
Zhang Linger spoke fervently about Lu Yu's illustrious history. How could a destitute outer disciple excel in the art of weapon crafting?
Surely, he must have deceived Master Zhao by some means.
I am truly sorry for bringing you into this predicament.
Upon hearing about Lu Yu's so-called achievements, Li Yusin felt a wave of disappointment wash over her.
Yet she feigned a smile. It is all right.
You are not to blame, it was my decision to let him forge them.
However,
the more Li Yusin tried to comfort her, the more despondent Zhang Linger became.
Come, let us confront him. He has deceived us to the utmost.
At the weapon crafting shop, Li Yu looked at the frostbitten expression on Zhang Linger's face, puzzled.
What is troubling you, my lady?
Lu Yu.
Where are the silver needles you forged?
Zhang Linger asked, suppressing her anger.
Ah,
Lu Yu replied, reaching into his storage bag and producing 3 slender silver needles,
presenting them to her. Is this truly forged from the Millennium Cold Jade?
Zhang Linger exclaimed, examining the fine, almost hair-like silver needles that exuded no chill. Her frustration surged. It was evident that the cold jade had been wasted and that the materials had been considerably reduced. Indeed, these are 3 middle-grade magical silver needles.
You. Zhang Linger felt a surge of indignation at Lu Yu's nonchalant demeanor. While the quality of the needles was indeed of middle grade, where was the chilling aura?
It was nowhere to be found. Yet, since they had not initially specified the requirement for the chill, Zhang Linger had no choice but to swallow her frustration.
Angrily,
she pulled her friend and turned to leave without a backward glance.
Hey, you haven't paid me the spirit stones yet.
At the Luyun sect, every 5 years, a grand competition is held for newly admitted disciples. All new inner and outer disciples from the 5 peaks are eligible to participate,
with the aim of identifying promising talents to be taken into the inner sanctums for focused cultivation.
The top 20 in the competition receive substantial rewards, including the highly coveted Foundation Establishment pills. Historically, the top 20 spots have typically been dominated by inner disciples. For outer disciples, merely breaking into the top 300 can attract the attention of the elders, potentially leading to admission into the inner sect. Lu Yu had never considered himself a genius and thus had no intention of entering the competition. With a mixed spiritual root and only a basic set of Luyun sword techniques, he did not believe he could even rank among the top 300. However, such a grand event was a rare opportunity to observe the brilliance of other prodigies. On the eve of the competition, upon returning to the Luyun sect, Lu Yu profoundly sensed the palpable tension in the air as the grand event approached. Pavilions and towers, dining halls and squares, were abuzz with discussions surrounding the grand competition. The most fervent debates revolved around who would secure a spot among the top 10 and who would be crowned the most beautiful fairy of the new generation from the Flowing Cloud sect. In my opinion, Bai Changqing from Tanchi Peak and Xuelang from Zishou Peak are guaranteed to be among the top 10.
Exclaimed an outer disciple, spitting with enthusiasm. Indeed.
Bai Changqing is graceful and striking, with a swordsmanship that is nothing short of enchanting. Xuelang, with his iron will and cold demeanor, has single-handedly traversed the treacherous mountains,
earning a formidable reputation.
Xiao Haimei from Suizhu Peak is also noteworthy. Her inherent charm captivates all with her every word and smile. Our Qingyun Peak boasts the stunningly Sisi, unmatched in beauty, wielding water and fire techniques with remarkable versatility. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu paused momentarily.
After more than a year, Li Sisi had become renowned as the unparalleled fairy among the people. Wang Koan from Tianqi Peak also possesses the strength to enter the top 10, with his iron fists and overwhelming presence, though overshadowed by Chongqing's brilliance.
And let us not forget the sister duo from Tianzhu Peak, Li Yusin and Zhang Linger. One is gentle and gracious, while the other is playful and charming. With a stroke of good fortune, they too could find themselves in the top 10.
Oh, could Zhang Linger truly have a chance at the top 10? Lu Yu wondered. Slightly taken aback.
It was no surprise, such high aspirations undoubtedly came with merit. By the way, who do you think will be this year's most beautiful fairy?
Someone inquired.
I believe it should be Xiao Haimei, another replied. I find Li Sisi to be more appealing, said another. I'm not particularly fond of Li Sisi. I think Li Yusin is the best. Though I am uncertain who this year's most beautiful fairy is. I am confident of who the most beautiful fairy of our entire Flowing Cloud sect is.
That would be Lin Qingxue, boasted one individual. The most beautiful fairy of the entire Flowing Cloud sect? She must be extraordinarily beautiful.
I had the fortune of seeing her from afar. Her beauty is beyond description. Akin to a celestial being, transcending the mundane. Compared to her, Li Sisi and Xiao Haimei are but mere mortals, the admirer rhapsodized.
Is she truly that beautiful?
I hope to catch a glimpse of her divine visage someday.
Lin Qingxue?
Lu Yu paused slightly. This was the first time he had heard of that name. Upon returning to his stone abode, Lu Yu was greeted by the boisterous arrival of Wang Pang from next door. The two exchanged surprised glances before their expressions transformed into joy. You rascal, after not seeing you for half a year, how have you grown so tall? Wang Pang exclaimed while delivering a hearty slap on Lu Yu's shoulder.
Is it permissible for you to grow stout while I cannot grow taller? Lu Yu retorted, playfully punching him in the chest. Can growing tall and growing stout be compared?
Wang Pang replied with a feigned grimace.
Haha, what's the difference? After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Hao finally inquired, Lu Yu, are you not participating in the Five Veins Grand Competition? Today is the last day for registration.
Lu Yu hesitated for a moment before responding with a wry smile. Perhaps not, I am only at the 7th level of Qi training. And entering would only be a source of embarrassment. Recalling the torment endured at the hands of the dark-clad swordsman in the illusory realm, he is still haunted by lingering apprehension. Indeed, they are all nearly at the 8th or 9th level, having been nurtured with the finest resources. How could we possibly compare?
Did you participate? Lu Yu inquired.
I did not partake either, came the reply. The two exchanged knowing smiles, as it seemed they had both come to terms with reality,
shedding the youthful arrogance of yesteryears.
The following day, the grand competition commenced in earnest. The rotund Wang Hao arrived early, dragging Lu Yu along to witness the event.
Wang Hao, you're not even participating, is it really necessary to arrive so early? Lu Yu lamented. Ah, you simply do not understand.
With hundreds of thousands of external disciples in various cultivation families and aristocratic clans in attendance, arriving late means you might not even find a place to stand.
Besides, today features the competition of my goddess. To miss the chance to view her up close would be a grave misfortune. What is so captivating about the goddess?
She would never take notice of you. What folly to harbor such delusions.
Ah, but you fail to grasp the essence.
The goddess embodies a resplendent vision,
igniting a yearning for a beautiful life within the hearts of many. Wang Hao asserted emphatically.
Lu Yu, rendered speechless by his friend's fervor, had no choice but to accompany Wang Hao to the grand arena of the sect's competition. Chapter 19, The Emergence of the Sect Master. The grand square of the sect competition is situated within a vast basin nestled between the 5 main peaks of the Flowing Cloud sect, encircled by towering mountains. This square, the largest of its kind in the sect, serves as the venue for all significant events pertaining to the 5 branches. The entire expanse of the square is paved with white jade, exuding an atmosphere of magnificence and grandeur. At the center of the square, 20 arenas have already been constructed, arranged in 4 groups. At the forefront of the square stands a colossal platform, entirely fashioned from white jade, resembling a single sculpted block. Above the platform, ethereal mists swirl, creating an otherworldly ambience akin to a celestial paradise. Although Lu Yu and his companion arrived early, the square is already a sea of humanity. with disciples from the Flowing Cloud sect gathering to witness the grand competition. The crowd swells to at least tens of thousands.
After securing a position,
Lu Yu begins to meditate, while Wang Hao gazes around, admiring the picturesque scenery.
As the hour of the event approaches,
the number of disciples congregating in the square surpasses 100,000. Suddenly, a resounding bell chimes from an unknown peak, echoing across the heavens.
Then, dozens of brilliant rays of various colors burst forth from the surrounding towering mountains, converging upon the grand platform like shooting stars.
Lu Yu channels his spiritual energy and scans the scene, soon discerning that these vibrant lights are actually high-ranking cultivators from the various branches of the Flowing Cloud sect, wielding their flying swords as they approach the platform. In no time, these beams of light descend upon the platform, revealing numerous figures that form 5 distinct factions.
Finally,
a blinding golden light flashes, and a formidable middle-aged cultivator appears directly at the center of the platform. No one can discern from where this middle-aged figure materialized, as there were no signs or traces preceding his arrival. Upon the appearance of the sect master, the figures on the platform bow in unison and exclaim, "We pay our respects to the sect master."
Was that the legendary technique of teleportation? Is that our sect master and transcendent Lin Padian?
The sight of the middle-aged cultivator instantly ignites excitement among the disciples below, many of whom are witnessing their sect leader for the first time.
Indeed, it is he. Wow! We have finally laid eyes upon the legendary figure. The middle-aged cultivator nods slightly to the elders on the platform before stepping forward to address the assembly.
After a brief pause, allowing the murmurs of the disciples to subside, he proclaims in a resonant voice, "Esteemed disciples, I am delighted to gather with all of you for this momentous occasion of the 5 branches competition. Since the founding of our sect by the ancestral master, we have been committed to safeguarding our territory and serving the people, a mission that has endured for over 10 millennia. Throughout these 1,000 years, countless prodigies have emerged from the 5 branch competitions, nurtured by our sect, becoming the very backbone of our community and contributing indelibly to the prosperity of the Cloud Continent. Today, we shall embark upon the selection for a new round of the 5 branch competition, and I encourage all disciples to prepare vigorously and demonstrate their true capabilities.
Simultaneously,
we pledge to ensure fairness and justice throughout the competition, providing every disciple with the opportunity to showcase their talents."
As the middle-aged cultivator concludes his speech,
the square erupts into enthusiastic applause. Indeed, this grand competition promises to bestow even more generous rewards. The top 4 participants will each receive a complete set of spiritual-grade armor as an encouragement, the middle-aged cultivator remarked with a smile. The disciples below were instantly stirred up. A set of spiritual armor is worth no less than 10,000 spirit stones. Among spiritual artifacts, armor is the most intricate and challenging to forge. Many cultivators, despite years of foundation building, possess only a single spiritual sword and seldom afford such armor.
Yet now,
a set of spiritual armor is being awarded to disciples who have yet to establish their foundations, igniting envy among many seasoned foundation building seniors.
After the murmurs settled down,
the middle-aged cultivator continued, "Now, I officially declare the 5 Veins tournament to commence." As the sun rose high in the sky, the central arena was ablaze with fervent contests. The first day of matches was rather unremarkable. The stronger competitors typically would not clash early on, as the majority of weaker participants were eliminated first. Lu Yu had been watching from the stands for an hour and was already growing drowsy, feeling as though their movements were a beat too slow,
rendering the spectacle quite unsatisfactory.
Clearly, one could have easily breached the opponent's defenses with a single strike, yet they opted to indulge in trivial maneuvers, resulting in missed opportunities.
What was this, a circus performance? However, having practiced few sword techniques himself, he feared he might be lacking in understanding.
Hidden within these seemingly simple sword techniques, could there be profound mysteries? As he pondered, Lu Yu closed his eyes, fearing that if he continued watching, he would grow increasingly impatient.
Only Wang Hao remained exceptionally animated,
each time leaping with excitement, nearly wishing to take the stage himself.
After an indeterminate amount of time, Wang Hao suddenly nudged Lu Yu, "Quick, look. Your goddess has arrived."
Lu Yu opened his eyes and was astonished to see Li Sisi. At that moment, she donned a set of fiery red magical armor, stunningly beautiful, resembling a blooming rose. "That is your goddess, it has nothing to do with me," Lu Yu replied before resuming his slumber. Well done, Lu Yu, it seems you have truly moved on, Wang Hao remarked, giving Lu Yu a thumbs up. On the stage, Li Sisi noticed Lu Yu looking her way, feeling a touch of awkwardness. Yet, upon realizing he quickly closed his eyes again, a hint of disappointment washed over her. She had ultimately wounded him too deeply. But even if it were otherwise, what difference would it make? They belonged to different worlds, destined to be mere passers-by in each other's lives. Shaking her head, Li Sisi dismissed her thoughts and focused on her opponent. Having become an inner sect disciple, she had acquired formidable spells. With her profound magical power and ingenious angles, she executed a binding water dragon with one hand and unleashed a fire dragon with the other, sending her opponent crashing off the stage with just 2 moves. As the match concluded, a richly adorned male cultivator ascended the stage, taking Li Sisi's hand, and together they exited amidst laughter. The combination of his nobility and her elegance drew the attention of many disciples. What a divine couple! Only Wang Hao could not restrain himself and muttered, "Bah! A pair of shameless scoundrels." Upon hearing Wang Hao's complaints, Lu Yu opened his eyes and discovered that beside Li Sisi was the very man he had seen at the tavern last time. Is it him? That must be the esteemed Zhao Ting, the favored son of the Peak Lord, whom Li Sisi has set her sights upon. So, you needn't harbor any further hopes, Wang Hao reassured. The following day, as the sun rose, the competition resumed. This day's trials proved to be significantly more engaging. Those who had not been eliminated were predominantly at least at the 8th level of Qi cultivation. According to the schedule, today would determine the top 300 contenders. Every participating disciple understood that their chances of remaining in the inner sect hinged on today's outcomes. Thus, as the contest commenced, the atmosphere became charged with intensity. The powerful swiftly dispatched their opponents, while battles between equals erupted into fierce and spirited clashes. Various talismans and magical treasures filled the air, and an array of martial techniques emerged in abundance. Lu Yu gazed at the dazzling array of skills on display, a flicker of envy momentarily crossing his eyes. Aside from a handful of sword techniques and footwork, he had yet to master anything else. Chapter 20, deceived once more when the results of the day's competition were officially announced, Lu Yu could not help but display a hint of astonishment. Is it truly the case that over a dozen outer disciples have entered the top 300? What is so surprising about that? Many outer disciples hail from prominent families, possessing resources that rival those of their inner sect counterparts, Wang Hao explained. On the 3rd day, the competition finally reached its pinnacle. Those who remained were all elite contenders. And today marked the determination of the top 40. Each individual was fully engaged, their spirits heightened. If yesterday's contests had seen many holding back, today's battles revealed every last hidden skill. A dazzling array of profound techniques and spectacular martial arts unfolded, overwhelming the spectators. Today, Lu Yu was entirely focused, watching each match with keen attention, continuously simulating scenarios within the illusionary space. The competitions played out across various platforms. At Tianshu Peak, there was Tian Yu. At Changyun Peak, there was Lu Buping. On the arena nearest to Lu Yu, 2 figures suddenly appeared, drawing the gaze of both Lu Yu and Wang Hao. Both were at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, one wielding a sword and the other a saber, their movements creating a mesmerizing display of flashing blades. Wow! That swordplay by Lu Buping is incredibly impressive, Wang Hao exclaimed. On the stage, the sword's brilliance flickered as Lu Buping skillfully exploited its agility, forcing the somewhat clumsy Tian Yu into a precarious position. He's about to lose, Lu Yu suddenly remarked. Who? Lu Buping? What? How is that possible? He is clearly in the lead, Wang Hao responded, puzzled. Lu Yu chose not to elaborate further. Indeed, it wasn't long before Lu Buping, in his relentless pursuit, momentarily neglected his defenses, allowing Tian Yu to seize an opening and unleash a devastating sweep that sent him off the platform. Tian Yu of Tianshu Peak wins. The referee's voice rang out, and the audience erupted into a stir. Wow, you actually predicted that correctly. How did you know? Wang Hao inquired, bewildered. Tian Yu has a knack for turning the tables whenever he is on the brink of defeat. It is evident he has been concealing his true strength, Lu Yu replied coolly. How did I not see that? Wang Hao felt a slight headache coming on.
Is there truly such depth to the game?
This had exceeded his imagination. Before long, two more cultivators leaped onto the arena, one male and one female. Chen Zhang from Zhixiao Peak and Zhang Shanshan from Chuiyu Peak introduced themselves before they began to shift positions, simultaneously forming hand seals. The male was a fire attribute cultivator, while the female harnessed water attributes. The male unleashed a barrage of fiery spells, wreaking havoc upon the arena. However, they were swiftly extinguished one by Zhang Shanshan's water orbs.
And this match? Who prevails? Wang Hao asked again. Chen Zhang. How can that be? It is evident that Chen Zhang is at a distinct disadvantage.
He possesses other methods, for now, he is merely cultivating the opponent's habitual responses, Lu Yu replied. His expression unchanged. He had already battled both of them several rounds within the illusionary space. Both parties were fully aware of each other's tactics.
Astonishingly.
After exchanging over 100 blows, Chen Zhang, while unleashing a fire dragon, discreetly released a thunderball hidden within.
Caught off guard,
Zhang Shanshan continued to counter with a water dragon, only to be struck by the thunderball transmitted through the water dragon, resulting in a momentary paralysis.
This fleeting instant,
though brief, was sufficient for Qin Zhang to close the distance. He swiftly delivered two powerful palm strikes to Zhang Shanshan's waist. She hurriedly attempted to defend herself, but was forcefully propelled off the stage.
At Zhixiao Peak, Chen Zhang was victorious.
The crowd erupted in astonishment.
Incredible, you managed to read him again. This is no fluke. It is pure strength. Lu Yu earnestly corrected. Indeed, it was strength that led to this outcome. Wang Hao nodded vigorously in agreement. On the fourth day,
40 disciples were divided into two groups, with the top two from each group advancing to the semifinals, where several prominent disciples finally clashed.
The first group included Shui Lang, Li Yusen, and Li Sisi. The second group consisted of Bai Chongqing, Zhang Linger, and Xiao Haimei.
On the stage, Li Yusen wielded a white magic sword, employing a profound sword technique to narrowly defeat her opponents until she faced Li Sisi, where her demeanor turned serious. This was the pivotal battle determining her advancement to the top four. The duel between the two striking beauties, one in white and the other in red,
instantly captivated the majority of onlookers.
Both Li Yusen and Li Sisi were among the most favored candidates for the title of the 10 fairest maidens. And as the finest elites from their respective peaks, the competition had transformed into a contest between two major factions, with supporters crowding the stage.
On stage,
Li Sisi donned striking red armor, her arms adorned with bracers, and her feet encased in exquisite wind-chasing boots. From the outset, she unleashed her full magical prowess. She first executed swift footwork, quickly creating distance from Li Yusen, then unleashed a water dragon with her left hand and a fire dragon with her right, relentlessly bombarding Li Yusen. Li Yusen was taken aback, realizing that Li Sisi's agility surpassed her own. She found it impossible to close the gap. As she had yet to reach the foundational stage, her sword energy could not be unleashed, and if she could not shorten the distance, she would be at a disadvantage. Waves of water and fire dragons surged towards her, prompting her to dodge left and right.
However, the elemental dragons seemed almost sentient, redirecting to attack her from behind after she evaded. With no other choice, Li Yusen resorted to parrying the incoming energy waves with her sword. Throughout the match,
she attempted various strategies to close in on Li Sisi, but each time was thwarted as Li Sisi maintained her superior speed, leaving Li Yusen to endure a relentless barrage. Her situation growing increasingly dire. The duel devolved into a battle of endurance, yet it was evident that Li Sisi's lavish equipment far surpassed what Li Yusen could contend with. After a brief interval, having sustained several hits, Li Yusen's complexion had turned pale, and she was on the verge of collapse, while Li Sisi appeared unaffected and composed. With no other options left, Li Yusen resolved to employ a surprise attack with her silver needles. The silver needles served as her sole means of ranged attack, but alas, they had been rendered ineffective. However, despite lacking the effects of ice, they should still be sufficiently sharp. In the moment she was on the brink of succumbing, about to be ensnared by the water dragon, she deftly launched 3 silver needles into the air. Meanwhile, Li Sisi, witnessing the water dragon successfully bind Li Yusen, felt a surge of joy, believing victory was within reach. As she prepared to summon a fire dragon to hurl her opponent off the stage, She suddenly felt the silent intrusion of 3 silver needles piercing her body. An immediate chill enveloped her, rendering her completely immobile, no matter how desperately she struggled. The water dragon and fire dragon she had previously conjured dissipated as her spiritual energy faltered. What had transpired? How had those 3 silver needles materialized? Why had there been no forewarning? Lee was struck with astonishment. Moreover, did not the freezing effect of magical artifacts merely slow one down? When had it become capable of freezing spiritual energy and interrupting spellcasting? With her knowledge, she found herself utterly perplexed. Chapter 21. The silver needles unleashed. Lee Yusin watched as the water dragon dissipated beside her, and upon seeing Lee completely frozen, her expression momentarily faltered. Though she was uncertain of the circumstances, she hesitated not for a moment, seizing this rare opportunity to deliver a powerful kick toward Lee. Struggling desperately against her icy confinement, Lee thought, I cannot afford to lose. I must secure a place in the top 4. Anxiety surged within her. Yet, no matter how fiercely she fought, she remained ensnared by the icy grip. Ultimately, she could only watch helplessly as Lee Yusin approached and then forcefully kicked her off the stage. Tian Shufeng, Lee Yusin triumphs. Silence fell. The crowd below the stage was enveloped in a profound stillness. No one could comprehend how Lee, who had held the upper hand, could suddenly be defeated. Even Lee Yusin herself was bewildered. Lee, having been unceremoniously thrown off the stage, was in a state of disarray. Her former grace as one of the 10 fairies entirely vanished. Zhao Ting hurried over, wrapping Lee in his robe and offering her a high-grade elixir. Yet, her complexion remained pale, and her body trembled incessantly. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers stirred with confusion. What just happened? Wasn't Lee destined to win? How did she suddenly become frozen? Indeed, it was utterly perplexing. It was 3 silver needles that pierced her defenses, a high-ranking cultivator suddenly remarked. What kind of silver needles could yield such an effect? Surely, they must be of at least spiritual artifact quality, the cultivator replied uncertainly. Meanwhile, Lee Yusin stood on the stage, staring blankly at the trembling Lee, lost in thought. I actually won? How is this possible? Could this truly be the effect of the silver needles? Have we all misjudged her? Lee Yusin murmured in disbelief. Lu Yu was equally astonished to see Lee so easily cast off the stage. Could this truly be the artifact he had crafted? The silver needles possessed such extraordinary potency? It seemed he would need to raise his prices in the future. Yet, the fact that Lee had missed her chance at the top 4 due to him left him with a peculiar sense of satisfaction. While he was uncertain of others' thoughts, Wang Hao beside him was exceptionally delighted. In the afternoon, when Lee Yusin took to the stage once more, it was already the final match of the group stage, Lee Yusin against Xuelang, where victory would determine the group leader. On the stage, Xuelang had abandoned his usual bold style, adopting a cautious demeanor, ever wary of the silver needle's potential ambush. He had witnessed Lee Yusin's earlier bout and could not discern how she had executed her sneak attack, so he resolved to proceed with utmost caution. Seeing Xuelang's restrained posture, Lee Yusin couldn't help but smile, though she quickly composed herself, focusing intently on the confrontation. Under the looming threat of the silver needles, she unleashed her full potential, growing more adept as the match progressed, while Xuelang found himself increasingly stifled. Half an hour later, just as Xuelang could no longer contain the urge to retaliate, 3 silver needles stealthily approached once more. Caught off guard, he found himself immobilized once more. How could this be? Despite his utmost caution, he remained oblivious to the threat. What on earth was happening? Su Long shouted internally. Moreover, my exquisite battle armor has been pierced? He struggled to believe it. Yet, no one responded. Instead, he was met with a swift kick that sent him flying. Utterly defenseless, Su Lang felt a wave of frustration surging within him. Had he lost again? Lee Yusin stood dazed on the arena, feeling as though this entire situation was surreal. However, the crowd below felt an even greater sense of disbelief. Wasn't Su Lang notorious for his fierce reputation? Why did he appear so docile in this match, like a timid kitten? Could it be that he had taken a liking to Lee Yusin and was deliberately holding back? How shameless!
Was there no honor left in martial arts?
Su Lang overheard the murmurs of skepticism and mockery surrounding him. He wished to explain, but found himself at a loss for words, anger rising in his chest, nearly causing him to faint. Meanwhile, Li Sisi, having just regained her composure, caught sight of Su Lang's dejected demeanor and a flicker of sympathy crossed her eyes.
Finally, someone understood her earlier plight. This time,
she paid close attention to Li Yusin's every move, yet regrettably, she still failed to discern how the silver needles had approached so stealthily. After the day's competition concluded,
Li Yusin's fame skyrocketed.
Everyone regarded her as the foremost contender, analyzing strategies to counter her. As evening descended, a gentle breeze carried a refreshing chill. Zhang Linger approached Li Yusin with a look of delight, affectionately draping her arm over her shoulder.
Yusin, I heard you made it to the finals? Indeed.
All thanks to this set of ice spirit silver needles, Li Yusin replied, caressing the needles in her hand as she excitedly recounted the day's events to Zhang Linger.
How could it be? These silver needles possess such extraordinary effects? Zhang Linger exclaimed, unable to believe her ears.
At first, I too found it hard to accept.
But the truth is undeniable.
It seems we misjudged Lu Yu. We should visit him together to express our gratitude for the spirit stones.
I refuse to go. You can make that trip on your own. The mere thought of Lu Yu's arrogant demeanor filled Zhang Linger with irritation.
To lower herself to apologize would be akin to inviting her own demise.
All right, I knew you wouldn't be able to swallow your pride. Li Yusin replied, exasperated. Wait. Did you just say that the silver needles pierce Su Lang's exquisite battle armor? Zhang Linger suddenly interjected.
Yes, so what?
Li Yusin responded, somewhat puzzled. Then that confirms it.
Such slender silver needles piercing a top-grade battle armor would require tempering with Foundation True Fire.
Do you think that guy possesses Foundation True Fire? Absolutely not. Li Yusin shook her head. Exactly.
These silver needles must have been crafted by that fellow with the aid of a Foundation cultivator.
Indeed.
That explains everything, Zhang Linger affirmed. She felt a swell of admiration for herself, having seen through Lu Yu's ruse at a mere glance. A truly clever scheme. First, seek out the esteemed elder to concoct the elixir, then masquerade it as your own creation. This not only elevates your own worth but also earns the gratitude of a stunning beauty. Once you return the spirit stones, you can seize the opportunity to draw closer. It is surprising how deeply this young man has plotted. Uxin, you must not fall for this trick. Zhang Linger seemed to have discerned all of Lu Yu's schemes, declaring with utmost conviction.
Is it truly so? Li Uxin remained skeptical. Absolutely.
All right, rest assured, I shall not be so easily deceived.
Li Uxin replied dismissively.
Yet deep down, she still held some reservations. She remained convinced that Lu Yu had not misled her. Chapter 22, Master Lu on the fifth day of the grand competition. The finals officially commenced amidst great anticipation. On the stage, Li Yusin gazed at Bai Chongqing, adorned in exquisite magical gear, rendered momentarily speechless. An exceptional shield, remarkable battle armor, superb boots, an extraordinary magic sword, and exquisite wrist guards, all of this seemed rather unfair.
As soon as Bai Chongqing entered the fray, he summoned an exquisite Vajra talisman, conjuring a magical protective barrier.
Though it might not entirely withstand silver needles, it certainly served as an effective warning. This strategy had been meticulously devised by a group of high-level cultivators from his sect the previous night. Wealth afforded one the luxury of arrogance, allowing him to dominate through sheer equipment. Subsequently, he channeled his spirit energy into his armor and shield, using the exceptional shield as cover to swiftly close in on Li Yusin, engaging her in close combat and denying her any opportunity to launch a sneak attack.
Simultaneously,
he continuously drew upon the pre-stored spirit energy from his wrist guards for sustenance.
It must be said that Bai Chongqing's strategy proved exceedingly effective. Li Yusin dashed left and right, yet could not create any distance between them.
Her various sword techniques and martial skills rained down upon his shield and armor,
akin to stones sinking into the ocean, failing to breach Bai Chongqing's defenses.
Even her occasional stealthy strikes were thwarted by his formidable armor. Ultimately, exhausted of spirit energy, she had no choice but to concede in regret. Thus, the sect competition came to a formal conclusion, Bai Changqing claimed first place, Li Yusin second, Xuelang third. Xiao Haimei fourth, Zhang Linger 10th, while Li Sisi, having been eliminated too early, fell out of the top 10. As the competition concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed. On the shaded path leading back to the stone house, Wang Hao vented his frustrations. Bai Changqing is utterly despicable. He is so unfair. He usually presents himself with such grace, yet it turns out he is shameless enough to crush our goddess with mere equipment. When did Li Yusin become your goddess? Lu Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Since yesterday, I resolved to regard her as the sole goddess in my heart. She hails from humble beginnings, yet never panders to the powerful, possesses remarkable intellect, and is devoid of pretense. She is a rare beauty, embodying both grace and kindness. This is what a goddess should truly resemble. Wang Hao extolled her virtues. Is she truly that remarkable? Absolutely. Suddenly, Wang Hao's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld a figure approaching. Li Yusin? Before them, Li Yusin approached with a radiant smile. Upon reaching them, Wang Hao felt a surge of excitement and anxiety, his heart racing uncontrollably. Just as he prepared to greet her, he noticed Li Yusin breezily bypassing him, rushing directly to Lu Yu. Master Lu, thank you for your help last time, Li Yusin said with a gentle smile. Lu. Master? Wang Hao struggled to turn his head and gaze at Lu Yu, his expression one of disbelief. Not at all, it was a trivial matter. Lu Yu replied with a serene smile. This is the reward I promised you last time. Although I know its true value far exceeds this. It is all I possess in spirit stones at the moment. I hope Master will not find it lacking, Li Yusin said somewhat bashfully, placing a small pouch of spirit stones into Lu Yu's hand. Lu Yu took the storage bag and opened it, discovering over 300 spirit stones. After pouring out 150, he returned the remainder. Clearly marked in fair in trade, if it was stated as 200, then it was indeed 200. Having said this, Lu Yu did not linger, pulling Wang Hao along as they turned to leave, leaving only Li Yusin standing in the wind, utterly bewildered. Wasn't the plan to get closer? Lu Yu, no, brother Yu, impressive indeed. How did you come to know Li Yusin? On their way back, Wang Hao, finally coming to his senses, incessantly questioned Lu Yu. Oh, it was nothing, I just helped her a little, Lu Yu replied dismissively. Then why did you run off so quickly? Why not take the chance to chat a bit more? Wang Hao expressed his frustration, wishing for more assertiveness. Lu Yu countered. Do you think that a few more words would make her take an interest in you? That certainly cannot be the case, you two are from entirely different worlds. Wang Hao asserted with certainty. Then what is the point? Why waste time? That actually makes a lot of sense. Wang Hao paused, unable to resist giving Lu Yu a thumbs up. Upon returning to the stone house, Lu Yu gazed at the spirit stones in the storage bag, pleasantly surprised. He had thought he would return empty-handed, yet here he was with a bounty. It was time to forge some quality equipment for himself. Currently, he possessed only a low-grade Qingfeng sword, which felt rather inadequate. After seeing Bai Changqing's exquisite set of magical artifacts, he was itching to acquire something similar. With spirit stones in hand, he now needed quality materials. Thus, he decisively packed his belongings, preparing to venture once more into the Million Great Mountains. However, shortly after stepping outside, he encountered Zhang Kuan, a sycophant of Zhao Ting. Recently, Zhang Kuan had been quite pleased with himself, having secured the 198th position in the sect competition, effectively ensuring his entry into the inner sect, all thanks to Zhao Ting's support. Upon seeing Lu Yu, Zhang Kuan sensed an opportunity to curry favor with Zhao Ting again and without hesitation blocked Lu Yu's path, sneering, I never imagined you, a worthless fool, would dare return. I heard that the boss's woman had a betrothal with this little brat, and I've been waiting to teach you a lesson. I never knew where you had been hiding, but now fate has brought us together. Step aside. Lu Yu's gaze turned cold as he recognized Zhang Kuan, knowing him to be Zhao Ting's lackey, and thus he showed no kindness. Oh, quite defiant, are we? I do enjoy a spirited individual, Zhang Kuan said with a mocking grin, spreading his legs and pointing to the ground. Today, you can either crawl through my legs or get beaten up first and then crawl through, your choice. As the newly admitted disciple ranked 198th, he indeed had sufficient arrogance. In his mind, Liu could not withstand even 10 of his strikes. Were it not for the sect's prohibition against fighting, he would have already attacked. Liu cast a cold glance at Zheng Kuan, suddenly activating the cloud shadow step to dart forward, raising his hand to slap Zheng Kuan across the face. The speed was so astonishing that Zheng Kuan could hardly react. A sharp, resounding slap echoed like thunder on a clear day. You! Zheng Kuan was sent flying, blood pouring from his mouth, with several teeth shattered. In an instant, fury consumed him, and he drew his long sword, eager to charge forward and fight desperately. However, Liu swiftly evaded, delivering another palm strike that sent Zheng Kuan hurtling away, so rapid that he barely caught a glimpse of Liu's shadow. It was only when Zheng Kuan lay there, too afraid to rise, that Liu leisurely departed. Engaging in a brawl within the sect would incur penalties, thus Liu refrained from drawing his sword, nor did he provoke his opponent to do so. Instead, he opted for a method more devastating than mere death. It is believed that, from this point onward, his adversary would remain subdued for a considerable time. Chapter 23, Mastery of the Cloud Shadow Step. How is this possible? When did this waste become so formidable? I was ranked among the top 200 new disciples. Zheng Kuan lay on the ground, covering his face, struggling to comprehend the situation. The stinging slaps not only shattered his confidence but also left a lingering shadow in his heart. No, he could not allow this individual to flourish any further. He must swiftly inform Zhao Ting. This time, he must ensure that he is thoroughly crushed. As he gazed at Lu Yu's departing figure, an endless resentment flickered in Zheng Kuan's eyes. The reason Lu Yu dared to confront Zheng Kuan was not due to a significant superiority in strength, but rather because he had witnessed Zheng Kuan's performance in the sect's grand competition. Although Zheng Kuan possessed commendable overall strength, his weaknesses were glaringly apparent. As long as one was swift enough to deny him the opportunity to unleash his power, he could be subdued. Lu Yu, fortuitously, had the means to counter him. Days later, deep within the Million Mountains, Lu Yu wielded the Qingfeng sword, executing the Cloud Shadow Step with urgency. Previously, he had only dared to venture 100 miles alone. Now, having significantly enhanced his abilities, he was ready to delve deeper. It was there that he could find excellent materials. Navigating with ease, he evaded various poisonous traps. Only after penetrating several hundred miles into the mountains did he encounter a pack of iron-toothed blue wolves. Each of these dozen wolves possessed mid-level qi refinement cultivation. But this time he chose not to flee. Instead, he resolutely approached to engage in battle. The wolves lunged at Lu Yu. Yet he adeptly evaded their attacks with the Cloud Shadow Step, countering with precise strikes to their vital points. Lu Yu felt his swordsmanship becoming increasingly fluid. It seemed that the training he had undergone in the illusory space was yielding remarkable results. Under the relentless assault of the wolves, he discovered that emulating the modified flowing cloud sword technique demonstrated by the ebony-clad swordsman allowed for a more seamless execution. Conversely, the flowing cloud sword technique from the flowing cloud sect often lacked finesse, occasionally permitting the wolves to evade his strikes. Thus, unbeknownst to him, Lu Yu began to replicate the ebony swordsman's technique, executing each move with instinctual precision. His combat prowess, amidst the myriad of attacks, was rapidly advancing. The experience gained from the illusory space, while invaluable, lacked the authenticity of real combat and required continual integration through genuine experience. Immersed in this bloody battle, Lu Yu gradually grasped the essence behind the ebony swordsman's variant of the flowing cloud sword technique. The path to mastery is simplicity itself. The true essence of swordsmanship has never resided in rigid forms, but rather in the swiftness of dispatching foes. Whether it be the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves or a single sword cleaving mountains and rivers, all techniques serve merely to enhance one's efficiency in delivering fatal blows. Thus, Lu Yu began to disregard specific forms, striking with instinctive reflexes. The techniques within the flowing cloud sword were deconstructed into countless simple movements, flowing like water, executed with effortless grace. In less than half a day's time, the pack of wolves lay defeated, howling in their final throes. As he surveyed the ground strewn with wolf carcasses, he felt a surge of emotion. After so much practice, he was no longer the naive newcomer who had once been frightened by the sight of a spirit mouse. With deftness, he stripped the wolf of its skin, teeth, and claws before embarking on a quest for a cave to rest. The night passed in silence. On the following day, after traversing the jungle for an indeterminate span, Lu Yu suddenly trembled, a chilling sensation coursing through his entire being. His instinct for danger, honed to perfection through countless life-or-death encounters with the dark-clad swordsman, kicked in without a moment's hesitation. He rolled swiftly to the side, narrowly evading a powerful strike from a pitch-black giant python. This serpent, glistening like obsidian and as thick as a barrel, measured over 10 meters in length and had been stealthily lurking behind a broad tree trunk, intent on delivering a sudden surprise to Lu Yu. However, just as it prepared to launch its attack, the prey evaded its grasp with lightning speed. The failure of its assault incited furious rage in the creature, which abandoned all pretense of stealth and charged directly towards Lu Yu. Faced with the towering serpent, exuding an aura comparable to that of a peak-level chi practitioner, Lu Yu felt a chill envelop him and fled without a moment's thought of resistance. Yet, despite its massive size, the python moved with astonishing speed. Lu Yu pushed his techniques to their limits, dashing several dozen miles in a frenzied sprint. But he remained unable to shake off his relentless pursuer. As he glanced back at the great serpent that dogged his every step, despair gripped his heart. The successes of his previous encounters had rendered him complacent, instilling a false sense of invulnerability against the perils of the Million Mountains. Little did he anticipate that this time he would be cornered into a dire predicament. If he could not rid himself of the python soon, he would likely join the ranks of those claimed by the treacherous mountains. After all, his spiritual energy was finite, no matter how formidable his recovery. He could not withstand such reckless expenditure indefinitely. Thus, he had to devise a strategy to elude the python before his strength waned. Otherwise, a gruesome fate awaited him. Alas! Despite racking his brain, no viable plan emerged. With the passage of time, the python drew ever closer, its speed surpassing his own, allowing it to close the gap and strike whenever it pleased. What to do? Lu Yu's mind raced. Just as the serpent prepared for another assault, he recalled the unique footwork of the dark-clad swordsman. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to employ it without hesitation. The first form of the cloud concealment step, breaking the void flash. In an instant, Lu Yu vanished from his original position, reappearing 20 meters away. Was this the upgraded version of the first form? Surprised by the distance he had covered, he marveled at the feat. Whereas the previous shadow flash had left behind a residual image, this enhanced version of the instant flash produced no trace whatsoever. Truly formidable. Regrettably, it proved of little consequence. In this dire situation, such a flash merely delayed the inevitable, failing to alter his fate. The python drew near once more. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed another surge of spiritual energy. The second form of the cloud concealment step, breaking the void double flash. Before him, a phantom flickered and vanished 20 meters away, while he himself had already moved 40 meters beyond. The resplendent stride left even the colossal python momentarily bewildered. Could it be that the prey, so tantalizingly close, was about to escape? Enraged, the python surged forward, its speed dramatically increasing, swiftly closing the distance once more. Lu Yu, witnessing the beast's capacity for acceleration, felt a profound despair. Had the creature merely been toying with him all along? Gritting his teeth, he shouted in fury, third stance of the cloud shadow step. Triple flash of the void. Fourth stance of the cloud shadow step. Quadruple flash of the void. Thus, in the harrowing chase for survival between man and serpent, Lu Yu was compelled to refine his cloud shadow step to perfection. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. Under ordinary circumstances, the ability to execute such feats would have filled him with exhilaration. However, at this moment, he could scarcely find joy, for his spiritual energy was on the verge of depletion. This foretold that he would soon become a meal for the monstrous beast. Chapter 24, The Beaked Monster. Suddenly, Lu Yu found himself wandering into an eerily silent forest. The stillness was unsettling, devoid of even the chirping of birds or the buzzing of insects. This was not normal. Absolutely not normal. Could it be that heaven truly does leave a pathway for those in despair? He abruptly adjusted his course and accelerated into the depths of the tranquil woodland. Such profound silence must indicate the lair of some formidable beast. Perhaps, by chance, he could shake off the pursuing serpent. As Lu Yu ran, he contemplated. During this time, He had delved into numerous tomes on hunting demons and had gained a profound understanding of the conditions indicating the presence of such creatures. This place was likely the territory of another powerful beast. It was his only opportunity to escape the giant serpent. Of course, there was also a significant chance he might find himself caught between two beasts, but a slim chance of survival was better than certain death. He resolved to take the risk. Without hesitation, Liu dashed forward. Indeed, shortly after entering the woods, that overwhelming sense of danger resurfaced. Raising his gaze instinctively, he beheld a bizarre bird, its beak resembling a long, sharp sword, darting towards him with alarming speed. Realizing he was about to be flanked, he summoned the last remnants of his spiritual energy and executed a long-distance five-fold flicker, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Immediately afterward, he witnessed the giant serpent collide head-on with the pursuing bird, and the two beasts quickly became embroiled in a furious struggle. Clearly, both regarded each other as their primary adversary, completely disregarding Liu, the insignificant presence. The strategy of drawing calamity onto another had finally borne fruit. Behind the cover of a large tree, Liu collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. To evade the two beasts' ambush, he had completely expended his final vestiges of spiritual energy, leaving him too feeble even to lift his sword. Yet, he felt a sense of relief for having escaped. After regaining a modicum of strength, Liu retrieved a medicinal pill to restore his energy while observing the epic battle between the two beasts from his concealment. The strange bird appeared to possess the upper hand, leveraging its agility to soar through the skies, occasionally striking the serpent's head with its sword-like beak. The giant serpent could only raise its lofty head, constantly adjusting its position to confront the bird. It made several desperate charges, but each was adeptly evaded by the bird. Before long, the serpent's head bore numerous wounds. Attempting to flee, the serpent found itself relentlessly pursued by the bird, which would occasionally launch surprise attacks. At last, provoked to a breaking point, the serpent unleashed a vast cloud of toxic mist toward the bird, saturating it entirely. The poison clung to the bird like a parasite. And in its fury, the bird, with crimson eyes, engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the serpent. An hour later, the bird succumbed to the poison, while the serpent, having sustained severe injuries, fell helplessly to the ground. Liu stared blankly at the scene of mutual destruction, at a loss for words. Was this not the essence of surviving great peril only to find fortune thereafter? Are the temperaments of these two mythical beasts not excessively volatile? Engaging in life-and-death struggles at the slightest provocation seems rather unnecessary, does it not? Alas, the world of mythical beasts remains an enigma to me. However, I shall graciously accept this bounty. After a moment of reflection, Liu swiftly approached and delivered a finishing blow to both the colossal serpent and the strange bird before commencing the cleanup of the battlefield. Both the giant serpent and the bizarre bird were formidable entities at the pinnacle of chi refinement, their materials exceedingly precious. Liu did not linger. He promptly stowed the two beast carcasses into his storage pouch and hastened homeward. The fruits of this endeavor were truly substantial. Should all proceed smoothly, he could concoct several exceptional magical artifacts. The bird's elongated, sharp beak shone with a lustrous black sheen, remarkably sharp, ideal for incorporating rare ores to forge an exquisite sword. The serpent's scales, profoundly dark and remarkably thick, could be fashioned into a complete suit of armor. Its two curving, venomous fangs could be transformed into lethal needles. The teeth and claws of dozens of azure wolves could yield hundreds of disposable throwing darts imbued with self-detonation capabilities, enhancing ranged combat prowess. Finally, the wolf pelts and bird feathers, combined with select mineral components, could be crafted into a pair of wind-chasing boots. Soon, Liu meticulously devised an entire suite of magical treasures to be forged. A month later, several artifacts were finally completed. A lustrous black sword emerged, featuring a groove designed to accommodate a mid-grade spirit stone, capable of unleashing several-fold critical strikes. A set of exquisite black-scaled armor, easily adjustable in size, adorned Liu, accentuating his stature and exuding an aura of formidable charisma. Donning the wind-chasing boots, complemented by the cloud shadow step, he moved as if his feet had sprouted wings. Two diminutive, translucent white needles, barely visible, along with hundreds of disposable darts inscribed with unique explosive formations, instantly furnished Liu with a formidable arsenal. Chapter 25, Pretending to be a blacksmith grandfather, I have returned. On this day, the long-absent Ruwashi finally graced the little shop once more.
Ruwashi. What brings you back again? Did I not instruct you to devote yourself to cultivation at the sect?
The old Taoist, reclining in his chair, rose with a look of gratification.
Well, I missed you, and Ruwashi pouted playfully. You missed me? Or is it that you're in need of spirit stones once more? Not at all. I genuinely missed you. Of course, I wish to borrow someone as well. A quarter of an hour later. A bewildered Lu Yu found himself being dragged out by Ruwashi. Hey, miss, what is the matter? I am quite busy.
Lu Yu exclaimed helplessly.
Come on. What could you possibly be busy with?
Just do me a favor and act as my attendant for a few days.
What? An attendant? I am now a blacksmith. Lu Yu declared with solemnity. You a blacksmith? I am a master blacksmith myself. Enough chatter, just tell me if you will help.
And Ruwashi regarded Lu Yu with a gaze that held a hint of menace, as if suggesting that a refusal would lead to dire consequences.
Fine, I will help.
But you must at least inform me of what exactly I am to do. Lu Yu felt uneasy under her gaze and reluctantly acquiesced.
When we meet my fellow disciples, you will simply pretend to be a blacksmith. Pretend? But I truly am one.
Lu Yu adjusted his slightly disheveled attire and reiterated his point.
Seeing Lu Yu's earnest demeanor, and Ruwashi could not help but stifle a laugh. Hey, what do you mean by that? Do I really seem so unconvincing as a blacksmith?
Lu Yu replied, utterly speechless.
Not at all. You look quite the part.
Just maintain that demeanor and put on a show.
Well, all that talk had been in vain. After much questioning, Lu Yu finally grasped the situation.
It turned out that Ruwashi had made arrangements with her fellow disciples to venture into the Million Mountain for training. But unlike the others, she lacked personal bodyguards, which left her feeling rather embarrassed. Thus, she had hastily summoned Lu Yu to fill the gap.
However,
given Lu Yu's relatively low cultivation level, he could only pretend to be a blacksmith, which would still lend her some semblance of prestige.
Upon hearing about the Million Mountain, Lu Yu immediately shook his head vigorously, adamantly refusing to go.
He had nearly lost his life there recently and was thoroughly terrified.
Look at you. Rest assured. I will protect you.
And Ruwashi vowed confidently.
You? Is that really true?
Of course.
Do you not have faith in my abilities?
Lu Yu felt somewhat speechless.
To be honest, he did not truly believe it.
Nevertheless, since he was already there, he figured he might as well accompany her.
After all,
it would be even more worrisome to let her go alone. The two rode upon a swift steed to a lavish estate.
Listen. I have sung your praises to the heavens and back, so you better bring your A game. Show the cleverness you had before, and do not bring shame upon me. Moreover, if they truly ask you to forge, just put on a show and find an excuse to say you are not in your best condition, understood? Throughout the journey, and Ruwashi incessantly offered her reminders. All right, no problem.
Lu Yu, feeling somewhat weary of explanations, recognized that no matter what he said, she would not believe him.
By the way, how is your combat capability?
And Ruwashi suddenly inquired.
It should be acceptable, I suppose? Lu Yu replied, his uncertainty evident.
Your expression tells me you haven't practiced much, but that's fine, just stay close to me when the time comes, and I'll protect you.
And Ruwashi declared with unwavering confidence. Hey, that sounds wonderful. Look at your level of ambition.
Yes, I have such limited aspirations. Lu Yu quickly concurred, having resolved to be a quiet and handsome gentleman,
refraining from taking action unless absolutely necessary.
Before long, they entered the estate and encountered several of Ruwashi's senior disciples.
2 men and 2 women. All adorned in the distinctive attire of the Yunlan sect's inner circle.
One of the female cultivators was tall and slender, albeit somewhat flat-chested, while the other was shorter yet remarkably voluptuous. Despite their differing styles, both were slightly less impressive than Ruwashi. Among the male cultivators, one was short and stout, while the other was tall and lean. Their attire was resplendent, indicative of their noble heritage.
Behind each of them stood a retainer,
all at the 9th level of chi refinement. Ah, junior sister in, where did this handsome young man come from? The tall female cultivator approached with a smile as soon as she saw Ruwashi. Senior sister Gao, this is Luyu, the blacksmith I mentioned to you. Ruwashi replied, a hint of pride in her voice. She brought Luyu along not only out of necessity but also to show off a little. So young? Truly remarkable. The tall female cultivator exclaimed, her surprise causing her to regard Luyu with newfound admiration. The others paused their conversations, turning their attention toward him. This junior brother, you are a blacksmith? Which noble family do you hail from? The tall, lean male cultivator inquired with a smile. Oh no. Why did they have to ask about this? Ruwashi thought to herself, feeling a sense of dread. She had assumed they would merely be curious to see Luyu showcase his skills, and she could easily fabricate an excuse to brush it off later. To her surprise, the conversation veered into territory beyond her control. She could only hope Luyu would not be overly honest and would embellish the truth a bit. I am Luyu, without any family background. I hope my fellow disciples will not find this amusing, Luyu replied with a calm smile. Feeling no shame in his truth. Without a family? You must possess extraordinary talent. The tall, lean male cultivator responded with enthusiasm, pressing for more details. The others shared his curiosity. Only Ruwashi knew they were in trouble. Why was he being so honest? She was all too aware of Luyu's true capabilities. I have no formal mentorship, my knowledge of blacksmithing is merely superficial, Luyu continued nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, everyone's interest waned, and they resumed their previous conversations. Ruwashi couldn't help but smack her forehead in frustration, feeling utterly embarrassed. This fool, couldn't he at least boast a little? Upon hearing these words, the tall and lean male cultivator became even more enthusiastic, patting Luyu on the shoulder with an air of superiority. Junior brother Lu, he began. It's not that I'm criticizing you, but achieving success in artifact refinement without a proper lineage is quite challenging. How about I introduce you to a distinguished master another day? The tall male cultivator had felt quite displeased seeing Ruwashi walk so closely with Luyu. He had been pursuing Ruwashi for quite some time and hoped to deepen their relationship during this excursion. Thus, he sought every means to suppress Luyu. Now, upon learning that Luyu lacked both a prestigious background and a mentor, he was overjoyed. His goal of belittling Luyu had been accomplished. And it was evident to all who the superior was. Indeed, junior brother Lu, senior brother Liang is acquainted with quite a few renowned artifact refiners. Such an opportunity is rare, you must not let it slip away, chimed in a nearby voluptuous female cultivator. She harbored feelings for senior brother Liang, who, however, was infatuated with Ruwashi, resulting in a certain tension between the two women. If given the chance, she would not hesitate to undermine her rival. Thank you for your kind intentions, senior brother. I appreciate it, Luyu replied with a smile. He was well aware of their thoughts but chose not to take them to heart. Chapter 26, The Invisible One. Once everyone had gathered, the members of Yunlan's sect swiftly mounted their spirit steeds, each accompanied by their respective attendants, and set off towards the Million Great Mountains. The steeds they rode were all purebred spirit beast warhorses, some of which boasted capabilities on par with those of advanced chi refinement stage mounts. Capable of traversing thousands of miles with remarkable endurance. In contrast, only Ruwashi and Luyu were mounted on half-spirit horses. Mere commoners lacking the prestigious bloodline of spirit beasts. This disparity highlighted Ruwashi's relatively modest background within this circle, explaining her insistence on having Luyu masquerade as a craftsman. As they journeyed, the group of senior brothers and sisters engaged in cheerful banter and playful teasing, leaving Luyu isolated, as no one sought his company. Ruwashi harbored some resentment towards him and refrained from speaking, thus he became entirely inconspicuous. However, he welcomed this obscurity, seizing the opportunity to immerse himself in his small sword and diligently study the art of crafting. Through their conversations along the way, Luyu gleaned insights into his companions. The stout male cultivator was named Huanfu Feng, the tall and lean one was Liang Kai, the statuesque female cultivator was Gao Xiuwen, and the curvaceous one was Tian Rui. Let me tell you, the most perilous aspect of the Million Great Mountains is not the myriad of monstrous beasts, but rather the people, Liang Kai boasted as they traveled. Really? Why is that? The female cultivators inquired, their curiosity piqued. Because wealth stirs the hearts of men. I once ventured in alone to hunt beasts and was ambushed mid-journey. Fortunately, my skills prevailed, and I turned the tables on my assailants.
Wow, Brother Liang.
You are truly impressive.
The female cultivators exclaimed in unison.
Indeed, I am not boasting, I am thoroughly familiar with this place. You can trust me to lead you safely. Certainly, our young master has visited this place no less than 10 times, always returning laden with spoils, one of Liang Kai's attendants chimed in.
Upon hearing this, the female cultivators regarded Liang Kai with a glimmer of admiration.
Ruwashi, you must never venture here alone for your training.
If you wish to come,
you can always call on me, I promise to be at your service. Liang Kai smiled warmly at Ruwashi. Thank you, Brother Liang, and Ruwashi replied politely. Casting a resentful glance at Liu, frustrated that he failed to garner any attention.
What about me, Brother Liang? Can I call on you when I come for training? Tianrui suddenly asked in a coy tone. Me too. I want to come as well. Brother Liang, would you take me along? Gao Xiaowen added, joining the fray.
Of course, you are all welcome. As long as I am free, I will gladly accompany you, Liang Kai replied, a hint of pride in his voice. He then discreetly shot a glance at Liu, as if to say, look, this is what charm looks like.
Take notes, kid.
For him, the only potential threat in their midst was Liu, while Huang Fufeng was merely preoccupied with food, lacking any aggressive tendencies.
Brother Liang, you are simply the best. Tianrui exclaimed, her admiration evident.
However, the next moment, following Liang Kai's gaze, Tianrui noticed that Liu seemed lost in thought, prompting her to feel a twinge of displeasure.
Little Liu, I suppose you have never been to the Million Great Mountains before? Why not learn a few tricks from Brother Liang?
She admonished in a tone of instruction.
Indeed, during this expedition, one must be diligent, and once my mood improves,
I shall impart some guidance to you.
Brother Liang revealed a hint of bravado upon hearing this.
Liu chuckled softly, choosing not to respond.
By the way,
Junior Brother Liu, I have heard that the swordplay of your Liu Yun sect is quite formidable.
May I inquire as to which sword technique you have mastered?
Brother Liang suddenly posed this question.
Liu Yun sword technique. What? Isn't that the most fundamental introductory swordplay?
Gao Xiaowen displayed a flicker of surprise,
clearly possessing some knowledge of the Liu Yun sect. Junior brother, I must say,
being at the Liu Yun sect and not exchanging for a more advanced sword technique is quite a waste. As for me, although I am merely at the Yunlan sect,
I have acquired the renowned Ling Yue's sword technique.
Brother Liang spoke with great self-satisfaction.
Indeed, Brother Liang's Ling Yue's sword technique is among the top 10 of the Yunlan sect.
In truth, I believe that regardless of the sword technique, mastery is of utmost importance.
Liu replied with a faint smile. However,
it was evident to all that Liu's words were mere pleasantries. A few days later, the expedition team arrived deep within the depths of the Million Great Mountains,
marking the official commencement of their journey.
The team advanced in a pentagonal formation, with 4 attendants and guards clearing the path at the outermost perimeter, safeguarding the members of the Yunlan sect in the center, while Liu trailed at the back. Liu refrained from entering the illusory space again. Instead, he unsheathed his Qingfeng sword, remaining vigilant.
This area was already teeming with numerous high-ranking demonic beasts, thus he had to maintain utmost alertness. Suddenly,
a fragrant breeze wafted towards Liu. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Ruwashi.
Are you not seeking Brother Liang's protection? What brings you here? Liu inquired,
perplexed. Brother Liang, at the 9th layer of Qi training, is the strongest among the few in the Yunlan sect.
At the beginning of the expedition,
Brother Liang had actively invited Ruwashi to his side.
Yet unexpectedly, she had declined.
I don't need your concern. And Ruwashi brandished her short sword, taking a defensive stance beside Liu, exuding an air of protectiveness. It seemed this young lady was quite loyal, remembering her previous words.
However,
Liu remained somewhat apprehensive about her combat prowess. You should return, your presence here will only hinder my swordplay speed, Liu stated candidly.
You impudent brat. Do you seek trouble?
And Ruwashi shot him a glare with her beautiful eyes, brandishing her ladylike demeanor. Witnessing this, Liu could only relent.
With Enruwashi at his side, Liu felt somewhat superfluous. Whenever a situation arose, just as he intended to draw his sword, he discovered that Enruwashi had already dashed forward. He found himself with no opportunity to showcase his skills. Seeing this, Liu found solace in the leisure. Throughout the journey, Brother Liang's Ling's sword technique garnered much attention, eliciting screams from the female cultivators, while Liu remained an inconspicuous figure, subjected to various jests and ridicule. On one particular day, as the team traversed a valley, just as they were about to set up camp, they were suddenly met with the thunderous sound of demonic beasts charging from all directions within the valley. Then, before their eyes, a terrifying sight unfolded. Hundreds of demonic wolves surged forth from the surrounding hills, rushing towards them in unison. Each demon wolf possesses at least mid-level chi cultivation, their eyes gleaming with an eerie azure light, leaving the onlookers utterly stunned. Alas, we have ventured into the den of wolves. Huangfu Feng, still gnawing on a chicken leg, uttered a voice filled with despair. Liu, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. The last encounter had involved merely a dozen wolves. But now they faced a horde numbering in the hundreds, unmistakably a wolf's lair. Quickly! Seek shelter! Cried the eldest of the middle-aged guards accompanying Huangfu Feng. The head of the Huangfu family was acutely aware of his son's capabilities, thus he had thoughtfully arranged for an experienced protector to accompany them. Little did they know, such foresight would prove invaluable. The guard's exhortation jolted the group into action, prompting them to frantically flee toward the nearest mountainside. However, they had scarcely made any distance before they were overtaken and encircled by massive azure wolves. The sheer number was staggering, at least 200 strong. This is it. Faced with such a formidable pack, the members of the group felt their limbs weaken. One or two wolves posed no threat, but never had they imagined confronting such a multitude. Chapter 27, Is this your true strength? Everyone, quickly form a circular formation. We cannot outrun them. Fleeing would surely lead to our demise. The middle-aged guard shouted in desperation. As they escorted the family head's legitimate son, any misstep would cost him his life and atonement. Upon hearing his words, the others regained their composure and swiftly gathered to form a protective circle. However, just as the formation was completed, the pack of wolves lunged forward with ferocity. Attack! The middle-aged guard bellowed, channeling his spiritual energy into his mountain-splitting blade, unleashing a fierce arc of light that cleaved through the air. Simultaneously, the others concentrated their energies to deliver their most potent strikes. With ferocious howls, the massive wolves charged. But the group managed to fend them off, resulting in a chaotic display of flashing blades and splattering blood. Yet, Enruwashi found herself utterly flustered, struggling to keep up with the onslaught. As the wolves attacked, she swung her sword haphazardly, failing to strike vital points and inflicting minimal damage, merely exhausting her spiritual energy. Is this truly your strength? Liu observed from the sidelines, feeling a sense of despair. It turned out she was merely a novice. As a giant wolf threatened to breach Enruwashi's defenses and sink its teeth into her, Liu could no longer bear to watch. He swiftly drew his newly forged exceptional sword and, with a precise thrust, pierced the wolf's throat, sending it flying with a swift kick, eliminating it cleanly. Enruwashi, pale and shaken from her near miss, was taken aback by Liu's decisive intervention. When did he become so formidable? She pondered. Hey, why are you still dazed? Liu chided, as he swiftly dispatched another wolf lunging at Enruwashi. How can you afford to be distracted during a battle? Oh. Enruwashi quickly snapped back to reality and resumed fighting. With Liu's support, her burden lightened, and she gradually regained her composure. However, the others were not so fortunate. The wolves' defenses were exceptionally robust, and most of their weapons only left shallow wounds, failing to deal significant damage and instead inciting the beast's ferocity further. Within moments, the group's defenses became precarious under the relentless assault of the wolves. Several members sustained injuries, their combat strength severely diminished. Just as they struggled to maintain their formation, they suddenly noticed a figure emerging from the left, dispatching foes with remarkable fluidity. Upon closer inspection, it was Liu. How can it be this kid? The others questioned in disbelief, particularly Liang Kai, who had previously boasted with arrogance.
At this moment, Liu Yu was clad in exquisite black-scaled armor, wielding a gleaming, razor-sharp sword.
Fully equipped and exuding an aura of cold determination.
A massive wolf lunged at him, but Liu Yu deftly sidestepped, executing a sweeping strike that eviscerated the beast. Before the wolf could even register its demise, Liu Yu leapt high into the air, reversing his grip on the sword to pierce downwards, accurately penetrating the wolf's skull.
The entire sequence transpired in mere moments, effortlessly dispatching a fearsome foe. What kind of swordsmanship is this? So fluid. Huang Fufeng exclaimed, entranced.
He found Liu Yu's recent movements to be utterly impressive, embodying the very essence he had longed to witness.
It resembled the flowing cloud sword technique. Gao Xiaowen exclaimed incredulously. What? The crowd gasped in unison. An entry-level sword technique wielding such power? Indeed, it was the flowing cloud sword technique. The flowing cloud sect truly is a formidable faction, steeped in profound heritage.
The initial wave of attacks from the Blue Wolf failed to breach the defenses of the crowd. Under their desperate counterattacks, the pack momentarily retreated from the assault range. Quick, shift towards the mountainside while we have the chance, commanded the middle-aged guard as the wolf pack ceased their onslaught. Heeding his words, the group swiftly maneuvered their circular formation towards the mountainside. However, just as they reached the wall, the pack lunged at them once more.
Fortunately,
with their backs against the mountain, their exposed sides were reduced by nearly half, allowing them to finally take turns in defense.
Yet, as time wore on,
the depletion of their spiritual energy became severe, with most sustaining injuries, leaving their defenses perilously fragile. Despair once again enveloped the group as they struggled to hold on amidst the imminent dangers. To alleviate the pressure on his comrades, Liu Yu deftly swiped his sword, drawing two massive wolves preparing to attack from the left towards him, narrowly evading the frontal assault. With another sweep of his sword,
he redirected two more colossal wolves from the right. This maneuver significantly eased the strain on the defensive circle.
Simultaneously, Liu Yu launched a flurry of throwing darts,
providing support to his companions.
At this moment, he could hardly concern himself with the energy expended. If their defensive formation were to collapse, he too would face dire consequences. As darts flew forth, Liu Yu repeatedly saved his teammates from peril at the most opportune moments. This drastically alleviated the group's burden.
If you cannot cut through,
push them towards me,
Liu Yu called out loudly.
He noticed many struggling to break through the demon wolves' defenses, which made him secretly anxious.
All right.
Several of the weaker female cultivators responded with newfound determination. While severely injuring the demon wolves might be a challenge, sending them flying was within their capabilities. Thus,
Liu Yu entered a frenzy of output.
At one point, he found himself besieged by 7 giant wolves simultaneously. Yet, his expression remained unchanged. With a swift kick, he sent one giant wolf soaring into the air, breaking free from the encirclement. Then with a deft flick of his sword,
he swept through and sent all 7 wolves flying.
Next, employing the cloud shadow step, he executed 3 rapid strikes, precisely targeting the throats of 3 giant wolves,
dispatching them once more. Goodness, is that possible? A 3-hit combo in an instant?
The crowd gasped in astonishment.
Could this truly be the flowing cloud sword technique?
It was magnificent. The onlookers were left in awe, filled with reverence. It seems there is also a formidable stepping technique, Gao Xiaowen speculated uncertainly.
What kind of stepping technique is so extraordinary? At the very least, it must be of a high level.
No wonder. Stop searching for reasons.
Even if you were given 10 such stepping techniques, could you execute a 3-hit combo? Gao Xiaowen couldn't help but interject.
The crowd fell into silence.
After years of sword training, they had encountered numerous techniques.
Yet, when had they witnessed swordplay and footwork so seamlessly intertwined?
How did he manage to achieve this? A wave of confusion swept over the crowd. Under Liu Yu's relentless onslaught, the blue wolf was left trembling with fear, momentarily retreating.
This provided the others with a precious moment to catch their breath. I know of a cave nearby, not too far from here, perhaps a dozen miles away.
Follow me, Liu Yu suddenly shouted. Really? How do you know? Someone inquired.
I've been here before, it just slipped my mind until I saw this mountain.
And then it all came back to me, Liu Yu replied.
That's wonderful.
the group instantly ignited with hope. As long as they could reach the cave, their chances of survival would significantly increase. However, Tianrui's expression was somewhat uneasy. Earlier, she had mocked Lu Yu for never having been to the Million Mountains. And now she found herself swiftly proven wrong. Subsequently, the group reformed their defensive circle and moved forward alongside Lu Yu. Yet, and Ruoshi harbored some doubts. When did he come here? Wasn't it said he had never been? Today's Lu Yu felt like an enigma to her. An unfamiliar presence she had never encountered before. The 12 miles seemed neither long nor short. Ordinarily, they could reach their destination in a quarter of an hour. But now it felt interminable. They continued to support one another, struggling through the arduous journey until evening fell, at last arriving at their destination. Fortunately, they had persevered. And Lu Yu did not disappoint them. There indeed lay a cave, a narrow opening in a rocky mountain, flanked by a massive boulder weighing thousands of pounds. Chapter 28, The True Master of Artifice. The cavern was flat and measured 10 meters in diameter. With the entrance blocked by a massive boulder, everyone exhaled deeply, followed by a collective collapse onto the ground. However, their gazes towards Lu Yu were filled with reverence. The astonishing prowess he displayed during the fierce battle left them utterly astounded. "Brother Master, we owe you our lives," Huang Fufeng remarked, still shaken. "Indeed, Brother Master. We are indebted to you," the others chimed in unison. Today, they understood that the seemingly unassuming young man was, in fact, the true expert among them, while Brother Liang merely presented himself as a braggart. "Let us not be too courteous, everyone should focus on healing," Lu Yu said calmly. Upon hearing this, the group struggled to sit up, retrieving their healing elixirs as if Lu Yu's words were a royal decree. Only Liang Kai felt a profound sense of discontent. He watched as the previously unnoticed youth transformed into the hero of their tale, while he himself had belittled Lu Yu, becoming a figure of ridicule. Though no one spoke of it, he felt the weight of embarrassment and could only grit his teeth, offering a hollow compliment. "Junior brother Lu, I must admit, your swordsmanship is commendable, but one day I will surpass you." "You certainly will, keep at it," Lu Yu replied with a hint of encouragement. "What does that mean? Is he dismissing me?" Liang Kai was immediately infuriated. Yet, he dared not express it openly. After all, his very survival depended on Lu Yu. Once everyone had sufficiently healed, they cautiously peered outside the cave, only to discover that the pack of wolves had not dispersed. Rather, their numbers had swelled to over 300. The sense of relief that had momentarily graced them was swiftly replaced by tension. It was evident that the Wolf King had gone to summon reinforcements. Should this continue, the battle they would face would be even more brutal than before. Yet, their most pressing concern was the damage inflicted upon their magical artifacts, particularly their defensive gear. "Our primary issue now is our protective gear. Without it, escape is impossible," a middle-aged guard concluded. "By the way, junior brother Lu, aren't you an artificer?" Brother Liang suddenly inquired. Lu Yu was in a rather poor state and thus unable to forge anything. And Ruoshi quickly intervened. "He is not in a condition to work." She was fully aware of his true capabilities, having fabricated the story of his status as an artificer. Now was not the time for bravado. "Indeed. Crafting requires a certain state of mind. Junior brother Lu has been strained these past few days, so he shouldn't push himself," the stout Huang Fufeng added in support. "Regardless, junior brother Lu has already rendered us significant assistance. We owe you a great debt," Gao Xiaowen echoed. "It's fine, let me give it a try," Lu Yu replied nonchalantly. "What? Don't overexert yourself. You've done enough already," and Ruoshi exclaimed anxiously. "The more one fears something, the more it comes to pass. Can't you just be a bit more reserved? If he fails, all prior impressions will be shattered. Rest assured, I know my limits. All right, everyone. Gather the materials at hand. Do not conceal them any longer." Upon hearing Lu Yu's agreement to forge weapons, Gao Xiaowen decided to take a leap of faith. In no time, she had collected all the crafting materials from the group, several pieces of ore and a few components from magical beasts. Lu Yu assessed the resources and divided them into 2 piles, retrieving tools and fire jade from his storage bag to commence the forging process sequentially. These materials could yield, at most, 2 protective shields, while the leftover scraps would serve to mend the magical artifacts. and Ruo she held little hope for Lu Yu.
She silently concentrated on repairing the protective gear, realizing that her only reliance was herself. An hour later, Lu Yu extended the freshly forged magical artifact towards Gao Xiaowen.
Give it a try. What? You actually succeeded? Gao Xiaowen exclaimed in astonishment.
She took the protective shield and scrutinized it for a while, feeling a surge of emotion.
Junior brother Lu, you call this merely a superficial understanding?
The commotion caught in Ruoxi's attention, prompting her to hastily set down her materials and snatch the artifact. Gazing at the protective gear in her hands, she found it hard to believe.
This was a genuine magical shield, not a mere fade. He truly forged it? Lu Yu, when did you become a weaponsmith?
And Ruoxi could not contain her curiosity and asked the question that lingered in her mind.
I have been one for quite some time, didn't your grandfather mention it?
And Ruoxi slightly parted her lips. She had not returned to the shop recently.
So how could she know?
The last time she visited, she barely exchanged a few words before leaving with Lu Yu.
Junior sister and... Is it not quite normal for a talent like Brother Gao to become a weaponsmith? What's so surprising about it?
Huang Fu Feng stated matter-of-factly.
Quite normal. Do you even know how long he has been learning to forge?
And Ruoxi longed to voice her thoughts but feared revealing too much.
And what about your swordsmanship? When did it become so formidable? She posed another question, her curiosity piqued.
Just a few months ago, I got lucky and acquired an ancestral foot technique. I practiced it.
And here we are.
And Ruoxi found herself at a loss for words.
How could this fellow be so fortunate? Genuine ancestral techniques were exceedingly rare in the market, and yet he just happened to stumble upon one? Conversely, what's with your timidity? Lu Yu retorted.
That was my first time, my combat prowess is still quite decent, and Ruoxi replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed.
With the protective magical artifacts in hand,
the group felt a wave of relief. However, as they observed the increasing number of wolf demons outside the cave, their expressions grew heavy with concern.
Actually,
I have a way to help you all escape, but it requires your cooperation. Sensing the group's despondency, Lu Yu suddenly spoke once more.
What? The group was momentarily taken aback. What must we do?
50 miles north of here, there is a great river. If we enter the river and drift downstream,
we can evade the pursuit of the wolf pack.
Lu Yu sketched a diagram on the ground while speaking.
50 miles? That seems rather distant.
It will be quite challenging for us to pass through unscathed, Huang Fu Feng expressed his concerns.
Indeed, it is quite difficult, others concurred.
We shall employ the arrowhead formation to break through. I will lead the way, and you need only focus on defense, Lu Yu declared.
Soon.
Lu Yu elucidated his tactical approach.
To swiftly break through the encirclement, the arrowhead formation was the most effective strategy. However,
a significant challenge lay in the speed of the advance. The tip of the arrowhead was of utmost importance, its forward momentum would determine the fate of the entire team.
Should the tip encounter resistance, the group would find themselves ensnared in an endless siege.
Nevertheless, Lu Yu was confident in his abilities. Having simulated the scenario several times within the illusionary realm.
What say you? Shall we proceed? Lu Yu inquired. Why not give it a try? Gao Xiaowen glanced at her fellow disciples.
The demon wolves possess thick hides, making them difficult to slay, yet merely knocking them back was not an insurmountable task for them.
Let us do it. The group unanimously declared.
Very well, once we push aside the boulder, heed my command. I will lead, and the guards will follow.
Lu Yu instructed decisively.
In the next moment, as the boulder was moved, the giant wolves began to stir.
Brother Liang.
Position yourself at the left side of the Kuan formation, Sister Gao, take the right side of the Qin formation. Brother Huangfu, you shall remain in the center.
Lu Yu swiftly completed the deployment of their formation, and everyone brandished their magical artifacts, charging forth.
As they emerged from the cave, the wolf pack howled and lunged toward the team.
Maintain formation. Attack!
With a commanding shout from Lu Yu, he unleashed a series of swift strikes, instantly creating a breach and leading the group like a spear into the midst of the wolves.
Bang! 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 One by one, the demon wolves were sent flying.
Under Lu Yu's powerful assault, the team advanced with remarkable ease. This success was largely attributed to Lu Yu's astute arrangement of team dynamics and the escape route, allowing everyone to complement each other's strengths, thus forging ahead with unstoppable momentum. This significantly bolstered the confidence of the group.
Chapter 29: Whose invitation do you intend to accept? However, a distance of 50 miles feels exceedingly daunting. The paramount concern is perseverance.
Whether Lu Yu can maintain his unwavering resolve until that moment remains a matter of speculation.
Yet, to everyone's astonishment, after the passage of half a day,
Lu Yu showed no signs of diminishing speed.
This prompted a collective admiration. Just how much energy does this young man possess within him? Unbeknownst to them,
they had already covered more than half the journey. Then, unexpectedly, a colossal demon wolf appeared, charging directly towards the group.
Its imposing presence unmistakably marked it as the Wolf King.
The sight of this formidable creature sent the crowd into a frenzy.
Lu Yu's expression turned grave.
He had simulated this encounter in the illusionary realm 10 times, with the Wolf King appearing only once. To his dismay, luck had betrayed him in reality, as that 1 in 10 chance had indeed materialized. As the Wolf King drew near, Lu Yu took the initiative to confront it head-on, only to find his attack insufficient to breach the creature's defenses, resulting in a minor setback. This encounter halted the group's advance abruptly. The Wolf King launched several successive assaults,
each one unopposed.
The formation of the group quickly disintegrated, and some had already fallen behind, ensnared in dire peril. Despair enveloped the hearts of the onlookers as they turned their hopeful gazes towards Lu Yu.
Brother Huangfu swiftly unleashed the binding demon rope.
Amidst the pervasive despair, a voice emerged, igniting a flicker of hope.
Ha! Huangfu Feng was perplexed. What use is the binding demon rope? It probably won't even restrain the Wolf King. Yet,
trusting Lu Yu implicitly, he hesitated not a moment longer and hurled the rope towards the Wolf King.
In an astonishing turn of events, as the Wolf King leapt to pounce, it was ensnared by the binding demon rope.
In that fleeting moment of confinement, several throwing darts erupted against the Wolf King's chest. Lu Yu, in a blur, appeared before the creature.
1 sword. 2 swords. 3 swords.
Lu Yu unleashed a swift sequence of 5 strikes,
all targeting the same point on the Wolf King's chest, shattering its defenses and delivering a grievous blow.
With a howl of agony, the Wolf King crashed to the ground.
Ah! That was incredible.
Hai Xiaowen and the others erupted in enthusiastic cheers.
Was such prowess truly within the realm of human capability?
Their admiration for Lu Yu had reached unparalleled heights. After being grievously wounded, the Wolf King scrambled to its feet and retreated, cowering and no longer daring to advance.
Form up and press onward,
Lu Yu commanded decisively upon witnessing the creature's retreat. The final stretch of the journey proved arduous, as everyone was greatly fatigued. Fortunately,
no further incidents arose.
Upon reaching the great river and boarding the modest wooden vessel, despite their injuries, they could no longer contain their jubilant embraces and exclamations.
At the gates of Lianyun City, Master Lu, do you have time this evening? Shall we dine together? Master Lu, come visit my home tomorrow. There will be a surprise.
As they parted ways, Gao Xiaowen and Tian Rui extended their warm invitations.
Even Huangfu Feng joined the fray. Brother Master,
come to Lingwu City tomorrow. I will take you to experience the most splendid sights in the world.
After politely declining the kindness of several individuals,
Lu Yu proceeded alongside Ruoshi toward the small shop. As they approached, Ruoshi suddenly halted, regarding Lu Yu with a peculiar gaze.
Hey, are you all right?
Lu Yu felt somewhat uncomfortable under her scrutiny.
Of course I am. It's you, Master Lu, who seems to have plans. With which senior sister are you meeting?
Ruoshi queried with a teasing tone.
Cough, what nonsense are you speaking? I am quite busy, Lu Yu responded, a mix of amusement and exasperation evident in his demeanor.
They are quite sincere. Who knows, perhaps after dinner, you might win the heart of a beauty, Ruoshi continued her playful banter.
Please. Do you really think someone would be interested in a disciple like me, with such a chaotic mix of elemental roots?
Lu Yu sighed, lightly tapping his forehead in disbelief. Hard to say. In others' eyes, you are now a hidden master, Ruoshi remarked, a hint of envy in her tone. Once they reach the foundation establishment stage, they will disregard my meager skills, Lu Yu chuckled bitterly. Humph. At least you have some self-awareness, however, do not underestimate yourself. Learn more from my grandfather. And you may well surpass them, and Ruwashi encouraged, patting Lu Yu's shoulder with an expression that belied her youth. Yes, you are right. Ah, such a good boy. Xiao Yu, let us set off. In response to Lu Yu's attitude, and Ruwashi felt quite satisfied. No matter how capable you are, you still must heed my words. However, after that day, and Ruwashi began to adopt a more ladylike demeanor and consciously enhanced her appearance. Unfortunately, Lu Yu was not meant to enjoy such changes. Shortly after returning, he received an urgent transmission from his sect. Unless he was in seclusion, he was required to return immediately. Upon arriving at the sect's stone chamber, he encountered Wang Hao rushing toward him in a state of alarm. Not good, brother Yu, you have been summoned to the southern barbarians' battlefield. Wang Hao exclaimed, visibly distressed. What? How can this be? Lu Yu was taken aback. Have you offended someone? Typically, those summoned to the southern barbarians' battlefield are peak chi refinement disciples without backgrounds or prospects for breakthroughs. Given your low cultivation, how could you possibly be on the list? Wang Hao questioned, perplexed. Perhaps it is Zhao Ting, he is the only one I have offended, Lu Yu sighed deeply. Since his last confrontation with Zheng Kuan sycophant, he anticipated retaliation, and now it had indeed come to pass. Then you should seek a plea for mercy, otherwise, with your current cultivation, it would be nearly a death sentence on the battlefield. Pleading is out of the question. If I must go to the battlefield, so be it. Do not act rashly. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a steward arrived with a message, announcing a gathering at the Immortal Sect Square in 3 days to head to the Southern Barbarians' battlefield. Chapter 30, The Southern Barbarian Battlefield. The Southern Barbarian Battlefield is situated at the juncture of the Xiantian and Nanling cultivation realms, separated by the formidable Million Mountain Range. This treacherous expanse makes passage exceedingly perilous, and ideally, the cultivators of both realms would maintain a respectful distance from one another. Yet, to the east of the Million Mountains lies a vulnerable spot where cultivators from both realms can traverse with relative safety. Consequently, both realms have stationed troops to guard this weak point, which over time has evolved into the Southern Barbarian Battlefield. In recent years, despite the absence of large-scale confrontations, skirmishes have been frequent, resulting in significant losses of low-tier cultivators on both sides. As a result, major sects across the southern continents have been rapidly expanding their recruitment of lower-tier disciples. Thus, Lu Yu, possessing a mixed elemental root, was fortunate enough to be accepted into the Lu Yun sect. 3 days later, in the square of the Lu Yun sect, hundreds of cultivators prepared for departure. Among them were several dozen foundation establishment cultivators, with the remainder being chi refinement practitioners. The majority of these chi refinement cultivators were at the 9th level, with only a few elderly practitioners at the 8th level. Lu Yu, at the 7th level of chi refinement, stood out conspicuously among the crowd. The chi refinement cultivators willingly heeded the sect's summons to the southern barbarian battlefield due to the possibility of exchanging their efforts for foundation establishment pills. Those who could achieve notable merits would be rewarded with these pills, propelling them into a new phase of cultivation. This arrangement proved mutually beneficial for both the sect and the cultivators, and many at the 9th level, believing their chances of advancing to foundation establishment were slim, actively sought to join the ranks. To Lu Yu's astonishment, amidst the throng of departing cultivators, he spotted a familiar figure, with flowing hair and an ethereal presence. It was none other than the striking senior sister, Xinjing, who had once overseen the original owner's entrance examination. It could be said that the original owner's successful admission into the Lu Yun sect, despite possessing inferior spiritual roots, was partly due to their perseverance and determination. But perhaps more so to Xinjing's discerning eye. Why is such a prodigy here? Lu Yu pondered to himself. However, it was Xinjing who appeared more astonished. Approaching Lu Yu with a look of indignation, she demanded, "What are you doing here? With such low cultivation, are you not courting death?" "I have no choice. The sect has summoned me," Lu Yu replied, somewhat exasperated. "How could the sect possibly summon you? This is utter madness. Have you offended someone?" Xinjing inquired. That must be the case, it's the only explanation, Liu responded, his demeanor calm. Xinjing momentarily faltered, her voice softening.
Fine. Just remember to stay close to me on the battlefield. She was merely an ordinary inner sect disciple without substantial backing.
And she could not afford to provoke someone of greater ability.
With that, she turned and walked away before Liu could reply.
Though Liu felt indifferent to her concern, a flicker of warmth stirred within him.
Is this what it feels like to be cared for?
It seemed he had not experienced such a sentiment in quite some time.
An hour later, everyone had gathered.
2 golden core cultivators arrived punctually, briefly providing instructions before summoning large flying vessels to transport the assembly of cultivators toward the southern barbarian battlefield.
The journey was fraught with peril,
as wayward flying beasts occasionally emerged from the mountains, launching attacks on the vessels. However, under the formidable suppression of the 2 golden core cultivators, these creatures were swiftly repelled. After a swift flight spanning over 10 days, the vessels finally reached the frontline city of the southern barbarian battlefield, Linyuan City. Linyuan City serves as the primary stronghold of the Xiantian cultivation realm at this tumultuous front.
All reinforcements destined for the southern barbarian battlefield converge here. As dawn broke,
a throng of over 10,000 cultivators from various sects across the southern domain had gathered in the vast square of Linyuan City's grand gates,
each sect forming a distinct formation.
Within each formation, 2 golden core cultivators took the roles of commander and vice-commander, leading the entire contingent. Foundation establishment cultivators acted as captains of their respective teams, guiding 30 chi refinement cultivators each. Liu, as anticipated, found himself assigned to Xinjing's squad. Once the formations were organized, a commanding officer at the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm ascended to the platform. His countenance grave as he began to address the assembly. Esteemed cultivators, I shall dispense with superfluous words and emphasize one point: this is a battlefield. Regardless of whether you were a prodigy or deemed worthless in your previous sect, here in the military, all are equal. Here, lineage and talent are irrelevant, only merit counts. In your team, if your military achievements surpass all others, you shall be the commander, and regardless of others' cultivation levels or backgrounds, they must heed your command. Shortly, each of you will receive an identification token, which will automatically record your accomplishments as long as it remains on your person. Slaying a chi refinement cultivator earns you 10 military merits, a foundation establishment cultivator grants 100 merits, and a golden core cultivator yields 1000 merits, and so forth. Military merits can be exchanged for any resources, including foundation establishment pills. Ranks are recognized throughout the Xiantian continent. As long as your military achievements are high, you shall be treated with respect wherever you go. So strive forth, young ones. The time to establish your legacy has arrived. As the commander's impassioned words resonated, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd, echoing for an extended duration, igniting fervor within each individual. After a considerable pause, the commander gestured for silence before continuing. Now, let me reiterate the discipline: in the chaos of battle, each relies on their own prowess. Those who steal achievements or falsely claim military merits shall be executed. Those who harm their comrades without cause shall be executed. Those who betray our realm and ally with the enemy shall be executed. The resounding calls for execution, coupled with the oppressive aura of magical energy, etched deeply into the hearts of all present. Once all matters were addressed, the commander summoned the leaders of each sect to step forward in turn to receive their identification tokens, before leading their respective teams back to their designated quarters. The encampment of the Luyun sect was situated within a cluster of buildings in the southern part of the city. Due to the vastness of Linyuan City and the absence of other cultivators, each small team was assigned an independent courtyard. The city boasted comprehensive facilities, including a trading area, taverns, a martial arts arena, and even brothels. Were it not for the looming threat of war, life here would be quite leisurely and carefree. However, in preparation for the imminent conflict that may arise at any moment, Liu did not remain idle after settling in Linyuan City. He diligently sought out artifacts that could be forged from the inheritance of weaponry, while simultaneously simulating various battlefield scenarios within the illusionary space, searching for techniques to enhance survival rates amidst the chaos of war. Yet, scarcely had 2 days passed since his arrival when an urgent military order was issued. Esteemed colleagues, we have just received a directive from the commander.
Our flowing cloud sect is required to dispatch 10 sentinels to the front lines for reconnaissance duties. Now, I shall call forth the names.
The Golden Corps leader of the flowing cloud sect proclaimed from a raised position, his expression grave.
Lu Yu, Mu Shan, Li Kuei. Fang Datong. Upon hearing this list, the disciples of the flowing cloud sect erupted in a wave of astonishment. Those named turned pale as the realization struck them. Sentinels are the most perilous role on the battlefield, with a mortality rate that is alarmingly high, even in the absence of a major conflict.
Encounters among sentinels are not uncommon. Moreover, prior to any significant battle, confrontations between opposing sentinels are particularly fierce, resulting in untold casualties.
Commander, Lu Yu's cultivation level is too low. Is this truly appropriate?
Xinjing suddenly mustered the courage to step forward, feeling compelled to intervene, fearing that should the mission proceed,
it would surely be a one-way journey. Are you questioning my judgment?
The Golden Corps leader's expression darkened at her words.
I would not dare. Xinjing's heart raced,
a flicker of panic evident in her eyes.
Chapter 31, The Dark Sentinel in the Deep Mountains. Then step back, I have my own reasoning.
The Golden Corps commander commanded sternly.
Yes.
Xinjing replied obediently, retreating to her original position.
However, her gaze towards Lu Yu is tinged with a hint of regret and a trace of pity, as if to say, I have done my utmost, now you must fend for yourself. Lu Yu sighed, reluctantly accepting the reality. Given his level of cultivation,
it was indeed a stroke of misfortune to be assigned the most perilous and arduous tasks, undoubtedly a scheme orchestrated by the Zhao family. It seemed the Zhao clan wielded considerable influence, capable of asserting control even within the military camp. The only recourse now was to earn military merit. Only with distinguished accomplishments could he hope to escape being manipulated. The following day, Lu Yu boarded a flying vessel, accompanying the sentinels selected by various sects towards the dense jungles of the front line. Over 300 sentinels were dispatched, all seasoned individuals, each possessing a cultivation level of the 9th layer of qi refinement. It was evident that they were all practitioners who had fought their way up from the ranks.
Brother, you are truly unfortunate. How did you incur the displeasure of this commanding officer?
Murmured a burly man beside Lu Yu, expressing sympathy.
In this cohort, aside from Lu Yu,
the others were all seasoned veterans, having lived most of their lives without much hope, now risking it all in this endeavor.
A young man like Lu Yu, with potential still ahead, should not have to endure such tribulations.
Indeed, but I believe that the heavens do not completely forsake mankind, Lu Yu replied with a certain nonchalance.
Confidence is commendable, yet it should not be blind.
Just take care of yourself. The burly man patted Lu Yu's shoulder, letting out a sigh.
Soon,
the flying vessel halted before a rudimentary fortress at the front line, where the assembly of over 300 individuals gathered for a briefing. It turned out that the Xiantian continent was dotted with numerous mining areas within the Million Mountains, each site guarded by cultivators, yet ultimately lacking sufficient manpower. Should the enemy choose to launch a surprise attack, the defenders would be overwhelmed, unable to provide timely support and preparation.
Hence,
it was necessary to periodically deploy large numbers of dark sentinels around each mining area to detect the enemy's approach in advance, ensuring adequate support and defense.
After receiving the signal flare, the group of over 300 was quickly assigned to their respective posts. They formed teams of 3, freely combining, with each group responsible for a designated sentinel point.
Before long, these individuals seamlessly blended into the vast mountains.
Days later,
at the periphery of the 10th purple copper mine in the east, amidst the endless sea of trees, Lu Yu, camouflaged,
quietly lay hidden on a branch of a large tree, his gaze fixed intently on the surroundings. 100 meters ahead, within a tree hollow, another dark sentinel,
a lean figure, concealed himself.
Farther away in a cave, a bald man named Zhang Shan was resting. Unfortunately, the 3 of them, the last remaining,
had been grouped together to oversee this region. Lu Yu remained crouched on the tree for an entire day, yet he detected not a single soul. Instead,
he was besieged by venomous insects and ants.
If only I had an infrared detector. Enduring this watch is truly torturous, Lu Yu lamented, reminiscing about the technology of his previous life. According to reason, one would expect the methods of the cultivation world to be more advanced, yet
there seems to be a conspicuous absence of relevant detection tools.
With a heart full of inquiry, Liu concentrated his mind on the inheritance of magical artifacts. And after several hours of diligent searching, he indeed discovered a similar device, the spirit display disc, capable of revealing living beings imbued with spiritual energy within a certain radius. What a remarkable treasure! Yet, how is it that such an item has never been heard of in the Xiantian continent? As the night passed without incident, the shift change approached. However, the bald-headed guard who was supposed to replace him did not appear. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Liu had no choice but to signal the lean monkey and stealthily return to the resting cave. The narrow entrance was merely a slender crack, just wide enough for one person to pass. Yet, once inside, the cave revealed itself to be rather spacious, measuring at least 10 square meters. A few luminous pearls were placed within, ensuring that it was not overly dim. Upon entering the cave, Liu discovered the bald-headed guard still sprawled on the grassy bedding, soundly asleep and showing no inclination to rise. "Brother Zhang, wake up, it's your turn," Liu urged, giving him a gentle shake. "All right, I know." The bald-headed guard mumbled reluctantly, merely opening his eyes before sinking back into slumber. Time passed, and seeing that the guard remained unresponsive, Liu felt compelled to press on. "Brother." The bald-headed guard lazily opened his eyes, his impatience evident. "What's the rush? Let the lean monkey handle it outside." "Brother, doesn't the military order stipulate that at least 2 people must be on duty simultaneously?" Liu inquired. "Junior brother Liu, is this your first time on the battlefield?" The bald-headed guard replied curtly. "Let me tell you, amidst these vast mountains, encountering an enemy attack is far from easy. I have been here for over a year and have yet to face any incidents. However, blatantly disregarding military orders like this doesn't sit right, does it?" Liu frowned. "Military orders? What do they matter?" The bald-headed guard scoffed. "They sit comfortably in the city while we toil away here. Of course, they want us to risk our lives. No worries, just relax. If you were so concerned, you can go out and stand guard yourself," he said before closing his eyes once more. Observing the guard's indifference, Liu sighed, feeling somewhat exasperated. It seemed these individuals were unreliable, and he would have to rely on himself. He needed to hasten the creation of the spirit display disc, otherwise, he feared that one day of rest could lead to his demise if he let his guard down. The crafting of the spirit display disc was rather intricate, differing significantly from the artifact forging system of this world. Instead of channeling spiritual energy, it operated by inserting spirit stones. Such a formation was unheard of in this continent. After a series of intermittent studies lasting over 10 days, he finally succeeded in forging it. Fortunately, he had plenty of materials like fire jade on hand, and the watch duties during this period had proceeded without incident. When it was once again Liu's turn to stand watch, he began to experiment with the newly crafted magical device. Activating the spirit display disc and inserting a spirit stone, he soon observed several red dots appearing nearby. What could these red dots signify? Liu cautiously approached the nearest red, only to sense something amiss as he drew closer. It did not seem like a place inhabited by people. Indeed, it wasn't long before he encountered an armored beast. Subsequently, he investigated several more red dots. Some revealed hidden sentinels, while others were ferocious beasts. This approach was inadequate. For military purposes, it was imperative to distinguish between cultivators and beasts. After much contemplation, Liu resumed his alchemical endeavors. This time, he drew upon various methods for crafting the spirit sensing plate, integrating the strengths of each technique. Days slipped by unnoticed, and one night, Liu was in a cave, meticulously adjusting a freshly forged spirit sensing plate. Upon inserting a spirit stone, he beheld 3 stationary red dots upon its surface, and a smile finally graced his face. These 3 red dots signified the locations of his group's hidden sentinels, precisely as he had anticipated. Yet, without warning, one red dot abruptly vanished from the spirit sensing plate. What was happening? Was it malfunctioning? Liu shook the plate, but it remained unchanged. A surge of anxiety gripped him. Could it be that the slender monkey had encountered a mishap? But why were there no other red dots nearby? Chapter 32, Midnight Assault. With a sense of trepidation, he stealthily emerged from the cave, ensuring not a sound escaped his lips. He resolved to verify the situation personally. From a distance, he observed the slender monkey lying motionless on a branch.
Could it be that this little rascal had fallen asleep? Suddenly, the red dot representing the bald head vanished. No, an arrow was lodged in the monkey's back. The darkness of the night rendered it difficult to discern until now. This was dire, an ambush was underway. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu drew a signal arrow and shot it into the sky. Then swiftly rolled away from his previous position. Indeed, mere moments later, several arrows were shot towards the spot he had just vacated, embedding themselves into the ground until only their fletching remained visible. These were spiritual arrows, and the archer must still be over a kilometer away. Explaining why the spiritual sensing device had failed to detect them. The range of this device was merely 500 meters, ultimately, it was somewhat inadequate, constrained by the quality of its materials. Recognizing the peril, Liu made a decisive retreat. Fortunately, the signal arrow he had released detonated in mid-air, illuminating the surrounding sky like a clap of thunder in the stillness of night. The mining outpost should have been alerted by now. Seizing the cover of darkness, Liu dashed towards his own mining site, employing rapid flashes of movement. In less than a quarter of an hour, he heard the unmistakable sounds of chaos and battle cries surrounding him. The mine was under assault, but he was grateful for the advance warning. The rest of the situation was no longer his concern, his mission was accomplished. He turned back towards Linyuan City. Each signal arrow bore a distinct mark, allowing Liu to return to Linyuan City without facing any difficulties upon task completion. At last, he could enjoy a brief respite. After fulfilling his mission, Liu returned to the small courtyard where the Luyun sect was stationed. The spiritual sensing device had proven invaluable, yet it still harbored significant flaws, primarily its limited range. The reason he had failed to detect the incoming enemy was that the device's range was merely 500 meters, while in this world, arrows shot from spiritual crossbows could easily exceed a distance of 1 kilometer. Thus, his most pressing need was to procure superior materials to forge a device with an expansive range. Additionally, he sought various other useful auxiliary magical tools. As time passed unnoticed, 3 months later, the Luyun sect's legion finally received its first major assignment, to join with several other legions and launch a counterattack against an invading enemy force at the Nanshan mining area. This vast forest of the southern barbarian battlefield harbored numerous mineral resources. Both the Xintian continent and the southern Ming continent had claimed many spiritual mines in proximity, stationing troops to guard and excavate them. However, the abundance of mines was overwhelming, no single site could accommodate a large force, necessitating the establishment of defensive fortifications. Should enemy forces invade, reinforcements would be dispatched from Linyuan City. The Nanshan mining area lay several tens of thousands of miles from Linyuan City, making it one of the more distant mines, yet its high value rendered it indispensable. Departing from Linyuan City, even aboard the fastest flying vessel, it would take at least 5 days to reach the Nanshan mining area. Though the task was urgent, the leaders still exhibited remarkable military acumen, commanding the group to alternate between flying and pausing, ensuring they retained ample spiritual energy. After all, the impending mission to provide support could lead to a fierce battle at any moment. Depleting their strength en route would be a grave tactical error. They could only silently hope that the defenders of the mining area could endure a little longer. The fortifications at the Nanshan mine were notably formidable, boasting hundreds of spiritual crossbows. Typically, an invasion by enemy forces could not breach them. However, if the area had already fallen, they would have to reconsider their strategies. On board the flying vessel, Liu quietly perused information on survival strategies for the battlefield. This would be his first participation in a chaotic clash involving thousands of cultivators. And as a 7th-layer Qi practitioner, preserving his life amidst such turmoil seemed an insurmountable challenge. Although he had encountered numerous grand spectacles in his previous life, the battles within the realm of cultivation were no mere replication of straightforward gunfire. Here, attacks were controlled by consciousness, capable of bending and twisting, often evading evasion, leaving one to endure the onslaught. He had simulated countless scenarios within the realm of illusions, yet failed to uncover any effective means to enhance his chances of survival. Ultimately, he concluded that, above all, detaching from the battlefield was paramount to minimize the likelihood of being caught in chaotic assaults. Days later, upon their arrival at the Nanshan mine, the group was met with an eerie silence that enveloped the vast area.
The entire mining zone lay in desolation, with its defenses almost entirely obliterated. Splitting into smaller factions, they traversed the valley, only to encounter the grotesque sight of numerous bodies strewn about, all belonging to practitioners of the Xiantian continent. Additionally, they discovered heaps of miners' corpses, brutally massacred in bulk. The victims bore the marks of a gruesome demise, their bodies riddled with wounds, with the female cultivators suffering the most horrific fates. Entirely exposed and mutilated. After a thorough search of the area, the various teams reconvened, shrouded in a heavy silence. They were met with the grim realization, they were annihilated. Not a single soul had survived. Each individual, gazing at the carnage surrounding them, clenched their fists tightly. If there had been any lingering resentment about being summoned to battle, it evaporated in that moment. A patrolling cultivator suddenly flew in to report that the invading forces from the southern Ming continent were still reveling 100 miles away, having not retreated far, and their numbers were approximately 3,000. The supreme commander of this mission, Su Ba of the beast-taming sect, after gathering the opinions of various sect leaders, addressed the assembled group directly. Esteemed comrades, our Xiantian continent has always valued peace and has never bullied the weak. Yet, the southern Ming continent perceives us as feeble prey, repeatedly launching unwarranted invasions in recent years, believing there is no one to defend our Xiantian. Under a collapsing nest, how can there be unbroken eggs? Now, I wish to lead our forces in pursuit and confront the southern Ming continent in battle, tit for tat, blood for blood. Will you join me? I will, echoed the crowd. Tit for tat, blood for blood. Tit for tat, blood for blood. In the next moment, everyone responded in unison, evidently deeply affected by the sight before them. Very well, in that case, after a brief respite, we shall launch our assault. A man of valor should not languish in this world. When we encounter the denizens of the southern Ming continent, let us strike them fiercely. We must ensure they feel the weight of our blows. This time, our achievements in battle shall be doubled. Slay! 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 In an instant, a resounding battle cry reverberated through the ranks, stirring even the heart of Lu Yu, who had long since passed the age of impetuousness. After a moment of contemplation, the group rose in unison, swiftly heading toward the location of the invading enemy forces. Chapter 33: The Chaos of Battle from Afar. Upon witnessing the encampment of the invading enemy forces, Lu Yu commenced a series of simulations within the realm of illusion. However, each attempt left him drenched in cold sweat. It was not merely a matter of surviving against overwhelming odds, but rather a grim certainty of certain demise. As long as he lingered on the battlefield, unforeseen attacks would relentlessly emerge, delivering devastating blows. This incessant peril extinguished his hopes of seizing an opportunity to gain merit amidst the chaos. Yet, the tides of war would not pause for his predicament. As the Xiantian forces arrived at the encampment of the southern Ming cultivators, they launched a full-scale assault, unleashing a torrent of swordlights and magical artifacts. Without hesitation, Lu Yu seized the moment while the southern Ming forces were still reeling, engaging in frenzied combat. However, it was not long before the southern Ming cultivators regained their composure and, fueled by an indomitable spirit, swiftly turned the tide of battle. Given his relatively low cultivation level, Lu Yu soon found himself targeted by a formidable adversary, a ninth-layer chi practitioner adorned with ear studs and clad in bone armor, who relentlessly hurled meteoric hammers in his direction. In that moment, rather than seeking refuge with Xinjing, Lu Yu chose to flee into the dense forest. It was madness to remain on the battlefield amidst the chaos of swordlights, where an errant attack could easily spell his doom. Who could possibly safeguard him? Upon engaging the enemy, Xinjing consciously began her search for Lu Yu. However, upon noticing that he had not sought her side, but instead had retreated into the woods, she was seized by frustration. How could he act as a coward? If he were to be caught, escape would be futile. Fuming, she stamped her foot and resolved to focus solely on her own battles. Lu Yu fled deeper into the mountainous forest, pursued relentlessly by the enemy cultivator, who seemed determined to capture this seemingly easy target. Yet, this soft persimmon exhibited an uncanny ability to evade capture, quickening his pace until he vanished into a secluded grove. The earstud cultivator, searching frantically, called out, "I see you, boy. Come out and meet your end, and I might grant you a complete corpse." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a shadow erupted from the underbrush beside him, lunging swiftly towards the earstud cultivator.
The adversary, seemingly prepared,
swung fiercely at the shadow. To his astonishment, he found himself striking a wooden dummy.
In that fleeting moment of confusion,
he felt a sharp pain in his back as a dark sword silently pierced through his armor.
Cursed be it! Infuriated by his injury,
the earstud cultivator swiftly turned to retaliate, only to find Lu Yu had already withdrawn, vanishing from sight. Infuriated and alarmed at having been wounded by a mere 7th-layer Qi practitioner, the cultivator recklessly unleashed a barrage of spiritual talismans in all directions. Once the chaos subsided,
as he prepared to assess the results of his onslaught, a piercing shriek reached his ears, the swift sound of flying projectiles. Without a moment's thought,
he instinctively dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding a dart that whizzed perilously close to him.
A close call indeed. Had he not reacted in time?
The dart would have found its mark directly at his heart. Before he could even feel relief, the dart did not merely whiz past him, instead, it exploded directly in front of him.
What on earth is happening?
The earring-clad cultivator hurriedly raised his hammer in a desperate attempt to shield his vital areas. With a thunderous boom, he was left with a charred visage. Although the hammer mitigated some of the damage, he still found himself momentarily dazed. Yet, that fleeting moment of disorientation proved to be fatal. As he regained his senses, a sudden numbness surged through his legs, and a silver needle pierced into his flesh.
A double strike? This is bad. There's poison.
The sight of the inky black wound sent the earring-clad cultivator into a state of sheer panic.
He frantically crammed antidotes into his mouth, but none were effective. After a desperate struggle,
he felt his body slipping further from his control and cried out in despair, "Is this truly a 7th-layer Qi refinement cultivator?
Heaven, are you toying with me?"
He then collapsed with a resounding thud. A moment later, witnessing the demise of the enemy cultivator from poison, Lu Yu finally exhaled in relief.
Stepping forward to deliver a finishing blow to the earring-clad cultivator before he began to gather his spoils.
The shadow that first lunged at the earring-clad cultivator was a rudimentary scarecrow puppet Lu Yu had recently experimented with. It housed a low-grade spirit stone, designed solely to spring forth upon receiving a command. Although the puppet was crude, it proved remarkably effective. Engaging the earring-clad cultivator head-on would have taken an eternity to secure victory. Alas, this earring-clad cultivator was a miser. With only 200 spirit stones and a few pills in his storage bag, only the meteor hammer artifact held any significant value. Finally defeating a Qi refinement cultivator was no small feat. Every tactic at his disposal had been employed. Yet, gazing at the 10 military merit points on his identity token, Lu Yu felt a swell of satisfaction. After serving as a sentinel for months and earning merely 20 points, he was astonished to amass 10 points in just 1 hour. After a brief respite, Lu Yu once again appeared at the battlefield's edge. Upon noticing enemy cultivators in pursuit, he swiftly retreated into the woods. He was confident in his speed. As long as a Foundation establishment cultivator did not pursue, he could easily escape. If a lone cultivator chased him, he would employ the same tactics to eliminate them, while if multiple foes pursued, he would shake them off and reappear in a different direction. Thus, until dusk. When the call to retreat sounded, Lu Yu returned to the main force. On this day, he had accumulated 60 military merit points, over 1,000 spirit stones, several magical artifacts, and countless pills. Of course, if calculated according to Suba's promise of double merit points, he should have received a total of 120. No wonder people say that killing and plundering is a golden belt. The gains from this single day rivaled what he had amassed in an entire year. Lu Yu couldn't help but feel reflective. When Xinjing saw Lu Yu return to the ranks, she was momentarily taken aback. This kid is still alive? He must have hidden in some corner, waiting for the battle to conclude before re-emerging. How cowardly. Her gaze towards Lu Yu was laden with profound disdain. Although she had previously shown concern for Lu Yu, his recent performance has left her profoundly disappointed. A true man, one of strength and integrity, may meet his end in battle, yet should never live in disgrace, especially when faced with such a bitter enmity. Following this, Xinjing refrained from casting another glance at Lu Yu and resolutely led her team back to report. After an entire day of fierce combat, every member of the Xiantian team exerted their utmost effort. Had it not been for their depletion of spiritual energy and the looming threat of unforeseen circumstances, they would have certainly remained on the battlefield. Nevertheless, although the Xiantian continent did not achieve significant victories, they nonetheless inflicted considerable pain upon the enemy forces. After retreating from the battlefield, the invading army dared not linger any longer and hastily fled back to the South Ming continent under the cover of night. They were acutely aware of the wrath they had provoked, knowing that once reinforcements arrived for their adversaries, there would be no escape for them. Chapter 34, Special Mission. After the conclusion of events in the Nanshan mining area, Liu accompanied the main force back to Linyuan City to rest, following the arrival of the garrison at the new mining site. In the ensuing months, the South Ming continent experienced a period of relative calm, and the members of the Flowing Cloud sect were no longer assigned such large-scale combat missions. Given that this was a time of peace, significant conflicts were scarce. Most tasks revolved around patrolling, guarding, and escorting, typically carried out by several squads in collaboration, presenting minimal risk. This shift left Liu somewhat disheartened, as he had hoped to amass wealth through warfare, particularly since his cultivation required a substantial amount of spirit stones. Without unexpected fortune, rapid advancement was a daunting challenge. Thus, he resorted to crafting minor magical artifacts to sell, supplementing his household income. Fortunately, after months of relentless effort, he eventually broke through to the 8th layer of chi refinement. Given his mixed elemental roots, achieving this level at his age was indeed a cause for celebration. One morning, half a year later, the Xinjing squad finally received a special mission, to covertly retrieve an informant who had ventured deep into the Million Mountains years ago to gather intelligence, and to bring back critical news to the camp. The base reward for this assignment was particularly generous, with additional rewards contingent upon the significance of the information, and with no upper limit. This invigorated the team, as such missions were not easily obtained. Before dawn had fully broken, Liu eagerly joined his squad as they stealthily departed from the barracks. Compared to when they first arrived, the squad had undergone significant changes, with many new faces. Over the past 6 months, some members had perished, while others were assigned to different tasks, leaving only a few veterans, with the rest being newly integrated from other teams. Liu was honored to be among the few remaining seasoned members, traveling by night and resting by day. The team finally reached the designated rendezvous point on the 5th morning. However, the individual they were to meet had yet to appear. The group could only wait silently in the surrounding area. After all, the previously agreed upon time was merely an estimate, and deviations during execution were entirely normal. After an indeterminate period, Liu's recently crafted spirit-revealing disc suddenly illuminated, a red dot rapidly approaching on the dial. "Someone is coming," Liu communicated to Xinjing. "Where?" "I don't see anyone." Xinjing scanned the area but detected no movement. "They are still 10 miles away," Liu replied nonchalantly. "Are you trying to be funny? You can see them from 10 miles away?" Xinjing remarked with a roll of her eyes. This young man still had the humor to jest. "If you don't believe me, that's your choice," Liu said, opting for silence. In any case, it was inconsequential, she would soon see for herself. However, not long after, an unexpected turn of events unfolded, as numerous red dots appeared on the spirit-revealing disc, all heading in their direction. "This is bad, a group is pursuing us. And there are quite a few. Quickly, let's set up an ambush." Liu's expression turned anxious. "All right, Liu, if you keep talking, I will get angry," Xinjing replied, her patience wearing thin. "I'm telling the truth." Liu frowned. "Is what you say truly the truth? Who do you think you are?" Xinjing glared at Liu, her irritation palpable. Liu, upon witnessing her ire, could only sigh in resignation, realizing that in such matters, one's voice often holds little weight. Before long, a figure appeared in the distance, rapidly approaching. Xinjing, taken aback, cast a surprised glance at Liu before hastening to greet the newcomer. However, Liu remained rooted, his attention fixated on the divination plate in his hands. The figure in the distance seemed to be burning through their life force in a desperate sprint. Upon reaching Xinjing and the others, they finally collapsed, breathless, raising a jade slip high above their head while struggling to utter a few words, quick. Yet, before they could finish their sentence, they fell to the ground in a heap. The group rushed forward to assess the situation.
Hey, what is the code? Xin Jing inquired urgently. The individual,
pale and gasping for air, attempted to respond, but was overwhelmed and fainted.
Hey, wake up! Xin Jing seized the jade slip but did not flee immediately. Instead,
she endeavored to revive the fallen person.
She needed to ascertain their identity to avoid any potential mistakes, as the consequences could be dire. Senior Sister Xin, we must retreat,
Lu Yu urged, anxiety gnawing at him as he noticed the red dots closing in behind them. However, Xin Jing showed no intention of leaving. Realizing there was no time to waste, Lu Yu cursed under his breath at this foolish woman and darted back into the depths of the forest without hesitation. Just as the group was exerting every effort to assist the incoming individual, a member of the outer team suddenly cried out, "This is bad.
We're surrounded." What?
Xin Jing sprang to her feet, scanning the surroundings. Panic set in as she beheld the dense throng of figures encircling the forest.
Retreat! Quickly! However, it was too late.
The enemy surged forward with alarming speed, shooting a signal arrow into the sky, swiftly ensnaring Xin Jing and her companions in an assault.
At that moment,
they attempted to flee but found their escape thwarted, forcing them to prepare for battle.
The enemy's strength was on par with theirs, and they focused solely on entangling them rather than fighting with abandon.
Xin Jing led several attempts to break free, yet each time they were unsuccessful. As the second wave of the enemy approached, her team grew frantic, urging, "Captain Xin, you must break through.
Don't worry about us." "No. I cannot abandon you."
Xin Jing firmly refused, for these individuals were those she had brought along. The thought of leaving them behind to face certain doom was unbearable. She was convinced that if she fled, none of them would escape, and the outcome would be catastrophic. Gritting her teeth, she summoned her spiritual energy and fought valiantly,
hoping to rescue them all.
"Captain Xin, this is not the time for sentiment.
You must go." "Indeed, Captain Xin. The mission is paramount."
Hearing this, Xin Jing hesitated. Looking at her familiar teammates before her, her eyes misted with tears, yet she found herself unable to harden her heart against them.
Yet, reality is often cruel.
Her brief hesitation led to the loss of her final opportunity for escape.
The second wave of adversaries swiftly arrived on the battlefield, encircling everyone without delay.
Most alarming was the presence of a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator at the 4th level, significantly surpassing Xin Jing, who was merely at the 3rd level. Under the relentless obstruction of the Peak cultivator, Xin Jing exchanged blows with the enemy, but soon sustained serious internal injuries.
It was over.
The entire army was on the brink of annihilation. As she witnessed her comrades fall one by one, her heart twisted in agony, filled with remorse.
In that moment,
she recalled Lu Yu's advice.
If only she had heeded those words back then.
Alas, regret is a luxury this world does not afford.
Before long,
of the 30 members of the Xiantian team, only Xin Jing remained, struggling against the inevitable.
Was this truly where her journey would end?
She surveyed her surroundings,
offering a bitter smile.
The aftereffects of expending her spiritual energy were already manifesting. She was utterly exhausted. She felt beyond saving. She could no longer face the fallen comrades.
So be it.
Chapter 35, diverting the pursuers. Just as she was about to wield her sword and take her own life, a miracle transpired.
Suddenly,
a tumult erupted ahead, revealing Lu Yu riding a colossal demon bull king, accompanied by a throng of wild demon bulls, charging recklessly towards her. It was not that he wished to flee alone, rather, escaping at such a critical moment would lead to certain doom. The sheer force of the demon bull herd instantaneously shattered the encirclement of the southern Ming realm, forcing the enemy cultivators to scatter in disarray. Faced with such a frenzied onslaught, even foundation-building cultivators were compelled to retreat. As the demon bull king reached Xin Jing's side, Liu leaned down, grasping her hand firmly and drawing her into his embrace, then urged the demon bull king to flee with all his might.
"Is it truly you?"
Xin Jing felt the solidness of Lu Yu's chest, her tension easing. Before he could respond, she succumbed to her exhaustion and fainted completely. Cradling the icy beauty in his arms, Lu Yu found no time to admire the enchanting scene before him. At that moment, he was acutely aware of the perilous situation. Although he had rehearsed this escape meticulously and chosen the most promising route, he remained uncertain whether unforeseen complications would arise in reality.
After all, the world is in constant flux. Fortunately, the actual events bore little deviation from his rehearsals. Once the foundation-building cultivators of the southern Ming realm regained their composure, they immediately took to their swords in pursuit. However, the abundance of towering trees surrounding them, combined with Lu Yu's timely deployment of flying darts that exploded midair to create distractions, hindered the pursuer's speed. Furthermore, the demon bull king's agility in the forest rivaled that of sword flight, zigzagging and weaving, effectively allowing Lu Yu to elude his pursuers. After racing several hundred miles, the demon bull king finally collapsed from exhaustion, lying flat on the ground. At this point, even if Lu Yu were to strike it with his sword, it would not budge. Reluctantly, Lu Yu removed the beast-controlling ring from the demon bull king's neck, expressed his gratitude, and then swiftly concealed himself in Xinjing amidst the towering mountains. Half a day later, within an uncharted cave in the Million Great Mountains, Lu Yu gently laid Xinjing down. He had no time to admire the beauty of the sleeping maiden before hastily administering a medicinal pill to her. Their escape was largely credited to the beast-controlling ring he had recently crafted, which allowed him to briefly control a demon beast of a significantly higher realm. Among the myriad methods of crafting mystical artifacts passed down through the lineage of artifact forging, the beast-controlling ring proved to be one of the more practical. Initially, he had intended to create it merely for amusement, never anticipating its profound utility. However, danger lurked everywhere in this place, and he needed to awaken Xinjing swiftly, for the pursuers could arrive at any moment. Fortunately, the medicinal pill proved effective. Soon, Xinjing slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Lu Yu before her and realizing that he was indeed her savior, her heart tightened, and she could no longer contain her emotions, collapsing against his shoulder and weeping uncontrollably. "They're gone. They're all gone. I caused their deaths." As Lu Yu gazed at Xinjing, who was weeping like a child, he initially intended to admonish her but ultimately refrained. It became apparent that even the strongest of women possess a delicate vulnerability. Lu Yu remained still, allowing Xinjing to weep in his embrace. Although he yearned to offer her comfort countless times, he ultimately held back. Perhaps time is indeed the finest balm for healing wounds. After an indeterminate duration of weeping, Xinjing gradually regained her composure. Noticing the tears that stained Lu Yu's clothing, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I'm sorry, Lu Yu." "It's nothing," Lu Yu replied nonchalantly. A silence enveloped them, as both were at a loss for words. However, the awkwardness was short-lived, as they soon heard a long howl echoing from outside the cave. They quickly stifled their sounds and approached the cave entrance to peer outside. To their dismay, they spotted an enemy cultivator at the fourth stage of foundation establishment, soaring through the air on a sword, meticulously scanning the surrounding terrain. "This is bad. We've been tracked." The two of them felt a sense of foreboding. "What is going on? Is there a marker on us?" Lu Yu pondered, convinced that, given his evasion skills, he should not have been so easily found unless they had been marked. Suddenly, Lu Yu closed his eyes and began to simulate the situation. Moments later, he impulsively tugged a single hair from Xinjing's head. This strand differed from the others. It was the tracking device employed by their adversary. In that instant, both recognized the imminent danger. This cave would inevitably be discovered, and both of them would face certain death. "You stay here, I will divert him," Xinjing declared resolutely, producing a jade slip to hand to Lu Yu. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, Lu Yu unexpectedly struck her, rendering her unconscious. "Sigh. Let me handle this," Lu Yu lamented softly. It was not that he underestimated her capabilities, but given her current state of injury and exhaustion, she would not be able to evade for long and would inevitably be caught, sealing their fates. His diversion held a glimmer of hope. Shortly thereafter, having pulled the hair, Lu Yu dashed several miles, successfully drawing the attention of the cultivator in the sky. He ceased hiding and activated the cloud shadow step, sprinting at maximum speed. His intentions were not heroic, he merely wished to avoid adding another soul to the realm of the unjustly slain. Moreover, he was not devoid of escape options. With the cloud shadow step and prior simulations, he merely needed an opportunity. He understood that the speed of a foundation establishment cultivator was unmatched by ordinary chi refinement practitioners, necessitating that he exploit the cloud shadow step to its fullest potential while adeptly utilizing the surrounding terrain.
Although the enemy flew swiftly on their sword, maneuvering was cumbersome, while he could navigate the ground with agility. Through his rapid calculations and simulations, he utilized the cover of nearby trees to dart and weave, successfully evading the attacks of the Foundation establishment cultivator time and again. Yet, the crucial opportunity he sought never materialized. Despite his continuous simulations, he remained ensnared in a seemingly inescapable predicament. He realized that he had gone too far this time. As his spiritual energy was on the brink of depletion, he still could not find the terrain that would allow him to escape his pursuer. Suddenly, he stumbled and fell.
Ha ha! Run, kid! Aren't you the swift one?
Mocked the foundational cultivator as he caught up, his laughter dripping with arrogance. It seemed that he intended to unleash all his pent-up frustrations of the day upon Lu Yu. Amirchi Refining Jr. had managed to elude him for an entire day, even allowing his companion to escape right before his eyes.
This was a tremendous humiliation for him.
Thus, upon confirming that Lu Yu could no longer flee, a cruel smile spread across his face. He drew his spiritual sword,
slowly aiming it towards Lu Yu's dantian, intending to let his prey savor the terror of impending death.
Chapter 36, Lost. Lu Yu watched in trepidation as the sharp spirit sword lunged towards him. His heart raced with anxiety,
uncertain whether the scene from his earlier simulation would manifest.
If it did, he might survive; if not, his fate was sealed.
Fortunately,
just as the sword's tip was about to pierce him, the anticipated pain did not materialize. Instead, a piercing white light erupted from within him, radiating with a force capable of obliterating anything in its path. This brilliant light shattered the advancing spirit sword and, in an instant, penetrated the body of the foundational cultivator opposite him.
How could this be?
The foundational cultivator stared wide-eyed at the gaping wound in his chest,
gradually succumbing to weakness as he fell.
He could not comprehend it, his eyes filled with unfulfilled life.
As the dust settled, Lu Yu finally exhaled, feeling utterly spent.
The events that had transpired were beyond explanation; he could only attribute it to the little sword instinctively protecting its master.
In his previous simulations,
he had unexpectedly discovered such a path to survival, leading him to take a gamble that had surprisingly paid off.
However,
the probability of the little sword's protective instinct being triggered was exceptionally low, seemingly influenced by the circumstances and his state of mind.
Of all his simulations,
this was the only instance it had occurred. Seeing the sudden increase of hundreds of military merits on his identity token, he felt a sense of unreality.
Yet,
there was no time for reflection. Who knew if there were still enemies lurking nearby? He hurriedly collected the foundational cultivator's storage bag and swiftly departed the scene. In the cave, Xinjing eventually awoke after a brief period. She stared blankly at the empty cave entrance, her eyes gradually welling with tears. She had surmised the adversary's intentions, and it seemed they had succeeded. She could only stifle her sorrow and hasten towards Lingyuan City. She understood that searching for Lu Yu now would be futile; the opportunity had been bought with a life, and she could not squander the other's earnest efforts. Traveling by night and hiding her presence during the day, Xinjing finally returned to Lingyuan City after several days. Perhaps the emotional toll had been too great.
After submitting the jade slip she held, she chose to enter seclusion.
She sought to escape from it all, enduring her grief and solitude. Deep within the Million Mountains, after acquiring the foundational cultivator's storage bag, Lu Yu realized he had lost his way. He wandered aimlessly through the thicket,
unable to find any familiar landmarks.
It was all due to his hasty retreat; he had fled wherever he could without concern for his surroundings. The mountains were fraught with danger, and ultimately, he had no choice but to take refuge in a cave to cultivate and elevate his prowess.
Upon opening the enemy's storage bag, Lu Yu was taken aback.
Inside the 1-meter square bag lay a small pile of gleaming mid-grade spirit stones, numbering in the hundreds.
Additionally,
there were several bottles of elixirs used by foundational cultivators, a superior spirit sword, and a high-grade sword technique jade slip, named the sword control technique. This sword technique was clearly intended for those who had reached the foundational stage; he was not yet able to learn it.
After completing his cultivation, Lu Yu took out the foundation building elixir and began his seclusion. The potency of the elixir was exceedingly fierce,
compelling him to divide it into several portions to avoid the risk of self-destruction.
3 months later,
a weary figure emerged at the edge of the Million Mountains, none other than Lu Yu.
with the aid of numerous elixirs. He had successfully reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of chi refinement and had also passed the sword technique illusion assessment. However, the anticipated rewards for his achievement had yet to materialize. Having reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, he was compelled to conclude his seclusion and seek the path home. Fortunately, after enduring countless hardships and meandering for over half a month, he finally emerged from the mountains and beheld the city. Where to go now? Lu Yu hesitated. Perhaps returning to the Lu Yun sect would be prudent. With his chi refinement cultivation, he would be nothing more than cannon fodder in the military, easily perishing with a single misstep. Meanwhile, in the general's hall of Linyuan City, Xinjing, who had been recuperating for several months, was summoned by the general. Xinjing, you have rendered great service in the last mission, the imposing general said with a benevolent demeanor. I am but a dullard, I humbly request the general to enlighten me. Xinjing responded, somewhat perplexed. The information you brought back was of paramount importance, indirectly saving thousands of lives. What kind of reward do you desire? The general inquired with a smile. Xinjing was momentarily taken aback by this revelation, but her thoughts quickly turned to Lu Yu, causing her spirits to dim. Reporting to the general, the success of bringing back the news was entirely due to Lu Yu's efforts. Oh? How so? The general inquired with curiosity. Xinjing proceeded to recount the entire sequence of events. If what you say is true, then Lu Yu must have perished. However, during my recent search, there was no trace of him. Instead, we discovered the remains of a 4th-level foundation building cultivator. Does this not suggest that he may have been rescued? The general mused with a smile. The young squad leader had long been troubled by the idea of total annihilation, so he saw no harm in delivering some good news to her. Really? Xinjing's expression brightened, her beautiful eyes sparkling with surprise. I believe it is highly likely. However, are you truly willing to relinquish all credit to him? If so, his achievements in the squad will surpass yours, the general pressed once more. I am willing. Regardless of whether he is alive or dead, this credit belongs to him, and I seek no reward. Xinjing exclaimed with fervor. This was undoubtedly the best news she had received in a long while. Very well, if he truly returns, will you be content to remain in his shadow? I have no objections. Stepping out of the general's hall, Xinjing suddenly felt an immense weight lifted from her shoulders. The pent-up frustration of the past week seemed to dissipate entirely. Armed with military orders, she hurried to the barracks, eagerly beginning the process of rebuilding her squad. She aimed to prepare everything she could for Lu Yu's return. However, upon entering the military affairs hall and issuing the summons for squad members, she encountered an unprecedented silence. Upon hearing her remarkable achievements, the cultivators present recoiled as if from a plague, distancing themselves significantly. Those with options would never consider joining Xinjing's team, save for the unwanted remnants. Ultimately, Xinjing could only gather a motley crew of similarly defeated and overlooked individuals, barely amassing 30 members. Meanwhile, on the winding paths of the Lu Yun sect, Liu strolled leisurely. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he lifted his gaze to the sky. A striking figure clad in crimson, a beautiful woman, soared above him on her sword. Upon recognizing her face, he found himself momentarily entranced. It was Li Sisi. When had she succeeded in establishing her foundation? At that moment, the red-clad beauty also caught sight of Lu Yu. Upon noticing his disheveled appearance, a flicker of undisguised disdain crossed her eyes. Without sparing him another glance, she soared away into the distance. Sighing softly, Lu Yu realized he too needed to devise a means to establish his foundation. The contemptuous glance Li Sisi had cast upon him deeply affected him. Her earlier prophecy seemed destined to come to fruition. After a period of reflection, Lu Yu resolutely made his way to the market, resolutely selling the high-quality spiritual sword he had obtained from a foundational rival, earning over 20,000 spiritual stones. Coupled with the 200 medium-quality spiritual stones in his storage bag, he amassed a total of 45,000 stones. However, a foundational pill required 50,000 spiritual stones. Reluctantly, he would have to continue liquidating his assets. Chapter 37, Captain Lu. After liquidating all his possessions, he barely managed to gather 50,000 spirit stones. Therefore,
He hastily purchased a foundation establishment pill, bathed, and began his secluded cultivation. The foundation establishment pill was distinctly different from the usual elixirs. While the latter primarily provided spiritual energy, the former was designed to purify the sinews and bones, transforming the body itself. Upon ingesting the pill, Lu Yu felt an intense heat enveloping him, as if he had stepped into a furnace, with his body undergoing continuous cycles of burning, destruction, and reconstruction. With each cycle of destruction and reconstruction, impurities seeped from his body. As these impurities were expelled, he sensed a lightness and newfound strength within him. However, after a month, he emerged from his retreat in a daze. He had failed to establish his foundation. At the crucial moment, the bottleneck before him stood as impenetrable as iron walls. Utterly unyielding. It dawned on him that his aptitude was indeed lacking. Others succeeded with just one foundation establishment pill, while he saw no glimmer of hope. He had exhausted all his savings on this pill and was now left with nothing. The prospect of acquiring another foundation establishment pill seemed distant and uncertain. Reluctantly, Lu Yu returned to Lingyuan City, for the military camp was still the quickest means to earn money. Upon entering the small courtyard of his station, he spotted Xin Jing's figure. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere grew suddenly silent. Xin Jing gazed at Lu Yu, her eyes red-rimmed and tinged with a hint of melancholy. Her expression was peculiar, as if she were caught between laughter and tears. "Hey, I know I'm quite handsome. But there's no need to look at me so affectionately." Lu Yu broke the tension with a sudden bout of self-admiration. "Get lost," Xin Jing retorted. And with that interruption, she finally broke into a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, she abruptly said, "By the way, Captain Lu, the general is waiting for you." "Captain Lu? What Captain Lu?" Lu Yu was somewhat bewildered. "Hurry, I'll explain later," she urged. "All right." Without further hesitation, Lu Yu hurried toward the general's hall. Yet, as he emerged from the hall, he gazed at the captain's insignia in his hand, feeling an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Could it be that Xin Jing, that silly girl, had actually relinquished all the credit to him? Setting aside everything else, she truly possessed a sense of loyalty. Upon returning to the station and stepping into the courtyard, he was greeted by a cacophony of voices. To his surprise, 30 cultivators, including Xin Jing, had gathered. "Greetings, Captain Lu," they all exclaimed in unison, leaving Lu Yu in a state of astonishment. Were these individuals truly his soldiers? This sensation transported him back to the passionate days of his past on Blue Star. He quickly pulled Xin Jing, who was beaming, aside and quietly inquired about the situation. As she recounted the events, Lu Yu swiftly grasped the unfolding story. It turned out these were remnants of defeated troops, scattered and unwanted, which explained their deference toward him. Xin Jing had initially feared Lu Yu would be disappointed, however. She did not detect any trace of dismay on his face. Ahem. Lu Yu cleared his throat and stepped into the midst of the crowd. Just as he was about to speak, an uninvited guest sauntered through the gate. "Oh, quite a gathering we have here." A rather eccentric male cultivator from the foundation establishment stage boldly entered. "Si Tu Ming. What brings you here?" Xin Jing's expression turned icy upon seeing him. And she queried sharply. The other team members also displayed evident displeasure at his arrival. "Of course. I am here to see what kind of team leader you have been pining for," the foundation establishment cultivator smirked, seemingly unfazed by the negative reception. Instead, he began to brazenly scrutinize Lu Yu, shaking his head repeatedly as he did so. "May I inquire who this esteemed senior is?" Lu Yu felt uneasy under the scrutiny, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. "The captain of the neighboring team has some unresolved issues with me," Xin Jing whispered in Lu Yu's ear. Understanding dawned on Lu Yu. It was no wonder the other party was so aggressive. Resources were limited, and competition among teams was fierce. Moreover, given that Xin Jing had nearly faced total annihilation last time, it was clear that the other side would seize any opportunity to undermine them. However, the intimate exchange between the two stirred discontent in Si Tu Ming. He had long coveted Xin Jing but had never succeeded in his pursuits, only to find that a mere youth had beaten him to it. "Xin Junior sister, your team leader does not seem very impressive, does he? Surely he cannot be your romantic interest?" Si Tu Ming remarked with a tone laced with jealousy.
See Ming. What utter nonsense are you spouting?
Xin Jing's face flushed crimson as she glanced nervously at Lu Yu, fearful that he would misinterpret her reaction.
Then why, pray tell? Would you relinquish your position as captain for this lad? Si Ming pressed. That is because I am unworthy. Xin Jing retorted. Well then. Why do you refuse to join our team and instead lead such a ragtag bunch?
This left Xin Jing momentarily speechless. Even the other team members turned to observe her response.
At a loss for words, are we? Si Ming's expression gleamed with triumph. This is my affair. It has nothing to do with you.
Xin Jing flustered, her voice cold and dismissive. Yet, it was evident to all that her justification was weak and unconvincing.
Could it truly be so? Esteemed senior, might it be that your charm is lacking?
Lu Yu suddenly interjected, pushing aside the bewildered Xin Jing with a smile.
What? What did you say?
Si Ming was taken aback, disbelief etched across his face. Even the other team members expressed surprise. Si Ming's team had a formidable reputation within the city of Lin Yuan, many could only admire them from afar.
Who would have thought that their own captain would be belittled?
Allow me to clarify, Xin Junior's sister would rather choose me than you, undoubtedly because I possess superior qualities. Whilst you fall short.
Lu Yu continued nonchalantly.
His words left the crowd momentarily stunned. Even Xin Jing turned to look at him, as though considering his reasoning.
After all, if one were to have a romantic partner, why would it not be him? In this realm of cultivation, is there truly anyone who would forsake the good?
In that moment, the crowd's gaze toward Si Ming grew peculiar.
Well,
you truly dare to speak such words. Utterly oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the depth of the earth. Si Ming, upon hearing this, was both infuriated and amused.
Indeed. I am unaware of the heavens and the earth, but I do know that you are unwelcome here. Lu Yu unreservedly issued an eviction order. Very well. Just you wait. Let us see how long you can remain so smug. Si Ming declared with a fierce tone before storming out in anger.
Then there is no need for you to worry, senior brother.
Do take care.
Lu Yu continued to smile as he spoke.
After bidding farewell to Si Ming, tranquility finally returned to the courtyard.
Although Xin Jing found Lu Yu's earlier words quite satisfying, her joy was overshadowed by the reality of having offended Si Ming,
making future days seem daunting.
Nonetheless, the other team members began to regard their captain with newfound respect. Curious to see what abilities this young man possessed to win the affections of the aloof beauty.
However,
Lu Yu paid no heed to their scrutiny and calmly approached the group. Stating at a measured pace, they claim you are all worthless because others have perished in battle while you remain alive. The crowd trembled at these words, their hearts unsettled. Clearly, this statement had been a deep wound for them over the past while.
Yet, I disagree.
Lu Yu suddenly shifted his tone.
On the contrary,
I believe you are all treasures. Upon hearing this, the crowd raised their heads in surprise. In the midst of battle, survival is paramount, there is no shame in that.
Fight if you can win, retreat if you cannot. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of a lack of firewood. At this moment, the crowd looked to Lu Yu, astonished. Their captain was actually encouraging them to be cowards?
Conversely, having faced failures, you will better understand the importance of assessing the situation and acting within your limits. I do not expect you to charge into battle without hesitation. I merely wish for you to strike fiercely when victory is within grasp and to retreat swiftly when it is not.
In short, one principle: we only engage in battles we can win. If victory is unattainable, then we shall not fight.
The crowd was suddenly filled with questions. Xin Jing wearing a confused expression.
What on earth is this fellow up to? However, despite the absurdity of Lu Yu's theory, it resonated deeply with the group.
And no one dared to voice dissent. Alright, I hereby appoint Xin Jing as the vice-captain, you shall heed her commands, and do not trouble me with trivial matters.
Did everyone hear that?
Yes.
Captain.
Xin Jing led the chorus, and the others responded in unison. Lu Yu nodded in satisfaction before retreating to his room to cultivate. There was no need for emotional bonding or fostering camaraderie.
As for the grandiose declarations made to Sita Ming, they had long since slipped from his memory. Thus, Lu Yu, in his capacity as captain, completely abdicated his responsibilities, leaving all matters in Shenjing's capable hands. He had no choice. He needed to devote his time to refining weapons and accumulating spirit stones. Meanwhile, Shenjing remained preoccupied, fretting over how to undertake missions and enhance the strength of the team. Captain, there is a mission. Not accepting. Captain, there is. Not accepting. For the next few days, Shenjing repeatedly reported tasks she deemed worthy to Lu Yu, hoping he would accept them. However, he consistently declined before she could finish speaking, leaving those observing Lu Yu utterly perplexed. A month later, Shenjing approached Lu Yu once more. Captain, there is a mission. And this time it has been personally assigned by the commander, it cannot be refused. Shenjing spoke rapidly, fearing another rejection. Oh? What mission? Lu Yu inquired, somewhat surprised. The commander has instructed us to assault a mining base. What is the situation with the defending forces? Lu Yu paused his work and looked up. According to reports, there is one Foundation establishment cultivator, 10 peak Qi practitioners, and dozens of miners, all at mid-Qi cultivation. Oh, then let us set out. Lu Yu nodded, setting aside the artifact he had just refined. This task was a direct order from higher up, even if he wished to decline, he could not, so he reluctantly accepted. Shenjing was efficient in her preparations, and soon the entire team had organized their belongings and set off towards the Million Mountains. Throughout the journey, Lu Yu kept his eyes closed, remaining detached from worldly matters. Shenjing had no choice but to shoulder the responsibilities alone, after all, she owed him that much. After several days of arduous travel, the team was nearing their target base, estimating that a few more mountain passes would reveal the mine. Suddenly, Lu Yu halted and issued his first command, "Stop." "What's wrong?" Shenjing was taken aback and quickly called the team to a halt. "Return the way we came." Without further explanation, Lu Yu turned to leave. But the commander's orders. "It's fine, I will take responsibility if there is an issue." "Well, all right." Shenjing, feeling helpless, relayed the orders for the team to follow. The squad was left in a state of confusion. Was their captain accustomed to retreating? It was one thing to refuse tasks repeatedly, but now, when the moment had arrived, he was still backing down. However, under Shenjing's authority, no one dared to question further. Meanwhile, 10 miles ahead, in a secluded valley, a team of southern Ming cultivators lay in wait. Among them were 3 Foundation establishment leaders, 1 main and 2 deputies, along with 70 practitioners at the 9th level of Qi. The southern Ming team had long since detected the approaching Lu Yu and his companions and devised a decapitation strategy. Yet, as they waited, the anticipated arrival of Lu Yu's group never came. When scouts were sent to investigate, they were informed that the opposition had fled. What is going on? Have they discovered us? Captain Fan fumed, ready to curse. After spending an entire day waiting in vain, they had watched Lu Yu's group slip away just as they were about to enter the ambush zone. This was unacceptable. Upon learning that the Xiantian continent team consisted of only 31 members, Captain Fan could decisively issued a command to pursue. Turn left. The Xiantian team, returning along their original path, quickened their pace but suddenly received another directive from Lu Yu. However, having already resolved to abandon their previous course, the destination held little significance. And there were no objections from the group. Turn right. Not long after, Lu Yu unexpectedly commanded again. Accelerate forward. As Lu Yu continued to issue his peculiar orders, murmurs of discontent began to surface among the team. Yet, under the restraint of Shenjing, they could only comply. From a vantage point above, one might perceive Lu Yu as if possessing a divine perspective, leading the southern Ming cultivators in a circular dance. Chapter 38, The Ambush 10 miles to the rear. The southern Ming cultivator team was in disarray. "Captain, it's bad. The forward team has suddenly accelerated their escape. It seems they have detected our pursuit," a scout reported breathlessly. "What?" The captain of the southern Ming squad, Fan Ke, turned pale at the news, unable to restrain himself as he delivered a powerful punch to a nearby tree. How could the enemy be so familiar with this area?
After pursuing for so long, they still could not catch up.
Zhuomu,
you take the main force and continue the chase. I will flank with Joluan from the front for an ambush.
Fan Ku commanded through gritted teeth.
Understood. Thus, the Southern Ming squad split into two groups, one with 50 men, headed to ambush at the front of the mountain, while another 20 followed from the rear. On a woodland path, the running Xiantian squad received a new order from Lu Yu.
Halt! Set up an ambush here.
Why? Xin Jing halted abruptly,
puzzled by the command.
Lu Yu's orders had become increasingly strange. While the twists and turns ahead were somewhat acceptable, this ambush seemed utterly perplexing.
With no one around. Whom were they to ambush? Who is the captain, you or I?
Seeing Xin Jing hesitate, Lu Yu asserted his authority, glaring at her sternly.
Oh.
Xin Jing pouted in frustration, reluctantly beginning to organize the squad. The area they occupied was densely vegetated, with thick underbrush flanking a narrow path, making it an ideal hiding spot. Not long after they had concealed themselves, as the squad internally grumbled, they suddenly noticed movement from the rear.
Could it really be someone approaching? The squad held their breath, waiting for the enemy to draw near. Soon,
they discerned the newcomers, a total of 21 individuals clad in Southern Ming attire, led by a second-layer foundation establishment cultivator, while the others were all at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. As the enemy approached, anticipation surged through the Xiantian squad, who readied themselves for action.
Concentrate your firepower and eliminate the one in the middle to the left first. Lu Yu instructed Xin Jing telepathically.
Why not the leader?
Xin Jing instinctively inquired. Enough of this nonsense.
Lu Yu shot her a cold glare once more. He did not wish to explain, as he could not articulate the reasoning behind his strategy. After all, it was simply the optimal solution based on prior rehearsals. Feeling like a scolded child, Xin Jing inwardly complained but relayed the command.
The forest was eerily silent, save for the sounds of their footsteps. Just as the enemy squad fully entered the ambush zone, the Xiantian members sprang into action. Dozens of flying daggers, hidden weapons, and talismans erupted from the underbrush, converging upon the first Qi refinement practitioner on the left. A series of explosions ensued.
The unfortunate individual had no time to conjure a protective artifact before meeting their demise. Caught off guard, the leading foundation establishment cultivator had no chance to intervene. He could only watch helplessly as his strategist and signal arrow controller met an untimely demise. The plan was to fire the signal arrow immediately upon being attacked, a pact made before they divided their forces. Yet now, the leading cultivator sought to retrieve the strategist's storage pouch, an endeavor that proved futile. For Xin Jing had already darted forward to intercept him. Charge! With this command, the 30 members of the Zuantians rushed forth in unison, surrounding the Southern Ming cultivators. Lu Yu took the lead, his sword flashing with brilliance, catching the 20-member team of Southern Ming completely off guard. The signal arrow remained unfired, the strategist had fallen. And the leader was preoccupied, compounded by the fact that their numbers were already half that of their opponents. The Southern Ming team was swiftly reduced to disarray,
their resistance utterly disorganized.
In no time, the 30 faced the 20, achieving a decisive victory. Without the interference of foundational cultivators, Lu Yu became a deity on the battlefield, evading all enemies under his relentless pursuit. Of course, he focused solely on those formidable foes or those others could not catch,
allowing his comrades to claim the easier targets without contention.
As the last of the lower-ranked soldiers were eradicated, the leader, a foundational cultivator, attempted to escape. However, ensnared by Xin Jing and beset by Lu Yu's precise ambushes, his efforts proved in vain.
Ultimately, surrounded and exhausted of his magical energy, he succumbed in battle.
On the ground, a foundational cultivator in the early stages is not invincible against a peak Qi cultivator. Their combat prowess is roughly equivalent to that of 10 Qi cultivators at the 9th level. It seemed that acquiring such a victory was not overly challenging,
merely requiring a few strategic maneuvers.
The team members who claimed kills were all smiles, while those who did not felt a simmering frustration,
silently cursing themselves for not exerting their utmost effort.
Though assists also garnered some credit, it paled in comparison to the glory of securing a kill. They all vowed to be the first to charge next time, leaving no reservations. After tidying up the aftermath, each member was rewarded with a significant share of spoils.
Yet they still felt a lingering desire for more. "Captain, what shall we do now?" the crowd inquired eagerly. "Return and assault the city." Lu Yu's response was succinct. "Excellent!" the group exclaimed in unison, their spirits lifted.
Previously anxious about the repercussions of failing their mission upon receiving the retreat order, they now felt a wave of relief wash over them. The journey back was particularly buoyant. Upon arriving at the mining outpost, they discovered it to be modest in size, with only a couple of tunnels nestled within a small valley. Surrounding the valley was a circle of stone walls, fortified with dozens of magical ballistae,
their arrows forged from refined black iron, gleaming coldly with an imposing presence.
When Lu Yu issued the attack command, each member surged forward with fervor, their spirits soaring. The outpost's guards, taken aback by the sudden approach of foes, swiftly fired signal arrows for assistance. Simultaneously, they acted with speed, drawing back the magical ballistae and quietly awaiting the Zuantians' advance. Yet, just as the Zuantians neared the range of attack, Lu Yu issued an exceedingly perplexing command: "Retreat!" "What?" Upon hearing the words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, halting their steps. "What are you waiting for? Retreat at once!" Lu Yu urged. Realizing the urgency, they swiftly turned around, retreating like a receding tide. "What is happening here?" This abrupt and disjointed scene left the reinforcements, who had just emerged from the mine, utterly bewildered. How could they flee when they clearly had the numerical advantage? In truth, it was not that Lu Yu lacked the desire to continue the assault, rather, he had foreseen the inevitable outcome. Victorious they could be, yet it would be a Pyrrhic victory, one that could not be sustained. For there remained another contingent of the enemy outside, fully capable of mounting a counterattack. This was not the outcome Lu Yu sought. Meanwhile, the signal rocket released by the defending forces exploded in the sky, catching the attention of Captain Fan Ko, who lay in ambush several dozen miles away. "Cursed be it! I have been ensnared by that old rogue, Situ." Captain Fan Ko, upon seeing the distress signal from the mining outpost, sensed immediate peril. No wonder their previous ambush had faltered, and why his pursuit had led him in circles. All the doubts in Fan Ko's mind suddenly crystallized. The enemy had clearly employed a ruse, feigning covert negotiations to lure them out, striking from the shadows while misleading them elsewhere. Chapter 39, The Siege Captain. What should we do? What can we do? Hurry back to assist. Fan Ko silently cursed his own complacency for believing the deceitful words of an enemy. It was truly foolish. Just a few days prior, he had received a covert message informing him that a group intended to assault the 10th mine in the east, seeking assistance to eliminate their adversaries. The message also detailed the strength of the incoming force. For years, the two great realms of cultivation had been at odds, and such clandestine dealings were not uncommon. One sought military merit while the other aimed to remove rivals, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Thus, Fan Ko had harbored no suspicions, only to be blindsided. The ore extracted from the mine had yet to be transported. Should it be seized due to his negligence, the blame would fall squarely on him. "Hurry, we must move faster." Throughout the journey, Captain Fan Ko incessantly urged his team onward. Meanwhile, the Xiantian team had retreated to a canyon known as the One-Line Sky. The members were still puzzled by the situation when they received new orders from Lu Yu: engage in ambush. Another command? Just follow my lead. Your only task is to execute the plan, and I will take full responsibility for any issues that arise. What? Is there a problem? No. The team, having recently gained considerable military merit, bit their tongues in silence. Soon, they concealed themselves within the crevices of the canyon. They lay in wait for an extended period. Yet not a single fly passed by. As evening approached, their patience waned. At last, figures emerged, over 50 individuals hastily making their way toward the One-Line Sky. Among them were 2 foundation stage cultivators, while the rest were all peak 9th layer chi practitioners. The enemy's numbers were formidable. How could they possibly engage? A sense of dread settled upon the group. Even Shinjing believed that they would not attack this time. However, just as the enemy force had traversed more than half the distance, Lu Yu unexpectedly issued a command: push down the boulders, targeting the rear third. The Xiantian team was momentarily taken aback, turning to Lu Yu for clarification. Yet, ignoring their gazes, Lu Yu took the initiative and pushed a boulder down the slope. With no other choice, the team followed suit. As boulders tumbled down, the enemy formation was abruptly severed in two. However, rather than advance to engage, the Xiantian team unleashed a barrage of ranged attacks upon the rear section of the enemy. Consequently, the enemy force became disjointed. The front continued to sprint forward while the rear halted to defend. At this moment, Fan Ke's heart raced as he observed that only about 30 of the enemy remained for the ambush, all concealed in the shadows. Despite his inner resentment, he dared not linger in battle. He understood clearly that the enemy's objective was to delay his return. Should he pursue them, they would undoubtedly flee, wasting precious time. Thus, Fan Ke swiftly commanded, "Zarin, you will guard the rear, do not engage in battle. I shall lead the others back." Understood. Zarin accepted the order without objection. Their team of southern Ming cultivators was comprised of elites, their strength generally surpassing that of the Xiantian continent. With over 20 individuals guarding the rear. Even if they could not secure victory, escape would be assured. Yet, the reality of the ensuing battle left him utterly astonished. The group before him proved to be quite formidable, particularly one young cultivator whose every strike could breach their defenses. Meanwhile, he found himself hindered by a strikingly beautiful female cultivator, rendering him powerless. Consequently, it was not long before Fan Ke learned that his team had been utterly routed. Attempting to escape, he discovered to his dismay that retreat was not an option. Fan Ke, accompanied by 30 men, hastened back to the mining station, arriving an hour later. However, upon discovering that the enemy consisted solely of that one group and that it was merely a feigned attack, he was nearly driven to the brink of fury. How could he have been so easily deceived? Alarmed, he realized that the rear guard was in peril. "Brothers, we must charge back," he commanded. Thus, they raced back once more. Upon reaching the narrow passage, the sight that greeted them was nothing short of shocking. The valley near the passage lay in ruins, littered with the corpses of southern Ming cultivators. As they approached and counted, there were exactly 21 bodies, without exception. Among them was Jia Luan's. How could this be? Jia Luan and the others had not even managed to escape? When had the cultivators of the Xiantian continent grown so formidable? The anger of Fan Ke and his companions swiftly dissipated. Previously, at comparable levels of cultivation, the cultivators of the southern Ming had always held the upper hand against those of the Xiantian continent. This was largely due to the scarcity of resources in the southern Ming, where cultivators were forged in relentless battles from a young age. While the Xiantian cultivators had grown up in a relatively peaceful environment, resulting in a lack of combat prowess. This disparity was the reason the southern Ming cultivators felt emboldened to occasionally cross into enemy territory to harass and pillage. Yet, the scene before them shattered their preconceived notions. Undoubtedly, they had encountered a formidable opponent, their adversaries were not inferior. Suddenly, a piercing signal arrow shot forth from the direction of the mine. They grimly realized that their home had been invaded. Damn it! I will not rest until I have my revenge. Fan Ke felt a torrent of rage boiling within him. Yet he found no outlet for his fury. Meanwhile, after eliminating the enemies at the narrow passage, Lu Yu and his companions wasted no time in making their way toward the mine via a small path. Their two teams brushed past each other without a meeting. By the time Fan Ke's group reached the narrow passage, Lu Yu's team had already approached the mine's vicinity. As the night deepened, the sky became overcast, obscuring the moonlight. On the mine's ramparts, the guards congregated in small groups, indulging in drinks. Outside the mine, several drowsy sentinels stood watch. These self-proclaimed hidden sentinels could not escape Lu Yu's keen observations. Under the cover of darkness, Lu Yu skillfully exploited the blind spots of the sentinels, silently eliminating one outer scout after another. When the last sentinel fell, Lu Yu gave the command, and the Xiantian team moved in unison, stealthily approaching the city walls. As they drew nearer, a sudden shout startled the chatting guards. Enemy attack! A cacophony of panic ensued, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. At this moment, the Xiantian team was less than a mile from the city wall. Without hesitation, Lu Yu drew his longsword and decisively charged towards the ramparts. Attack! The Xiantian team followed closely behind Lu Yu, surging towards the wall like a sharpened blade.
Quickly, fire the crossbows.
The little captain finally regained his composure and began to organize a defense.
However, at this distance, the magical crossbows posed little threat.
Even before the defenders could unleash a volley of bolts, Lu Yu and Xinjing had already surged ahead to the city wall, disrupting the incoming fire.
Deprived of the advantage of their magical weaponry, the defenders faltered as the Xiantian members climbed over the ramparts one by one. The garrison,
composed mainly of miners with cultivation levels of the 4th and 5th stages of qi refinement, was no match for the spirited Xiantian team.
After several rounds of back-and-forth skirmishes,
the defenders were swiftly annihilated, with most being slain and a few surrendering. Xinjing, take your team to patrol outside and establish a defense.
The rest will accompany me into the cave.
Understood. This time, Xinjing voiced no complaints, her tone even carrying a hint of respect. Chapter 40, Guarding the Mine with No Casualties. The acquisition of this mine stands as a remarkable achievement.
The mine is narrow and profound. Yet this environment is quite familiar to Lu Yu.
In years gone by, he had spent countless seasons within such caverns. As they rummaged through various storage caverns, an undeniable joy illuminated the faces of the group. The harvest was indeed commendable, yielding a plethora of ores of various grades.
However,
what truly astonished Lu Yu was the sight of a group of 38 mining slaves from the Xiantian continent, all of whom were mid-level cultivators in the qi refinement stage.
These slaves were shackled with handcuffs and chains, wielding mining picks.
Initially, they appeared somewhat numb upon seeing Lu Yu and his companions. Yet, when they learned that Xiantian cultivators had come to rescue them, they suddenly regained their senses, overwhelmed with joy and breaking into tears. Lu Yu regarded these individuals as treasures. Initially, he had harbored concerns about the small number of people to safeguard the mine, but with the addition of these 30-odd individuals, his confidence surged.
Although the mining slaves were relatively weak, they would serve well in patrolling and constructing defensive fortifications.
Indeed, once freed, the miners expressed profound gratitude towards the Xiantian team,
eagerly assisting in the defense of the city.
They understood that conquering the mine was merely the beginning. It was essential to hold it in order to escape the shackles of servitude.
Captain, there's a colossal creature here.
Suddenly, a burly man excitedly emerged from a deeper mine shaft to report to Lu Yu.
Oh?
Let us go take a look, Lu Yu replied, organizing the ores he had gathered and leading several key members deeper into the warehouse with keen interest.
He was already immensely satisfied with their haul.
Having amassed a considerable quantity of high-grade ores, worth at least several tens of thousands of spirit stones,
once submitted to the military,
each member of their team would receive hundreds of spirit stones. However, he would not object to any unexpected surprises.
Navigating around a cavern,
Lu Yu soon beheld the colossal creature the burly man had mentioned. It was a colossal energy crossbow, several times larger than the great crossbows atop the city walls. The entire body of the crossbow was crafted from the white jade spine of a giant beast, exuding an air of lethal intent. Beside the colossal bow lay a dozen exquisitely sharp and translucent bone arrows, gleaming ominously. The only lament was that the bowstring had snapped. It was made from the sinew of a monstrous python, crystalline and resilient. The surface of the python's sinew shimmered with formations that were supposed to integrate seamlessly with the bow, yet it had fractured in the middle, rendering the crossbow powerless. Overall, this colossal bow exhibited a quality that undoubtedly reached the level of a spiritual weapon. If intact, it would have been a formidable instrument of war. Regrettably, restoring it would be no simple task, which is why this magnificent bow had been abandoned deep within the mine, concealed from the world.
Gather a few people. Let us move it out, Lu Yu commanded.
Understood. In the dead of night, Lu Yu led his team to position themselves atop the city walls,
awaiting the impending arrival.
Calculating the time, he surmised that the main forces from the southern Ming continent should be returning soon. Lu Yu did not arrange for scouts to investigate, as the arrival of the enemy was almost inevitable, rendering such a sacrifice unnecessary. The opponent had endured several setbacks throughout the day, and their frustration was palpable. Their current inaction was merely a matter of waiting for the opportune moment. This impending counterattack was undoubtedly the most perilous. With insufficient time to construct defensive fortifications, the fate of the mine now hinged on this encounter. Should they be breached, Retreating to the Xintian continent would be their only option, and failure to complete their mission would inevitably lead to repercussions.
Conversely, if they could hold their ground,
they might endure until their defenses were fortified, significantly enhancing their chances of victory. The night was dark and the wind howled, yet no one mentioned rest. Lu Yu was acutely aware that the enemy was nearby, merely biding their time. The contest now lay in patience. As the night progressed, the adversaries could no longer restrain themselves. Suddenly, dozens of shadows appeared outside the mine, swiftly advancing toward the city walls.
"Release the arrows,"
Lu Yu commanded decisively as the enemy approached the range. Dozens of powerful spiritual crossbows, each manned by 2 individuals channeling their energy, unleashed a volley of arrows that whistled toward the shadows. However, despite the formidable might of the spiritual crossbows, their projectiles traveled in a straight line, unable to maneuver. The enemy, being elite among elites, displayed their experience with serpentine movements. By the time the arrows reached their intended destination, the foes had already vacated their original positions. Numerous arrows struck the ground, failing to create significant disruption among the enemy forces. Apart from a couple of unfortunate souls who sustained minor injuries, the anticipated impact of this barrage was disappointingly minimal. The Xiantian contingent felt a weight in their hearts upon witnessing this. At this juncture, Xinjing had already readied herself for combat. Should the enemy draw near, she would be the one to confront them. Observing the halted arrows, Fan Ke quickly seized the opportunity to employ his footwork and dart toward the city walls. Seeing the enemy leader nearing while their own arrows yielded no results, Lu Yu swiftly grasped a spiritual crossbow and addressed the group with resolve, "Focus on my arrows, wherever I aim, you shall strike." With that, he charged his crossbow and released a bolt at remarkable speed toward an open space near the enemy leader. The Xiantian warriors, receiving the command, instinctively followed suit. It was only after releasing their arrows that they realized the grave error. The intended target was an empty space, at least a yard away from the enemy leader. How could they possibly hit such a distant mark? Even blind shots would not miss by such a margin. Yet, in the next moment, they were left astounded. With a resounding thud, Lu Yu's arrow reached its target just as the enemy leader materialized in that very spot. The arrow, imbued with force, struck the leader just as he appeared, forcing him to hastily defend himself, resulting in a surge of blood and a significant reduction in his speed. How could this be? He had been struck? Not only was the Xintian team astonished, but even Fan Ke himself was taken aback. His movements were ethereal and unpredictable. He had no foreknowledge of where he would next appear. How could the enemy possibly land a hit? Surely, this must be mere coincidence. Yet, before he could ponder deeply, a multitude of arrows had already descended upon him. At this moment, his old strength had waned, while new energy had yet to arrive. He found himself unable to evade, forced to continue his hasty defense. Bang, bang, bang. A series of resounding impacts were all deflected by Fan Ke. Yet a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He had indeed been injured. This revelation invigorated the members of Xuantiang. Xinjing, whose nerves had been taut, secretly relaxed. The enemy leader possessed a cultivation level of the 4th stage of Foundation establishment. Should she engage him in solitary combat, she would be at a loss for how to proceed. Onward! With an impassive expression, Lu Yu once more took aim, gathering his strength. Fan Ke noticed the impending attack from the city wall. Refusing to succumb to fate, he executed a sudden assault, his steps erratic and unpredictable. However, Lu Yu's next arrow was already soaring forth in an instant. With a resounding thud, it struck true once more. Fan Ke's figure faltered again. How? How was he accomplishing this? Yet, what awaited him was yet another barrage of strikes. Impossible. Chapter 41, The Xuantianchi and the Subsequent Skirmishes. No matter which direction Fan Ke attempted to evade, he found himself precisely in the line of fire of the enemy's crossbows. Good heavens! This is utterly preposterous. Severely injured, Fan Ke was utterly terrified. He could no longer bear the thought of confronting such fiends. Retreat! With a decisive command from Fan Ke, Shadow swiftly withdrew from the city. Lu Yu seized the opportunity to strike the beleaguered foe, decisively loosing several arrows that felled 3 adversaries. Excellent!
Long live the captain! As the enemy retreated,
a thunderous cheer erupted from the battlements. In this battle, Captain Liu Yu had completely won the respect of his comrades. Each individual was filled with exhilaration.
Only Xinjing,
amidst her joy, found herself deep in contemplation. She reflected on Liu Yu's every maneuver, growing increasingly astonished and admiring.
Everyone, let us hold our positions and take turns on watch.
I have dispatched someone to relay news to the military camp. Once the reinforcement arrives,
our mission will be deemed accomplished.
Yes,
the group responded in unison.
They refrained from further inquiries, not out of a lack of desire for explanation,
but rather due to their own limited understanding. Following orders was the way to proceed. In the days that followed,
Xinjing led the team in round-the-clock patrols and the fortification of defensive structures. Meanwhile, Liu Yu endeavored to repair the mighty spiritual crossbow, particularly the formidable demon bone crossbow. During this time, although Fan Ke made several attempts at ambush, he was consistently thwarted and found himself in disarray, ultimately forced to flee in a disheveled state.
A month later, at Lingyuan City,
in the general's hall, a commanding general was intently reviewing battle reports at his desk.
Subordinate Liu Yu, reporting to the general.
Liu Yu approached the center of the hall, performing a respectful salute.
Oh, you are Liu Yu?
I have reviewed the battle reports, and I must say, you performed admirably.
The middle-aged general set down the documents, smiling.
In response to the general, the credit for this mission primarily belongs to Xinjing and the others. I merely fulfilled my duties and do not seek undue acclaim, Liu Yu replied with a calm demeanor. Humility in victory and resilience in defeat, truly, you are a teachable youth. Nevertheless, your contributions are significant.
What sort of reward do you desire? Might I request a foundation establishment pill? Liu Yu inquired tentatively.
This was precisely what he needed at the moment. Your merits indeed qualify you for a foundation establishment pill.
However, if I may be candid, given your innate talent,
even with several such pills, you may still struggle to establish a foundation, the middle-aged general expressed with a hint of regret.
Ah. Hearing this,
Liu Yu felt a shadow pass over his heart, somewhat disheartened.
However, your combat style is commendable.
And I possess a more remarkable reward that guarantees your success in establishing a foundation, albeit with considerable peril.
It could be described as a venture where survival is uncertain. Would you dare to take such a risk?
The general suddenly continued.
Guaranteed success in establishing a foundation? What sort of reward is this?
Liu Yu felt a stir of interest at the words.
It involves undergoing the Xiantian trial to become a Xuantianchi. You may not yet be aware of this, right?
In the realm of Xiantian, there indeed exists a most elite and enigmatic force known as the Xiantian Guards. Each member of the Xiantian Guards is a warrior of unparalleled prowess, meticulously cultivated for greatness.
The middle-aged general began to elaborate in detail. Upon listening to the general's discourse,
Liu Yu swiftly comprehended that the Xiantian Guards were, without a doubt, the special forces of Xiantian, representing the ultimate aspiration of ordinary soldiers. Most commanders are selected from the ranks of the Xiantian Guards.
Eager to embark on this path, Liu Yu found himself pondering whether his qualifications would suffice to join their ranks.
Do not fret over your qualifications, the general reassured.
In this world,
while spiritual roots are indeed significant, resources hold even greater importance. It is essential to recognize that absorbing spiritual energy through cultivation is not the sole means of acquiring spiritual power.
One can also enhance their cultivation by utilizing spirit stones,
consuming spirit flesh, and taking spiritual elixirs, among other methods. A practitioner with a 5-element spiritual root who diligently cultivates with spirit stones, spirit flesh,
and spirit grains will not lag behind a single-element practitioner relying solely on absorbed spiritual energy.
In truth, as one ascends to higher realms, the power gained through mere absorption becomes increasingly negligible. Only high-grade spiritual items can effectively elevate one's cultivation. Thus, advanced practitioners often dedicate their time to acquiring these resources rather than laboriously isolating themselves for cultivation. The key to obtaining spiritual items lies in your combat strength and skill.
If you can succeed in the Xiantian trials and become an exemplary Xiantian guard, then even if it requires several times the resources for your training, what of it?
The general explained calmly. After absorbing this enlightening discourse, Lu Yu felt a renewed sense of hope blossoming within him. However, the subsequent warning from the general cast a shadow of doubt over his aspirations. Yet, to succeed in the Xintian trials is no trivial feat. It can be likened to a dance with death. Nevertheless, all warriors who emerge victorious from the trials reap unimaginable rewards, with foundational success being a certainty. Moreover, years of experience have demonstrated that those who become Xintian guards through the trials are invariably the Armée de la Armée. You may take your time to ponder this matter. There is no need to rush your response. The general observed Lu Yu's hesitation without pressing further. That will not be necessary. I have made my decision to claim this reward, Lu Yu declared resolutely, steeling himself. Regardless of the circumstances, breaking through the foundational stage stood as the most pressing challenge before him. It was preferable to live boldly and fiercely, even if it meant facing death, than to languish in obscurity for a lifetime. Excellent. I indeed did not misjudge you. A few days later, Lu Yu found himself blindfolded by a golden core practitioner, taken to a mysterious underground base. This base was encircled by searing magma, with colossal rocks floating upon the molten landscape, forming small platforms upon which one could stand. Alongside him, several hundred practitioners gathered, all battle-hardened elites drawn from various corners of the realm. Once everyone was assembled, a masked golden core practitioner stepped forth to address the crowd. Esteemed warriors, before you stands the treasure of Xintian, the 5-level Xintian Trial Tower. The Trial Tower was crafted by the venerable predecessors of the Xintian continent, ingeniously amalgamating 5 diminutive realms through extraordinary powers. It stands tall with 5 levels, each serving as a genuine secretive microcosm, wherein all inflicted damage is undeniably authentic. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the assembly of cultivators in the square. The so-called microcosms refer to the scattered continents within the outer realms. To think that someone could unify 5 such worlds is a feat of unfathomable mastery. Unperturbed by the crowd's astonishment, the Golden Core cultivator continued, within the trial tower, each participant is permitted to carry but a single offensive artifact. Any supplementary items will be repelled. Only by relying on one's own prowess to traverse to the opposite end of each level can one discover the passage to the next. It is a certainty that out of the several hundred of you, perhaps merely 10 will successfully emerge from the tower. One might say it is akin to a perilous journey where survival is not guaranteed. Yet, those who triumph will undoubtedly be the elite, reaping unimaginable rewards. I ask now, who among you still desires to withdraw? There remains time to retreat. Once you enter the trial tower, there shall be no turning back. As the Golden Core cultivator's words echoed through the square, a palpable stir of unease swept through the crowd. Chapter 42. The secret realm. A few individuals wavered and chose to withdraw, yet the majority resolved to remain, each convinced that they would be the last to endure. Once the Golden Core cultivator noted the stillness among the crowd, he activated the trial tower, allowing the warriors to enter in succession. Lu Yu was the last to step forward. As he crossed the threshold of the tower, a wave of dizziness and weightlessness washed over him. With a sudden thud, his feet met the ground, revealing an expansive desert before him. No sooner had he steadied himself than he was besieged by a flurry of slicing wind blades. Was this truly a realm governed by the winds? All around him, there were no signs of life, only the relentless assault of wind blades raining down from above. Hastily, he employed the cloud shadow step to evade and advance, occasionally wielding his sword to shatter the incoming blades. Yet, the wind blades appeared inexhaustible, and the path ahead seemed to stretch into infinity. Though he managed to evade a few strikes, countless others found their mark. After painstakingly navigating for most of the day, he ultimately succumbed to injury. Once wounded, his reflexes faltered significantly, leading to a cascade of subsequent injuries. As the first day drew to a close, he was left battered and scarred from the unyielding onslaught. The sensation was akin to being cut by 1,000 knives. How far could the other end of this secret realm be? Gritting his teeth, he persevered while silently scanning the horizon, hoping to glimpse an end. However, by the conclusion of the second day, his hopes remained unfulfilled. Following 2 days of relentless exertion, his spiritual power had dwindled to a mere fraction, though his robust recovery allowed him to barely press on. Yet, the seemingly endless journey loomed ominously, instilling within him a profound sense of urgency. He understood that forging ahead was his only option. Retreat or faltering would lead to certain demise. Thus, he continued to employ the cloud shadow step, mechanically evading the attacks, striving to minimize the energy expended with each movement. Left dodge. Right dodge. Horizontal slash. Every maneuver had transformed into an instinctive response. Requiring no conscious thought nor even a glance, the sound alone guided his reactions. Days passed, and remarkably, Liu continued to grit his teeth and persist. Through this rigorous trial, evading the attacks had become second nature. He could even manage for a stretch with his eyes closed. The rate of recovery of his spiritual energy now balanced the rate of consumption. Although he sustained several significant injuries during this period, he swiftly recuperated from them. After an indeterminate number of days, the relentless barrage of attacks abruptly ceased. A passageway materialized before him. Liu stumbled, finally collapsing to the ground. He had successfully traversed a layer. The following day, Liu slowly opened his eyes. Upon inspecting his body, he found himself unscathed, even restored to peak condition, which filled him with quiet astonishment. Gazing into his dantian, the small sword remained suspended serenely at its center. This revelation brought him immense relief. The enigmatic little sword was his greatest secret and his most formidable ally. Without this enigmatic little sword, he would not have dared to confront the trials of the Xiantian Tower, regardless of his courage. Once he steadied his emotions, Liu swiftly re-entered the second level. This layer revealed a realm of water, and as he stepped inside, he found himself amidst an expansive ocean. With no land in sight, he could only float and swim towards the distant shore. What was that? Liu focused his gaze and saw, to his left, a swarm of sword-shaped, sharp-mouthed fish surging towards him from afar, their numbers countless. It appeared they had caught a whiff of blood and were intent on tearing him apart. This was dire. Liu, upon witnessing this, frantically splashed the water and swam forward, desperately trying to escape. However, within the water, his cloud shadow step proved ineffective, despite his utmost effort. He could not swim faster. As the swordfish drew nearer, he had no choice but to prepare for battle, engaging the sharp-mouthed fish with his flowing cloud sword technique. The swordfish moved with remarkable speed, their bodies resembling razor-sharp blades as they swarmed towards Liu. Yet, his sword technique was severely hindered in the water, making it difficult for him to execute his moves effectively. Often, as he managed to slay one, another would already be upon him. He exerted all his strength. Yet his swordplay could never keep pace with the onslaught of the fish. Before long, he was once again covered in wounds. The relentless assault of the swordfish continued. He killed one after another, but their numbers seemed to multiply. He could only fight desperately to survive. Fortunately, as time passed, the advantages of his 5 elements spiritual roots began to manifest, allowing him to gradually adapt his movements and sword techniques to the aquatic environment. He pushed his flowing cloud sword technique to its limits. Initially, he could only manage to kill a fish with several strikes, but progressively, he refined his skill to slay one with a single blow. As he continued this relentless slaughter, he became somewhat numb to the violence, ultimately reaching a point where he could dispatch multiple foes with a single strike. His movements mirrored this transformation. He could no longer discern if he was in water or on land, as he instinctively dodged and attacked. In fact, he appeared to maneuver with even greater ease in the water than on solid ground. Time passed, and eventually, Liu spotted a coastline. However, rather than feeling joy, his mind remained consumed with the thoughts of slaughter and perseverance. 2 days later, fully recovered on the shore, Liu entered the third level without hesitation. At this point, fear had dissipated, and he found himself slowly embracing this exhilarating sensation. He had begun to comprehend the significance of each trial. They were designed to awaken his potential and temper his body. Upon entering the third level, Liu was immediately met with an overwhelming heat. This layer was evidently a realm of fire. The ground was covered in boiling magma, while fiery meteors occasionally plummeted from the sky. Each meteor that struck the molten surface sent countless droplets of lava spraying into the air, each drop searing hot enough to reduce a person to ashes upon contact. Nonetheless, Liu did not falter. After forming a protective barrier of spiritual energy around his body to shield himself from the magma's assault, he activated his movement technique, evading the fiery rain as he sprinted forward. Before long, he was drenched in sweat, which was quickly evaporated, leaving him severely dehydrated. The sweltering heat was unbearable.
and the environment was exceedingly harsh.
Yet he completely disregarded the discomfort of his body, relentlessly pushing forward, evading obstacles. He had no comprehension of how he managed to endure. All he recognized was that the act of running and dodging had become instinctual. Ultimately, he successfully reached the opposite shore once again. Through the trials of this fiery realm, he felt a significant enhancement in his heat resistance. He believed that even in extremely sweltering conditions, he could endure for a considerable duration. Next, he entered the fourth layer. A realm of frigid glaciers. Amidst the vast expanse of ice, he trudged forward with great difficulty. His entire being trembled from the cold, pain coursed through him. Yet he remained oblivious to it. He knew that to halt would mean to be forever entombed as a frozen statue. Thus, he dared not pause for even a moment. This trial was evidently designed to fortify his cold resistance. Each day concluded with a sense of reaching his limits, teetering on the brink of collapse, however. By the dawn of the next day, he discovered that he had, astonishingly, continued to persevere. The final layer unfolded as a vast forest. Above this expansive woodland, dark clouds loomed, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The moment Liu Yu stepped into the forest, it felt as though he had awakened the very essence of this realm. The heavens unleashed their wrath, with bolts of divine lightning relentlessly targeting him. He darted swiftly, with the lightning striking the ground where he had just been, creating charred craters. He continued to evade, as the divine thunder carved out pit after pit around him, clouds of dust swirling and soil flying. When misfortune struck and he was hit, he would find himself scorched and smoking. Fortunately, his recovery was remarkable, allowing him to regain his composure swiftly. Yet, the onslaught of divine lightning only intensified. And soon he found himself battered and bruised once more. For several consecutive days, his body endured the relentless forging of celestial thunder, facing destruction and restoration repeatedly. Chapter 43, The Success of Foundation Establishment. At an indeterminate moment, the disheveled Liu Yu finally appeared at the pinnacle of the trial tower. However, the grand hall at the summit was desolate and seemed devoid of anything. What of the promised rewards? What of the assured success in foundation establishment? As Liu Yu surveyed the empty expanse of the hall, a sudden sense of having been duped washed over him. After enduring countless trials and tribulations to reach this point, surely there ought to be a reward, perhaps a spiritual elixir or a magical artifact? The gravity with which the trials were conducted belied the emptiness that now confronted him. Was this not a cruel mockery? Undeterred, Liu Yu began to search the hall with fervor, even going so far as to tap on each brick of the walls and the floor repeatedly. Yet, aside from a tattered meditation cushion, he found nothing else. Time slipped away, and eventually, Liu Yu's gaze fell upon the only cushion on the ground. Its ancient design belied an unexpected sturdiness. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable. But upon closer inspection, its material seemed extraordinary. Could this be the key? Hastily, Liu Yu approached the cushion and settled into a cross-legged position. As he did, he suddenly felt a torrent of violent spiritual energy surging from beneath the cushion, instantly flooding his dantian and coursing throughout his entire body. Overwhelmed, he nearly lost consciousness. Fortunately, in that critical moment, he swiftly channeled his cultivation method to guide the spiritual energy and break through his bottleneck. The energy surged like an unstoppable flood, relentless and abundant, as if it were free of cost. Is this the legendary spiritual energy infusion? How extravagant! While absorbing the energy, Liu Yu could not help but be astounded. No wonder the general claimed that passing the trial would guarantee success in foundation establishment. With such a boundless influx of spiritual energy, the task of establishing a foundation was indeed rendered considerably less daunting. This was worth far more than a multitude of foundation establishment pills. After all, those pills had diminishing efficacy, and their effects waned after more than 10 doses. Yet this infusion of spiritual energy was entirely different. It bore no side effects whatsoever. As long as one had not broken through, the supply of spiritual energy would persist without interruption, continuing until one achieved that breakthrough. This fifth level of the trial tower truly lived up to its illustrious reputation. It seemed the Xintian continent had ample justification for its stature in the perilous realm of cultivation, surrounded by formidable adversaries. Determined not to squander this spiritual energy, Liu Yu continued to fervently absorb it, repeatedly assaulting his bottleneck. Unbeknownst to him, as he zealously drew in the energy,
the small sword within his dantian was also seizing the opportunity to absorb the spiritual energy voraciously.
This energy showed no signs of depletion. And Lu Yu felt that he had accumulated far more spiritual energy than the total potency of 10 foundation establishment pills.
He was indeed reaping immense rewards.
Days later, Lu Yu suddenly let out a triumphant roar, leaping joyfully into the air.
He had broken through the bottleneck and successfully established his foundation. Overcome with emotion,
tears of joy welled in his eyes as he reveled in his vibrant new form. Once, he had believed that he would never achieve foundation establishment.
After all, with a mixed elemental spiritual root, the chances of success were exceedingly rare.
He had neither resources nor a noble lineage, which made the journey all the more arduous. In recent years, he has remained low-key, enduring, severing ties with the mundane world and renouncing earthly desires, all in pursuit of a fleeting glimmer of hope. He has experienced doubt, despair, and tears, and has contemplated giving up more than once. Unexpectedly, at this moment, all his sacrifices have proven worthwhile. He is no longer perceived as an insignificant being in the eyes of others. Just as Lu Yu was overwhelmed with emotion, the small sword in his dantian suddenly trembled, revealing a few lines of text. Refinement chapter, please forge a qualified spiritual weapon. Swordsmanship chapter, please master 10,000 sword techniques and pass the assessment.
However,
before he could fully comprehend the message, he was transported out of the trial tower. Outside the trial tower, the surroundings remained as they were, beneath the earth, amidst magma. The only difference was that the previously bustling crowd of hundreds had dwindled to fewer than 10. Among them was the masked golden core cultivator.
What had happened to the others? Had they all perished? Lu Yu scanned the area. Congratulations! You are the last one to emerge from the trial tower.
The masked golden core cultivator approached him and solemnly offered his congratulations.
Thank you.
Lu Yu felt a heaviness in his heart, realizing the truth of the situation. Gazing at the empty square, an inexplicable sadness washed over him.
The path to immortality is fraught with peril and uncertainty. Who can guarantee that he will remain in the next trial?
Once the radiance of the trial tower completely faded,
the masked golden core cultivator formally presented each individual with a Shin Tian guard token.
This token, ancient and weighty, symbolizes honor as well as a heavy responsibility.
Days later, Lu Yu returned to Linyuan City.
Although he had only been away for a month, it felt like a lifetime had passed.
At this moment,
he finally had the opportunity to carefully examine the changes in the small sword. There was once again a space for forging. However, he was still unfamiliar with crafting spiritual weapons and needed to learn first.
Upon reading the first line of text, he felt a surge of joy. Yet,
when he saw the swordsmanship chapter, he began to worry.
10,000 sword techniques? Where could he possibly find them?
Even if he were to empty the entire Lu Yun sect,
it might not suffice.
Never mind, overthinking is futile. He should first return to the sect and see how many techniques are available.
Upon returning to the courtyard,
he discovered that everyone from Xinjing's team was absent. After learning that the trial was perilous, Lu Yu had entrusted Xinjing with the captaincy, and as expected, she had been diligently working without pause. However, now that he had acquired a new identity, it would be inappropriate for him to continue as captain.
He could only formally hand over the position.
After completing the transfer of duties, Lu Yu exchanged all his merits for the most basic spiritual sword. After learning the art of sword control, he wobbled his way back towards the Lu Yun sect. At the gates of the Lu Yun sect, as Lu Yu descended on his sword at Qingyun Peak, a group of outer disciples stood in stunned silence, mouths agape, unable to articulate their astonishment.
Was that Lu Yu? Could it be? Indeed, the waste with a mixed spiritual root had successfully established his foundation? How could that be? Is there any justice in the heavens?
Ignoring the astonishment of the onlookers, Lu Yu proceeded directly to the stone house, rapping gently on the neighboring door, only to find an unexpected silence within.
Wang Hao had ventured out.
He had originally intended to treat him to a delightful meal.
Alas! He resolved to first attend to the matter of changing his identity jade token.
Shaking his head, Lu Yu turned and made his way towards the affairs hall. His sole companion here was Wang Hao, and he had hoped to surprise him. It seemed that such a plan would have to wait for another occasion. Upon entering the affairs hall, he was taken aback to encounter Lu Ming, a scion of the Lu family who had entered the Luyun sect alongside Lu Yu. Back then, Lu Ming had been celebrated for his moderate spirit root, which had granted him entry into the Luyun sect, becoming a source of pride for the entire Lu family. In stark contrast, Lu Yu's inferior spirit root had been entirely forsaken. After joining the Luyun sect, Lu Ming had not fared poorly, through his connections with Zhao Ting. He had secured a position as a clerk. His ability to curry favor with Zhao Ting was largely due to his previous acquaintance with Li Sisi, whom he had introduced to Zhao. During their time at the Lu family estate, he had harbored feelings for Li Sisi, but opportunities had eluded him. Once Li Sisi ascended to the rank of an inner disciple, he had resigned himself to his fate and shifted his strategy, using Li Sisi to ingratiate himself with Zhao Ting instead. This maneuver proved exceptionally astute, as both Zhao Ting and Li Sisi now regarded him as a trusted confidant, affording him unimaginable advantages. Chapter 44, Foundation Establishment Treatment. Upon seeing Lu Yu enter, Lu Ming could no longer conceal his disdain. He despised such impoverished relatives who sought to curry favor and forge connections. Lu Yu, what brings you here? Is this place suitable for someone like you? Lu Ming inquired with a stern expression, clearly displeased. The affairs hall generally dealt with changes in disciple identities, remaining quite leisurely. It was a coveted position he had secured through flattery towards Zhao Ting. Recently, there had been no news of any outer disciples advancing to the inner sect, so he was certain Lu Yu was here to seek his assistance. What I do is none of your concern. Hurry and summon your steward, Lu Yu replied, frowning. Ha! Our steward is not someone you can just summon at will. While Lu Ming began, but Lu Yu, uninterested in further conversation, unleashed a wave of pressure characteristic of the foundation establishment stage. Gasp! Foundation establishment? How is this possible? Lu Ming's face turned pale in shock, rendered speechless as he stood frozen in disbelief. Despite having relied on Li Sisi's connections to plead with Zhao Ting for a long time, he had been unable to obtain even a single foundation establishment pill. How could Lu Yu, of all people, have advanced to the foundation establishment stage so swiftly? Soon, the steward of the affairs hall was alerted. This middle-aged steward, somewhat portly, was named Zhang Fu. After confirming Lu Yu's cultivation level, he greeted Lu Yu warmly and began processing his new identity token. Even within the prestigious Flowing Cloud sect, a foundation establishment cultivator held significant weight, warranting his utmost attention. Next came the issuance of the standard kit for foundation establishment disciples, a volume of the Flowing Cloud Heart method and 2 sets of foundation establishment robes. Outer disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect wore simple blue robes, but upon becoming foundation establishment disciples, their attire transformed into something exquisite, adorned with intricate designs of swirling clouds. The Flowing Cloud Heart method for the foundation establishment stage was no longer the basic entry-level technique, it had evolved into an initial level of the profound grade. Positioned in the middle tier of the 4 grades, Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Unless a better option presented itself later, Lu Yu had no intention of seeking a replacement. Once all formalities were completed, the middle-aged steward personally escorted Lu Yu to a beautiful mountain peak deep within the Flowing Cloud sect. Disciple Lu. This is the currently available area for foundation establishment disciples' caves. Feel free to select one that suits you, Zhang Fu cheerfully introduced. Lu Yu surveyed the area, spotting several small courtyards scattered across the mountain. Each courtyard spanned thousands of square meters, with a 3-story pavilion built against the mountainside. Beyond the pavilion lay a small courtyard enclosed by a fence, suitable for planting spiritual grains and herbs. Thank you, senior brother. I shall choose this secluded courtyard on the left, Lu Yu indicated. Very well, I will assist you with the registration. By the way, does disciple Lu require a maid? I happen to have 2 unmarried nieces in my family, though their talents may be lacking, they are excellent cooks and particularly attentive. Zhang Fu's face lit up with eagerness. Thank you for your kind intentions, esteemed brother. But I often find myself away from home and presently have no need for such luxuries. Should the necessity arise in the future, I shall certainly reach out to you without delay, Lu Yu graciously declined. Ultimately, he remained a rather traditional individual, still unaccustomed to this lavish lifestyle. Very well. Then it is settled. Zhang Fu clasped his hands and, with a hint of regret, turned to depart.
feeling the warmth of the other's enthusiasm. Lu Yu was struck by a wave of emotion.
The privileges granted to a foundational cultivator were indeed incomparable to those of a chi refining disciple. Not only had his monthly stipend risen from 2 to 30 pieces, but he also found himself receiving attendants at his door. It felt somewhat remiss to refuse such offerings. No wonder people often remark that without entering foundation establishment, one is but an ant. Yet, he pondered, what might the treatment be for inner sect disciples at the foundation stage? As he gently descended in front of his small courtyard, Lu Yu began to meticulously examine his little haven. It was a 3-story loft-style courtyard, entirely constructed from spirit wood, and appeared quite exquisite overall. At the back of the courtyard lay a spirit spring, perpetually bubbling forth water, forming a misty little pond. Surrounding the pond were artificial hills and a garden, lush with vibrant flora, creating an air of elegance and charm. The courtyard was equipped with all manner of amenities. The 2nd and 3rd floors housed bedrooms, an outdoor reception area, a cultivation room, an alchemy chamber, and a weapon forging room. The 1st floor accommodated the quarters for servants and maidens, storage rooms, and a kitchen. Adjacent to the loft was a sizable expanse of spirit fields, which, upon rough estimation, spanned several acres. If planted with spiritual herbs and grains, it could yield dozens of spirit stones annually. This realization brought great satisfaction to Lu Yu, who was accustomed to a life of poverty. Alas! The growth period for spiritual herbs was exceedingly long, even spiritual grains required a year for harvest, making short-term gains unlikely. Having changed into the standard attire of a foundation disciple, Lu Yu ventured out to procure seeds for spiritual grains and tools for cultivation. Intending to cultivate the spirit fields within his own yard and sow the seeds in anticipation of next year's harvest. By evening, upon returning to the courtyard, Lu Yu found Li Sisi waiting at the entrance. "You have returned," she greeted him coolly, her tone softened with a hint of pride. "Is there something you need?" Lu Yu inquired, maintaining a stoic expression. "You have indeed succeeded in establishing your foundation. I underestimated you," Li Sisi mused, sensing the aura emanating from Lu Yu. Momentarily lost in thought. "Was that your sole purpose for visiting?" Lu Yu furrowed his brow at her words. Perceiving the resentment in his tone, Li Sisi sighed lightly. "You should visit the Lu family sometime, they miss you dearly." "Ha, since when have you been associated with the Lu family?" A wry smile crossed Lu Yu's face. Although Li Sisi had previously stayed with the Lu family, it was during her time in his household, and there had been little interaction with others. He was taken aback that the two parties had somehow intertwined. "I find myself lacking trustworthy individuals within the Zhao family. While the Lu family has pledged their loyalty to me, thus they can be regarded as my kin," Li Sisi explained with a hint of indifference. Although she held the Lu family's capabilities in low esteem, their presence was preferable to solitude. After all, she too possessed ties to worldly clans and required assistance. Most importantly, the Lu family utilized her name for their affairs, allowing her to receive a considerable amount of spirit stones each month. "Congratulations, then," Lu Yu replied in a nonchalant tone. "To put it more eloquently, they are your kin, to be blunt, they are your servants." "Do you not grasp my meaning?" "You are also a member of the Lu family." "Forgive me, they are they, and I am I," Lu Yu retorted. "Lu Yu, I urge you to contemplate this seriously. After all, your streak of good fortune cannot last indefinitely," Li Sisi remarked, her demeanor exuding an air of superiority. "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Indifferent, Lu Yu sidestepped Li Sisi and strode inside. "Wait." Sensing Lu Yu's reluctance, Li Sisi temporarily abandoned her attempts to persuade him and shifted the conversation to another matter. "The Lu family has arranged a marriage proposal for you. You should visit tomorrow at Huaxiang residence, in the Shangyun Pavilion." "The Lu family has arranged a marriage for me? What authority do they possess?" Lu Yu coldly inquired, turning back to her. "This is a suggestion from your granduncle, he is your sole elder," she replied. "How convenient that he was not deemed an elder before," Lu Yu scoffed, unable to suppress a derisive laugh. The inheritance left by his parents had been seized most aggressively by them. "I advise you to attend, do not allow others to think you have forgotten your roots." Without further discussion, Li Sisi pressed a communication talisman into Lu Yu's hand and departed. Lu Yu stared at the talisman in his grasp for a moment before a smirk of sarcasm appeared on his lips. "Very well.
I am indeed curious to see what sort of marriage they have orchestrated for me. Chapter 45, The Marriage Proposal the following day. Lu Yu arrived at Huashan residence in Luyun City as scheduled.
Luyun City, being the nearest city to the Luyun sect,
could be regarded as the foremost among the 8 major cities associated with the sect.
It is a hub for numerous affluent families, where wealth and nobility abound.
Huaxiang residence,
located in the most prosperous area of the eastern part of Luyun City, boasts 5 lavish stories.
Although it may not be the pinnacle of establishments in the city,
it certainly ranks among the top 5, with a reputation for high expenditure. Upon entering the Shangyun private room, Liu found it empty. Yet he did not deny himself the pleasures of indulgence. He ordered a pot of spirit wine along with several small dishes and leisurely began to eat.
The bustling streets filled with cultivators stirred many memories within him. However, as over an hour passed with still no sign of his companion, an unsettling thought crept into Lu Yu's mind. Had he been stood up?
Initially, he had anticipated a brief encounter, swiftly resolving matters before departing. Yet he found himself inexplicably delayed for over an hour. Curiosity piqued, he wondered what sort of individual could possess such an air of importance. After what felt like an eternity, a heavily made-up female cultivator with thin lips finally entered.
"I apologize for keeping you waiting," she said,
unapologetically pulling up a chair beside him and sitting down with an air of nonchalance. Despite her verbal expression of regret, Liu sensed no true contrition from her.
Nevertheless,
he chose not to dwell on it.
"You must be Lu Yu, right? Why didn't you help me order?"
she immediately questioned upon seating herself.
"Apologies.
I was unsure of what to order," Lu Yu responded dismissively. "Very well, waiter, bring me several plates of spirit meat, the most expensive ones, and spirit wine," the woman commanded loudly. Lu Yu observed the unfolding scene in silence, choosing not to interject.
After placing her order, the woman finally spoke again. "You are aware of my circumstances, correct?" "I am not," he replied. "Then I shan't waste any more of your time. You seem presentable enough. But what status do you hold in the Lu family?" she probed.
"None," he answered.
"And in the Luyun sect?"
"An outer disciple."
"What? An outer disciple?" Upon hearing this, the woman's expression shifted dramatically.
"What is your spirit root?"
"A mixed 5-element spirit root," Lu Yu replied calmly.
At this revelation, the woman abruptly stood up in anger.
"Is this the young talent my introducer spoke of? What a farce!"
Just as Lu Yu anticipated her departure, she hesitated, struggling with her emotions before reluctantly resuming her seat. Feeling a bit awkward, Lu Yu noted that her decision to stay had derailed his plans. After a moment of silence, she spoke again.
"How many spirit stones do you possess currently?"
"A few hundred," he answered. The disdain in her eyes deepened at this revelation. "So, you are merely a superficial pauper. What purpose do you serve other than being a decorative vase?
Do you believe you are worthy of me?"
she scoffed coldly.
"And what do you think?"
Lu Yu retorted with a calm demeanor.
"Then let us engage in a serious discussion," she declared.
"Your qualifications are lacking, and your status is low.
The only asset you possess is your appearance. But can this sustain a livelihood? Do you comprehend how many spirit stones are required for each advancement after establishing a foundation?"
Li Na did not hide her disdain. "I have no idea, I am accustomed to poverty."
"Very well, let me enlighten you.
A bottle of foundational cultivation elixir costs at least 5,000 spirit stones."
"Oh." Lu Yu fell into silence. This was indeed no trifling sum.
To ascend from the first to the second level, one would conservatively require 10 bottles, and with each subsequent tier, the quantity increases by half.
Calculate how much that totals. "Ah!" Lu Yu could not help but gasp in astonishment.
Furthermore, a storage ring costs no less than 20,000 spirit stones. A flying sword, at least 30,000.
Adding other combat gear and spiritual artifacts, how much do you think that amounts to? Lu Yu was taken aback.
He had never contemplated such a vast expenditure. Observing Lu Yu's astonished expression, Li Na felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing she had thoroughly stunned him.
"Thus, it is clear that you are currently a pauper, utterly unworthy of seeking a companion on the path." She offered her conclusion with an air of finality. Indeed, I concur. Lu Yu nodded in agreement, preparing to take his leave. However, to his surprise, Li Na abruptly altered her tone. Actually, under such conditions, marrying me is not entirely out of the question. Oh? How so? Lu Yu was taken aback, halting his departure. 3 conditions. First, after marriage, you must join our Li family, Li Na asserted with great authority. Having discussed so much, she was finally addressing the crux of the matter. And then? Lu Yu smiled, refraining from rebuttal. From that point onward, you shall be at the beck and call of our Li family. Is there anything else? Lu Yu continued to inquire with a smile. Indeed. I am currently expecting another's child, and you must treat him as your own. Lu Yu was genuinely taken aback. I am sorry, but we are simply not a match, Lu Yu declared, and without hesitation, he departed. He had acquired the information he sought and deemed it unnecessary to linger. Upon witnessing Lu Yu's swift and decisive exit, Li Na was left in a state of bewilderment. What had gone awry? Was not everything within her control? Upon returning to his courtyard, Lu Cixi rushed towards him, frowning as she questioned, Lu Yu. What happened? Li Na said you actually turned her down? Indeed, Lu Yu replied nonchalantly. Why? How could you refuse such a splendid match? Are you aware of her current circumstances? I know. She is simply pregnant. Then why would you ask me to agree? Lu Yu found himself laughing in disbelief. Have you considered your own worth? If there were no issues, would you even have a chance? Though Li Na was not particularly striking, she was backed by a respectable cultivation family, with her highest-ranking ancestor being a golden core elder. And what do you possess? Apart from your handsome visage, what else do you offer? After establishing a foundation, every subsequent step demands a tremendous amount of resources. How much can one truly earn on their own? Ultimately, it is the backing of powerful forces that matters. Do not elevate yourself too highly, as long as others do not disdain you, that should suffice. Li Cixi revealed an expression of profound disdain. If you believe you are so admirable, then you may keep it to yourselves. This marriage was arranged by the Lu family, the bride price has already been accepted, and whether you wish to marry or not, you must comply. Li Cixi retorted coldly. Then let us part ways from this moment forth, with no further entanglements. With that, Lu Yu brandished his sword, severing ties and resolutely turning away. You do not regret this, Li Cixi exclaimed, her anger palpable upon hearing those words. Chapter 46, The Assistant in Artifact Refinement after being looked down upon during a matchmaking event. Lu Yu came to a profound realization regarding the significance of spirit stones. The Xiantian guards had yet to provide any new arrangements. To swiftly acquire spirit stones, he would have to rely on artifact refinement. However, crafting mere magical instruments proved to be too rudimentary. Only by forging spiritual artifacts could he amass greater quantities of spirit stones. But where could he learn the art of refining spiritual artifacts? It was clear that Master Zhao was not an option, as he was merely a peak 1-star artifact refiner, possessing little more to teach. The refining hall of the Lu Yun sect was equally unfeasible, as they held him in low regard. It seemed the only option was to venture outside. Only larger forces could offer greater opportunities. He had heard that the refining standards in the neighboring Hangzhou were notably high, with numerous renowned refining families. Lu Yu resolved to seek his fortune there. The next day, after redeeming several sword techniques with years of contribution points at the Lu Yun sect, Lu Yu departed from the sect, embarking on his journey to Hangzhou. The distance between Hangzhou and Yunzhou spanned hundreds of thousands of miles. If he were to rely solely on sword flight, it would take several months. Fortunately, the central cities of both continents offered aerial ships, operating 2 trips daily. Lu Yu boarded one of these vessels, and after a fortnight of travel, he finally arrived at the central city of Hangzhou, Ying City. Ying City, located in the northern part of Hangzhou, is among the largest cities in the region. The city brimmed with prosperity, surrounded by various sects and families, far surpassing the remote Yun City. The most striking impression was the abundance of cultivators, many hailing from distant lands, unlike Yunzhou, which rarely saw outsiders.
After leisurely wandering in Ing City for a few days, Liu encountered a recruitment notice for an artifact refining assistant posted in front of a prominent refining family. The Liu family, one of the three foremost refining families in Hangzhou, was reputed for their extraordinary refining techniques, capable of producing imperial artifacts. Upon inquiring further, Liu learned that the Southern Artifact Refiners competition was to be held in 6 months, with a member of the Liu family participating. However, due to the demanding training schedule, they required an assistant to alleviate the burden. Moreover, during the competition, the assistant would also have the opportunity to assist on stage. This presented a rare opportunity for Liu Yu. 3 days later, over 100 cultivators who had applied for the assistant position were gathered in a workshop of the Liu family. Each individual was assigned a forging station, equipped with various refining materials. Liu Yu stood in an inconspicuous corner of the workshop, quietly awaiting the commencement of the assessment. "Brother, you're here for Miss Liu as well, aren't you? What incentives has your family promised?" Suddenly, a handsome cultivator next to Liu Yu struck up a conversation. "Miss Liu? I'm not familiar with her," Liu Yu replied, somewhat puzzled. The recruitment notice had not specified for whom the assistant would serve, leaving him uninformed. "Come now. That's rather implausible. Who doesn't know that the young lady of the Liu family is as beautiful as a flower and possesses extraordinary talent? She is destined to become a master artifact refiner. Whoever marries her will surely ascend to greatness. Isn't everyone here vying for her attention?" The handsome cultivator, upon hearing this, displayed a look of disdain. "I truly am not," Liu Yu replied indifferently. "Still pretending? How dull." The handsome cultivator's expression soured slightly. He had approached with good intentions, only to be met with such indifference. "I genuinely had no prior knowledge of any young lady from the Liu family." Liu Yu felt somewhat exasperated. Why was it that no one believed his candid words? The handsome cultivator, feeling the conversation had lost its charm, fell silent. It was evident that Liu Yu's looks surpassed his own, and he had initially intended to gauge the competition, only to find Liu Yu so guarded. This selection process appeared to be quite challenging. Before long, a classical beauty, reminiscent of a painting, gracefully entered the room, every move exuding the elegance of a refined lady. This beauty was none other than Liu Ruyan, the young lady of the Liu family. Upon her arrival, the crowd immediately revealed their obsequiousness, showering her with compliments, while Liu Yu remained lost in his own thoughts. However, Liu Ruyan, noticing the fervor of the crowd, was not pleased. Rather, she felt a considerable unease. Her previous assistants had either coveted her beauty or had been swayed by rivals. With the competition looming, this predicament had left her in a state of distress, necessitating a fresh recruitment. Yet, as she surveyed the individuals present, suspicion clouded her judgment. She cast a cold glance over the assembly and commanded, "The assessment for the refining assistants begins now. Please craft a magical artifact that you are most proficient in and submit it for my evaluation in 2 hours." At her words, the room fell silent. The participants began their crafting while furtively glancing at Liu Ruyan. She, in turn, commenced her rounds within the workshop, observing each candidate's performance. Every participant who dared to steal a glance at her was mentally noted, while those who remained averted would find her quietly approaching them. The handsome male cultivator next to Liu Yu unfortunately caught her attention. Although he had come prepared and resisted earlier temptations, when Liu Ruyan's graceful form approached him, he could not help but steal a glance. In that moment of distraction, he inadvertently faltered in his crafting. Liu Ruyan, with an icy demeanor, moved on without a word. The handsome cultivator was left perplexed. Thus, one by one, Liu Ruyan assessed the candidates, most of whom were visibly distracted by her presence. Only Liu Yu, from beginning to end, had not cast a single glance her way, treating her as though she were non-existent. After 2 hours, the participants gradually completed their creations, submitting their crafted magical artifacts. A few even managed to refine exceptional artifacts. However, Liu Yu produced only a superior artifact, which was the utmost limit he could achieve given the time constraints. Those who had refined exceptional artifacts were dismissed by Liu Ruyan without a second glance. Their abilities suggested they could effortlessly craft spiritual artifacts, raising questions about their motives for seeking the role of assistant. When Liu Yu submitted his superior artifact,
Lu Ruyan promptly announced the results. "You are the one. Follow me."
Having spoken, Lu Ruyan turned and departed, leaving no opportunity for anyone to pose inquiries.
Why was he chosen? On what grounds?
It hardly seems fair. Clearly, our own creations are superior.
A multitude of candidates who had forged exquisite magical artifacts voiced their protests,
while others remained perplexed. Yet, this assessment's selection was entirely at the discretion of the main family, leaving them with no recourse.
Lu Yu, his expression one of bewilderment, followed Lu Ruyan to the side hall.
He had never anticipated being selected in such a manner. Upon witnessing others craft exceptional magical artifacts in such a brief span, he had believed his chances were utterly lost. To his astonishment, he found himself ultimately chosen. Chapter 47, The Refining Competition. Upon arriving at the side hall, Lu Ruyan abruptly turned around, her expression frosty as she stated, "As my assistant, there is but one requirement: you must wholeheartedly commit to the task at hand,
devoid of any ulterior motives. Can you accomplish this?" "Indeed,"
Lu Yu replied with unwavering confidence. He had come to learn the art of refining and was acutely aware of his aspirations. However, Lu Ruyan did not feel the anticipated joy upon receiving such a decisive response. Instead, a sense of discomfort stirred within her.
Was his reply too clean and unembellished to be genuine? Had she misjudged him once more?
Only Lu Yu understood that, despite the beauty before him, he felt no particular attraction. Perhaps it was her lofty demeanor that caused him to recoil. Given a choice, he would prefer not to serve such a temperamental young lady. "Go to the main hall and have Uncle Fu handle the necessary formalities," Lu Ruyan commanded curtly before departing, leaving Lu Yu bewildered and at a loss.
Did I say something wrong?
Indeed, Lu Yu's instincts proved accurate. The following day, after Lu Ruyan presented him with a jade slip containing the fire control technique,
she assigned him an extensive array of material purification tasks.
These assignments were bizarrely varied and astonishingly labor-intensive. Nevertheless, Lu Yu voiced no complaints, immersing himself diligently in the work. On the third day, Lu Ruyan escalated the demands, yet Lu Yu continued to labor without a hint of grievance, completing each task punctually. By the fourth day, she doubled the workload, curious to see if he would refuse. To her dismay, Lu Yu remained silent and persevered through the night to fulfill the assignments.
Observing the brightly lit refining room, Lu Ruyan found herself perplexed. Could it be that she had misjudged him?
Yet she refrained from easing her challenges, eager to see how long he could maintain his facade. For the next month, Lu Yu almost exclusively spent his nights purifying materials,
enduring various unreasonable demands that brought both suffering and delight.
Still, he bore no resentment, for he understood that the key to his learning lay in these arduous days.
Indeed.
After a month, Lu Yu had mastered the fire control technique to perfection. Lu Ruyan, finally convinced, summoned him to her dedicated refining chamber to formally commence collaborative practice. At last, he would witness the process of spirit artifact creation.
Lu Yu secretly exhaled in relief.
Lu Ruyan's refining chamber was vast and impressive, equipped with an array of high-end instruments and stocked with an abundance of refining materials that filled a small warehouse. During each subsequent refining session, after completing his assigned tasks, Lu Yu observed with utmost seriousness, paying meticulous attention to every technique of true fire melting, the interactions of various materials, and the intricacies of array inscriptions. Entirely oblivious to the stunning beauty before him, learning to create spirit artifacts was not a matter of mere observation. Even the most talented refiners could not grasp it so easily. Thus, Lu Ruyan confidently refined in his presence, without any reservations or attempts to exclude him from the process. The refinement of spiritual artifacts is far more intricate than that of magical instruments. It is not merely a matter of amalgamating materials. Each component of a spiritual artifact possesses distinct properties that can interact and induce various transformations. The fusion of two materials in differing manners yields disparate effects, rendering it incomprehensible to outsiders. However, Lu Yu stands as an exception. Each time he observes, he immerses himself in the forging space, continuously simulating Lu Ruyan's refining steps. Whenever he encounters confusion, he seizes the opportunity to inquire further from Lu Ruyan during her breaks. This diligent pursuit of knowledge fosters an increasingly harmonious collaboration between them. Often, as they reach a particular step, Liu anticipates the necessary materials without Lu Ruyan needing to prompt him, as if they share an unspoken connection. As the alchemist competition draws closer, the caliber of spiritual artifacts Lu Ruyan forges escalates, providing Lu Yu with an abundance of knowledge. At long last, one day, within the ethereal realm, Lu Yu successfully crafted a qualified spiritual artifact. Following the trial, the legacy of forging was officially initiated, heralded by a voice filled with delight. The forging space dissipated, transitioning to the scene of a legacy jade tablet, which no longer displayed mere techniques for crafting magical instruments but rather segments of the memories of legendary artisans, chronicling their evolution from apprentices to supreme masters through countless experiences in forging. Within these memories, Lu Yu not only witnesses the forging processes firsthand but also absorbs the profound insights imparted by the masters. All things serve as instruments, and formations are the pivots of existence. The movements of the universe are fundamentally dictated by these formations. The undulating rivers, the shifting mountains, the cycles of day and night, all are orchestrated by formations. The changes of seasons and the flourishing or withering of flora also follow this principle. Even the cycle of human life, the ebb and flow of vitality, is governed by these formations. The so-called formations encapsulate the principles and laws governing the motion of all things in the world. The spiritual arrays within all treasures and artifacts are distilled from the simulations of the myriad phenomena of existence. Only by grasping the laws of nature can one design magnificent spiritual arrays, thus forging extraordinary artifacts. In essence, all of creation is an instrument. All things can be refined. Each profound revelation unfolds with eloquence, captivating Lu Yu's imagination. From that moment on, he dedicates every spare moment to the forging space, relishing the legacy memories of great artisans. Of course, what Lu Yu has been able to appreciate thus far are only those pertaining to spiritual artifacts. He has yet to delve into the memories of crafting high-level treasures, which require months of effort to produce. Unbeknownst to him, several months have swiftly passed, and the Southern Alchemy competition is on the horizon. This grand event, organized by the Southern Alchemist Guild, boasts a significant presence, encompassing the entirety of the southern Xintian continent. As an assistant, Lu Yu is fortunate to accompany Lu Ruyan to the city of Tianyun in central continent, together heading toward the Southern Alchemist Guild to participate in the competition. Tianyun City stands as the most prosperous metropolis in the southern region of the Xintian continent. Everywhere, in the skies and along the streets, one can observe the figures of cultivators. This city boasts an array of grand commercial buildings and a multitude of regional specialties, making it possible to acquire all manner of cultivation resources sourced from the four southern continents. Nestled amidst a range of mountains to the north of Tianyun City lies the Southern Alchemist Guild, perpetually shrouded in mist and imbued with an ethereal aura. On this particular morning, the flying vessel belonging to the Lu family gracefully traversed the vast expanse of Tianyun City, gradually making its way toward the mountains. As the vessel approached, an extraordinarily magnificent palace complex emerged amidst the peaks, enveloped in swirling clouds, reminiscent of a celestial palace. Upon witnessing this majestic sight, Lu Yu was taken aback. Such an extensive palace complex served as the headquarters for the Southern Alchemist Guild? It could rival an entire city elsewhere. At the heart of the palace complex lay a natural lake, its waters as green as jade, surrounded by lush mountains and clear waters. The various palatial structures were harmoniously distributed, creating a scene that, in a past life, would undoubtedly be regarded as a breathtaking holiday destination. The picturesque landscape, rich in spiritual energy, made Lu Yu yearn for the opportunity to study alchemy here, feeling that it would render his life truly fulfilling. Suddenly, he found himself filled with envy for the participants of the competition. They had the chance to remain in this enchanting place, while he was merely an observer. Chapter 48, Master of Artifacts. Lu Ruyan gazed at the breathtaking scenery before her, filled with longing. If only she could secure a spot in the top 10 of this competition, she would be able to remain here. Quietly, she began to pray within her heart. As the Lu family's flying vessel approached the architectural complex, a group of armored guards swiftly emerged from around the palace, advancing towards the crowd. "Are you all here to participate in the competition as artifact craftsmen?" inquired the leading armored cultivator. "Indeed, we hail from the Lu family of Hangzhou. Here is our invitation." The captain of the Lu family's escort promptly presented a silver letter with great respect. "Very well, please follow me." After verifying the invitation, several guard cultivators cleared a path.
guiding the Lu family to a secluded courtyard within the palace complex. This courtyard was designated as the temporary residence for the Lu family, as the artifact competition would not commence until the following day. That night, a gentle breeze flowed, and the cold moon hung high in the sky. Yet, Lu Ruyan leaned alone against the railing of the pavilion, unable to find sleep for a long while. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Yu had also appeared by her side. Lu Yu, do you think we can make it into the top 10 in tomorrow's competition? Lu Ruyan asked, her gaze distant and contemplative. Are you particularly concerned about this competition? Lu Yu replied. Of course. The Lu family has been in decline for quite some time. Although my father has not voiced it, I can sense the immense pressure he faces daily. We have no way out if we fail to achieve results. We may very well fall from the ranks of artifact families. A rare gravity shadowed Lu Ruyan's features. Lu Yu was taken aback, realizing that even a prodigious talent like Lu Ruyan bore her own burdens. I believe that even the most gifted disciple cannot guarantee a top 10 finish. The world is filled with opportunities, and all we can do is try our best. There is no need to be overly fixated. The rise and fall of a family cannot rely solely on the efforts of one individual, Lu Yu reassured her. Ah, true enough. I merely wish to alleviate my father's worries as much as possible, Lu Ruyan sighed softly. Focusing on your own path is the best way to share the burden. Not everything can unfold as we desire, we can only strive to remain true to our hearts. Lu Ruyan was momentarily taken aback by Lu Yu's words, surprised by their wisdom. You have a point. Thank you. By the way, what are your plans after the competition? She suddenly inquired. Me? I shall continue to wander the world. Lu Yu sighed deeply. Seeing the melancholy in Lu Yu's eyes, Lu Ruyan felt an unexplainable pang of sympathy. His talent and diligence rivaled her own, yet his humble origins hindered his ambitions. In contrast, she considered herself fortunate in her circumstances. The next day, the participants were ushered early in the morning to a vast square at the heart of the Southern Guild. By then, a considerable number of competing artifact craftsmen and their elders had gathered, estimated to be over 10,000. Lu Yu curiously surveyed his surroundings, as if intent on deciphering every detail of the architecture. He sensed that each aspect of this place was far more intricate than it appeared on the surface. In the center of the square stood a magnificent palace, constructed entirely from pristine white jade and azure stone, imbuing the entire structure with an air of solemnity and dignity. The steps leading up to the palace were also paved with unblemished white jade, immaculately clean and untainted. Before long, the grand doors of the palace swung open, revealing 10 distinguished elders who emerged slowly from within. Upon recognizing these venerable figures, a wave of excitement swept through the crowd. Could these be the legendary masters of the Southern Alchemist Guild? It must be. The elder at the center was none other than Master Qing Xian, the president of the Southern Alchemist Guild, whom I had the fortune to glimpse from afar. Such an assembly of alchemical masters, rarely witnessed in ordinary times, had gathered here, suggesting that this alchemical competition would indeed be extraordinary. If only I could be fortunate enough to receive guidance from one of them, I would have no regrets even if I were to perish. Are all 10 of them alchemical masters? Lu Yu pondered, startled by the discussions around him. Generally speaking, those who crafted magical artifacts were referred to as alchemical apprentices, those who created spiritual artifacts were called alchemical masters, those who produced profound artifacts were regarded as grandmasters, and only those who forged imperial artifacts were acknowledged as alchemical sages. This classification corresponded to the ranks of alchemical practitioners from 1 star to 4 stars. It was rare to even encounter a single grandmaster, let alone 10 legendary sages all at once. Alchemical sages, it could be said, held a status comparable to that of sect leaders in any sect, for divine artifacts might not manifest for a century, and even when they did, they were the result of collaborative efforts among numerous alchemical sages over an extended period. Thus, the title of alchemical sage represented the pinnacle of alchemical mastery. As the sound of a bell resonated, the crowd fell into silence. The slender elder stepped forward into the center of the palace and, with a benevolent gaze, addressed the assembly. Welcome to the Southern Alchemist competition. I am the humble Qing Xian, honored to serve as the president of the Southern Alchemist Guild and the chief examiner for this event.
I assure you that this competition will be conducted with fairness and impartiality, striving to select the most promising alchemical prodigies." With Qin Xian's words, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. The elder nodded graciously and continued, "Now, I will announce the rules of this competition. The materials for this contest are unlimited, but they must be sourced exclusively from the resource vault of this palace. The artifacts produced will be evaluated collectively by the 10 elder sages of our guild, and the top 10 scorers will be deemed victors, earning the opportunity for sage guidance. The duration of the competition is set for 5 days, and each alchemist may bring one assistant aged under 30 to assist them. During this period, no communication with anyone else is permitted. Any violation will be treated as cheating." Upon concluding his address, Master Qin Xian waved his right hand, and the palace's material vault was instantly opened, revealing an abundance of alchemical materials before the astonished crowd. Subsequently, dozens of armored guards emerged from the surroundings and set up numerous alchemical pits in the center of the square, each marked with a corresponding number. Now, I implore each craftsman and assistant to locate their designated positions according to the numbers inscribed on the invitation. Subsequently, proceed to the palace ahead to select your materials, for the competition shall commence in half an hour." The venerable Qin Xian concluded, gracefully taking his seat at the center of the judging platform. Whereupon he activated a barrier formation, severing all auditory connections between the square and its surroundings. What material should one choose? As they entered the repository, a palpable tension enveloped them, their minds racing with thoughts. Yet, upon gazing at the array of materials within the repository, they were rendered momentarily speechless. All the materials were of spirit grade or lower, with nary a single item of the higher mystic grade in sight. This was a stark contrast to their usual practices. In their routine endeavors to forge superior spirit weapons, they invariably incorporated 1 or 2 high-grade materials. What were they to do now? Lu Ruyen, too, felt a surge of anxiety, for she had never crafted a spirit weapon without the inclusion of high-grade materials. Chapter 49, Exquisite Spiritual Artifact. Had she relied solely on materials of less than spiritual grade, her proficiency would have undoubtedly diminished by a tier. Lu Ruoyan, typically capable of forging exquisite spiritual artifacts, faced the gravity of this competition. Should she only create superior grade artifacts, her ranking would surely suffer. Thus, she resolutely selected her materials, persisting with her original method to forge the finest quality. However, myriad complications arose during the process. For instance, the absence of the Millennium Cold Jade necessitated the substitution with the 1000-year Cold Jade, resulting in imbalanced attributes that prevented the harmonious fusion of the two material essences. After 3 days, one artifact mold after another was rendered defective. Lu Yu remained silent, diligently aiding in the purification and fusion processes to provide Lu Ruoyan with the necessary materials for her molds. Yet, upon the catastrophic failure of the 4th mold, Lu Ruoyan was engulfed in despair. With only 2 days remaining until the competition's conclusion, the time allotted for her to forge the spiritual artifacts was alarmingly insufficient. Was this prestigious competition destined to culminate in such a dismal defeat? How could she possibly return to her family with any semblance of dignity? The mere thought of facing her father's expectant gaze brought tears to her eyes. As time slipped away, Lu Ruoyan found herself frozen in place. Lu Yu, recognizing her disorientation, could no longer remain passive. Calm down. Do not dwell on anything else, heed my words. It is futile, I cannot possibly complete it. Lu Ruoyan shook her head, her emotions fraying. Did she not yearn to regain her composure? Yet, she understood that even at her most fervent pace, she would still fall short. If failure was inevitable, why not relinquish all pretense and simply pursue her passion? With only 2 days remaining, did she truly wish to weep until the very end? Lu Yu inquired. At his words, Lu Ruoyan paused, realizing the truth in his statement. If defeat was her fate, what was there to fear? Even if tears were to flow, they could wait until after the competition was over. Resolutely, she wiped her tears away and steadied her emotions. All right, what do you propose we do? First, continue purifying and fusing the materials as before, Lu Yu instructed. Understood. The two worked in harmony, swiftly condensing 2 more essences of the materials before commencing the fusion once again. Next, attempt to incorporate some earth elements, Lu Yu guided, assuming the role of a mentor.
How do I do that? Lu Ruoyan asked, confusion etched upon her face. Without responding verbally,
Lu Yu seized a handful of Tianjing sand from the material pile and sprinkled it over the artifact mold. Miraculously, the two previously incompatible material essences suddenly fused seamlessly together.
How is this possible?
Why did it work? Lu Ruoyan was momentarily stunned, having exhausted various methods to achieve fusion earlier.
She was bewildered that Lu Yu's simple intervention had yielded success. What strange remedy was this?
Her mind was awash with questions.
Focus on the forging for now. I will explain later. Very well, but alas, time remains insufficient. Lu Ruoyan lamented, her expression tinged with regret. Rest assured, with my method, time will certainly be sufficient.
Take your time, Lu Yu reassured with a gentle smile.
Lu Ruoyan could only proceed with hesitant trust.
Time passed. And when the final engraving was completed, a spiritual sword astonishingly materialized just before the competition concluded.
Unfortunately, it was merely of superior quality, yet still preferable to an unsuccessful attempt. Lu Ruoyan managed a faint smile. Who says it's only superior quality?
There remains the final step.
Why not sprinkle a few drops of your essence blood and see what happens? Lu Yu suggested. What? Blood sacrifice? Isn't the technique thought to be lost? Lu Ruoyan gasped in astonishment.
However, upon witnessing Lu Yu's compelling gaze, she reluctantly pricked her finger and let her essence blood fall upon the sword. As Lu Yu cast several mystical seals, the spiritual sword suddenly radiated a chilling brilliance, seemingly coming to life, and its quality soared from superior to exceptional.
A pristine,
frost-emitting sword now lay before her, breathtaking in its beauty.
This is astonishingly beautiful. Lu Ruoyan stared in awe,
struggling to believe it was her own creation.
How did he achieve this?
In that moment, Lu Yu appeared enigmatic, shrouded in mystery.
Why are you dawdling?
Hurry and present it, Lu Yu urged impatiently.
Oh, Lu Ruoyan replied obediently, a rare compliance showing in her voice.
With only a few minutes left until the competition's conclusion, she submitted the spiritual sword and anxiously awaited the results. Fortunately, the outcome aligned with her expectations. With the exceptional sword, she secured third place and was accepted as a registered disciple by the president.
After the competition, Lu Ruoyan made a point to bid farewell to Lu Yu. Junior brother Lu, I cannot thank you enough. Not at all.
I merely fulfilled my role as an assistant, Lu Yu replied with a calm smile.
Is that truly the case? Lu Ruoyan gazed intently into Lu Yu's eyes, hoping to discern something deeper.
Yet, she was met with disappointment. Lu Yu merely nodded lightly, revealing no emotional fluctuations.
By the way, how did you come to know such obscure methods? Lu Ruoyan could not resist pressing further. Truthfully, she had developed a newfound admiration for Lu Yu,
as if she had never truly known him before. I enjoy perusing a wide array of texts. I discovered these methods in ancient tomes. I simply tried them,
not expecting success.
However, I could not have accomplished it alone, Lu Yu replied evasively.
Is that so? Lu Ruoyan remained skeptical, but upon reflection, it seemed plausible. After all, how else could one explain his clumsiness in technique yet vast knowledge?
This is the culmination of my years of experience in crafting weapons. I offer it to you. Lu Ruoyan finally presented a jade slip to Lu Yu.
Thank you.
Lu Yu's rare smile appeared, and he cherished it as if it were a precious treasure.
It has been so long since I've seen you smile, this is the first time. Am I truly less significant than a jade slip of crafting techniques?
Lu Ruoyan's expression bore a hint of melancholy,
as she still harbored lingering thoughts about Lu Yu's once fervent promises. It was a jest, of course. Miss Ruoyan's beauty and intellect were well recognized by all. Following this grand competition, she would undoubtedly attract countless admirers. How could she possibly be compared to a jade tablet?
It is merely that I possess a sense of self-awareness,
Lu Yu corrected earnestly. Upon hearing these words, Lu Ruoyan finally burst into laughter.
After bidding farewell to Lu Ruoyan, Lu Yu departed alone, feeling a subtle pang of desolation in his heart.
Lu Ruoyan had fulfilled her desire to enter the sacred realm of weapon forging, what of himself? Where would his future path lead? Although the Lu family endeavored to retain him, he understood that it was not a place for him to linger. Thus, after receiving the 2,000 spirit stones as compensation from the Lu family, he resolutely chose to leave. Chapter 50, Entrustment. Half a month later, a flying vessel descended slowly upon Yunzhou. Upon returning to Lu Yun's sect, Lu Yu was surprised to find Ruoshi waiting outside his small courtyard. "Ruoshi, what is the matter? Do you need something from me?" Lu Yu inquired, astonished. "Brother Lu, you're back. My grandfather is gravely ill and wishes to see you," and Ruoshi replied, her face marked by urgency. "All right, I will accompany you at once." Lu Yu hastily took to the skies with Ruoshi, flying towards the small shop for refining tools. Along the way, he learned the reason for her distress. Old Zhao had long suffered from hidden injuries, and recently, an old ailment had resurfaced. Due to his advanced age, he could no longer withstand the affliction. Upon arriving at the back of the refining shop, Lu Yu was struck by the sight of old Zhao, who, after years of absence, now appeared frail and emaciated, quietly seated upon his bed. "Old Zhao, what has happened to you?" Lu Yu rushed forward, employing his spiritual energy to assess the situation. "Young Lu, it is futile, my time is limited." Old Zhao opened his eyes, his voice barely above a whisper. "Grandfather, you must not leave us. You are much better now than before," and Ruoshi cried, leaning over the bed in tears. "Ah, foolish child. I know my own body best. What you see now is merely a fleeting glimmer of vitality." Old Zhao gently patted Ruoshi's hand, a sigh escaping his lips. After examining Old Zhao thoroughly, Lu Yu realized that the old man's life force was indeed waning, and his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Memories flooded back. Old Zhao was the only one who had taken him in and guided him, though not a mentor, he was akin to one. "Young Lu, my greatest concern is for Ruoshi. Will you promise to look after her in my absence?" Old Zhao gazed intently at Lu Yu, a hint of pleading in his eyes. "Rest assured, from this day forth, Ruoshi shall be like my sister. I will ensure she suffers no grievances." Lu Yu replied, his voice thick with emotion. "That is a relief. And if you have the chance, please help her find her biological parents." With great effort, Old Zhao recounted Ruoshi's origins. Though Ruoshi was already aware of her background, she had yet to share it with Lu Yu. Upon hearing, Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback before quickly assenting. He had not anticipated that Ruoshi was taken in by Old Zhao, explaining their differing surnames. Good. Ruoshi, I must depart now. Take care of yourself, do not grieve too deeply, listen to Brother Lu." Old Zhao, filled with worry, offered a final admonition. "Yes." And Ruoshi nodded repeatedly, tears streaming down her face. Witnessing this, Old Zhao, filled with reluctance, finally closed his eyes slowly. As his life force faded, and Ruoshi was immediately overcome with grief. Although she had anticipated this day, the reality proved unbearably difficult to confront. Yet, Lu Yu quickly regained his composure. He still had to attend to Old Zhao's final arrangements. He understood that from this moment forth, he bore a new responsibility, and now was not the time for weakness. 3 days later, Brother Lu. What shall we do about this shop? And Ruoshi gazed at the empty Zhao's refining shop, her heart heavy with nostalgia, as it held over a decade's worth of memories. Let us continue. Lu Yu gently patted Ruoshi's shoulder and spoke. Yet, the patrons of this establishment were once drawn here solely by the reputation of my grandfather. Now, with just the two of us, can we sustain it? And Ruoshi expressed her concerns. No worries, our reputation will gradually establish itself, there is no need for haste. By the way, how much spirit stones are required to renew the lease for another year? It amounts to 600, but I only have 100 left. Additionally, procuring materials for refining artifacts will also demand a considerable sum of spirit stones. And Ruoshi's expression revealed her predicament. She had exhausted the shop's savings following her recent failure in foundation establishment. I still have 2,000, let's renew the lease for 3 years. And we can use the remaining 200 to purchase raw materials. Moreover, what level of magical artifacts can you currently refine? Lu Yu inquired. I can only manage medium-grade artifacts, high-grade ones are a rare success for me, and Ruoshi admitted, somewhat embarrassed. That shall suffice, I will handle the high-grade ones. Following this,
Lu Yu finalized the lease renewal and, together with Ruoshi, redecorated the artifact shop, unveiling a brand new sign for Zhao's artifact refinement shop to announce their reopening. The establishment comprised a front shop and a backyard totaling 300 square meters, with the backyard featuring 2 stories. Lu Yu and Ruoshi each occupied a room on the upper floor, while the lower floor housed a shared storage area and guest rooms, separated by a small open courtyard. On the opening day, Lu Yu personally crafted a promotional sign, placing it at the entrance, proclaiming, "This shop specializes in the refinement of low-grade spiritual artifacts and various magical tools, all at affordable prices. Brother Lu, when will we be able to refine spiritual artifacts?" And Ruoshi inquired, puzzled by the sign. "I have studied some techniques, it should be feasible." Oh. Thus, the 2 eagerly awaited customers in the shop. However, days passed without a single visitor, most passers-by merely glanced before departing. "What shall we do? No one is coming." And Ruoshi asked, her heart filled with anxiety. Over the days, her mood shifted from anticipation to despondency. She understood that Lu Yu maintained this shop to uplift her spirits, yet without customers, the shop's future seemed bleak. "How about this? You manage the shop for now, I will return to find some assistance." With that, Lu Yu took to his sword and soared towards the Luyun sect. "I did not see Wang Hao upon my last visit, it has been quite some time, and he should have returned by now." Wang Hao, the son of a wealthy merchant, should possess some experience in running a shop. Lu Yu approached the outer door stone house and knocked vigorously. Sure enough, Wang Hao soon emerged. "Brother Yu, you are back!" Wang Hao exclaimed, his face lighting up upon seeing Lu Yu. "Indeed, I came looking for you last time. But you were away. I had hoped we could share a drink." Lu Yu responded with a smile. "I was on a mission. It is never too late to drink now." Wang Hao replied cheerfully. "However, we lack spirit stones now, so even if I wish to drink, it is not feasible." "Is it true? The esteemed foundation establishment brother claims to be out of spirit stones?" Wang Haowen was utterly incredulous upon hearing this. Truly, there was not a single piece left. "By the way, why do you appear so haggard lately?" Lu Yu expressed a hint of curiosity. "Alas! Is it not for the purpose of saving money to purchase a foundation establishment pill? Over the past 2 years, I have ceaselessly undertaken tasks. Yet I have only managed to accumulate 700 or 800 spirit stones. Who knows how many years it will take to gather enough spirit stones for the pill?" Wang Hao lamented with a heavy heart. "Do not say that I have not looked out for you, I have recently opened a small shop for artifact refinement. Come help me attract customers, and I shall forge a spirit instrument for you, offering 100 spirit stones, and for a magical tool, I will give you 10. What do you say? Really? However, your refinement skills." Wang Hao hesitated, clearly lacking confidence in Lu Yu's abilities. "Just tell me whether you are in or out." Lu Yu said, slightly irked, why did everyone doubt him? "I am in. Of course, I am in. Brother Yu's affairs are my own. I would brave mountains of blades and seas of flames without hesitation." Wang Hao resolved to take the plunge. "Very well, then follow me." Lu Yu summoned his flying sword and seized Wang Hao, soaring directly towards the artifact refinement shop. Throughout the journey, Wang Hao could not contain his exhilaration. "Brother Yu, the sensation of riding the sword through the winds is extraordinary. I have made my decision. No matter how challenging it may be, I will surely succeed in establishing my foundation," Wang Hao declared with enthusiasm. Chapter 51. The first transaction, however, when he arrived at the modest artifact forging shop, his enthusiasm was swiftly extinguished. "Is this your forge, Yu?" "Indeed it is. It appears exceedingly rudimentary, and the location is rather obscure," Wang Hao remarked with a grimace. "Having a shop at all is a blessing. Do you have any idea how exorbitant the rent is here?" Lu Yu shot him a disgruntled glance. "How exorbitant?" 600 spirit stones per year. What? Such a sum? But with such a remote location, how can we attract customers? That depends on your efforts. Wang Hao was at a loss for words. He had initially thought his companion intended to support him, but instead, he had led him into a substantial predicament. Upon entering the shop, Liu introduced Wang Hao to Ruoshi, clarified various matters, and then focused intently on the art of forging. True to his background as a scion of a wealthy family, Wang Hao displayed remarkable audacity, boldly approaching passers-by to solicit customers.
Esteemed friend,
our shop has just welcomed a master forger with exceptional skills. Crafting a spiritual weapon will only cost 1,000 spirit stones.
Esteemed friend, are you in need of a magical tool?
Our shop has a newly arrived master forger.
Esteemed maiden. Wang Hao continued to engage every passerby, offering flattering words and undeterred by failure.
By the end of the day, he had indeed managed to attract a customer. This individual was a middle-aged demon hunter who made a living by hunting beasts in the vast mountains. Recently, his spiritual sword had suffered damage. And given that any ordinary sword on the market cost over 3,000 spirit stones, he had only managed to save a little over 1,000, far from sufficient. Without a sword, he could not venture into the mountains to earn spirit stones, thus trapping himself in a vicious cycle. Under Wang Hao's persuasion, curiosity got the better of him, and he decided to enter the shop for a closer look.
Young man, where is your master?
The middle-aged demon hunter inquired upon entering and noticing only Liu Yuan and Ruoshi, both of whom were quite young. Liu Yu began to declare himself as the forger, but Wang Hao interrupted.
Sir, my master is currently in seclusion upstairs. If you wish to forge something, you can first discuss it with Brother Liu.
Wang Hao grinned at the middle-aged man, subtly nudging Liu Yu with his eyes.
Liu Yu quickly caught on. Yes. My master is temporarily unavailable. I usually handle the consultations. May I inquire what type of spiritual weapon you wish to forge?
The middle-aged hunter hesitated but, observing that Liu Yu was already at the foundation establishment stage, presumed that his master must be quite skilled as well. He articulated his request. I seek to forge a low-grade fire spiritual sword. What materials do you possess? After assessing the situation, Liu Yu responded. I only have the beak of a fire crow king. In that case, the total cost for forging in materials will amount to 1,500 spirit stones. You may pay a deposit of 500, the fire spiritual sword will be ready for collection in 10 days.
Agreed. The middle-aged demon hunter readily paid the deposit.
1,500 spirit stones comfortably fell within his means. If the forging proved successful, it would yield considerable profit. As they watched the middle-aged hunter depart, Liu Yu and the others finally exhaled in relief. They had finally secured their first transaction, albeit through somewhat dubious means. Wang Hao, continue to oversee the shop.
Ruoshi,
please procure the materials on this list and then join me upstairs for the forging.
Liu Yu calmly instructed.
It was imperative to execute their first business transaction flawlessly, for they could not afford failure. In the following 2 days, Ruoshi meticulously prepared the purchased materials. Meanwhile, Liu Yu devoted his time to conceptualizing and simulating designs, repeating the process several times before finally commencing the forging. To ensure absolute precision, he decided to forge a fire spirit sword, the most common weapon available in the market. This sword would be crafted primarily from fire cloud iron, infused with materials derived from fire-type magical beasts. In addition to possessing the sharpness and durability of an ordinary spiritual sword, the most significant feature was that once imbued with spiritual energy, the sword would unleash a fierce blaze, augmenting its power with flames. Liu Yu had observed Liu Ruyan forge this type of sword several times and had simulated the process numerous times in his forging space, thus, it was the spiritual weapon he felt most confident in creating. Days later, upon successfully inscribing the final formation, Liu Yu let out a long, relieved sigh.
He had finally succeeded in forging his first spiritual weapon.
This also signified his official elevation to a 2-star forger.
How did it go? Did you succeed?
Ruoshi and Wang Hao, who had been anxiously waiting outside, inquired as Liu Yu emerged from his seclusion.
Liu Yu feigned hesitation. Failed?
Wang Hao's heart sank, his face clouded with bitterness. Then we should make haste to escape. I boasted in front of the middle-aged demon hunter to secure this deal. And if I fail to deliver the spiritual sword, he might very well flay me alive. Ruoshi also felt a lump in her throat,
tears beginning to well up.
Hey, what are you two doing? When I take action, it is, of course, a success.
Lu Yu finally ceased his teasing and produced the spiritual sword. Really? Wow! Brother Yu, you are incredible!
Wang Hao exclaimed, giving Lu Yu a hearty punch on the chest.
And Ruoshi finally broke into a smile, her tears replaced with joy. The following day, amidst their anticipation, the middle-aged demon hunter arrived as scheduled. Young brother, where is your master? Is the fire spirit sword ready? The hunter inquired eagerly upon entering the forging shop.
Rest assured, I have successfully forged it. Lu Yu replied with a smile, presenting a crimson spiritual sword enclosed in a jade box.
As the middle-aged hunter examined the sword, he was secretly pleased to find it was indeed a lower-grade fire spirit sword.
However, upon noticing its length, his expression shifted slightly.
Why is it 3 feet 1 inch? Did I not specify 3 feet 2 inches? Wang Hao and the others felt their hearts drop at this revelation, fearing the worst. Had the sword now become a liability? Brother Yu, why would you skimp on the details at such a critical moment? Yet Lu Yu remained composed. After careful analysis, we believe that a sword measuring 3 feet 1 inch would be more suitable for you. Why not give it a try? Lu Yu proposed,
extending the fire spirit sword towards the hunter.
Oh?
The demon hunter, with a mix of skepticism and curiosity, accepted the spirit sword and gently waved it a few times,
sensing an undeniable ease in its handling.
Let's infuse it with spiritual energy and see, Lu Yu suggested. The middle-aged hunter nodded in agreement, firmly grasping the hilt, and began to slowly channel his spiritual energy into the sword. Suddenly, a fierce flame erupted along the blade of the fire spirit sword, engulfing it in a roaring blaze. The intensity of the flames was remarkable. The middle-aged hunter couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He then leaped into the air, brandishing the spirit sword as he landed on the flat ground outside the forging shop. With a swift motion, he executed a fiery slash. Whoosh! A brilliant arc of flame surged forth, striking a nearby stone. In an instant, the stone was cleaved in two, the cut smooth and charred by the intense heat. What an exceptional sword! The middle-aged hunter marveled, examining the blade in awe. This sword surpassed all others he had ever wielded, even instilling within him a profound sense of connection. Chapter 52, The First Encounter with Lin Qingxue. What is more significant is that this sword cost less than 2,000 spirit stones. Such a bargain! He eagerly settled the payment and turned to leave, fearing that Lu Yu might reconsider. By the way, that move you executed earlier. It would be best to angle it downwards by 3 degrees, the results will be unexpectedly effective. After collecting the spirit stones, Lu Yu couldn't help but offer another piece of advice. The middle-aged demon hunter was momentarily taken aback. This crafting process also included martial guidance? Following Lu Yu's suggestion, he practiced a diagonal slash in the empty space. The sword light swept across, and the boulder was once again cleaved in two. It seemed that the power had indeed increased significantly. Just so. Remember, the angle must be cunning and unexpected to catch your opponent off guard. Lu Yu continued to impart his wisdom in a calm tone. The demon hunter trembled slightly upon hearing this, bowed to Lu Yu from a distance, and then turned to leave. It was not until he had walked a considerable distance that he regained his composure. Overwhelmed with emotion, this is truly a master of the craft. As the middle-aged demon hunter departed, the 3 individuals in the crafting shop let out a collective sigh of relief. This transaction yielded a profit of 1,000 spirit stones after deducting costs. Lu Yu divided 100 stones each to Wang Hao and Ruoshi, then tossed a few dozen stones to Wang Hao, revealing a rare display of generosity. Fatty, go buy some wine. Tonight, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Very well. That night, the trio indulged in a most delightful drinking spree. Wang Hao, having earned 100 spirit stones in less than half a month, felt as though the foundation establishment pill was beckoning to him. Meanwhile, and Ruoshi rejoiced at the prospect of their small shop being able to sustain itself, transforming her worries into joy. In the following period, the shop gradually attracted a few customers, albeit mostly those seeking magical tools. Lu Yu entrusted all these orders to Ruoshi for crafting, only occasionally offering guidance. He reserved his personal involvement for items of spiritual weapon caliber. Time flowed like a swift river, never to return. One day, While Lu Yu was immersed in comprehending the legacy memories within the shop, a paper crane messenger suddenly arrived, delivering a message. Brother Lu, there is a task. Please gather at the sect square. Upon hearing this, Liu quickly briefed Wang Hao and took to the skies on his flying sword, hastening toward the sect square. At last, a task had arrived. He had begun to feel forgotten by the sect. Typically, after successfully establishing one's foundation, the sect would assign duties. Yet his appointment had yet to materialize. When he arrived at the sect square, he found it already populated by a dozen or so young disciples. All at the initial stages of foundation establishment, evidently having just advanced in recent years. Among them were his contemporaries such as Bai Chongqing, Shui Lang, Li Sisi, Li Yusen, and Zhang Ling. Upon spotting Lu Yu, Li Sisi suddenly curled her lips in disdain and turned her head away, choosing to ignore him. Only Li Yusen approached him warmly to greet him. Suddenly, a figure resembling a celestial maiden descended gracefully from the sky, clad in flowing white garments, her beauty unparalleled. Skin as fair as snow, and an ethereal aura that transcended the mundane. Lu Yu gazed upwards and was instantly entranced. Is this the true fairy? How breathtakingly beautiful she is! That slender, well-proportioned figure, that pure and exquisite face, those delicate, lively eyes. And that flawlessly fair skin, all of these combine to create an image that one cannot easily forget after a single glance. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself staring in wide-eyed astonishment at the flying sword beneath her feet. Could it be the very sword that once saved the Lu family during the beast tide? On that fateful day, the Lu family was on the brink of annihilation. And even the original owner was in grave danger, when suddenly, an icy sword soared from the west, piercing through the rampaging beast and rescuing numerous members of the Lu family. He had never seen the face of the wielder, but he had etched that sword into his memory. The graceful figure descended like a snowflake before the crowd. Upon sensing Lu Yu's dazed gaze, she let out a cold hum, startling him back to reality, as she stood there like a pristine swan amidst the throng. Only when Lu Yu regained his senses did he realize his lapse in composure, bitterly laughing to himself, what a disaster. Surely, he would be perceived as a frivolous rogue. He never anticipated that his first encounter would leave such a poor impression. It was truly careless of him. In truth, many male cultivators had displayed similar signs of distraction, but they quickly regained their composure. Only he remained stunned, overwhelmed by the sight of that sword. However, it was evident that they belonged to entirely different worlds, with little chance of intersection, rendering any impressions, good or bad, nearly irrelevant. Before long, an elderly man with flowing white hair ambled into the square. He first greeted the enchanting fairy before stepping forward to address the crowd about the current task. It turned out to be the time for the biannual disciple recruitment, where newly appointed disciples were required to assist the elders in gathering apprentices while showcasing the splendor of the Flowing Cloud sect. After clarifying the mission's requirements and agreeing to reconvene in 3 days at Spirit Marshal City, the elder dismissed the gathering. Once the enchanting fairy departed, the male disciples erupted into a frenzy. Was that truly the legendary Lin Qingxue? How stunning! How dazzling! After witnessing her beauty, how could I possibly love anyone else? One male disciple lamented. She is mine, do not dare to compete with me. Bai Chongqing bellowed defiantly. Pa! With your meager background, how dare you boast? Not to mention that senior sister Lin is the daughter of Lin Padian, the God Transformation sect master. Her innate talent as a golden core cultivator before even reaching 30 is something you could never aspire to, Xiao Jaime scoffed with disdain. What? She is the daughter of the God Transformation sect master and a golden core cultivator? It's over. There is no hope left. I am filled with resentment. Why don't I have a father at the God Transformation stage? The male cultivators instantly displayed expressions of existential despair. Upon hearing that the enchanting beauty was indeed the daughter of the God Transformation sect master, Lu Yu wore an expression of profound complexity. It seemed his initial thoughts were correct, they were destined to remain worlds apart. As for repaying a debt of gratitude? Did she truly need his meager combat prowess? As they watched the figure of Lin Qingxue fade into the distance, an inexplicable sense of melancholy enveloped the crowd, as if the very heavens had lost their luster. A profound feeling of despondency surged within them, rendering them utterly disinterested in all else. Why must such a flawless woman exist in this world? Why is she not mine?
Why do I feel so utterly inadequate? The thought of existence itself seemed unbearable. The group of male cultivators felt their once unshakable resolve begin to waver. What value could there be in an eternity spent without the companionship of such exquisite beauty? It was hopeless, they could no longer bear to look upon her. For to do so would extinguish their will to live. Hastily, they averted their gazes and departed the scene. Chapter 53, The Quietly Handsome Man 3 days later. At the bustling square of Lingwu City, one of the 8 cities of the Luyun sect, throngs of people filled the area with vibrant energy. Upon his arrival at the elevated platform, Luyu spotted Li Sisi animatedly chattering with Lin Qingxue, who listened with the serene grace of a celestial being, occasionally nodding and smiling. Each glance and smile radiated elegance, perfection in its purest form. For a moment, Luyu was captivated, nearly losing his composure. However, upon noticing Luyu, Lin Qingxue immediately withdrew her smile, replacing it with a demeanor that suggested a desire for distance. Yet, even with her face taut in displeasure, her soft crimson lips and exquisitely pale visage possessed an irresistible allure that made one yearn to draw near and savor her beauty. Were they truly so familiar with one another? Luyu pondered in confusion. Given Li Sisi's nature, it was likely she had not refrained from disparaging him. Nevertheless, these exalted women, high above on their pedestals, were not of his ilk. What folly it would be to seek their approval. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief. With gratitude in his heart, he approached to greet them, only to receive a cold huff from Lin Qingxue, who then dismissed him entirely. After a quarter of an hour, the selection process for disciples officially commenced. The proceedings followed the familiar standardized procedure of years past. Yet Luyu had transitioned from a test subject to a distinguished disciple standing proudly on the platform. As the opening ceremony concluded, a stream of youths ascended the stage to test their spiritual roots, nervously confronting this pivotal moment that would determine their fates. Moments later, they either descended with spirited enthusiasm or departed in dejected silence, evoking memories for Luyu of his own past experiences. Once upon a time, he too had been among the despondent, and who could have imagined that he would one day stand upon this platform, becoming an object of admiration? The ceremony continued until dusk, marking the end of the first day of disciple selection. A fortunate few, possessing extraordinary talents, were directly admitted as inner disciples, while others of middling potential would have to await the following day's evaluations to ascertain their fate within the sect. At this juncture, the fortunate young men and women clustered around by Changqing and several other foundational senior brothers, eagerly seeking guidance and inquiring about the sect. Their curiosity about everything within the sect was palpable. Some astute individuals had even begun to solicit these seniors for insights into successful practices, hoping to navigate their journey with greater ease. The senior brothers, more than willing to share their knowledge, engaged in lively discourse. Particularly a few who were especially eager to impress Lin Qingxue and the younger disciples. Amidst this lively interaction, Luyu remained seated quietly at the back, embodying the role of a quietly handsome man. After all, he was merely an outer disciple, possessing little to impart to these future paragons. Yet, perhaps due to an unfortunate lack of discernment, a shy and introverted junior sister approached Luyu, her voice trembling as she inquired, "Senior brother, what sword technique would you recommend choosing upon entering the sect?" Caught off guard by the question, Luyu realized he had yet to consider this matter deeply. Since his entry into the sect, he had solely practiced a single sword technique, leaving no room for choice. It should be the flowing cloud sword technique, he pondered hesitantly. With a chuckle, his response elicited laughter from Lin Qingxue on the other side. The other senior brothers and sisters laughed heartily as well. Even the young lady in front of him widened her eyes in confusion. The flowing cloud sword technique? Isn't that the most fundamental sword technique? Indeed, prior to foundation establishment. You were all merely laying the groundwork, Luyu remarked, feeling slightly embarrassed by their reactions. But it is merely the most rudimentary entry-level sword technique. The shy girl continued to inquire timidly. Consider this, Luyu asserted, the flowing cloud sect has been established for tens of thousands of years, with sword techniques as numerous as the stars, yet only a scant few have survived to the present day. The flowing cloud sword technique is one of them. Do you think it is inferior? Lin Qingxue was somewhat taken aback by his words, recalling that her grandfather had once said something similar. However,
Having acquired a more suitable sword technique for herself, she had not given it much thought. A pauper remains a pauper, even when delivering such grandiose rhetoric. Li Sisi scoffed at Lu Yu's lofty discourse.
Indeed, do not mislead the younger generation.
The other senior brothers and sisters, possessing a certain understanding of sword techniques, also shared their skepticism. Lu Yu merely smiled faintly at their remarks, choosing not to engage in argument. His assertions were not baseless. After practicing dozens of sword techniques recently,
he had genuinely concluded that the flowing cloud sword technique was the most straightforward and effective.
It was not that it possessed immense power, but rather that it was best suited for establishing a solid foundation. Other sword techniques tended to include superfluous and ostentatious moves that, while visually appealing, were ultimately mere embellishments,
wasting time and hindering the speed of drawing one's sword.
It could be said that among the sword techniques accessible to disciples in the Qi refinement stage,
some might possess higher ranks but were intended for performance rather than for combat.
A few days later, after completing his tasks, Lu Yu returned once more to the small shop for crafting, resuming his languid existence. Whether the young lady had heeded his advice was of no concern to him. He had a large family to support, and with his own survival in question, he had no time to mind others' affairs.
In the shop,
Wang Hao tirelessly called out to attract customers outside, while Ruoshi busied herself with crafting magical artifacts.
Lu Yu, however, found himself with nothing to do. Sitting in a reclined chair, studying the inheritance of crafting while waiting for business to come his way.
Yet, many days passed without encountering another transaction involving spiritual artifacts.
Why not forge some common spiritual artifacts to display for sale in the shop? Lu Yu suddenly had a moment of inspiration.
He decided to set to work. Having acquired considerable knowledge of spiritual sword-type treasures and possessing hundreds of spirit stones, sufficient to purchase the materials needed for crafting a spiritual sword, what kind should he forge? His thoughts involuntarily drifted to that ethereal figure clad in white. Her celestial sword was so radiant and exquisite. If he could forge a spiritual sword of such breathtaking beauty, it would surely sell without worry. He was well acquainted with materials of the ice attribute, having previously assisted Li Yusin in forging the ice spirit silver needles,
which had yielded unexpectedly splendid results.
One could only ponder the extraordinary icy effects if an entire sword could be fashioned in a similar manner.
Thus, brimming with enthusiasm,
he set out to procure the necessary materials and commenced the forging process. The Millennium Cold Jade was not difficult for him to acquire at the foundation establishment stage,
as it was readily available in the forging hall of the Flowing Cloud sect.
He exchanged several hundred spirit stones and a few contribution points to obtain a piece.
Subsequently,
he began to refine the Millennium Cold Jade to perfection, much like he had done with the ice spirit silver needles.
However, this time,
he did not intend to contain the chill within. Instead, he incorporated a dispersal formation outside the spirit gathering array,
allowing the cold jade to continuously absorb energy while emanating its icy aura.
He aimed for everyone to immediately recognize the extraordinary effects of this spiritual sword. Chapter 54, The Frost Blade. 10 days later, a sword of ice, exuding an aura of frost, was meticulously forged. Although this sword was merely a low-grade spiritual artifact, its exquisite appearance rivaled that of any high-grade treasure.
Brother Lu, is this the one you just completed?
And Ruoshi gazed upon the jade-like spirit sword,
as if beholding a rare gem. Indeed. What do you think of this frost blade? It is absolutely stunning. I adore it.
Ruoshi exclaimed.
What do you think would happen if I displayed it in our shop? With a smile, Lu Yu responded, if it were to be hung in our store?
It would surely attract numerous female cultivators, ensuring our shop would never lack customers. Then you should hasten to forge a few more artifacts to display.
Absolutely. I shall do so at once.
In the subsequent days, Lu Yu proudly hung the frost blade in the central position of the artifact shop,
designating it as the store's prized possession. As cultivators strolled past the shop, they immediately sensed a drop in temperature, sparking their curiosity. Upon witnessing the radiant,
frost-laden sword within Zhao's forging shop, they were enchanted and irresistibly drawn inside.
However, upon learning the price of the frost blade, many hesitated. For in a modest place like Lianyun City, few cultivators could readily produce 3,000 spirit stones.
Nevertheless, the artifacts displayed by Enruwashi sold quite well,
with several pieces finding new owners within days.
Consequently, Enruwashi became busy once more, while Wang Hao took on the role of shopkeeper,
no longer needing to solicit customers outside.
Yet, discerning individuals were still present. Within half a month, the dazzling frost blade was purchased by a beautiful female cultivator,
her face alight with joy.
With the 3,000 spirit stones earned, Lu Yu generously distributed 200 to each, using the remainder to procure materials.
The frost blade required further refinement, lest the shop's business be adversely affected.
Additionally, he endeavored to forge a sky-blue autumn water sword, its blade of vivid azure,
reminiscent of a tranquil autumn stream, shimmering with an ethereal glow.
The autumn water sword was particularly suited for female cultivators wielding water-based techniques, capable of releasing flowing water-like sword energy and executing techniques such as the wave slash. Thus, the white frost blade and the blue autumn water sword, displayed in harmonious juxtaposition, elevated the shop's prestige significantly. Lu Yu also undertook renovations within the shop, relocating the forging station to the courtyard, transforming the store into a pristine showroom for magical artifacts. Moreover, he designated an area for Wang Hao to manage the procurement of raw materials. With the presence of these two exquisite swords, customers began to perceive the quality of the spiritual artifacts crafted within the shop. One morning, a scar-faced male cultivator entered the shop and approached Wang Hao directly, inquiring,
"Young brother, can you forge a spiritual artifact shield here?"
"Certainly.
There is absolutely no problem.
Please wait a moment. I will summon the master craftsman to discuss the details with you." With that, Wang Hao dashed to the courtyard, excitedly calling out, "Brother Yu,
we have a significant order coming in. Hurry down."
Upon hearing the words, Lu Yu hastily tidied himself and proceeded to the front hall.
However,
the scarred man scrutinized Lu Yu's youthful appearance, his brow furrowing in skepticism.
"Are you the blacksmith here?"
"Indeed, I am one of the blacksmiths here.
I have a master above me. May I inquire what level of spirit weapon you wish to forge? Can you craft a medium-grade spirit weapon?"
Lu Yu and Wang Hao exchanged glances, their eyelids twitching in response, and quickly replied, "Certainly."
"What kind do you desire?"
"I have but one requirement: it must withstand a full-force strike from my medium-grade flame blade without sustaining any damage.
Upon successful verification,
I shall purchase it for 7,000 spirit stones. However, should it fail, you shall receive not a single coin."
"What do you say?"
Wang Hao's heart sank at these terms, they were exceedingly harsh. Lu Yu remained silent, taking up the scarred man's spirit sword to examine it closely. Truth be told, he was quite tempted by the 7,000 spirit stones, yet the exquisite craftsmanship of the sword indicated the work of a master, leaving him with little confidence.
After much contemplation, Lu Yu gritted his teeth and declared, "No problem. But it will take a month."
"Very well. It is settled." After bidding farewell to the scarred man,
Wang Hao seized Lu Yu's arm, exclaiming, "Brother Yu, have you lost your mind? Are you not afraid of losing everything with such conditions?
The path of cultivation is, after all, a struggle against fate.
Without external pressure, how can one compel oneself to advance?" Lu Yu replied with calm assurance. "Fine, since you have made your decision. Let us proceed.
At worst, we shall return to where we were 2 months ago. It is not a dire situation. Regardless of the outcome, I shall support you."
Seeing Lu Yu's resolve, Wang Hao ceased his persuading. "Do not worry, it will not end in loss."
Lu Yu comforted Wang Hao with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. With the myriad types of spirit weapons embedded in his inherited memories, he was confident he would discover a solution.
In the days that followed,
Lu Yu secluded himself in his room, immersed in contemplation, delving into his inherited memories to design the array structure for the spirit shield.
As it turned out,
his intuition was correct. The forging techniques contained within his memories were vastly superior to those of this world. Before long, he discovered a promising approach. Once the autumn water sword in the shop was sold, he promptly took over 2,000 spirit stones to procure the ores and materials from magical beasts necessary for crafting the spirit shield.
This time,
he intended to experiment with an entirely new forging method embedding spirit stones within the shield, which, upon activation, would instantaneously elevate the shield's defensive capabilities. Lu Yu envisioned crafting the shield in a curved shape, with 5 recesses at its center to accommodate 5 spirit stones.
Each time the spirit stone array was activated,
the 5 stones would instantaneously transform into spiritual energy, significantly amplifying the power supply to the shield, enabling it to unleash a defensive strength comparable to that of a superior grade shield.
Such defensive capability should suffice to withstand the assault of a medium-grade spirit sword.
More than half a month later, when the scarred man returned to the blacksmith shop, Lu Yu had emerged from his seclusion.
"How goes it? Have you completed the forging?"
As the scarred man approached, he wasted no time and inquired directly.
Thankfully, he did not disappoint. Lu Yu offered a faint smile. "Very well. Let us commence the experiment." With that, the scarred man eagerly made his way to the street, positioning himself with anticipation.
He had awaited this moment for quite some time. Lu Yu took his place opposite the scarred man, producing a gleaming silver circular shield. After inserting 5 inferior spirit stones into it, he gestured for the other to begin. The stance of the two instantly captivated a number of onlookers, their curiosity piqued by the unfolding scene. Upon realizing that this was an experiment involving spiritual artifacts, their excitement grew. The scarred man summoned a dark red flame blade, gripping it firmly with both hands. He leaped high into the air, executing several somersaults before gathering his strength and striking down forcefully upon the shield. The might of that blow was formidable enough to cleave mountains and shatter stones. Yet, as the blade met the surface of the shield, a flash of silver light erupted, effortlessly deflecting the spiritual blade. Upon inspection, the shield remained unscathed. Not even a mark marred its surface. Chapter 55, Walking with Beauty. I can't believe it has truly been achieved. The scarred man gazed incredulously at the shield before him. This blade of his was no ordinary weapon. It was a treasure he had painstakingly acquired from a master craftsman after years of waiting. "How do you find this spiritual shield?" Lu Yu inquired with a smile as he set the shield down. "Absolutely satisfactory. Yet, I am utterly curious about how this was accomplished," the scarred man admitted, intrigued. He had consulted numerous crafting shops, all of which claimed that only a top-grade spiritual shield could provide such formidable defense. However, such a shield would cost at least 20,000 spirit stones, a sum he could not afford. I designed several grooves within the shield and inserted 5 low-grade spirit stones. When fully activated, it can exponentially enhance the shield's defensive capabilities, Lu Yu elucidated. 5 low-grade spirit stones can withstand a single amplified attack? And what about 5 medium-grade spirit stones? At least 100 times. Goodness! Such a technique exists? The scarred man was taken aback. This method was entirely novel to him. To gain superior defensive power with merely 5 spirit stones was an exceptional bargain. The price difference between high-grade and medium-grade spirit artifacts was astronomical, yet with just 5 spirit stones, he could bridge that gap. The inventor of this technique was indeed remarkable. "I'll take this shield." Without hesitation, the scarred man handed over the spirit stones. He was about to head to the battlefield and had been financially constrained. Initially expecting to settle for something mediocre, to find such an admirable shield was truly fortuitous. As the two concluded their transaction, the onlookers began to disperse, their curiosity piqued by the day's events. Through whispered tales, many learned of the extraordinary craftsman who had graced Zhao's crafting shop. From that moment onward, the business at the small shop flourished. Wang Hao earned several hundred spirit stones in commissions each month, his heart brimming with joy. Meanwhile, Lu Yu took advantage of his leisure time to obtain a 2-star craftsman badge from the Cloud Continent Craftsman Guild and registered with the Flowing Cloud sect. The sect encouraged its disciples to acquire various honors and qualifications, serving as a reserve of talent for the organization. By obtaining the relevant qualifications and registering with the sect, one could significantly increase their monthly stipend. This was a windfall of spirit stones, a gain that was too good to pass up. Thus, without hesitation, Lu Yu registered immediately after receiving his 2-star craftsman badge. Following his registration, his monthly stipend soared to 70 spirit stones. The status of a craftsman indeed held considerable weight. Merely being associated with the sect, without any further obligations, yielded such a generous reward. Upon returning to the crafting shop, he was greeted by an exuberant Enruwashi. "Brother Lu, those 2 ice swords have sold out." "So soon?"
Both of them sold? Lu Yu was astonished, as several had already been sold in the past 2 months. Indeed, this ice sword has garnered immense popularity among female cultivators. A hint of uncontainable joy radiated from Enruwashi's face. She had never anticipated such a prosperous day for her modest shop. Lu Yu gazed at Enruwashi's exhilarated countenance, her cheeks flushed with excitement, and found himself momentarily lost in thought. The once lively and adorable little fairy had finally emerged from her sorrowful past. After a brief pause, he remarked, "Very well. I shall return to the sect to exchange for some cold jade and forge a couple more swords." Noticing Lu Yu's earlier dazed stare, Enruwashi felt her cheeks warm slightly. "Brother Lu, do you harbor any disdain for me?" she inquired, acutely aware that she was no longer the same as before, and uncertain how to face Lu Yu without the confidence she once possessed. "What are you talking about?" "Of course not," Lu Yu replied with a smile. Enruwashi's heart soared at his words. "Then, if you find it difficult to locate a partner in the future, why not live with me instead?" she suggested, her face aglow with embarrassment. "Foolish girl, even if I find a partner, I shall always be by your side," Lu Yu chuckled, playfully tapping her on the head. However, Enruwashi's expression turned melancholic. It was evident that he had not grasped the essence of her sentiment. At the Luyun sect, in the affairs hall, when Lu Yu once again requested to exchange for a millennium of cold jade, he was informed that his contribution points were insufficient for the transaction. The drawback of being an outer disciple is that regardless of what one wishes to exchange, one must possess matching contribution points. Even spirit stones would not suffice. The relationship between outer disciples and the sect is more akin to a partnership. It appeared that in order to exchange for additional cold jade, he must accumulate a substantial amount of contribution points in the short term. Thus, he turned to the task hall, quickly scanning through the available tasks before selecting the highest reward task he could undertake: the investigation of the Black Wind Ridge's evil cultivators. After perusing the task description, he grasped the situation. Recently, disciples had been mysteriously disappearing near the Black Wind Ridge, and just days ago, one disciple had used a message paper crane to inform his friend that he had been captured by an evil cultivator. Since then, there had been no further communication from him. After fruitless searches, his friend had no choice but to seek the sect's assistance, thus prompting this mission. Originally, the task was designated for Golden Core cultivators, but to mitigate risks, a Foundation establishment cultivator was also assigned to assist. Was this merely a menial task after all? Nevertheless, considering the high contribution points, he accepted it. Such high-reward tasks are rare and often serendipitous. On the following day, he arrived early at the assembly point, awaiting the Golden Core cultivator assigned to the same mission. After a prolonged wait, a stunning figure suddenly appeared. "It's you? What are you doing here?" Both Lu Yu and Lin Xingxue froze upon recognizing each other. "You also accepted the evil cultivator investigation task?" Lin Xingxue inquired coldly, her gaze fixed on Lu Yu. "Indeed," Lu Yu replied, feeling a pang of bitterness. How could fate be so ironic? After receiving his confirmation, Lin Xingxue snorted and, without further ado, summoned her flying sword and soared toward the Black Wind Ridge. Lu Yu, perceiving the disdain directed towards him, could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. He refrained from attempting to ingratiate himself, instead silently guiding his flying sword while lowering his gaze to follow. Perhaps he was merely a fleeting, inconsequential presence in her life, soon to be forgotten. Thus, what need was there for explanation? Black Wind Ridge is situated on the fringes of the Luyun sect's territory, nestled within a lawless expanse. Originally, when mineral veins still thrived here, disciples of the sect would patrol the area. However, once the veins had been exhausted, the personnel withdrew, leaving the place desolate. The two soared through the skies on their swords for several days before arriving at a location not far from Black Wind Ridge. Yet, they did not approach the ridge directly. Instead, they halted 10 miles away and employed their likeness skills to stealthily advance towards the vicinity of Black Wind Ridge. The situation within the ridge remained uncertain, and a direct approach might inadvertently alert any lurking dangers. The region encompassing Black Wind Ridge is a barren mountain range, devoid of human presence for miles, with the occasional solitary cultivator passing overhead on their swords. The pair spent an entire day exploring the mountains, one trailing the other. Yet they uncovered no anomalies. Chapter 56, Roasted Chicken. As dusk descended, the desolate wilderness around them took on an eerie quality. The two travelers sought refuge in a cave for the night. Luyu, seizing the opportunity, hunted a few spirit chickens and, using the unique recipe passed down from his illustrious predecessors, began to roast them within the cave. Outside, Lin Qingxue, feeling somewhat restless, surveyed her surroundings. The confined space with a solitary male made her instinctively uneasy. Suddenly, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, drawing Lin Qingxue's attention to the cave. Could it be that the brazen young man had conjured the scent of roasted chicken? Yet, why did it smell so exquisite? Throughout her life, she had savored numerous delicacies. But never had she encountered a fragrance so alluring. Should she venture inside or not? She grappled with her indecision. Truth be told, her stomach was beginning to grumble. However, entering would contradict her celestial maiden image, and she would have to approach that insufferable person. But resisting the tantalizing aroma proved to be a formidable challenge. Oh, what torment! Just as her internal struggle reached its peak, a melodious voice broke the silence. "Senior Sister Lin, I have roasted a spirit chicken. Would you care to sample it?" Luyu emerged from the cave, presenting a perfectly roasted chicken with a smile. As his superior on this mission, he recognized the importance of fostering a cordial relationship with her. After all, the contributions of an assistant were determined entirely by the superior. He was in dire need of contribution points. However, Lin Qingxue was not swayed by Luyu's overture. She merely cast him a cold glance and turned her head away, ignoring him entirely. "Humph, attempting to bribe me? Not a chance." She harbored a quiet disdain, having already learned from Li Sisi about Luyu's true character. Thus, regardless of his polite facade, she could not help but look down upon him. After a prolonged silence, when Lin Qingxue did not extend her hand to accept the offering, Luyu awkwardly chuckled and placed the roasted chicken in a clean jade box before setting it on a rock in front of her. "Senior Sister Lin, I will leave the roasted chicken here. If it does not suit your taste, feel free to discard it." Understanding that her pride was preventing her from accepting, he shook his head and returned to the cave to continue roasting. Such a fragrant roasted chicken, and he had yet to taste it himself. Outside the cave, Lin Qingxue gazed at the golden, crispy roasted chicken, wavering for quite some time. Although she was reluctant to indulge, she ultimately convinced herself, "I shall take just one bite. And if it does not please me, I shall discard it immediately." With a composed demeanor, she picked up the roasted chicken, but upon taking a gentle bite, her eyes widened in astonishment. This is absolutely divine." Without regard for her celestial image, she began to eat with delight, her lips coated in oil. Before long, when Luyu had roasted another spirit chicken and was ready to feast, he noticed that Lin Qingxue had somehow appeared before him, her gaze fixed intently on the roasted chicken. "Do you want more?" Luyu asked, his disbelief evident. To his surprise, Lin Qingxue indeed nodded gently. Luyu had no choice but to hand over the roasted chicken, then he took out another one. He simply could not refuse the longing gaze of the other. It was not until the fourth chicken was roasted that it was finally Luyu's turn to eat. The first three had all been snatched away by Lin Qingxue. This made Luyu somewhat skeptical. Was the celestial demeanor she exhibited merely an act? Could a fairy truly be so gluttonous? However, as he took his first bite, he finally understood. The roast chicken made from the secret recipe was astonishingly delicious. He considered himself well-versed in various delicacies throughout his 2 lifetimes. Yet he had never tasted anything quite like this. Nevertheless, Luyu felt a pang of frustration as, after finishing the roast chicken, Lin Qingxue reverted to her usual indifference, continuing to ignore him. Was this abrupt change too swift? As the saying goes, one softens when fed, one becomes indebted when receiving. Yet it seemed entirely ineffective with her. It appeared that the more beautiful a woman was, the more heartless she became. Truly, the ancients did not deceive me. Yet, he paid little mind to it and continued to perform the duties of a diligent assistant. Although Lin Qingxue remained frosty, he, under the eaves, had no choice but to bow his head. He was determined to earn as many contribution points as possible. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, during which the two explored the entirety of Haifeng Ridge multiple times, finding only traces of a scuffle and no further progress. On the 4th day of searching,
Lin Qingxue began to grow restless. Having exhausted all her methods, she found herself empty-handed. After wasting so many days, she feared that the mission would end in failure. Just as she contemplated returning home, Lu Yu could not help but remind her, could it be that there is a concealed formation? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue found it reasonable and summoned her flying sword, unleashing a flurry of sword qi to attack the surroundings. However, after half a day of relentless assault, there was still no response. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, after making his suggestion, took out the divination plate he had previously crafted and began to focus on upgrading it. To detect targets concealed by a hidden formation, he needed to make some adjustments to the divination plate. Once upgraded, he inserted a spirit stone, and instantly, the surface of the plate illuminated, displaying several red dots at a certain location. Yet, when he looked up to the corresponding spot, he found nothing there. Without hesitation, he rushed to the vicinity of the red dots and launched a furious attack. Sword qi slashed in all directions. But it was as if they had sunk into the ocean. Nevertheless, he did not give up, he had unwavering faith in the divination plate. After continuing his assault for a while, he finally noticed some clues. Lin Shiji, here! He exclaimed, and upon that, he unleashed a series of attacks at the spot where he had found a flaw. Indeed, the trace of a concealed formation suddenly became visible. Lin Qingxue, upon seeing the formation's mark, cast a surprised glance at Lu Yu and then proceeded to strike the formation with several sword strikes. As the astonishing sword energy surged forth, the formation began to tremble violently. After all, a concealed formation was not renowned for its defensive capabilities. Once revealed, it was quickly shattered. A dark entrance suddenly appeared at the location previously obscured by the formation. What could this be? Upon encountering the cave entrance, Lin Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, however. In the next instant, she plunged in without hesitation. Seeing this, Lu Yu had no choice but to follow swiftly behind. The cavern was dark and winding, and he gripped his spiritual sword, navigating through the dim passageway. Upon reaching a spacious hall, he observed Lin Qingxue engaged in a fierce battle with a disheveled evil cultivator. The sinister figure was emaciated, skin stretched taut over bones, with a pallid complexion akin to parchment, seemingly suffering from significant injuries. A trace of blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. Noticing that Lin Qingxue had the upper hand, Lu Yu refrained from rushing to her aid and instead turned to survey his surroundings. Indeed, to the left of the hall, he spotted a vast blood pool, around which were bound 4 disciples clad in the attire of the Lu Yun sect. They were currently shackled by bone chains to 4 pillars, their blood dripping drop by drop, flowing along grooves into the blood pool. The 4 were in an extremely weakened state, yet still clinging to life. Lu Yu quickly advanced, shattering the restraining bone chains binding them, gently lowering each disciple before proceeding to escort them out of the cave one by one. By the time he had settled all 4 and administered restorative pills, Lin Qingxue staggered out from the cave. Chapter 57, the task. Observing her demeanor, she appeared somewhat weakened. Are you all right? Lu Yu inquired with concern. He was not troubled by the thought that she might be unable to contend with the malevolent cultivators. After all, she was the daughter of a divine transformation master, undoubtedly possessing formidable skills. His only worry was for her well-being. I'm fine, Lin Qingxue replied coolly, before turning to find a place to meditate and recuperate. With the task completed, and the missing disciples successfully located, a few days later, Lu Yu and his companions returned to the sect without incident. Senior Sister Lin, do you think I performed well on this mission? Could you possibly rate me a bit higher? Lu Yu asked, a hint of eagerness on his face. However, Lin Qingxue's expression remained icy as she tersely responded. Be objective and report truthfully. That's good. Objectivity is indeed commendable. You are truly principled, Senior Sister. Lu Yu couldn't help but flatter her. He believed his performance had been commendable, and as long as there was no bias, he should at least receive a satisfactory rating. An excellent rating would entitle him to an additional 20 contribution points. However, upon completing the task, he was dismayed to find that he had only received a passing score. With glaring words in his evaluation, impure intentions, bribed elite disciples. His expression instantly froze. Is this what objectivity meant? What a slap in the face. Lu Yu was infuriated.
feeling as if he had suffered a significant loss. You saved the original master, not me. If I have to prepare roast chicken for you again, consider me defeated.
After collecting his contribution points and exchanging them for several pieces of millennium-old cold jade, he left in a state of gloom.
Lu Yu did not return to the equipment shop immediately. Instead, he first went back to his small courtyard at the Lu Yun sect to check on his few acres of spiritual fields. After all, these fields represented a considerable income for him. However, upon arriving at the courtyard, he found an outer sect disciple waiting at the gate. Upon inquiry, he learned that this junior was there to deliver an invitation. It turned out that the newly promoted foundation building disciples of his cohort were hosting a gathering, inviting all those who had recently succeeded in their foundation establishment. The gathering was initiated by Bai Chongqing, who had reserved an entire floor at the largest tavern in Luyun City, the Tianshan Pavilion. Given the cordial invitation, Liu felt it necessary to show some respect. In the evening, after tending to his spiritual valley, he took to the skies on his sword, flying towards the Tianshan Pavilion in Luyun City. The pavilion, located in the most bustling area of the city, boasted 7 stories and appeared grand and upscale from afar. Upon arriving at the Tianshan Pavilion, he noticed a throng of spiritual beast mounts gathered at the entrance. Among these beasts were numerous demonic wolves and giant tigers, with even a good number of noble-blooded giant eagles and golden eagles in sight. These spiritual beasts possessed foundation-building cultivation and were beyond the means of ordinary families to maintain. It seemed that there were indeed many affluent cultivators within the sect, which left Lu Yu in silent astonishment. After presenting his invitation to the guards, a maid soon approached to escort him into the banquet hall. The decor within the Tianshan Pavilion was as resplendent as it appeared from the outside, exuding an air of opulence and luxury. Upon ascending to the second floor, one would find a banquet hall bustling with dozens of young cultivators, all adorned in splendid attire. Unmistakably members of the inner sect. Most were already acquainted, seated in small clusters, engaged in lively discussions or hushed whispers. The entrance of an outer sect disciple drew their curious gazes, eliciting surprise among the gathering. However, Lu Yu paid little heed to their inquisitive stares. His intent was merely to partake in the feast. As long as there was food, he had little concern for the opinions of others. The banquet's offerings appeared to be self-served, and Lu Yu unreservedly filled a large plate with delicacies before making his way to an unoccupied corner to sit. Just as he hesitated on where to settle, a gentle voice called out, "Brother Lu, over here." Turning to investigate, he spotted Li Yusin, beaming with delight and waving from a table by the window. Alongside her were several enchanting female cultivators, including Li Sisi and Zhang Linger, who were animatedly chatting amongst themselves. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yu approached their table. Truthfully, he was reluctant to join Li Sisi and the others, yet he could not resist Li Yusin's warm invitation. Thus he reluctantly acquiesced. Upon noticing Lu Yu's arrival, Li Sisi turned away with a hint of disdain, while Zhang Linger didn't even spare him a glance. Only Li Yusin seemed genuinely pleased. "Master Lu, it has been a while." "Yusin, it has indeed been some time," Lu Yu replied with a faint smile. "Master Lu? Yusin. Have you mistaken him for someone else? What sort of master could he possibly be?" Li Sisi interjected with a hint of scorn. "Don't you know? The magical artifacts crafted by Lu Yu are quite remarkable. The Ice Soul Silver Needle was forged by him," Li Yusin explained. "Ah, I see, so he has some skill. But is that truly your source of pride?" Li Sisi scoffed. Lu Yu ignored her, focusing instead on his meal. "You don't actually believe that being able to forge a few magical artifacts makes you impressive, do you?" Li Sisi pressed on, undeterred by his silence. "My apologies. It is rather noisy here. I think I shall move to that table over there," Lu Yu said to Li Yusin, rising to relocate to another empty table, entirely disregarding Li Sisi's provocations. How infuriating. Li Sisi fumed, feeling as though she had struck air with her punch. As he savored the spiritual fruits, Lu Yu surveyed the banquet hall, noting the substantial presence of young scions from prominent families. Each of these families boasted at least 10 cultivators, all with their own enterprises. The 2 least affluent among them, senior brothers Wu Feng and Yuan Bing, still came from respectable lineages. Senior brother Wu's family owned dozens of acres of spiritual fields.
thriving in the spirit grain trade, while senior brother Yuan hailed from a family that operated a medicinal pill workshop.
Wang Qian, too,
belonged to a family of cultivators with their own business. In contrast, genuine foundational disciples like Lu Yu, without any notable background, were exceedingly rare.
Before long, a dashing and refined male cultivator made his entrance. As soon as the elegant young male cultivator appeared, he instantly captivated the attention of many. "Ah, Brother Bai, you have finally arrived."
Upon witnessing the entrance of the graceful young man, the other cultivators promptly rose to greet him. Chapter 58, A Gathering. The elegant young male cultivator, with a smile, nodded at everyone before speaking. "Dear fellow disciples, tonight I shall treat you all to a feast. Please eat and drink to your heart's content. And do not hesitate to indulge."
Wonderful! Brother Bai is truly generous. Bai Changqing's words immediately garnered unanimous praise from the crowd. As the evening progressed,
the atmosphere became lively with clinking cups and cheerful chatter. Among the attendees, Bai Changqing, Xiao Haimei, and Li Sisi, as members of prestigious families, were particularly sought after,
with many approaching them to toast and curry favor, hoping for their patronage.
Bai Changqing and his companions mingled throughout the gathering, attempting to recruit some exceptional disciples into their own clans. Meanwhile, Lu Yu sat quietly in a corner, consuming his meal without attracting anyone's attention.
"Brother Lu, come.
Let me introduce you to Brother Bai," Li Yusen said kindly, noticing Lu Yu's solitary drinking.
"Is that necessary?" Lu Yu hesitated. "Of course. It will be quick," Li Yusen insisted, pulling him along.
Reluctantly, Lu Yu acquiesced, realizing that it was only polite to meet the host of the evening.
He picked up a jade wine cup and followed Li Yusen. Brother Bai hails from a renowned family of artifact craftsmen in Yunzhou.
Many of the artisans in the sect's artifact crafting hall are from his lineage.
Perhaps he can arrange a promising position for you, Li Yusen introduced as they walked.
Lu Yu merely smiled in response, non-committal. In the past, he had ardently desired a position in the artifact crafting hall, but now it seemed of little significance. Upon reaching the main table, Li Yusen flashed a sweet smile at Bai Changqing.
"Brother Bai, it has been a while. What significant affairs have you been engaged in lately?"
Recently I have taken over a small artifact crafting workshop from my family, earning a few thousand spirit stones each month," Bai Changqing replied,
his expression brightening upon seeing Li Yusen, revealing a hint of pride. "Wow, a few thousand spirit stones each month? That's impressive!" exclaimed Li Yusen, her face alight with astonishment,
her eyes sparkling. Given that her monthly salary barely amounted to 100 spirit stones, the thought of earning thousands was beyond her comprehension. Surely, her entire family combined could not match such earnings.
"It's just average," Bai Changqing relished the adoration. "Come, let me toast to you, junior sister."
"I look forward to your future assistance." After saying this, Li Yusen raised her cup in salute to Bai Changqing and downed her spirit wine in one go.
"Well said."
Bai Changqing readily lifted his cup and drained his spirit wine in a single gulp. After their pleasantries, it was Lu Yu's turn to be introduced. But Bai Changqing's brow furrowed slightly.
"Junior sister Yusen, who is this?"
"Brother Bai, this is my friend Lu Yu, who is also an artifact craftsman. I hope you will take good care of him."
Li Yusen hurriedly introduced Lu Yu. "Oh? This junior brother is an artifact craftsman? Which esteemed master do you study under?"
Bai Changqing inquired with a hint of arrogance. "I have yet to apprentice under a master, I am entirely self-taught," Lu Yu replied with a smile.
"I see."
Bai Changqing's interest immediately waned upon hearing this. "The magical artifacts crafted by Lu Yu are indeed remarkable, Brother Bai.
Given your acquaintance with so many masters of artifact refinement, might you introduce Lu Yu to a distinguished teacher?" Li Yusen, sensing the tension, quickly intervened.
Yusen, the art of refinement is not as simple as it appears.
To speak candidly, Brother Lu's aptitude is rather mediocre.
Even if I were to recommend him to a master, he would likely not garner their attention," Bai Changqing remarked with a hint of disdain. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's smile faltered. How could Brother Bai discern his average talent with merely a glance? Though he did not covet the approval of any master, being looked down upon for no reason was undeniably displeasing. Yet, Lu Yu's crafted artifacts were indeed quite effective.
Li Yusin grew anxious. Junior sister Yusin, the refinement of spiritual tools is entirely distinct from that of magical artifacts. The latter is merely the most rudimentary form. No matter how well crafted, it merely signifies a good blacksmith and offers little assistance in the refinement of spiritual tools, Bai Changqing lectured pompously. But Li Yusin wished to defend Lu Yu further but was halted by his gentle grasp. Brother Bai speaks the truth, I appreciate the insight. Lu Yu replied with a faint smile. He sensed a touch of jealousy emanating from Bai Changqing and chose to refrain from further discourse, returning to his seat after toasting. Brother Lu, I apologize, I did not anticipate this outcome, Li Yusin expressed with sincerity. It's quite alright, I held no expectations, Lu Yu replied with a calm smile. Do not feel disheartened, I believe in your potential. One day, you will achieve great success. Li Yusin enthusiastically proposed, come, let me introduce you to Xiao Haimei. Her family has a nascent soul elder in the sect, and perhaps she can secure you a good position. Yusin, there is truly no need, I am currently quite content. Lu Yu replied with resignation. Content? After establishing a foundation, without family support, how can one survive solely on the meager stipend from the sect? It is essential to seek a good position, she insisted. I already have work, I genuinely do not require your concern, Lu Yu explained helplessly. You, sigh. Forget it, I am not responsible for you, so I shall leave you be. Frustrated by his indifference, Li Yusin stamped her foot and sought conversation with others. Meanwhile, various factions continued to recruit talent, with several prominent families having nearly secured all the exceptional individuals, leaving only a few smaller families without candidates. At this juncture, Li Sisi approached with an air of superiority. Lu Yu, do not say I lack regard for our past, the Zhao family has turned against you. I offer you a chance to join them. Should you pledge your unwavering loyalty, I can secure you a position with a monthly stipend of 60 spirit stones? She declared condescendingly. Her intentions were not to genuinely assist Lu Yu, rather, she sought to flaunt her status and observe his desperation. However, her expression soon shifted. Please move aside, you are diminishing my appetite, Lu Yu waved dismissively, a trace of disdain evident in his tone. What? Li Sisi believed she had misheard. Surrounded by adoring admirers, she was taken aback by Lu Yu's tone. Could you perhaps give way? Lu Yu couldn't help but raise his voice. As a result, many onlookers turned their attention to the commotion. You truly lack discernment. Opposing the Zhao family will bring you regret. Li Sisi, her face pale with anger, left with a sharp retort. Following this incident, the guests at the banquet instinctively distanced themselves from Lu Yu, wary of being associated with him. However, one person remained undeterred, Xiao Haimei. Uninvited, she approached Lu Yu with a smile and took a seat beside him. You are Lu Yu, correct? I hear you have a conflict with the Zhao family? Xiao Haimei initiated the conversation. Her family's ancestor was one of the peak masters of the Luyan sect. On par with the Zhao family, and witnessing Li Sisi's embarrassment piqued her interest. Perhaps, Lu Yu replied, his expression remarkably calm. Join our Xiao family, otherwise you will find it arduous within the sect, Xiao Haimei proposed. Are your families at odds? Lu Yu inquired, intrigued. Indeed, we are rivals. The Xiao family is the only one willing to accept you, the other families will show deference to the Zhao family, making joining the Xiao family your sole option. What are the conditions? A monthly stipend of 100 spirit stones, with the potential for more upon task completion. But you must wholeheartedly serve the Xiao family and comply with the family's arrangements. Additionally, the family will facilitate a marriage alliance from the collateral branches. Xiao Haimei said with a smile, confident that her offer was far superior to that of Li Sisi, believing he would not decline. Could one refuse such a marriage proposal? Chapter 59, The Xintian Mission. Of course not. The path of cultivation is a solitary one, how lonely it is to traverse it alone. The family is only looking out for your best interests. I appreciate your kindness, yet I have grown accustomed to my leisurely ways and currently wish to remain unbound. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu lost interest in the conversation. Your perspective is rather naive. Within the sect, various factions vie for power. To secure even a minor position, one must seek the protection of a faction. Unless you are content to remain an outer disciple for life. Xiao Jaime was somewhat puzzled. How could he refuse? Thank you. But I find my current situation quite satisfactory.
After the gathering concluded, Liu returned to his crafting shop, diligently focusing on his alchemical creations. Over the course of the next 2 months, he forged several spiritual weapons, some for offense and others for defense. These spiritual artifacts quickly sold out in his shop, demonstrating remarkable popularity, which left him quite pleased. In the past 6 months, he had sold over 10 spiritual weapons, earning more than 10,000 spirit stones. This impressive profit was largely due to his ability to rehearse in advance, resulting in an exceptionally high success rate. For other craftsmen, a single failure could be devastating. Experiencing multiple setbacks could set them back for years. If this momentum continued, he believed he would soon be able to purchase elixirs for cultivation. Alas! Fate did not align with his desires. Before long, when he attempted to exchange materials at the sect, he was informed that it was no longer possible. Even with contribution points, he could not redeem anything. After spending a considerable amount of spirit stones to inquire with the steward, he discovered that the deputy hall master had issued a private order prohibiting him from obtaining any more resources. The deputy hall master was named Zhao. So the reason was evident. Without the sect's supply of materials, he could only acquire spiritual level materials from the marketplace, but sourcing these required time and was often elusive, severely impacting the business of his shop. Just as Liu found himself in a dilemma, the long-dormant Xiantian order suddenly activated. A mission? Upon noticing this, Liu quickly relayed a few instructions and hurried to the only contact point in Yunzhou. When he initially became a Xiantian guard, he had the option to choose between becoming a Mingwei, light guard, or an Anwei, dark guard. The Mingwei continued to serve in the military, whereas the Anwei operated in secrecy, awaiting mission directives. Desiring more personal time, Liu had chosen the latter, thus avoiding the battlefield in the South Barbarians. However, during the past year as an Anwei, he had received no notifications and had nearly forgotten about it. The contact point for the Xiantian Anwei in Yunzhou was located within an auction house in the central city of Yunhai. On the surface, this auction house appeared no different from others. All cultivators entering to participate in the auction were required to wear masks to prevent their possessions from being scrutinized. At that moment, an auction was about to commence. Liu donned his mask and followed the other participants into the auction hall. After navigating through a series of twists and turns, the participants finally arrived at the circular auction chamber. However, Liu inadvertently turned into a hidden passage. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, he arrived at a brightly lit stone chamber, where a plain-looking maid sat at the entrance. Upon presenting the Xiantian token, the maid swiftly led Liu to the center of the stone chamber. "Lord Xuantianwei, here is your mission briefing," she stated, producing a jade slip from a luminous orb in the center and presenting it to Liu. "Thank you," Liu nodded, accepting the jade slip and immediately immersing his consciousness into it. After absorbing the information, he suddenly conjured a flame that instantaneously incinerated the slip. He had grasped the gist of the mission, which primarily involved receiving a Xuantianwei from the east and cooperating with their actions here. The difficulty of this task remained uncertain. Thus the military merit could not be determined. However, he was the only available Xuantianwei at the moment. 3 days later, at the square of Lianyun City, a public flying vessel from the east disembarked a distinguished female cultivator. This woman appeared to be at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, her countenance cool and exuding an air of nobility. After landing, she began to scan the square, seemingly searching for someone. "Are you Nangong Cheng, Daoist Nangong?" Suddenly, a male cultivator approached her and inquired. "Indeed, and you are." The female cultivator hesitated as she regarded the young man before her. She had received word that another dark guard would assist her here. Typically, those qualified to be dark guards possessed at least golden core level prowess. But the man before her was merely at the foundation establishment stage, a stark contrast to her expectations. "That would be me," Liu replied, revealing the token in his hand. "Then I shall trouble you," the female cultivator said, no longer doubting him. Under Liu's guidance, the two swiftly departed the area, one following the other. "May I ask from which sect you hail?" Once they reached a less populated area, the female cultivator inquired politely. Given that someone of such young age had become a Xuantianhui and had military merit comparable to hers, he must be exceptionally gifted. Such an individual would undoubtedly possess a distinguished background, possibly even being the descendant of a formidable figure. This would greatly assist her in accomplishing the task at hand. "I am Lu Yu from the Lu Yun sect, you may call me Junior Brother Lu," Lu Yu replied, feeling somewhat awkward. The high status of Nan Gongqing contrasted with her politeness, making him feel slightly uncomfortable. "Oh, that is fortuitous, I shall not hesitate to rely on you, Junior Brother." The female cultivator secretly rejoiced upon hearing his words. Although the Lu Yun sect was not particularly strong, it governed the area relevant to her mission, making it a fortunate alliance. Despite her own high standing, as a Xiantian Dark Guard, she could not freely reveal her identity to outsiders, so in this unfamiliar Yunzhou, her only support lay with him. "Nangong's sister, may I inquire about your plans moving forward?" Lu Yu turned to ask. The mission briefing contained only a few terse words, leaving him uncertain of how to cooperate. Could you arrange for a place to stay first?" Nan Gongcheng asked cautiously. After a long journey, she simply wished to settle down as quickly as possible. "Everything else can be discussed tomorrow. How about the inn in Luyun City?" Lu Yu offered a suggestion. "The inn is crowded and chaotic, Junior Brother Lu can simply arrange for a private residence." Nan Gongcheng shook her head. "Very well, senior sister, please follow me." Subsequently, Lu Yu led Nan Gongqing as they soared through the air on their swords, arriving directly at the second floor of the blacksmith shop. Much to the astonishment of Wang Hao and the others. Chapter 60, Impersonating a maid. The conditions were rather rudimentary, much to the amusement of my senior sister. Lu Yu, in a tone filled with contrition, explained as he partitioned off another room and the spacious quarters on the second floor. Nan Gongqing gazed at the simplicity of the space, feeling a mix of amusement and disbelief. She had anticipated that, given Lu Yu's status, he would provide her with a private estate. Yet here she was in such a modest wooden cabin. "Do you reside here regularly?" she inquired. "Indeed," came his reply. It was truly unexpected. The esteemed Junior Brother Lu, a dignitary of the Xiantian Guard, lived so modestly, embodying the ideal of humility amidst the hustle and bustle of the city. Lu Yu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, recognized that as an outer sect disciple, having any place to stay was a privilege in itself, and he had no grounds to be choosy. After ensuring Nan Gongqing was comfortably settled, he descended to the front of the inn, only to be greeted by Wang Hao, who approached with a curious expression. "Brother Yu, what's the story here? Are you hiding a beauty in a gilded chamber?" Anruashi, pouting with a sulky demeanor, awaited Lu Yu's response, clearly miffed. "Oh, come now. She is merely a friend, don't pry too much," Lu Yu hastily deflected, uncertain of how to introduce Nan Gongqing, especially given the confidentiality surrounding her identity. "What kind of friend would merit such secrecy, being taken to your room?" Wang Hao was evidently skeptical. "That room is merely a temporary lodging for her. Please do not disturb her, or the consequences could be dire." "What? Who is she really?" "I cannot disclose much, but she is of considerable significance." The night passed without incident, and the following morning, Nan Gongqing knocked on Lu Yu's door. "Junior Brother Lu, I wish to visit your sect's library to conduct some research. Could you possibly facilitate this?" This request momentarily stumped Lu Yu, for Nan Gongqing was not a member of the sect, making entry quite challenging. However, given the task's directive to cooperate as much as possible, he resolved to find a way. "Certainly, but I must ask you to make some adjustments to your appearance." After a brief moment of contemplation, he devised a plan. After a short while, Nan Gongqing surveyed her appearance with a bemused expression. Following Lu Yu's instructions, she had transformed into the guise of a maid. To her surprise, Lu Yu was still not satisfied. Observing her delicate features, he shook his head. "Too pristine. There's not a hint of everyday life." Apologetically, Lu Yu applied some gray powder to her face, leaving her in a state of bewilderment as he continued to adjust her look. "All done." Lu Yu clapped his hands, visibly relieved. Nan Gongqing's previous appearance had been far too regal. Should she walk in so ostentatiously, she would undoubtedly be apprehended as a spy, and any explanations would fall on deaf ears. Nan Gongqing could only smile wryly. She merely wished to visit and could have informed the sect accordingly.
Was such disguise truly necessary? However, she chose not to dwell on it.
The two mounted their swords and swiftly arrived at the entrance of Lu Yun's sect. Yet, just as Lu Yu brandished his token to gain entry, he was halted by the guards. Halt! What is her purpose here? Lu Yu felt a sudden jolt in his heart, realizing the predicament he was in. Despite his efforts to have Nan Gongqing conceal her cultivation, he never anticipated encountering such difficulties. This senior brother, she is merely a maid selected from the secular world, and her token has yet to be processed.
Lu Yu awkwardly forced a smile. Ah, young man, you certainly have the luck of the charming.
The guard scrutinized Nan Gongqing intently, as if searching for something.
Ha ha. I humbly ask for your leniency, senior brother.
Lu Yu discreetly slipped a small pouch of spirit stones into the guard's hand.
The guard waited slightly, visibly satisfied,
before relinquishing his inquiries.
Very well, you may enter. Thank you, senior brother.
Lu Yu quickly took Nan Gongqing's hand, leading her inside without delay.
Phew. As they distanced themselves, Lu Yu finally exhaled in relief. Why does it feel like we were thieving?
At that moment, both felt a sense of profound awkwardness. Nan Gongqing had expected a grand reception given the other's status, but instead, they had entered in such an embarrassing manner.
This Lord Lu's demeanor is indeed quite unconventional.
Upon entering the mountain gate, Liu guided Nan Gongqing to the affairs hall, where they found Elder Zhang Fu.
Brother Zhang, might I trouble you for a favor?
Lu Yu articulated his request. Upon hearing that it involved arranging for a stranger to access the library, Zhang Fu immediately shook his head.
With his modest position,
he could manage to arrange for a servant, but to grant access to the library was beyond his courage.
Ultimately,
after Lu Yu slipped over 100 spirit stones into his hand and guaranteed that no issues would arise,
Zhang Fu reluctantly arranged for Nan Gongqing to undertake cleaning duties in the library.
Fortunately, the library housed historical records rather than valuable cultivation jade slips, otherwise,
entry would have been impossible.
Junior brother Lu, why go through such convolutions just to consult some materials and inform the sect elders?
Nan Gongqing finally inquired,
unable to suppress her curiosity upon learning she would have to clean the library. These menial tasks were something she had never encountered in her life.
Forgive me, senior sister. I am merely an outer disciple. How could I be acquainted with any sect elders? An outer disciple? How is it that you, at such a young age, have become a member of the Xiantian Guard? Nan Gongqing was taken aback.
It is merely fortune, he replied.
Upon hearing this, Nan Gongqing felt a wave of disappointment.
It seemed that the Xiantian Guard would not be able to provide her with much assistance, and her current mission appeared to be in jeopardy.
Days later,
Nan Gongqing successfully found the information she sought and came to bid farewell to Lu Yu at the small shop. Junior brother Lu, I appreciate your hospitality these days. I shall manage the remaining matters on my own.
Have you completed the task?
Lu Yu asked, somewhat surprised.
Not entirely.
But you would not be able to assist with what comes next.
Lu Yu could only smile wryly at this.
To be dismissed on his first mission was disheartening.
However,
he was also relieved to have some peace. Yet, he wondered how much of his merit would remain. The next day, Nan Gongqing swiftly moved out, reportedly having found a new place to reside. Lu Yu began to acquire materials in an effort to resolve the crisis of spiritual resources plaguing his modest shop.
However,
the market for spiritual-grade materials was already scarce and had long been monopolized by prominent families. With the sect's supplies unavailable, the acquisition process proved exceedingly sluggish. After much contemplation, Lu Yu decided to venture alone to the Million Great Mountains once more. In the temporary market there, demon hunters frequently roamed. If he could forge some connections, he might discover a stable source of spiritual materials.
Yet, the reality was far from his expectations.
Most demon hunters in the Million Great Mountains were employed by well-known crafting workshops and looked down upon someone from a small sect like Lu Yu. He spent several days lurking and attempted countless conversations, but to no avail. One day, as he was searching again, a lean cultivator called out to him.
Brother, are you seeking to acquire materials from demon beasts? Indeed, do you have any for sale? Lu Yu responded, his anticipation evident. Not at the moment.
But our team is preparing to hunt demons and we are short one member.
Would you be interested in joining us? The materials will be prioritized for you,
the lean cultivator said earnestly.
Oh?
Lu Yu was indeed intrigued. Since he had been unable to purchase any, embarking on a hunt himself seemed like a promising solution, though he had never considered this approach before. Chapter 61, The Crimson-Scaled Dragon. Now that I have joined the team, it may indeed prove to be quite beneficial.
Moreover,
even if this endeavor turns out to be fruitless, establishing a good rapport with their party will undoubtedly yield advantages in the future.
Thus, Lu Yu followed the slender cultivator to the team's encampment.
Within this small group, aside from the lean male cultivator, there was a robust man and a voluptuous female cultivator. The lean male cultivator, surnamed Qi, had reached the late foundation establishment stage. The burly man and the ample woman, surnamed Zhang and Ning respectively, were both at the pinnacle of the mid-foundation establishment stage.
Only Lu Yu remained at the initial stage of foundation establishment. However,
he assessed the situation and felt confident in his ability to escape, even if they were to turn against him, so he proceeded without hesitation,
cheerfully joining the expedition into the Million Great Mountains.
In the presence of several foundation establishment cultivators, the typical dangers of the Million Great Mountains did not instill fear.
Nevertheless, Lu Yu's equipment elicited frowns from the others.
He possessed merely a low-grade spirit sword, while the remainder of his armor was still of the Qi refinement stage. Such an impoverished foundation establishment cultivator was quite rare.
However, since this hunt was to be rewarded based on contributions, they refrained from making further comments.
The group hastened onward for over 10 days, yet encountered no particularly formidable beasts. One day, they finally arrived at a large lake.
The water was crystal clear, and a gentle breeze caressed the surface.
Unable to resist, they paused to recuperate, with the voluptuous female cultivator even playing in the water by the lakeside.
Junior brother Zhang. Junior sister Ning, let us search for one more day.
If we fail to find any beasts, we shall return, the lean male cultivator suddenly proposed. Their luck had indeed been poor. After many days of travel, they had only managed to hunt a single foundation establishment beast, hardly enough to share among them.
Their supplies were dwindling, and to continue hunting would necessitate waiting for another opportunity.
Agreed. The other two nodded in response, their disappointment palpable. They had hoped for a bountiful harvest, only to find their gains woefully meager.
The trio did not inquire about Lu Yu's thoughts, clearly regarding him as inconsequential. Just as their conversation concluded, a tremendous wave surged from the lake. Is there a beast?
The voluptuous female cultivator quickly retreated from the water's edge. In the next moment, a crimson beast, measuring several dozen meters in length, erupted from the lake.
Upon witnessing this creature, Lu Yu shuddered and immediately turned to flee. What manner of beast is this?
It resembles a giant python, yet it possesses 2 claws, and atop its head is a long, sharp horn. The entire horn glows a deep red, radiating a chilling light, indicating its extraordinary nature.
Could this be the legendary Jiao? Such a ferocious creature truly exists in this world?
The dragon was entirely enveloped in thick scales, gleaming with a radiant luster, and exuded an immensely powerful aura, nearing the golden core stage.
At this moment,
Lu Yu felt no inclination to resist. However, the others were not filled with dread upon seeing the beast, rather, they appeared elated. After retreating a short distance,
they stopped in unison. Senior brother Qi, what shall we do? Shall we engage it? The robust male cultivator inquired anxiously.
Indeed, senior brother Qi, it is your decision, they urged.
The voluptuous female cultivator inquired eagerly.
They were all deeply enamored by the beast before them, yet the highest cultivation level among them was that of brother Qi,
making the prospect of slaying the creature contingent upon its capabilities.
Naturally, they were determined to kill it. Such a demon serpent was a rare sight.
And now that it was at its weakest, when else could they strike?
Everyone was prepared to unleash their most powerful techniques. Whoever contributed the most effort would claim its sharp horn. The lean male cultivator gritted his teeth and shouted. Upon finishing his declaration, he brandished his sword and charged forward.
Excellent!
The burly male cultivator and the voluptuous female cultivator, spurred on by his words, clenched their jaws and brandished their weapons, leaping into action.
To be frank,
their gains from this venture had been minimal, and they were exceedingly tempted by that horn.
After years of foundation establishment,
it was improbable that they had no hidden techniques at all.
A desperate gamble might just work.
Seeing the three of them advance, Lu Yu reluctantly followed suit. He held little hope for this hunt, unable to comprehend why they insisted on confronting the creature directly.
Perhaps they all possessed life-saving techniques hidden away? As anticipated,
the demon serpent's strength proved to be formidable.
Despite their combined efforts, the four were unable to inflict substantial damage upon it.
However, their true power exceeded initial impressions.
It was not an easy feat for the serpent to breach their united defenses.
Sensing that prolonging the battle was disadvantageous, the demon serpent swung its massive tail,
attempting to retreat into the lake.
Yet, its intent was quickly discerned by the lean cultivator.
"Let go of your reservations. Unleash your ultimate techniques," he commanded sternly. With that,
he produced a treasured sword talisman, infused it with a drop of his vital blood, and watched as it transformed into a beam of swordlight,
striking directly at the serpent's heart.
The swordlight was astonishingly swift, its power surpassing that of a typical foundation stage attack, instantly tearing through the serpent's scales and delivering a significant blow.
"Quick! It's wounded. Don't hesitate,"
the lean cultivator urged.
However, his rallying call was met with the serpent's furious retaliation.
A colossal claw descended, and he hastily raised a shield to protect himself, yet was still violently hurled away.
Nevertheless,
his shouts had borne fruit, as two explosive sounds echoed, revealing additional grievous wounds near the serpent's heart, inflicted by the other male and female cultivators who had finally resorted to their secret techniques. Yet, the effects of these hidden skills astonished them.
What is happening? How can this demon serpent's defenses be so robust?
They had executed an attack comparable to that of a core formation cultivator, yet it had only inflicted minor injuries. The defensive prowess of the serpent's scales surpassed their expectations. These two trump cards were their sole hope, and now, witnessing their ineffectiveness, they were momentarily at a loss. To make matters worse, after sustaining multiple hits, the demon serpent not only remained unweakened but instead erupted in fury, its eyes glowing crimson as its speed surged. It swept its massive tail, sending both Lu Yu and the female cultivator crashing through the air, while simultaneously, its colossal claw struck down, incapacitating the burly male cultivator in an instant. Chapter 62. The Harvest. The robust male cultivator had just attempted to rise when he saw the monstrous serpent lunging towards him with a menacing bite.
"Senior brother, save me!" he cried out in desperation, hoping the slender male cultivator would divert the serpent's attention. However, contrary to his expectations,
the lean cultivator soared into the air to catch the female cultivator who had been flung away.
Realizing this, the stout cultivator could only frantically roll on the ground to escape.
Yet, it seemed the serpent had set its sights firmly on him, its massive claws crashing down relentlessly. He managed to evade several blows, but ultimately could not escape the fate of being devoured by the beast.
Meanwhile, after being rescued, the female cultivator anxiously called out,
"Senior brother, hurry and save junior brother Zhang." She could not comprehend her senior's actions. After all, the three of them had always shared a deep bond and worked in perfect harmony. If he merely restrained the serpent for a moment,
junior brother Zhang could still be saved. "It's too late," the slender male cultivator replied coolly.
"Why?" she pressed, unable to suppress her questions.
However,
before she could receive an answer, a sudden pain surged through her abdomen as a sharp sword pierced her dantians.
"Senior brother, you..."
The female cultivator stared at the sword before her, disbelief etched on her face. This blade had come from her senior's hand.
"I'm sorry, junior sister,"
the slender male cultivator said, pouring a toxic pill into her mouth before hurling her towards the monstrous serpent. Lu Yu watched this scene in stunned silence, unable to fathom that the slender cultivator would commit such an act, thus disregarding the excruciating pain coursing through his body. He struggled to rise and quickly vanished into the surrounding forest. The serpent, upon seeing the thrown female cultivator, did not hesitate to swallow her whole.
Yet, after consuming her,
It appeared somewhat unsatisfied and turned its attention back to the slender cultivator.
The lean male cultivator, seeing this, quickly evaded while seeking an opportunity to counterattack.
Despite having sustained significant injuries, the serpent remained a formidable adversary. Realizing the situation was still dire, he called out loudly in the direction Lu Yu had fled, "Little Lu,
come help. We can split the materials evenly."
However, Lu Yu remained hidden, tending to his wounds in silence, as he had already foreseen what was about to unfold. The slender male cultivator undoubtedly had a trump card left, but he intended to use Lu Yu to buy himself more time.
When Lu Yu failed to respond,
the slender cultivator assumed he had retreated far enough and was left with no choice but to unleash his final gambit, striking once more at the serpent's heart. At this juncture, the opportunity was ripe, and he could not afford to miss it. This strike was more ferocious than the last, directly targeting the previous wound,
inflicting even greater damage upon the serpent. The situation worsened as the serpent's venom began to take effect, its combat prowess dwindling dramatically. Lu Yu, witnessing this,
felt his heart tighten with apprehension.
Would the enemy truly prevail? From his estimation, the serpent was gravely injured and no longer a match for the slender male cultivator. Indeed,
as anticipated, under the relentless struggle of the slender male cultivator, the counterattacks of the monstrous serpent grew increasingly feeble with the passage of time.
Before long,
the creature collapsed with a resounding thud. Although the slender cultivator bore significant injuries, he paid no heed to recuperation. After hastily swallowing a healing elixir, he hastened to the side of the fallen serpent, poised to deliver a finishing blow. However, just as his sword pierced the serpent's vital spot, the seemingly motionless beast suddenly lifted its head and bit down ferociously, severing him in two in an instant. The exposed remnants of the slender cultivator convulsed for some time before finally succumbing to silence.
Ah!
Lu Yu, witnessing this scene, was left speechless in shock.
Was the monstrous serpent truly that formidable? How could it still muster such a powerful strike even in its weakened state?
Meanwhile, Qi Shan's fate was even more dismal. One moment he was on the brink of achieving his desires, and the next, he lay lifeless and cold. Success and failure can indeed hinge on a mere thought. After delivering that final bite, the monstrous serpent finally succumbed to exhaustion and lay still, never to rise again. Lu Yu waited in the thicket for an extended period until his injuries had largely healed and he was certain that the serpent was truly dead, before cautiously approaching the creature. To avoid repeating the same misstep, he prudently struck the vital areas of the serpent with his spiritual sword from a distance. And only after confirming the absence of any response did he commence with the aftermath. The serpent's body was a veritable treasure. He first employed a secret technique to seal the serpent's soul, then meticulously pried apart the gaps between its scales with his spiritual sword.
Nevertheless, the progress was not as smooth as anticipated.
Although the serpent was deceased, the very act of cutting through the gaps in its scales proved to be quite arduous. One could scarcely imagine the extent of its defensive capabilities when it was alive. It took him 3 arduous days to gather all the scales of the crimson serpent.
Subsequently, he skillfully severed the sharp horns, the serpent's tendons, and its bones.
Regrettably, the flesh and blood of the crimson serpent, tainted with toxins, had to be forsaken. He intended to forge the remaining horn into a spiritual sword, sealing the crimson serpent's soul within, which would undoubtedly result in a remarkable weapon of superior quality. The serpent's scales, he aspired to transform into a set of dragon scale armor. With such protection, he believed he would have a fighting chance even against peak Foundation establishment cultivators in the future.
As for the serpent's tendons and bones,
he planned to craft a crimson serpent bow. Once he had meticulously processed all materials from the monstrous serpent, his attention turned to the relics of the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators. The spiritual stones within their storage bracelets were scant, totaling less than 10,000.
While they possessed some talismans and medicinal pills, their value was negligible.
The true treasures lay in the undamaged spiritual artifacts they bore. There was a superior spiritual sword belonging to the slender cultivator, an upper-grade spiritual spear wielded by the robust male cultivator, an upper-grade spiritual ame dagger belonging to the ample female cultivator, as well as a pair of battle boots and a shield. In total, there were 8 magical treasures. Not to mention that the spiritual armors worn by the 3 had been ravaged by the serpent, otherwise the bounty would have been even greater. After collecting all the valuables, he set ablaze any traces of his presence before retracing his steps. However, he did not return to the blacksmith shop. Instead, he flew directly to the Luyun sect. After all, it was within the sect that he could find the ample sense of security he sought. Now, he was indeed a person of considerable wealth.
Chapter 63, The Celestial Essence in the Tranquil Courtyard of the Luyun Sect, as night enveloped the surroundings.
Luyu had just entered a meditative state when he noticed a sudden flash of light emanating from his small sword.
A droplet of spiritual essence gradually formed at the tip of the blade.
Before Luyu could fully comprehend the phenomenon, the essence had already dripped into his dantian, transforming into a refreshing spring that surged throughout his body, invigorating his meridians. The spiritual energy bestowed by this spring far surpassed the total amount he had previously absorbed during his cultivation. As the essence coursed through him, Luyu experienced an unparalleled sense of relief and revitalization, with his spiritual energy replenished instantaneously. To his astonishment, his long-stagnant cultivation level had remarkably surged to the second layer of foundation establishment.
What was happening?
Luyu found himself momentarily stunned,
struggling to grasp such an overwhelming stroke of fortune.
Upon examining his body closely, he discovered that not only had his cultivation advanced, but the lingering toxicity from years of alchemical practices had also been expelled, and his internal injuries had healed in an instant.
Was this extraordinary effect truly the fabled celestial essence? Only such a legendary substance could yield such miraculous results, could it not? Did this imply that he would no longer need to fret over his cultivation? As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of indescribable exhilaration surged within him. His cultivation had always been a source of concern. If it ceased to be an obstacle, could he not contend with those prodigious talents?
Setting aside other thoughts, the instantaneous replenishment of his spiritual energy alone was priceless. It is well known that there are 3 conventional methods for cultivators to restore their spiritual energy. The first method involves allowing the body to naturally recuperate, which takes several days for a slow recovery. The second method entails using spirit stones to meditate and gradually restore energy, requiring several hours to achieve full restoration. The third method relies on spiritual elixirs, wines, essences, or fruits, which are significantly more efficient but still take about half an hour for replenishment. Since he began his cultivation journey, Luyu had never heard of a method that could instantaneously restore spiritual energy. Those elixirs and wines that offered quicker recovery were all treasures worth their weight in gold. It is crucial to understand that in a life-and-death struggle between 2 equally matched cultivators, if one were to suddenly regain all of their magical energy, it would undoubtedly deal a fatal blow to the other. After all, even the mightiest strength requires abundant spiritual energy to sustain it. One can only imagine the immense value of this essence that restores energy in an instant, truly a rare and exquisite treasure. Even Luyu, known for his composure, could not suppress a flicker of excitement on his usually serene face. Yet, how often could the small sword condense a droplet of spiritual essence? What conditions were necessary to expedite this process? These questions would require gradual exploration. With his cultivation now at the second layer of foundation establishment, he felt more confident in forging spiritual artifacts. He resolved to commence the crafting of the spiritual sword to seal the soul of the Crimson Flood Dragon immediately. As per tradition, he first sought to delve into the legacy of memories and explore the methods of crafting, subsequently simulating the process several times within the ethereal space. Half a month later, upon emerging once more, he found himself in possession of a supreme spiritual artifact, the Dragon Soul Sword. Indeed, it was of the highest caliber. The exceptional quality of the materials had inadvertently led him to exceed his own expectations. The Dragon Soul Sword, with its entire body cloaked in a deep crimson hue, appeared unremarkable at first glance. However, when drawn, it resonated with a subtle dragon's roar. More significantly, it contained the sealed essence of a formidable dragon spirit, which could be unleashed in times of peril to vanquish foes, showcasing a spectacular ultimate technique. He had yet to embark on forging the dragon scale armor and the Scarlet Flood Dragon Bow, as he felt his current experience was insufficient. Fearing the waste of such fine materials, to accumulate more practical experience, a visit to the blacksmith shop was imperative. With this thought in mind, he summoned his flying sword and soared towards Lianyun City. Upon arrival at the blacksmith shop, he found the atmosphere rather lackluster, and Ruwashi and Wang Hao were idly seated within the premises. After a few inquiries, he learned that the previously crafted spiritual artifacts had already been sold out. The absence of these artifacts diminished the shop's charm significantly, causing business to suffer considerably. However, when he revealed the 8 spiritual artifacts he had acquired from the 3 foundation building cultivators, joy instantly illuminated in Ruwashi and Wang Hao's faces. Wang Hao promptly initiated an enthusiastic marketing strategy, while Lu Yu called upon Ruwashi to join him in diligently crafting with the spiritual-grade materials Wang Hao had procured recently. In the ensuing days, he immersed himself in the art of forging. Upon completing the final piece of spiritual material, he stretched his limbs and reluctantly exited the forging room. The lack of materials to work with was a source of considerable discontent for him. He was confident that with a few more practices, he could successfully forge the dragon scale armor and the scarlet flood dragon bow. Alas! Upon stepping out of the forging chamber, he was greeted by a paper crane waiting outside. Upon unfolding it, he discovered it was a message from Li Yusen. It conveyed that the sect's decennial selection of core disciples was about to commence, open to all foundation building cultivators under the age of 30. Li Yusen urged him to return swiftly. He glanced at the date. The message had been sent 3 days prior, and today marked the beginning of the selection process. Consequently, he hastily summoned his sword and flew directly towards Lu Yun's sect. Upon arriving at Lu Yun's sect's Immortal Gate Square, he was met with a bustling crowd. In the forefront stood hundreds of disciples who had successfully reached foundation building status within the last decade, with thousands of eager onlookers surrounding them. Master Lu, you finally arrived. Upon seeing Lu Yu, Li Yusen breathed a sigh of relief, having feared he might miss the event. Indeed, I owe you my gratitude for the reminder. Lu Yu replied appreciatively. Had she not mentioned it, he might have completely forgotten. Although he held no lofty expectations, it was undeniably an opportunity. How have you prepared? Li Yusen inquired with curiosity. Prepare? What more is there to prepare? Lu Yu felt a sense of bewilderment. He had been preoccupied with refining tools and had completely forgotten about this matter. Could it be true? This was the highest level of selection within the sect, where all the Yuanying elders would gather to choose their disciples, and yet he had not prepared at all? Li Yusen found it hard to believe, suspecting his honesty. Sensing the doubt in Li Yusen's gaze, Lu Yu could only manage a bitter smile. Truly, he had not prepared. His recent focus on tool refinement had nearly caused him to overlook it entirely. Li Yusen was left speechless. How could someone forget such an important event? What a carefree heart he must possess. Nevertheless, she reassured him, stating that it was all right. If he performed well, he would be selected and subsequently included in the core training of the various peaks, alleviating any future concerns about the scarcity of cultivation resources. All right. Lu Yu nodded in agreement. He was in dire need of advanced sword techniques, and being chosen would mean protection from the formidable Yuanying powers, allowing him to no longer fear the oppression from the Zhao family. Thus, he began to feel a sense of anticipation. Chapter 64, The Contest. As the crowd in the square swelled, reaching its zenith at noon, the resonant chime of a bell heralded the sudden appearance of dozens of nascent soul elders from the 5 meridians at the center of the elevated platform. Subsequently, the officiating elder commenced the recitation and elucidation of the competition rules. It was revealed that the contest would adopt a defending championship format, with 20 arenas operating simultaneously. While the ultimate ability to defend until the end was not of paramount importance, showcasing one's latent potential throughout the martial arts display was crucial. A quarter of an hour later, as the officiating elder concluded his discourse, a number of gold core cultivators made their way to the 20 arenas in the central square to oversee the matches. Below the platform, many disciples, sensing the anticipation in the air, could hardly contain their eagerness. Some of the more formidable ones had already leapt onto the stages. Although surviving until the end was not essential, doing so would undoubtedly amplify their visibility and provide a significant advantage when being chosen by the elders. Historically, those who managed to endure from the outset until the conclusion were invariably selected. However, numerous elite disciples opted for a more cautious approach, preferring to assess their opponent's strategies before stepping into the fray. Lu Yu was among those who chose to observe. Uncertain of the capabilities of other inner disciples, he intended to watch the proceedings for a while. Yet, fate had other designs. Despite his reluctance to participate, someone insisted that he enter the arena. Master Lu, Someone is calling for you over there, Li Yusin suddenly nudged Lu Yu's shoulder.
Lu Yu glanced up to see Zhang Kuan vociferously beckoning him from Arena 20. Hey, Lu. Get up here. Are you afraid? Are you going to be a coward? In response to Zhang Kuan's taunts, Lu Yu shook his head, springing into action as he leaped onto Arena 20. Ha, Lu, we meet again. Did you expect this? Zhang Kuan grinned triumphantly. Ever since his previous humiliation,
he had yearned for retribution, and now he felt the moment had finally arrived. In such a high-profile setting, to crush his opponent beneath his feet would be the ultimate vindication. Zhang Kuan, are you feeling restless again? Lu Yu remarked, casting a glance at the ordinary magical artifact Zhang Kuan wielded, puzzled by his confidence.
What did you say?
Zhang Kuan's fury ignited at the remark, recalling his past disgrace. A burning shame washed over him, his greatest humiliation thus far.
Lu, don't be so arrogant.
Last time, I merely fell victim to your agility. Today, I will make you aware of the vast chasm between the outer and inner sects.
Zhang Kuan declared through gritted teeth.
Very well, let us commence.
Lu Yu responded,
his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. He summoned the Dragon Soul Sword and adopted the initial stance of the Flowing Cloud Sword technique.
In his mind,
inner disciples had always represented an extraordinary caliber, and he was unaware of the myriad advanced techniques and hidden cards they might possess. Thus, he began with his most adept Flowing Cloud Sword technique. However, to the spectators, his stance appeared rather ironic. It was evidently the most fundamental introductory sword technique of the Flowing Cloud sect.
What was he attempting? Had he completely surrendered? The onlookers erupted in laughter at the sight. Lu, are you attempting to humiliate me?
Zhang Kuan was exceptionally furious upon witnessing the situation.
This is sufficient to deal with you, Lu Yu responded nonchalantly.
He felt a tinge of embarrassment upon hearing the murmurs around him, but he was indeed most adept at this.
Very well.
I shall make you pay dearly for your arrogance.
Zhang Kuan laughed in a fit of rage. To redeem his previous disgrace,
he had invested a considerable fortune in acquiring a mid-level mysterious footwork technique, the Misty Steps, along with the advanced martial skills available to inner disciples. He was convinced that his opponent could not possibly match him, and he had already devised a plan to humiliate him. As soon as the judge announced the start, he eagerly activated the Misty Steps, transforming himself into a wisp of green smoke and charging towards Lu Yu. However, he refrained from drawing his sword,
opting instead to strike his opponent with a few slaps first.
Yet, to Lu Yu, Zhang Kuan's movements appeared somewhat ludicrous. Initially, Lu Yu anticipated formidable techniques from his adversary. But upon observing the dazzling yet flawed footwork, he shook his head and stepped forward, delivering a decisive kick to the left. The predictability of Zhang Kuan's movements was glaringly obvious. His footwork was merely a repetitive pattern, and after a mere glance,
Lu Yu could easily discern where his opponent would land next.
Zhang Kuan, believing he had successfully bewildered Lu Yu when he saw him shaking his head, lunged forward to attack, only to be met with a sudden, powerful kick. The sheer force of the impact left him no time to evade. He could only crash directly into it. With a loud thud, Zhang Kuan felt a searing pain across his face as he was sent flying backward.
The spectators were utterly astonished by Zhang Kuan's unexpected defeat. What was happening? How could he have lost so inexplicably? They could not comprehend how such a flashy footwork could be so easily countered. After crashing heavily to the ground, Zhang Kuan was momentarily dazed. Once he regained his senses, an overwhelming fury took hold of him.
He scrambled to his feet and charged at Lu Yu once more, yet the outcome was the same.
He was once again sent soaring through the air. Seeing Zhang Kuan's relentless determination, Lu Yu shook his head with a sigh, wondering, what is the point of this? Finally,
when Zhang Kuan lunged at him again, he effortlessly kicked him off the stage. As Lu Yu displayed his prowess in the arena,
Li Yusin felt a sudden surge of indignation. This guy claims he wasn't prepared, yet he managed to deceive even me. Men truly are untrustworthy.
She resolved never to believe him again.
The mere thought of Lu Yu's seemingly sincere expression filled her with frustration.
She felt like a fool for having fallen for his deceit. After the match concluded, Lu Yu did not linger on the stage but instead leaped down. He did not consider himself particularly formidable, his victory was merely a stroke of luck due to his opponent's lack of skill. He believed that the standard of inner disciples should not be so low, so he intended to observe further. However, upon returning to Li Yusun's side, he sensed something amiss. She was deliberately ignoring him. "What's wrong?" Lu Yu could not help but inquire. I don't want to talk to you." "You're a liar," Li Yusun retorted in a huff. "A liar? How so?" Lu Yu replied, bewildered. "You claim you were unprepared, then what transpired just moments ago?" "Just now? I merely happened to discern the flaws in my opponent's strategy." "Surely, you do not genuinely believe I possess any remarkable prowess, do you?" "Really?" "Indeed, it is true." Chapter 65, The Crimson Dragon Soars. After a period of observation, Li Yu validated his suspicions, that Kun was indeed the weakest among them. The other disciples far surpassed him, particularly the elite members such as Li Yusun, Xuelang, Bai Chongqing, and Li Sisi, who showcased exceptional prowess upon taking the stage. Their skills were evidently superior to those of their peers, and it did not take long for them to establish a firm foothold on the arena, displaying an impressive momentum that suggested they would endure until the very end. After watching for a while, Li Yu prepared to take the stage himself, confident that he could secure an admirable ranking, as the level of competition did not appear overly daunting. However, just as he was about to make his move, he suddenly caught sight of Li Yusun being forcefully kicked off the platform by a sinister cultivator. Alarmed by the sight, he swiftly rushed forward to catch Li Yusun in his arms. Noticing the blood trickling from her mouth, his expression darkened. While competitions are meant to be friendly and restrained, the opponent had struck with ruthless intent, showing no regard for her well-being. The most infuriating part was that after sending Li Yusun tumbling off the stage, the malevolent cultivator laughed mockingly, exclaiming, "Ha, do you think a fragile waste like you can ever become a core disciple? You are a disgrace to the Luyun sect." Li Yusun was indignant upon hearing this, yet she could only swallow her anger. "Do you have a grudge against him?" Lu Yu suddenly inquired. "No. But my family is his family's sworn enemy." "Understood." After feeding Li Yusun a healing elixir, he strode directly toward the arena. "You're going up?" Li Yusun quickly grasped Lu Yu's hand. "Indeed, I am going to avenge you." "Don't! You're no match for him." Although Li Yusun felt somewhat touched by his words, she still held on to him tightly. She did not wish for him to be put in danger because of her personal matters. "Have faith in me." With that, Lu Yu resolutely pried her fingers apart and quietly ascended the stage. "It's you? The waste who can only wield the Luyun sword technique?" The sinister cultivator could not suppress his laughter upon seeing Lu Yu. He had observed the previous matches and found them unimpressive. Lu Yu calmly drew the Dragon Soul sword and assumed the starting posture of the Luyun sword technique, then replied casually, "You constantly label others as waste. If I were to defeat you using the Luyun sword technique, I wonder what that would make you? Defeat me with the Luyun sword technique? Ha ha ha, are you jesting? Someone even more arrogant than I? Arrogance demands a price. I've decided not to let you lose so quickly. I will methodically dismantle your bones, one by one." The sinister cultivator grinned cruelly. With that, as the referee shouted for the match to begin, he lunged forward with a ferocious strike, akin to a mountain pressing down. His sword aimed heavily at Lu Yu. Lu Yu sensed the formidable power behind the opponent's sword technique, his expression growing grave. Furthermore, the spirit sword in the cultivator's hand was evidently not of ordinary quality, it was at least a superior spirit artifact. No wonder he had managed to defeat Li Yusun. Nevertheless, Lu Yu's Dragon Soul sword was also exceptional. As the attack approached, he met it head-on with his own sword. Bang! The opponent unleashed an exceptionally fierce strike. Yet he effortlessly countered it using the most fundamental technique of the flowing cloud swordsmanship. How could this be? The practitioner of the shadowed abyss, witnessing his strike being thwarted and most of its force dissipating into thin air, found it hard to believe. This sword technique was acquired from the remnants of a high-tier practitioner's abode, certainly a pinnacle of the mystical rank. Surely, he must have been fortunate to have discovered a flaw in the technique. The shadowed abyss practitioner consoled himself. However, the onlookers were utterly astonished. They were well acquainted with the flowing cloud swordsmanship,
but when had it ever exhibited such formidable power? Even the elite disciples, such as Li Sisi, present on other platforms, were taken aback. They had been closely observing the commotion, and they felt that what Lu Yu had just accomplished was utterly beyond their capabilities. Li Yusin, on the other hand, transformed her anxiety into relief, finally allowing her taut heart to relax. Subsequently, the shadowed abyss practitioner resolved to reveal his true prowess. Now regarding his opponent with newfound seriousness, he activated his exceptional movement technique, instantly appearing before Lu Yu, unleashing dozens of strikes, each imbued with the full force of his peak abilities. He was confident that this attack would overwhelm his opponent, ensuring at least a few strikes would find their mark. However, for Lu Yu, who had endured the trials of the secret realm, such an assault was merely a matter of closing his eyes to fend off. With a few light taps of his sword at critical points, he effortlessly nullified the barrage, without even shifting his position, exuding an aura of mastery. This scene left the spectators dumbfounded once more. Such dazzling swordsmanship, could it truly be fabricated from mere water? Many female disciples found Lu Yu exceptionally handsome and cool at that moment. This was the mark of a true master. Witnessing his formidable techniques fail to yield any results and feeling the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, the shadowed abyss practitioner became enraged. He resolved to no longer delay and prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. Consequently, he frantically channeled spiritual energy into his spiritual sword, vibrant trails weaving through the air. And suddenly, an astonishing dragon of sword energy surged towards Lu Yu. This sword energy dragon, composed of thousands of sword beams, was incomparably superior to that of a foundational practitioner. Sword energy taking form? How could this be? Wasn't such prowess reserved for those in the golden core stage? The crowd was stirred by the sight of this magnificent dragon. It had completely transcended their comprehension. They could only imagine the fate awaiting Lu Yu if struck by this sword energy dragon. Even if he survived, he would surely be gravely injured. Even Li Yusin felt a pang of anxiety, fearing for Lu Yu's safety. However, the next scene left everyone in disbelief, questioning their very existence. Lu Yu swiftly maneuvered his long sword, pointing its tip forward, and executed the red dragon soaring through heaven. A seemingly tangible red dragon circled above him before charging towards the sword energy dragon with unparalleled might. In the blink of an eye, the red dragon shattered the sword energy dragon with ease. Then, with a speed that was almost imperceptible, it breached the defenses of the shadowed abyss practitioner, sending him hurtling off the stage. Witnessing such a dazzling spectacle, the onlookers were momentarily rendered speechless. Wow, what was that just now? Was it truly a dragon? How incredibly cool! So impressive! The female cultivators beneath the arena transformed into fervent admirers, their gazes directed towards the figure on stage, brimming with intense fervor. The defeated cultivator, Yin Jia, coughed up blood heavily before losing consciousness. Meanwhile, Li Sisi, upon hearing the cheers erupting from the crowd, fell into a daze, questioning if this was truly him. At that moment, Li Yusin was already overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in her eyes as she murmured, "You truly were not deceiving me. I always knew you were someone of great talent." After Lu Yu emerged victorious from this round, no one dared to challenge him again. After all, few possessed the confidence to withstand his earlier technique, the crimson dragon soaring the heavens. Those who believed they could endure had no desire to engage in a futile struggle against Lu Yu. Thus, Lu Yu remained on the arena until its conclusion. As evening descended and the closing bell rang, all champions and outstanding elite disciples were invited to the high platform in front of the square. A total of 40 individuals were present, including Li Yusin and Li Sisi. Junior brother Lu, congratulations! As the champion, your selection by the nascent soul elders is virtually assured. Li Yusin exclaimed excitedly, standing beside Lu Yu. Thank you. I hope that is indeed the case, Lu Yu replied with a gentle smile. In truth, many nascent soul elders found Lu Yu intriguing. However, upon discovering the quality of his spiritual roots, they promptly reconsidered their interest. On one hand, his 5 elements spiritual root was deemed exceedingly poor, and on the other, rumors suggested a discord between him and the Zhao family, making it unnecessary to confront the Zhao family for a disciple of such inadequate potential. Although the Zhao family did not yield to the Zhao family, they believed Lu Yu was not worth the investment of such a precious opportunity and could be courted privately at a lower cost. Chapter 66, The Elders Recruit Disciples. Thus, an extraordinary scene unfolded upon the high platform.
Dozens of infant soul elders gazed intently at the elite disciples ranked within the top 40, extending invitations one after another.
With the exception of Lu Yu.
Xuelang, your overlord spear aligns harmoniously with my lineage. I wish to take you as my named disciple.
What say you?
A somewhat plump elder inquired suddenly.
At this proclamation, a wave of envy rippled through the assembled disciples. This plump elder was none other than the master of the Zhixiao Peak, henceforth, with such a formidable patron, who would dare to bully him? I am most eager to accept.
Xuelang responded with great joy, hastily bowing in acknowledgement. Although he hailed from a commendable background, it paled in comparison to that of the master's disciples.
Li Yusin, your dual elemental roots of ice and water suit my sect well. Would you be willing to join my ranks?
A graceful middle-aged woman soon posed the question.
I am willing. Li Yusin exclaimed,
her heart brimming with delight at the unexpected opportunity, despite her less-than-stellar performance.
Simultaneously, the masters and elders upon the high platform were diligently selecting their candidates.
Zhang Linger by Chongqing suddenly, a venerable old matron with snowy hair spoke, Li Sisi, would you be willing to become my personal disciple? The mention of a personal disciple left the crowd astounded.
Even the other infant soul elders regarded old Madame Yu with incredulity.
It is well understood that the bond between master and disciple is one of the most sacred, second only to that of parent and child, with rights of inheritance. Each infant soul cultivator typically holds only a few slots for disciples and seldom takes on personal disciples, preferring instead to accept named disciples.
Once a personal disciple is accepted,
that disciple bears the responsibility of caring for their master in old age, while the master must provide the utmost support to the disciple. Thus, for Li Sisi,
becoming a disciple would be akin to soaring to great heights.
At that moment, Li Sisi stood frozen in shock, overwhelmed by the tremendous surprise.
Old Madame Yu, are you truly willing to allocate your last personal disciple slot to Li Sisi? The master of Zhixiao Peak queried, perplexed.
This was indeed the last available slot, once bestowed.
No matter how promising a candidate may arise in the future, they could not be taken in.
Consequently, most elders chose to accept named disciples during this recruitment, with the potential for personal discipleship to be determined through careful observation later on. However, even a named disciple would be regarded as a core disciple of the sect,
enjoying resources far beyond those available to ordinary inner disciples.
Indeed, old Madame Yu affirmed with a decisive nod. She held a deep admiration for Li Sisi's character and appearance, recognizing her exceptional talents and striking looks.
Most significantly,
her ability to adeptly utilize all available resources to achieve her goals reminded old Madame Yu of her own youth.
With proper guidance, Li Sisi's future achievements could very well surpass her own. After a prolonged moment,
Li Sisi finally emerged from her astonishment and hurriedly performed the ceremonial bow to old Madame Yu. Not only is old Madame Yu among the highest-ranked individuals within the Luyun sect below the transformation stage, but she also serves as the leader of the affiliated Jingyue sect,
holding a position of great prominence within the Luyun sect.
From this moment forth, Li Sisi has become a legitimate scion of a prestigious family. No longer the impoverished girl who ascended to the Zhao household through the sacrifice of her appearance. Undoubtedly, the greatest victor of this disciple selection assembly is Li Sisi.
Following this, the elders on the high platform continued their selections.
Ultimately, only Lu Yu remained, standing alone among the top 40, overlooked by all. Observing the solitary figure on the stage, the crowd began to murmur.
Li Sisi inquired, Master, if I master your techniques, will I be able to defeat Lu Yu?
That is assured, replied the elder with a dismissive demeanor.
How could the sect's extraordinary skills be compared to fundamental swordsmanship?
He merely relies on the advantages of weapons.
Without the foundation of cultivation, all sword techniques are but ephemeral and without roots.
Relying on external objects is ultimately a lesser path. True cultivation is the essence of everything.
Upon hearing this, Li Sisi's face lit up with excitement.
Humph. Once I master the flowing cloud techniques, let us see how you can catch up to me.
Master, would you consider accepting Lu Yu as well? Li Yusin, observing Lu Yu's desolate state, couldn't help but plead with her master.
Alas! It is not that I am unwilling to accept him, but every step he takes is fraught with difficulty. Accepting him would be futile, sighed Fairy Biyun. She felt a certain fondness for this earnest and loyal young disciple, yet her own limited experience rendered her unable to assist him at this moment. Lu Yu waited on the high platform for quite some time, yet no elder chose him. Ultimately, he could only let out a quiet sigh, disheartened, before turning to leave. I compare my heart to the bright moon, yet the moon only illuminates the ditches. The flowing clouds sect ultimately looked down upon him. If that were the case, he might as well focus on managing his small shop. Li Yusen silently watched Lu Yu's retreating figure, as if she had lost something significant. She yearned to chase after him but could never muster the courage to do so. As Lu Yu walked down the streets of Lianyun City, a sense of strangeness enveloped the atmosphere. Numerous cultivators lined the streets, silent and contemplative. "Excuse me, fellow cultivator, what is happening here? Why are there so many people gathered?" Lu Yu curiously inquired of a male cultivator nearby. "You don't know? The Zhao family is hosting a wedding today." "A wedding in the Zhao family? Isn't that a joyous occasion? Why does everyone seem so furrowed?" Lu Yu's face was filled with confusion. "A joyous occasion? Do you know who is getting married?" "Who?" "The elder of the Zhao family, nearing the end of his days, a foul-smelling old man, is marrying a young and beautiful female cultivator." "What? Why would a decrepit old man seek marriage? Isn't that harmful?" Lu Yu was taken aback. "I've heard it's to bring good fortune. But how could that female cultivator agree to such a thing? She would certainly refuse, yet who can defy the Zhao family, the most powerful force in Lianyun City? Even if she wishes to resist, she cannot." Chapter 67, The Zhao family's marriage. Are they really forcibly seizing maidens? Is there no law in Lianyun City? Alas! What law could there be? The Zhao family of Lianyun City is a branch of the Zhao clan from the Luyun sect, backed by a peak master, rendering even the city lord reluctant to provoke them. Once again, the Zhao family. Lu Yu harbored deep resentment. His grievances with the Zhao family were indeed numerous. It was said that since yesterday, the young female cultivator had been under constant surveillance and confinement, awaiting her wedding today. Such a pity. The male cultivators around lamented, shaking their heads. They had all seen the enchanting female cultivator from afar. Her fair complexion and beauty akin to the brightest star in the night sky. Yet, they never anticipated that she would be subjected to such degradation. Before long, a lavish bridal sedan was carried out from a certain residence. As the gentle breeze lifted the curtains of the sedan, Lu Yu caught a glimpse of the young female cultivator within, her cultivation sealed, sitting there like a marionette, lost in a daze. However, upon clearly seeing her face, his breath caught in his throat. It was Nangong Cheng. What was happening? How could she be here? Had her mission failed? Anxiety surged within him as he observed the scene, desperate to leap forth and halt the procession, yet he remained silently restrained. The Zhao family's entourage was formidable, and their actions were tyrannical. Any hint of defiance on his part would likely result in his immediate annihilation. Furthermore, the distance to the Dark Guard's rendezvous point was considerable. Even if he sought assistance, it would take at least 2 days for a round trip. Yet, he had to rescue Nangong Cheng, otherwise the failure of his mission would implicate him as well. However, he was outnumbered and could not storm in recklessly. He needed to devise another plan. Ah! The Inlay Pearl. An idea struck Lu Yu as he recalled a particularly useful magical artifact. The destructive power of the Inlay Pearl was considerable, sufficient for creating chaos. Moreover, his inherited memory surely contained superior techniques. Thus, he swiftly returned to the refining workshop, penned a letter requesting Wang Hao to hire someone at a high price to deliver it to the rendezvous point, and without further ado, began the refinement process. Time was of the essence. He did not seek to craft anything particularly advanced, only something simple yet effective would suffice. As night fell, he donned a dark cloak, obscured his face, and stealthily made his way towards the Zhao family residence. The Zhao estate was situated on the outskirts of Lianyun City, nestled amidst verdant mountains and flowing waters, sprawling over several thousand acres. Today marked a joyous occasion for the Zhao family, and the estate was festooned with lights and decorations, with guests arriving in droves. Just as the guests settled in, Lu Yu had silently reached the outskirts of the Zhao estate. Gazing at the brightly lit manor before him, a chill crept across his face. He knew that many eyes would be watching the Zhao family tonight. Earlier, on the streets welcoming the bride, He had already noticed several individuals with ill intent. Though they concealed themselves well, he had still sensed the faintest hint of murderous intent. Clearly,
as one of the three scourges of Lianyun City, the Zhao family had undoubtedly offended countless cultivators in their daily dealings. Regardless of whether the joyous occasion was genuine, their adversaries would not permit the Zhao family to triumph easily. What they lack is merely an opportunity to take action. Allow me to create this opportunity for you.
After simulating a scenario in the realm of illusion, Liu swiftly darted towards the side of the Zhao family estate. At the side entrance of the Zhao estate, two fully armed guards were idly chatting, bored with their duties. As elite enforcers cultivated since childhood by the Zhao family, they held a captain-level status among the estate's many protectors. Yet, on this joyous occasion, they found themselves relegated to this desolate side entrance, grumbling internally.
Brother Liang.
While everyone else is feasting inside the courtyard, here we are left to endure the cold wind.
What is the meaning of this? One guard complained, gazing at the silent night outside. Indeed, given the Zhao family's current power, who would dare to provoke them at this time? Sending us to guard the side entrance is a gross underutilization of our abilities. Exactly.
We are merely here for show, nothing will happen tonight.
Junior brother Qian. How about you keep watch here, and I'll go in for a drink? All right, brother Liang.
Just remember to bring back plenty of food and drink.
We have a long night ahead. Absolutely. After finishing his sentence, the Liang guard turned and entered the courtyard.
Seizing the cover of darkness, Liu stealthily approached. Noting that only one guard remained, and then he deftly launched a small stone dart towards the right side of the guard's stone wall.
Who is there?
The guard named Qian quickly turned to investigate, but after scrutinizing the area thoroughly, he found nothing.
Was it merely an illusion?
Shaking his head, he returned to his post. Unbeknownst to him, Liu had already taken advantage of his momentary distraction to swiftly slip into the Zhao estate. The Zhao estate was quite expansive,
divided into inner and outer courtyards.
After a careful search in the outer courtyard, Liu finally discovered a concealed spot with a good vantage point.
Concealing himself,
he quietly surveyed the center of the inner courtyard where the main hall stood. The open courtyard of the Zhao main hall was already filled with guests, and the wedding ceremony was about to commence. Liu fixed his gaze on several individuals at the front of the hall, calculating the timing of the ceremony. Before retrieving a mortar-like magical device from the shadows, he loaded it with dozens of specially crafted smoke bombs and set the launch timer.
Then quickly withdrew in a different direction.
What was about to transpire would undoubtedly infuriate the Zhao family. He needed to find a safe place to hide. In the Zhao main hall, a wrinkled, lecherous old man grasped the hand of a puppet-like bride draped in a red veil, preparing to exchange vows.
Suddenly, there was a series of explosive sounds, bang, 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 echoing like thunder from the ground, startling everyone within the estate. Moments later, dozens of gleaming projectiles soared into the courtyard from the outer estate. Although the projectiles were imbued with considerable force, they were rather erratic. The guards of the Zhao family swiftly leaped forward, shattering the missiles to prevent any inadvertent harm to the guests. To their astonishment, upon being struck, these projectiles erupted instantaneously, unleashing vast clouds of smoke.
The dispersal of this smoke was extensive and notoriously difficult to dissipate, with dozens of missiles detonating simultaneously.
The entire Zhao family courtyard was enveloped in a thick shroud of mist. What an opportune moment!
These smoke bombs appeared to signal a clarion call for an offensive. The adversaries of the Zhao family, concealed in the shadows, sprang into action, seizing the chaos to launch their assaults throughout the estate.
In no time,
flickers of flames ignited across the Zhao family manor, followed by a cacophony of clashing sounds resonating from all directions. The estate was plunged into turmoil as guests scattered in every direction.
Who dares to target our Zhao family?
A frail voice bellowed.
Yet, no one responded. All intruders were engaged in silent combat.
The Zhao family esguards fought valiantly against the flames and the onslaught but remained oblivious to the source of the enemy, feeling as though adversaries surrounded them on all sides. Hidden in the shadows, Liu observed the multitude of assailants emerging and felt a wave of relief wash over him. His greatest fear was the prospect of facing this battle alone, which would render his efforts futile.
At that moment, the lecherous elder of the Zhao family was embroiled in combat with the assassins.
Seizing the opportunity, Liu stealthily approached Nangong Cheng. And while the two guards stationed by her were distracted, he suddenly sprang forth, swiftly eliminating them.
"Who are you?" Nangong Cheng exclaimed,
startled by the appearance of the masked figure.
"It is I, Sister Nangong,"
Liu replied, removing his mask and offering her a reassuring smile.
Chapter 68, Retribution. Junior brother Liu, are you courting death?
Upon seeing Liu, Nangong Cheng was taken aback. She never imagined that he would come to her rescue.
"Enough chatter, come with me."
Liu donned his mask and grasped Nangong Cheng's hand, navigating through the chaos. Although it was his first visit to Zhao family village, he maneuvered with an uncanny familiarity, darting through the crowd until they reached a hidden passage that led them outside the village.
"Nangong's senior sister. How do we break the restraints on you?"
Once they were in a secluded area, Liu turned to inquire.
"The Zhong Shui Point," Nangong Cheng replied,
her face flushing crimson at the mention.
"The Zhong Shui Point?"
Liu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such an awkward situation.
However,
it was evidently not the time for modesty. He extended his palm, channeling spiritual energy, and soon pressed it against her chest.
As Nangong Cheng felt the warmth radiating from his hand, she shuddered slightly, her body stiffening.
Meanwhile, Liu was increasingly uncomfortable. Breaking the restraints set by a golden core cultivator was no simple task. He had been exerting his spiritual energy for quite some time without success,
and he could only resort to gradually wearing it down.
Yet, his hand lingered between her delicate forms, and an awkward tension enveloped them both.
"It's all right, junior brother.
Take your time." Sensing his anxiety, Nangong Cheng reassured him, her cheeks still flushed.
"All right,"
Liu replied, hastily dismissing his inappropriate thoughts and focusing on the task at hand. After what felt like an eternity, Liu finally withdrew his hand.
"Done. Senior sister, give it a try."
Nangong Cheng nodded in response, attempting to circulate her energy. And to her delight, she found her spiritual power flowing freely at last.
"Junior brother Liu, thank you so much."
"There's no need for thanks, senior sister."
Liu smiled.
"I will return now. As for the Zhao family, I shall make them pay." With that, Nangong Cheng stood to take her leave, her heart ablaze with fury that she was eager to unleash.
"I can only do so much for you, the rest is up to you." Liu watched her depart,
silently praying for her safety before swiftly erasing any traces of their presence and returning to the forge to rest.
He did not wish to partake in the ensuing actions, fully aware that his foundation establishment cultivation would be of little use.
A mere guardian from the Zhao family could easily eliminate him, potentially bringing disaster upon the forge. Thus, it was wiser to refrain from playing the hero. That night, he slept particularly soundly. The following day, he rose leisurely from his bed as the sun reached its zenith. Strolling down the street, he noticed the townsfolk animatedly discussing the events of the previous night.
"Brother, have you heard? The Zhao family was robbed last night." "What? How did that happen? Who would dare to target the Zhao family?"
"Ah, how many have dared to cast their eyes upon the Zhao family? You cannot fathom the number of individuals who stirred in the shadows last night. The Zhao family fought valiantly, yet they suffered grievous losses. Even that old man nearly met his demise."
The male cultivator spoke, his expression one of unrestrained satisfaction. "The Zhao family has indeed sustained such dire losses? It seems their malevolence has finally caught up with them. Who could argue otherwise? Fortunately, retribution has arrived at last. By the way, what of that female cultivator? How has she fared?" The inquirer pressed once more.
"Ah, she was said to have vanished amidst the chaos, and she has yet to be found.
However,
with the Zhao family now struggling for survival, they are likely disinclined to pursue her."
Upon hearing this news, many male cultivators wore expressions of sheer delight. Upon hearing this, Liu couldn't help but smile faintly.
In the ensuing days, Liu continued to bide his time in the artifact crafting shop. The 8 spiritual artifacts he had previously created had already sold more than half. With these artifacts enhancing the shop's appeal, business had noticeably improved. And a greater number of cultivators came to refine their own artifacts. Due to limited materials, Liu generally only accepted those who brought their own supplies.
Nevertheless,
even under such constraints, he managed to forge several weapons over the course of 2 months, earning a modest profit of several thousand spiritual stones. As he gazed at the substantial sum of spiritual stones in his possession, Liu felt an overwhelming sense of security. At this rate, perhaps in a few months, he would accumulate enough to purchase foundation building pills for Ruwashi. He had not forgotten his promise to old Zhao. Assisting in Ruwashi with her foundation was merely the least he could do. Just as Liu reveled in his contentment, he suddenly received a summons, indicating that the sect had a significant mission requiring the presence of all registered artifact crafters under 50 years of age. Liu hastily set aside his current tasks and swiftly returned to the Luyun sect. What kind of mission could warrant such a grand assembly? Throughout his journey, Liu pondered this question. Having only recently received his stipend as an artifact crafter, he was reluctant to undertake any excessively perilous tasks. It appeared that the benefits from the sect were not as easily obtained as he had hoped. He was being called upon so soon. Upon reaching the summit of Luyun sect, in the Grand Assembly Hall, Liu discovered that over 100 individuals had already gathered. Each person bore a 2-star artifact crafter insignia upon their chests, and they were all remarkably youthful. Could these individuals be fellow artifact crafters summoned for the same mission? Liu felt a surge of trepidation. To gather so many at once suggested that this mission was indeed extraordinary. Standing among the crowd, he listened intently for a while, gradually piecing together the details of the task at hand. It turned out that it was time for the semi-centennial trial of the Luyun Secret Realm. The Luyun Secret Realm is a concealed world discovered serendipitously by the founding ancestor of the Luyun sect tens of thousands of years ago. This secret realm aligns with the Shen-Tian continent every 50 years, remaining accessible for 2 months before vanishing once more. The location of this convergence lies within the Luyun mountain range, just behind the Luyun sect. It stands to reason that the establishment of the sect was influenced by such factors. Within the miniature realm, an abundance of spiritual veins continuously exudes ethereal energy, resulting in an extraordinary richness of spiritual power throughout the domain. Chapter 69, The Journey to the Secret Realm of Flowing Clouds Simultaneously. The small world is adorned with a plethora of unique geographical features, including mountains, rivers, canyons, and more. The dense spiritual essence, combined with its perpetual solitude, has allowed spiritual herbs to flourish wildly, and numerous mystical beasts to congregate. Many rare herbs, seldom seen in the outside world, can be found within this small realm. It is fair to say that the Flowing Cloud sect's transformation into a prominent sect in Yunzhou over the years owes much to this herbal sanctuary. However, it is lamentable that when this small world was first discovered, it was already in a state of disrepair. The internal space is highly unstable, and the rules governing it are incomplete. Even a slight disturbance can lead to spatial collapse. Furthermore, this small world appears to possess unique rules that reject external spiritual objects. Any storage bags or items imbued with spiritual energy that enter the realm are reduced to mere fragments by the space itself. After years of exploration, the senior members of the Flowing Cloud sect discovered that only cultivators under the age of 50, devoid of any external spiritual artifacts, could safely enter. Conversely, exiting the small world does not impose such restrictions. Thus, each time the secret realm opens, elite disciples from the Flowing Cloud sect bring along a master craftsman. They first enter the realm empty-handed, seeking materials to forge spiritual tools before embarking on their herb hunting adventures. In recent years, the scarcity of spiritual herbs in the outside world has intensified, leading to the gradual extinction of some high-grade herbs. Consequently, whenever the secret realm is activated, the Flowing Cloud sect mobilizes various esteemed families to seize this rare opportunity, actively dispatching their elite disciples to participate in the trials. The sect also allocates foundational elixirs based on the quantity of herbs harvested by each family. Families that secure a larger share often see their cultivators rise to prominence over the next few decades, significantly enhancing their strength. In contrast, families that receive less find themselves lagging further behind. Thus, each family places immense importance on this trial, yet over the years, the Lin family has consistently emerged victorious. To ensure the smooth execution of the trials, the Flowing Cloud sect generously rewards the accompanying craftsmen, offering bounties that can reach several thousand spirit stones. In just 2 months, one can earn a considerable sum. All while enjoying the protection of elite disciples and fostering relationships with powerful families, most young craftsmen find it hard to resist such temptations and eagerly sign up.
However,
not all craftsmen are eager to participate. Lu Yu, for instance, holds little regard for the paltry spirit stones offered. Within 2 months, given his success rate in crafting, he could easily forge 4 or 5 spiritual tools in his workshop. If sold successfully, the profits would far exceed those meager rewards. Conversely, entering the secret realm for a few thousand spirit stones not only means lesser earnings but also poses potential life-threatening risks, a clear case of a poor bargain. Yet, as the sect insists, he has no choice but to comply, silently praying that he will not be selected. Before long, all elite disciples participating in the secret realm trial had gathered, numbering over 100. Among them, most were at the pinnacle of the foundational stage, with around 10 having reached the initial phase of the golden core stage. Moreover, to underscore the significance of this trial, senior members and elders from various peaks of the Flowing Cloud sect also made their appearances. The revered patriarch and head of the Lin family, Lin Padian, stood serenely at the center, a gentle smile gracing his countenance. Flanking him were the esteemed leaders of the 5 peaks, the head of the Yan family, the matriarch of the Yu family, the heads of the Xiao, Zhao, and Wang families, respectively. Following them were the elders and vice-peak masters of each lineage. Master, do you truly intend to allow your exceptionally gifted daughter, one not seen in millennia, to partake in the trials? Inquired the head of the Yan family, casting a covetous glance at the figure of Lin Qingxue, who stood out prominently among the elite disciples. The highest cultivation level among the other family's elite disciples barely reached the 2nd tier of the golden core stage, while Lin Qingxue had already attained the 5th tier. Ah! This time, my daughter is resolute in her decision to participate, and I find myself powerless to dissuade her, Lin Padian replied with a faint smile, tinged with a hint of pride. However, this seems quite unjust. For so many years, your Lin family has dominated, and now you send forth your niece Qingxue, leaving us with no glimmer of hope, the head of the Yan family remarked with a touch of acidity in his tone. Indeed, master. Could you not at least provide us with a semblance of hope? Echoed the head of the Yan family, resonating with the sentiments of the other family heads, who quickly joined in agreement. Alas, what do you propose? Since childhood, my daughter has exhibited a strong-willed nature, and now that she has resolved to go, I fear I cannot deter her, Lin Padian responded, a note of helplessness in his voice. What if we allow Qingxue to select the refining masters from among those present? What do you think? Suggested the head of the Yan family, a sudden spark of inspiration lighting his eyes. The other family members perked up at this notion. That sounds splendid. I second that. Given Qingxue's prowess, even with the least skilled refining master, the impact would be negligible. Another chimed in. Indeed, with her exceptional cultivation, if she chooses the finest refining masters, none shall stand in her way. The other family heads voiced their enthusiastic agreement. That might not be appropriate. Lin Padian hesitated upon hearing their fervent response. What is inappropriate about it, master? Please, indulge us, a middle-aged woman among the upper echelons implored, her tone sweetly coaxing. Indeed. Your Lin family has long stood alone at the pinnacle, surely, you need not fear our taking anything from you. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Lin Padian relented, observing the fervor of the assembly. Though reluctant, he ultimately conceded, recognizing that as the leader of the sect, he must consider the greater balance rather than merely the interests of his own family. Upon hearing this, the heads of the other families erupted into smiles. Although the Lu Yun sect presented a united front to the outside world, the various families discreetly vied against one another internally, each hoping to secure a greater share of foundational elixirs. Once all parties had gathered, Patriarch Lin Padian stepped forward, a genial demeanor enveloping him as he addressed the assembly. Esteemed guests, you represent the elite of the younger generation within our Lu Yun sect. The significance of this trial is profound. It serves as both a test for you and a trial for our sect. For the future hopes of our sect rest upon your shoulders for the coming decades. Therefore, to encourage your diligent efforts, there shall be substantial rewards following this mission, for both elite disciples and participating refining masters alike. Of course, the dangers within the secret realm are manifold. Do not feel compelled to overexert yourselves. It is wiser to gather fewer spiritual herbs than to exceed your limits. After all, no amount of precious elixirs can compare to your lives. Enough of the trivialities. I shan't linger on the details. Once you enter, your positions will be assigned at random, so please prioritize your safety above all else.
In 2 months' time, we shall eagerly await your triumphant return. With the rally concluded, Master Lin permitted the elite disciples to begin selecting their respective smiths in turn. Soon, the elite disciples at the forefront of the square made their way toward the smiths they favored. Lu Yu quietly lingered at the back, observing each of the passing elite disciples. Among them, he recognized only Lin Xingxue, the others were strangers to him. Chapter 70, Selection After All. They were all seniors from a few years above. Lu Yu silently counted several times and discovered that the number of artifact refiners exceeded that of elite disciples by a considerable margin. A sense of joy blossomed within him. By this arrangement, it was highly probable that he was among the few who were left behind. After all, he was not only the least experienced but also the youngest present. In the craft of artifact refining, age often correlates with experience. As time ticked away, it was not long before the selections were nearly complete, with only Lin Xingxue remaining. Upon realizing that he had indeed been overlooked, Lu Yu felt a growing sense of delight. Given Lin Xingxue's apparent bias against him, it was unlikely she would choose him, thus sparing him from entanglement in this matter. Before Lin Xingxue could reach the remaining dozen or so candidates, someone eagerly approached her. "Sister Lin, I am Lu Bin from the Lu family. I have been a 2-star artifact refiner for 5 years. If you take me on, I am willing to face any peril for you." Lu Bin, the artifact refiner, approached Lin Xingxue with fervent eyes. The intensity of his eagerness was palpable, rendering Lu Yu, an outsider, unable to watch without disdain. "What? Lu Bin? You have only been a 2-star artifact refiner for 5 years? How unimpressive!" exclaimed another. "Sister Lin, I am Su Qing from the Su family in Lianyun City. I have been a 2-star artifact refiner for 10 years. Surely, I am more than capable of assisting you in crafting spiritual artifacts." Another leftover artifact refiner stepped forward from the crowd. "Su Qing, do not underestimate others. Who says 5 years of advancement inherently implies inferiority?" Lu Bin retorted, clearly agitated by the disparagement. Soon, the remaining artifact refiners clamored to recommend themselves, creating a cacophony of competition. Meanwhile, those who had already been selected were filled with regret, pondering why they were not among the chosen. After all, Lin Xingxue, the most beautiful woman, was there. If something romantic were to unfold over the next 2 months, it could be a life-altering opportunity. As Lu Yu observed the eager artifact refiners vying for Lin Xingxue's attention, he felt a deep contempt. Spending 2 months together would surely not kindle love, such thoughts were utterly naive. To someone who holds you in disdain, no amount of effort would elevate your standing in their eyes. If mere flattery could win the favor of a celestial being, would he have stood a chance after all these years? The notions of proximity fostering affection or love blossoming over time were fantasies he never entertained. Lin Xingxue, witnessing the relentless pursuit of the artifact refiners, felt a flicker of irritation. The remaining candidates were either inept or too young and inexperienced. She possessed her own criteria for selection. First, the candidate's family background should not be too prestigious. For those of lofty lineage often disdain the modest rewards and are reluctant to exert effort in critical moments. Second, they must be obedient, free from ulterior motives, ideally possessing a gentle disposition. Third, their refining skills should not be subpar, otherwise, they would be of little assistance. However, among the remaining dozen, Lin Xingxue found it challenging to identify anyone who truly met her standards. Suddenly, her gaze caught sight of a figure lurking at the back. "Oh, isn't that the lecherous fellow from earlier? He is also a 2-star artifact refiner?" Lin Xingxue was evidently taken aback, but upon discerning Lu Yu's actions, her irritation surged. Was he deliberately evading me? Am I truly that terrifying? Did he not notice how many were eager to team up with me? Humph. The more he tries to shun me, the more determined I am to thwart his intentions. Initially, she held Lu Yu in disdain. But witnessing his demeanor provoked her sense of self-worth, compelling her to stride up to him defiantly. "You! Come with me." "What?" Lu Yu was momentarily stunned, believing he had misheard.
He glanced around, realizing there was no one else present.
Is she really addressing me? How could this be? No need to look further, it's you. Lu Yu.
Lin Qingxue, observing his bewilderment, boldly called him out by name.
Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's breath hitched. The onlookers were equally bewildered. Who is this guy? Why is he chosen over me? It seems everyone here has been struggling for a chance, only to be outmaneuvered by this obscure character? This is absurd. Had I known, I would have played it cool too. Could we perhaps select someone else? Lu Yu ventured tentatively. He still wished to decline. After all,
his small shop had only recently flourished. Leaving for several months entailed more than just a loss of spirit stones, it also jeopardized his reputation.
To be frank,
the reward for this task hardly seemed worth the trouble.
What did you say?
Lin Qingxue's delicate features froze in disbelief. She thought she must have misheard.
This fellow dares to reject me? The crowd around them was astonished by Lu Yu's response, their eyes wide with disbelief. Has this guy lost his mind? This is the stunning Lin Qingxue. Such an opportunity is coveted by many, yet he intends to refuse it? Feeling the weight of their scrutiny,
Lu Yu shook his head with a wry smile, his spirits dampened as he followed suit. He understood that if he continued to evade,
he would undoubtedly face dire consequences in the future. Sigh, it seems I have no choice but to comply. Though disheartened,
he trudged along with the unromantic ice princess on this quest, finding little joy in the endeavor.
No matter how beautiful she might be,
the notion of admiration without intimacy rendered it rather uninteresting. However, his expression, one that seemed to invite trouble, incited the ire of many alchemists in attendance.
In truth, Lin Qingxue's decision to select Lu Yu was not solely born of spite.
Among the remaining alchemists, he was the only one she had any familiarity with,
having collaborated previously and thus knowing him well. Lin Padian, observing the outcome of Lin Qingxue's selection, furrowed his brow. Yet, upon glancing at the remaining alchemists,
none appeared particularly outstanding, leading him to sigh and concede, very well, let her have her way this time.
At worst, once inside the secret realm, she can find a corner to hide. Escaping a confrontation is always an option.
The other cultivators from various families, witnessing this turn of events, wore expressions of schadenfreude. After the teams were formed, everyone donned their garments and secured their storage bags before soaring toward the entrance of the secret realm under the guidance of the higher-ups from the Lu Yun sect. The entrance to the secret realm is situated above an altar on the rear mountain.
When all preparations were complete,
the esteemed elders of the Lu Yun sect collectively channeled their energies into the four corners of the altar, gradually manifesting a shimmering portal in the air above. The passage to the secret realm has been opened. It will remain accessible for a quarter of an hour. You must enter swiftly. We shall reopen it at this time in 2 months, the sect master proclaimed to the gathered disciples. No sooner had the sect master's words echoed than the elite disciples began to pair up and step through the ethereal portal. Lu Yu observed that each pair of elite disciples and artifact craftsmen held a jade token in their hands as they entered the portal, their fingers tightly entwined.
Chapter 71, Taking Advantage. Could this jade token be the magical artifact that enables the two individuals to teleport together? Before long, it was finally Lu Yu and his companion's turn.
Lin Qingxue presented him with a jade token, then, with a look of disdain, took Lu Yu's hand and strode directly toward the spatial light gate. As Lu Yu felt the smoothness of that delicate hand, a shiver ran through him,
compelling him to give it a gentle squeeze.
Truly, she was the most beautiful woman of the Lu Yun sect. Her hand was exquisitely fair and remarkably soft.
Since they were destined to participate in this mission, why not seize the opportunity? After all, who was to blame for this girl insisting on choosing him?
Having delayed his grand plans for wealth, he might as well consider this a form of interest.
Ideally,
she would become so flustered that she would demand a change of partners, which would suit him perfectly. Such were Lu Yu's secret musings. Lin Qingxue sensed Lu Yu's subtle action and was immediately filled with a mix of embarrassment and anger.
How dare this rascal audaciously take advantage of her? Who gave him the audacity?
Even though Lin Qingxue usually maintained an air of indifference, she could not remain calm at this moment.
However,
as they were about to enter the secret realm, she refrained from expressing her displeasure and resolved to remember this slight.
You lecherous brat!
Just wait until we are inside the secret realm, I will show you what I am capable of. Upon stepping through the light gate,
Lu Yu was engulfed by a wave of dizziness.
When he regained his bearings, he found himself in a vast expanse. Above him stretched a cerulean sky adorned with scattered white clouds. They had materialized above a lush forest, with dense foliage beneath and rolling mountains in the distance. The air was invigorating, filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers, exuding an abundance of spiritual energy that unmistakably signaled their arrival in a brand new world. It was no wonder the spiritual herbs thrived here, in such an environment.
Even ordinary plants could evolve into sentient beings after a century or two.
After they landed and released each other's hands, they surveyed their surroundings, initially finding no immediate dangers. However, the distant forest loomed ominously, shrouded in an atmosphere of uncharted fear. Although this world bore a resemblance to the Million Mountains, the absence of any weapons or protective gear rendered even the most ordinary forest fraught with peril.
Senior Sister Lin, considering my low cultivation level, perhaps I should find a cave to hide in while you search for the refining materials? What do you think? Lu Yu inquired politely. Given the meager task rewards, he was reluctant to risk his life. After all, she likely didn't wish to have him around either. His proposal to hide would, in theory, be mutually beneficial. However, no way.
Lin Xingxue rejected him without a moment's hesitation.
Do you really wish to evade me so much? Is it not a dream come true for you men to undertake a mission alongside a beauty like me? The more you try to avoid me, the more determined I am to keep you by my side.
Lin Xingxue had simply resolved to take a stand against Lu Yu. Lu Yu was taken aback by Lin Xingxue's response. It was utterly unexpected.
Senior Sister Lin, we haven't even located the refining materials yet. Having me along would only be a burden.
Why bother? He attempted to reason further.
I do not consider you a burden, why should you worry?
Lin Xingxue replied coldly. The more the other party sought to escape, the more she resolutely refused. Seeing Lin Xingxue's unwavering rejection, Liu had no choice but to relent, trailing behind her with a heavy heart. Life without a flying sword was indeed arduous. To keep pace, he could only utilize the cloud shadow steps, dashing forward with fervor. Though the speed of the cloud shadow steps was commendable, it paled in comparison to Lin Xingxue's ethereal agility. While she had yet to master the art of walking on air, she could momentarily glide through the air, her delicate feet barely grazing the ground as she floated upward, lightly treading upon fallen leaves, resembling a celestial being dancing upon the waves, effortlessly weaving through the forest, swiftly creating a considerable distance between them. The elegance of her form did not suggest a hurried journey, rather, she appeared as a fairy from the clouds, gracefully gliding. They had chosen a particular direction to pursue, but soon found themselves confronted by a colossal saber-toothed tiger. This beast was enormous, its gaping maw capable of swallowing a person whole. More alarmingly, its surface was fortified with a thick layer of scales, appearing utterly impervious. Both were unarmed, and provoking such a formidable creature would be futile. Thus, they instinctively began to retreat. However, the moment they moved, the saber-toothed tiger became acutely aware of their presence. Having ruled this territory for so long, it was enraged by their audacity to intrude, charging at them with ferocious intent. The tiger's charge was swift and powerful, shaking the ground beneath its paws and creating deep craters with each step. Lin Xingxue, recognizing the imminent danger, quickly conjured an ice blade with her spiritual energy, attempting to momentarily hinder the massive feline. Yet with a resounding clang, the ice blade struck the tiger's scales, leaving only a faint white mark, inflicting no real damage. Although they had anticipated this outcome, they were nonetheless taken aback. The beast's cultivation level was at least at the golden core stage, while their combat efficacy had diminished by more than 70% without their equipment. In this realm, even pure spellcasters required the enhancement of spiritual tools to amplify their power. Relying solely on external spiritual energy yielded little destructive capability. Thus, they felt akin to toothless lions. The giant tiger, feeling provoked, let out a thunderous roar and lunged towards them, its razor-sharp claws seemingly intent on tearing them apart. In response, Lin Xingxue swiftly activated her agility to leap into the air, while Lu Yu exerted his utmost effort in the cloud shadow steps, desperately racing forward. However, The giant tiger appeared utterly incensed by the previous ice blade, its eyes glowing a furious red as it surged forward with newfound speed.
This was disastrous. They could not outrun it.
Lu Yu, trailing behind, was filled with desperation. He had exhausted all his strength yet could only helplessly watch as the tiger drew nearer.
"Senior Sister Lin, save me!"
he cried out, disregarding all sense of pride as the beast closed in.
Yet Lin Qingxue did not look back, instead quickening her pace even further.
Witnessing her actions, Lu Yu was overwhelmed by frustration and despondency. This young lady is indeed settling personal scores.
Is it merely a pinch of her delicate hand? How could she be so calculative?
Truly, the more beautiful the woman, the more formidable she is. It appears that reliance on external assistance is futile, one must depend on oneself. In the next moment, just as the colossal tiger approached, he suddenly ignited his spiritual energy and executed the cloud shadow step, performing an extraordinary long-distance flash. A fleeting shadow passed by just as the demon tiger prepared to pounce. With a resounding crash, the tiger's claw struck the massive tree trunk, instantly shattering it into splinters, yet failing to harm Lu Yu in the slightest.
"Oh! This fellow possesses some skill."
Lin Qingxue, who had been observing the situation from above, ready to intervene at any moment, was somewhat astonished by this turn of events. She had not anticipated such swift reflexes from her opponent. However, upon witnessing his disheveled escape from the relentless pursuit of the giant tiger, a flicker of schadenfreude crossed her mind.
"Ha! This is the consequence of crossing me."
Chapter 72, Hunger. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Lin Qingxue descended to divert the giant tiger after watching Lu Yu flit about for quite a while, his pace gradually diminishing. This young man still possessed value. She could not allow him to be truly harmed. Though her initial intent was to vent her frustration, she maintained a degree of restraint. Should he fail to evade the beast, she would employ a secret technique to momentarily bind the giant tiger, just enough time for him to escape its grasp. Though the duration was brief, it sufficed for Lu Yu to evade the onslaught. Once he had narrowly escaped disaster, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The adrenaline of the life and death chase leaving him in a state of disarray and dread. After an indeterminate interval, Lin Qingxue returned from afar, and upon seeing Lu Yu's condition, a hint of amusement danced across her features. However, the sight of her triumphant expression left Lu Yu feeling particularly irked.
"I'll remember this," he thought.
After successfully redirecting the giant tiger, the duo continued their search through the forest for most of the day.
As evening approached,
they discovered a cave where they could take a moment to recuperate.
Their initial day of exploration yielded little in terms of treasure. Yet it had taken a considerable toll on their energy.
Inside the cave, Lin Qingxue laid down a mat of grass and began to meditate for recovery.
Meanwhile,
Lu Yu picked up a spirit chicken and kindled a fire, focusing intently on roasting it using a secret method. It must be noted that the spiritual creatures here were of remarkable quality. Even the spirit chickens surpassed the plumpness of those found in the outside world. After a stick of incense had burned, a rich aroma wafted from the roasting chicken, quickly filling the cave. Lin Qingxue had ceased her meditation the moment Lu Yu began preparing the spirit chicken, silently awaiting the moment he would present it to her.
Surely, he would not miss the chance to appease a celestial being. However, when the chicken was finally roasted,
Lu Yu simply picked it up and began to devour it with great delight, not sparing her a glance. Lin Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. Hastily retracting her hand that had instinctively reached out, her cheeks flushing slightly.
What was happening? This fellow was acting contrary to expectations.
His failure to shower her with the usual attentions left her feeling somewhat discontented, yet she soon found solace in the thought that perhaps he was merely too famished. Surely, once he finished, he would roast another for her. She consoled herself with this notion, feeling too shy to ask outright, and resolved to wait patiently. She believed it would not take long before he started on the next one. After all, this stunning beauty had yet to receive her share.
Yet, as time dragged on,
she found herself in a state of increasing irritation.
How many half-quarters had passed without a single subsequent action from him?
Surely, her allure had not waned.
Impossible.
Lin Qingxue held unwavering confidence in her charms. No man could possibly resist her.
Was he perhaps employing a strategy of feigned indifference? Ah!
This young man was proving to be quite intriguing. She nearly fell for his ploy. Men, it seemed, were all the same. No. Wait, she realized in sudden clarity that she herself had indeed succumbed to his game. Previously, this lad had been employing reverse tactics, feigning to evade attention while actually drawing it towards himself. Had it not been for his evasive actions, I would not have chosen him. To my surprise, he turned out to be quite the expert. Lin Qingxue continued to patiently meditate, contemplating what other tricks he might unveil. In truth, Lu Yu had already discerned that Lin Qingxue's focus was persistently on the roasted chicken, yet he had no intention of preparing it for her. After all, she had been so vindictive. Although it might provoke her displeasure, Lu Yu resolved not to back down this time. Lin Qingxue waited and waited, only to discover that after finishing his meal, Lu Yu simply lay down to rest, which incensed her. Was this tactic taken too far? She stormed over and kicked him awake. What's the matter? Lu Yu reluctantly opened his eyes. What about my roasted chicken? Lin Qingxue could not contain her frustration at his apparent impatience. Do I owe you something? Lu Yu retorted curtly. When a person dies, their debts vanish. Let that lad repay his own obligations, I shall not serve him any longer. Lin Qingxue's mouth fell agape in disbelief. What sort of tone was that? Was he courting death? As the foremost genius of the Lu Yun sect, she had always been treated with utmost courtesy. Yet, it seemed there was indeed no stipulation regarding this in the task. However, during the previous mission, did he not roast chicken for her at the first opportunity? Didn't you prepare it for me last time? Lin Qingxue's tone softened. My apologies, that was then, I am not in the mood now. You. Lin Qingxue felt utterly stifled. Despite humbling herself to implore him, he still refused to assist her? The crux was that she truly dared not confront him, for she would need his expertise in refining tools later. How infuriating. Ultimately, Lin Qingxue had no choice but to sulk back to her spot. Humph. It's just a roasted chicken, I refuse to believe I cannot manage it. Thus, she began to imitate Lu Yu, taking a spirit chicken, performing a simple preparation, and placing it over the campfire to roast. What was the next step? Ah, seasoning. This fairy is truly clever. Lin Qingxue mused to herself. However, an incense stick later. Instead of a delightful aroma wafting from the spit, a pungent burnt odor filled the entire cave. Surely it must be done? Lin Qingxue picked up the roasted chicken and examined it, feeling somewhat unsure. Typically, she relied on her storage bag and had always prepared ample provisions for her outings, never having cooked for herself. She flipped the chicken to the unburnt side, took a whiff, and resolved to take a bite. Yet, the moment she took a small mouthful, she immediately spat it out. Yuck! 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 How can this taste so horrible? It's far too salty. And there's a foul odor. Enraged, Lin Qingxue tossed the entire chicken onto the ground. Lu Yu, witnessing the half-burnt, half-raw chicken, could not suppress a laugh. This foolish girl truly was a genius. What level of skill is required to roast such a delectable chicken? Lin Qingxue, observing Lu Yu's schadenfreude, felt a flush of embarrassment wash over her. With a fierce glare directed at him, she resumed her attempts to roast another spirit chicken. However, after several futile attempts, she finally abandoned her aspirations of roasting. Despite the numerous chickens she had tried to prepare, none were fit for consumption. As the night wore on, Lin Qingxue's stomach growled with hunger. Previously, with her storage pouch, she could simply retrieve spirit fruits and delicacies whenever hunger struck. Now, she was painfully aware of the hardships of a life devoid of such conveniences. With a look of deep resentment, she gazed at Lu Yu, silently hoping he would come to her aid and roast a chicken for her. Yet, Lu Yu remained as unyielding as iron, completely indifferent to her pleading eyes. Left to simmer in her frustration, Lin Qingxue thought to herself how utterly unappreciative he was, allowing this celestial maiden to go hungry. It was her own fault for assuming too much and not picking some spirit fruits in advance. After all, who could have predicted that he would catch so many spirit chickens without leaving any for her? It was precisely because she anticipated enjoying roasted chicken tonight that she had prepared nothing. What a blunder! This fellow certainly possessed some skill. First, He had enticed her with the roasted chicken, igniting her appetite, only to turn the tables. The layers of his strategy were intricate. To capture her attention, he truly went to great lengths. Chapter 73, The Deal. I must say, you have successfully captured my attention. However, you are destined to fail. Since you wish to play, shall I indulge you for a moment? Are you not pretending to look down upon me? Then I shall make you utterly infatuated with me, rendering you helpless and yearning. As this thought crossed her mind, Lin Qingxue found her anger dissipating. Thus, she decided to alter her approach. Observing Lu Yu sleeping peacefully, she approached him, gave him a gentle push, and adopted a pitiable expression. Junior brother Lu, could you please help me roast a chicken? I beg you. Ha! Lu Yu, taken aback by Lin Qingxue's demeanor, pondered if she had perhaps taken the wrong medicine. Yet, recalling her previous actions, he steeled his resolve. Why should I? I can pay you with spirit stones once I go outside. How does that sound? Lin Qingxue, realizing Lu Yu remained unyielding, resorted to offering spirit stones after much contemplation. She truly did not know what could possibly sway this stone-hearted individual. However, upon hearing the term spirit stones, Lu Yu's interest was piqued. How many? 20 for one. Lin Qingxue proposed. Lu Yu, noticing her eyes gleam with newfound confidence, retorted, Go away. Do you think I am in need of such a paltry sum? Only 20? You underestimate me. Yet, truth be told, the idea of roasting a chicken for 20 spirit stones seemed rather enticing. In his earlier days, he had to toil for an entire month to earn a single spirit stone. Nevertheless, he could not show weakness now. 40. Not happening. Lu Yu's breath quickened. He had to admit, he was growing tempted, but he believed one must maintain a semblance of dignity. 60. Lin Qingxue pressed on. And no. Lu Yu's heart raced as he struggled to decline once more. He felt his resolve wavering, he could not afford to be further tempted. 100. Lin Qingxue exclaimed, suddenly enraged. I refuse to believe I cannot conquer you. Fine. It's a deal. In the next moment, Lu Yu hastily acquiesced, fearing Lin Qingxue might retract her offer. Who needs pride when it does not fill the stomach? Lin Qingxue was momentarily stunned. This fellow capitulated so quickly? She had thought him to be an unyielding hard nut. Humph. In the presence of a beautiful woman, he displayed no grace, fixating solely on spirit stones. How utterly mundane. As Lin Qingxue observed Lu Yu's triumphant expression, she could not help but reveal a hint of disdain. However, Lu Yu remained oblivious to her scornful gaze. What a joke! To discuss matters of the heart with you would be absurd. Spirit stones are the only currency that matters here. Lin Qingxue paused, realizing he had a point. Could it be that this young man truly harbored no romantic intentions? Yet, as she contemplated this, a sense of dissatisfaction brewed within her. How could he know that matters of the heart were impossible without even trying? This was the first time someone had dismissed her beauty so nonchalantly. Did her allure truly pale in comparison to a few spirit stones? Do hurry up and roast the chicken for me. Lin Qingxue's mood was somewhat irritable. All right. Lu Yu responded cheerfully and obediently set about preparing the roasted chicken. Following the techniques inscribed in his inherited memories, he skillfully prepared the chicken, adding a hint of the special seasoning he had gathered that day. Once it was nearly done, he presented it to Lin Qingxue. Indeed, it is quite good. It seems to be even better. Lin Qingxue exclaimed, her satisfaction evident as she took her first bite. She savored each morsel, reveling in the experience. Over the years, she had indulged in countless delicacies, yet none had ever captivated her like this. It appeared that the spirit stones she had spent were well worth it. One is not enough, you must roast another. Lin Qingxue declared, a hint of pride in her voice. She had ample spirit stones and relished the thought of thoroughly humiliating him. Of course. Lu Yu replied without hesitation, convinced that roasting another spirit chicken could earn him 100 spirit stones. He felt he could provide her with roasted chicken for a lifetime. Before long, Lin Qingxue, her appetite satisfied, began to rest, while Lu Yu eagerly calculated how much extra income he could earn over the next 2 months.
the night passed peacefully. The following morning, Lu Yu rose early and diligently prepared some spirit chicken soup. The customer is king, he thought, recognizing the importance of service. Moreover, he was confident in the culinary skills passed down to him and believed that once she tasted his food, she would become dependent on it, dependencies that would translate to spirit stones. The mere thought filled him with delight. When Lin Qingxue awoke, she discovered that Lu Yu had already prepared the chicken soup for her. "Senior Sister Lin, I've made some chicken soup for you to try. It's complimentary," he said with a smile. Lin Qingxue was slightly taken aback by his words. Now this is the treatment a goddess deserves. It seems this charming lad is not solely motivated by spirit stones. Amidst his flattering demeanor, Lin Qingxue couldn't resist sampling the soup. "Not bad. This chicken soup is quite delicious," she praised, a rare compliment. "Hee, how about I bring you a serving every day from now on? It's not expensive." "Just 50 spirit stones each time," Lu Yu suggested, his face beaming with a smile. "Get lost." Lin Qingxue ultimately could not hold back her annoyance. Does this lad truly see nothing but spirit stones? Even if I had wealth, I wouldn't spend it so frivolously. After satisfying their appetites, the two set off again, embarking on a new day of exploration. Without the allure of gourmet food, Lin Qingxue reverted to her icy demeanor. However, Lu Yu paid it no mind, merely cooperating silently, as if he were a natural partner. Yet, despite having such an adept companion, he felt a twinge of anxiety due to the lack of weapons and equipment. The forest was fraught with danger, a beast he would typically dispatch with ease eluded his grasp, its defenses unbreakable, leaving him helpless as it escaped. When faced with formidable foes, his only option was to flee. It was clear that he needed to acquire some equipment without delay. The pair's search proceeded at a steady pace. After an entire day of searching, the two managed to uncover only a few ores, vanquish a handful of chi cultivation phase beasts, and gather but 2 spiritual herbs. As for the materials required for forging the spiritual sword, they had seen not a trace. With nightfall approaching, they were compelled to seek out a cave for respite once more. Yet, it seemed as though their fortune had been entirely depleted. Even as darkness enveloped the land, they had yet to locate a suitable shelter. This area was a vast, flat primordial forest, devoid of even a modest hill nearby. And returning to the distant cave was simply unfeasible. Ultimately, they were left with no choice but to halt in the depths of the jungle. "Sister Lin, shall we rest here for the night?" Lu Yu inquired. The surroundings exuded an eerie atmosphere. Under normal circumstances, he would not have been daunted, but in this unfamiliar environment, stripped of belongings, an unsettling sense of dread loomed over them. Alas, they found themselves with no other viable options. Chapter 74, The Price of Friendship in This Desolate Wilderness. Lin Qingxue could not help but furrow her brow. Despite her elevated cultivation, she had never spent a night in such a remote location. However, with nowhere else to seek refuge, she resolved to make do. "Very well." Lin Qingxue nodded and prepared to sit cross-legged beside a large tree. "Wait." Lu Yu swiftly interrupted her movements. He approached a towering tree, deftly severing its trunk with his spiritual power, slicing it into pieces to quickly erect a makeshift campsite before allowing Lin Qingxue to settle down. The camp consisted of just a few poles, a wooden bed, and a canopy. In less than a quarter of an hour, it was completed. Lin Qingxue sat on the clean wooden bed, feeling a twinge of emotion. It appeared that this young man possessed a fair amount of thoughtfulness. Subsequently, Lu Yu felled the surrounding trees, clearing a spacious area. He then encircled the perimeter with logs, creating a wooden fence, while also setting numerous small traps and sprinkling some insect-repelling herb juice. After completing these tasks, he returned to the center of the camp and sat cross-legged. Though these small traps offered limited protection, they served as an early warning system. Even as cultivators, they still required sleep. However, as their cultivation advanced, their need for rest diminished. Without a means of warning, one could easily fall victim to lurking dangers in the dead of night. Likewise, cultivators needed sustenance, although their ability to withstand hunger increased with their level of cultivation. As for spiritual awareness, it was akin to mental strength, capable of focusing on tangible surroundings, yet incapable of encompassing vast distances.
Naturally, with the enhancement of their cultivation, both vision and hearing would significantly improve. Lin Qingxue silently observed all of this and soon grasped Lu Yu's intentions. She couldn't help but admire him inwardly. This young man certainly possessed a wealth of knowledge. At that moment, both of them felt a slight pang of hunger. They had been traveling all day, and their energy reserves were nearly depleted. Lu Yu quickly kindled a campfire and roasted several spirit chickens. Lin Qingxue graciously consumed 3 in one sitting before pausing. "Senior Sister Lin, please rest, I will keep watch. We will rely on you tomorrow," Lu Yu offered after they had eaten their fill. Lin Qingxue was taken aback by his words. She had not anticipated such gallantry from him. His demeanor was markedly improved from the previous day. After a tiring day, she had assumed they would take turns keeping watch, possibly with her in charge, but she was pleasantly surprised by his generosity. Could it truly be that wealth could indeed turn the wheels of fate? Nonetheless, she did not decline his offer. It was only natural to accept kindness when it was extended. In truth, Lu Yu was keenly interested in examining the small sword within his dantian. Just moments ago, the small sword had unexpectedly coalesced a drop of celestial essence. As this precious liquid was about to fall into his dantian, he promptly enveloped it with his spiritual power. Realizing that utilizing such a rare treasure, which could instantly replenish spiritual energy, at this moment would be a waste. He had yet to fully explore the previous drop, and this time he intended to study it thoroughly. He summarized the occurrences surrounding the production of the celestial spirit liquid and gradually formed a bold hypothesis. It seemed that the small sword was continuously absorbing something from the external environment. Upon reaching a certain threshold, it would condense into a drop of celestial spirit liquid. In this miniature world, the spiritual energy was particularly dense, and having slain numerous demon beasts in the past few days significantly expedited the production of the celestial spirit liquid, resulting in another drop being harvested. After properly storing the celestial spirit liquid, Lu Yu utilized the ores and materials gathered from demon beasts that day to forge 2 rudimentary magical dagger-like artifacts. It was not until late at night, when Lin Qingxue awoke, that he finally began to rest. On the 3rd day, the two departed from their camp, continuing their search forward. However, Lin Qingxue gradually exhibited signs of palpable anxiety. The efficiency of gathering spiritual herbs with a spiritual weapon flying sword was incomparable to that without one. The individual who first crafted a spiritual weapon flying sword would have the best chance of securing the top position. Yet, it was already the 3rd day, and she had yet to find any materials suitable for creating a spiritual weapon. Although they had encountered a couple of foundational demon beasts in the past 2 days, the quality of those beasts' materials was too inferior to forge a spiritual weapon. Based on past experiences, by the 3rd day, others had already amassed the necessary materials for crafting spiritual weapons. If they did not hasten, they would lose any advantage they might have had. Although her father had mentioned that not achieving first place was not a concern, Lin Qingxue was far too proud to settle for second place. Seeing Lin Qingxue's distressed expression, Lu Yu felt a twinge of sympathy. After all, she was a woman who had once held his hand, and he truly disliked seeing her troubled. After much hesitation, Lu Yu finally voiced his thoughts. "Senior Sister Lin, I actually know of a place that likely contains materials for crafting a spiritual sword." "Oh? Where is it?" Lin Qingxue inquired, somewhat surprised. "I am uncertain what benefit it would bring to inform you. That location harbors considerable danger, and I would prefer not to go there." "After all, your family's success has no bearing on me," he replied. "What kind of benefit do you seek?" "Speak your mind," Lin Qingxue asked with renewed interest, thinking to herself that this fellow had finally revealed his true intentions. "At a friendship price, 2,000 spirit stones." "What do you say?" Lu Yu proposed, raising 2 fingers. Lin Qingxue's smile faltered at his words. More spirit stones? How impoverished could he be? Did his previous affections merely mask ulterior motives? To be honest, she felt a twinge of disappointment but quickly regained her composure. Such a Lu Yu was indeed the most suitable partner, was he not? Her greatest fear was of someone with ulterior motives attempting to leverage her circumstances. Having come to this realization, Lin Qingxue resumed her usual icy demeanor. "All right. It's a deal." "Splendid." Lu Yu could not help but commend her. Members of the Lin family were indeed generous.
Do you see that tallest mountain over there?
Lu Yu pointed toward a distant towering peak.
What about it?
Lin Qingxue looked up, puzzled. I observed that the summit of that mountain is perpetually adorned with snow. And it is highly probable that there lies a millennium-old cold jade.
However, it is also certain that formidable demonic beasts will be lurking there.
If you can divert their attention, I am willing to take the risk and assist you in gathering it, Lu Yu elucidated.
Are you certain? Almost without a doubt.
Very well, let us set forth at once. If it truly exists, acquiring spirit stones will pose no difficulty. Lin Qingxue swiftly reached a decision.
Excellent.
The journey was arduous, as the two traversed mountains and rivers, consuming the better part of a day to finally reach the esteemed peak. At the lofty summit, indeed,
a golden core demonic beast was stationed.
Just as they approached the elevated area, a colossal snow leopard sprang forth. This snow leopard possessed at least the cultivation of the late golden core stage, and even with Lin Qingxue wielding a profound grade sword,
she might not be able to subdue it.
Moreover, they were currently devoid of any resources.
Nevertheless, Lin Qingxue adhered to the prearranged plan,
leaping forward to provoke the snow leopard and lure it away in another direction. Only after the snow leopard had distanced itself did Lu Yu cautiously make his way towards the summit. The entirety of the mountaintop was vast, upon closer inspection. It resembled a glacial expanse. Lu Yu aimed for the central snow peak and sprinted forth. Chapter 75, a mission fulfilled logically. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, thus it was unlikely for any other formidable beasts to reside here.
However, Lu Yu remained cautious.
As he approached the snow-capped peak, he caught sight of a massive cave entrance, which was likely the lair of the snow leopard. If there truly existed the Millennium Cold Jade, it undoubtedly lay within this cave. First, Lu Yu cautiously surveyed the entrance, and upon sensing no movement, he swiftly darted inside. Uncertain of how long Lin Qingxue could delay the snow leopard, he felt compelled to act quickly,
confirming his safety before proceeding. The interior of the cave was extraordinarily frigid, yet it was not dim.
Lu Yu infused his entire being with spiritual energy to counteract the biting cold and carefully navigated the winding passages. After an indeterminate distance, the downward passage suddenly twisted upwards,
leading to an unknown destination.
The absence of obstacles provided Lu Yu with a modicum of relief. Eventually, the passage began to level out. And as he rounded a significant bend, he was greeted by the sight of a magnificent cavern, sculpted from ice. The large ice chamber sparkled as it was adorned with glistening gemstones. Upon closer inspection, a smile crept upon Lu Yu's face. Indeed, there lay the Millennium Cold Jade. It seemed he had reached the very heart of the ice mountain. As he stepped into the icy expanse, he immediately felt the intense cold.
Even a moment's hesitation would result in being completely frozen.
Thus, he exerted all his energy to remain in motion, propelling himself toward one of the Millennium Cold Jades. He could not afford to pause, for doing so might seal his fate. Lacking protective gear, his resistance to the frigid air was minimal, and he had to rely on his speed to secure a chance of survival. Fortunately, his experience in the Xiantian trial had rendered him quite adept at such conditions. He rapidly approached one of the cold jades and, drawing his dagger, struck fiercely against the ice wall.
With a resounding clang, the ice did not shatter, instead,
it only formed a fissure. Realizing that time was of the essence, Lu Yu decisively retreated. After regaining his composure, he surged toward the cold jade once more.
Another strike resulted in more ice fragments flying, yet the jade remained stubbornly intact.
Why was this jade so difficult to extract?
Though he was somewhat prepared, Lu Yu could not suppress his astonishment.
Nevertheless, he was not one to easily concede defeat.
After a brief moment of recuperation, he pressed forward again.
This back and forth continued for over 10 attempts, depleting nearly all of his spiritual energy, and he had only managed to extract 2 palm-sized pieces of the Millennium Cold Jade. These 2 egg-sized jades were hardly sufficient for forging a spiritual sword. Just then, a series of furious roars echoed from the distance, drawing closer with alarming speed. Trouble was imminent, the snow leopard was returning.
Panic surged within Lu Yu.
He was so close to success, and to abandon now would be utterly in vain.
Moreover,
that young woman, unarmed, confronting a late-stage golden core snow leopard would undoubtedly incur a hefty price.
If the beast discovered her failure, the repercussions would be dire. It seemed that these 2,000 spirit stones were not easily earned. He had to press on. Who compelled me to be a person of integrity?
Casting a glance at the half-shattered piece of cold jade on the icy wall, Liu disregarded the need for rest and resolutely swallowed the drop of celestial elixir. He had waited several months for this precious liquid to materialize, initially intending to reserve it for a life-saving moment, yet it was unexpectedly consumed here.
Alas! What a costly transaction this has turned out to be.
As the elixir settled into his dantian, it instantaneously transformed into a torrent of spiritual energy coursing throughout his body, erasing all fatigue and enhancing his cultivation by a third. Liu swiftly propelled himself forward, igniting his spiritual energy for a powerful thrust.
With a resounding clang,
accompanied by the shattering of ice, he successfully excavated the third piece of cold jade. Stowing away the 3 pieces of cold jade, Liu wasted no time and fled with fervor. The growls of the snow leopard drew ever closer. He hoped to escape in time.
At that moment,
Liu cared little for his own well-being, fervently burning his spiritual energy to dash forth at an extraordinary speed.
Fortunately,
he managed to elude the snow leopard just before it could seal off the cave entrance. Outside, the sun shone brightly, radiating warmth akin to spring.
Not far from the cave's mouth, Lin Qingxue was desperately trying to fend off the snow leopard, a faint trace of blood visible at the corner of her mouth. Retreat!
Liu called out to her slender figure before plunging into a frantic run. He understood that his presence would only serve as a burden. The sooner he escaped, the lighter her load would be. Therefore, he refrained from offering hollow assistance. Lin Qingxue, upon catching sight of Liu, felt a surge of joy within her. Yet she did not turn to leave immediately. Instead, she persevered for a moment longer, waiting until Liu had distanced himself before evading the snow leopard. Liu ran tirelessly until his spiritual energy was completely depleted, and his legs could no longer carry him, at which point he gradually came to a halt.
After a while, Lin Qingxue's figure appeared, unsteadily approaching.
"Lu Shidi, how did it go?" she inquired, taking several deep breaths, her eagerness palpable.
"I did not fail you,"
Liu replied with a faint smile, promptly revealing the 3 pieces of millennia-old cold jade from his robes.
Indeed, it was the millennia-old cold jade.
A rare smile graced Lin Qingxue's face, resembling a snow lotus blooming upon an icy peak.
Liu found himself momentarily entranced by her beauty. However, upon noticing Liu's dazed expression, Lin Qingxue's smile quickly faded.
She secured the cold jade and effortlessly lifted Liu,
gracefully leaping into the air with a few delicate steps.
As evening fell, within a humble cave, after satisfying their hunger and thirst, Liu presented the cold jade and officially commenced the forging of the artifact.
"How do you feel? Are you confident?" Lin Qingxue asked anxiously.
This endeavor was of great significance, and even she could not maintain her usual composure. Although she was aware that the snow peak still harbored more millennia-old cold jade, she had no assurance of successfully diverting the snow leopard again. This was, in truth, their only material.
"Do not worry. I am a professional," Liu replied without a hint of modesty.
Though he too felt a twinge of nervousness, he did not believe that crafting a spiritual tool would present any substantial challenge.
Lin Qingxue could not help but roll her eyes at his response. An outer sect disciple, who cannot even enter the sect's artifact refinement hall, dares to discuss expertise with me?
Yet, upon witnessing the unwavering confidence in her demeanor, the unease within me diminished considerably. Ignoring Lin Qingxue's disdainful gaze, Liu meticulously assessed the several pieces of cold jade before him. The millennium-old cold jade collected this time was of rather mediocre quality, after all. It was not a true glacial expanse, and the mere existence of such cold jade was commendable. Such jade could at best be refined into a mid-grade spiritual artifact. However, Liu intended to imbue it with a unique function, self-detonation, capable of unleashing an explosive force several dozen times greater in moments of peril. Given the extraordinary dangers within the secret realm, possessing an additional trump card meant an additional chance at survival. In the interest of expediency, he refrained from overly elaborate designs, prioritizing simplicity and practicality, while the ice sword's form was directly inspired by Lin Qingxue's previous sword. Chapter 76, Hold tight. After all, over this period of time, he had replicated that sword countless times, becoming intimately familiar with the crafting of the ice sword. For the next 2 days, Lin Qingxue remained steadfastly by Lu Yu's side, venturing out only occasionally, determined to shield him from any interference by wild beasts during his forging process. 3 days later, a spirit weapon version of the Ice Soul Divine Sword was finally completed. This Ice Soul Spirit Sword reached the pinnacle of mid-grade quality. Lin Qingxue, upon receiving this sword, which closely resembled her former one, found herself utterly enamored. Were it not for its slightly diminished power, she might have mistaken it for her original Ice Soul Divine Sword. Indeed, this young man possesses some skill. With this ice sword alone, even if he were unable to forge any more spirit weapons, this endeavor would already be deemed a success. To her surprise, despite his greed, he proved quite dependable in his tasks. With the ice sword in hand, Lin Qingxue's spirit soared, and her demeanor softened significantly, her previously frosty disposition now radiating warmth and charm. The next step involved seeking out spirit herbs, not only for the primary ingredient of the Foundation Establishment Pill but also for the collection of other essential herbs. The spirit herbs within the Flowing Cloud secret realm were all rare varieties, missing even a single one would be a grievous waste. Early the next morning, having discerned the general direction, Lin Qingxue summoned her flying sword, beckoning Lu Yu to join her.
Senior Sister Lin, isn't it a bit inconvenient for us to share a mount?
Lu Yu stood atop the flying sword, unsure of where to place his hands.
Without something to hold on to,
he risked being thrown off, potentially meeting a fatal end. Lin Qingxue appeared to recognize their awkward predicament but lingered on it only briefly. They had already wasted enough time in forging spirit weapons and could not afford further delays. You may hold my waist, but do not make any unnecessary movements.
Otherwise, even if we are in this together, I will not hesitate to end you, Lin Qingxue threatened coldly.
Startled by her words, Lu Yu shivered and obediently placed his hands on Lin Qingxue's slender waist.
It was prudent to avoid provoking this ice beauty. Yet,
the moment his hands brushed against her waist, Lin Qingxue felt a jolt of electricity run through her body trembling as her cheeks flushed a deep crimson.
Why is he holding so lightly?
It tickles. Hold tighter. She scolded in embarrassment and irritation, then propelled the flying sword forward with a swift surge.
Hey! Slow down.
Lu Yu, feeling the sudden acceleration, could no longer afford to be coy and quickly wrapped his arms around Lin Qingxue's waist, fearful of being flung away. Lin Qingxue, firmly embraced by Lu Yu, was filled with a mix of shame and fury.
Yet, she could not break free.
So she channeled her pent-up frustration upon the surrounding beasts.
For a considerable time thereafter, the local beasts suffered greatly. Like a frigid fairy of ice and snow,
Lin Qingxue unleashed wave after wave of icy sword energy, mercilessly tearing through the creatures around them. On that day, the spirit herbs they discovered numbered in the dozens,
exceeding the total from their previous efforts combined.
Moreover, in addition to the spiritual herbs, a considerable amount of ores and materials from demon beasts were also harvested. Although these materials were insufficient for the crafting of spiritual artifacts, they were ample enough to forge several magical tools. Over the next few days, during his leisure time, Lu Yu took the initiative to create 2 storage bags, one for himself and one for Lin Qingxue, effectively resolving their most pressing dilemma.
Subsequently,
he commenced the forging of a magical longsword in armor. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue utilized this time to eliminate the nearby demon beasts, nearly completing the harvesting of spiritual herbs. By the end of these few days, she had collected over 100 spiritual herbs, albeit most of them were of several hundred years' worth. There were scarcely any truly high-grade spiritual herbs. It appeared that this region was not conducive to the growth of superior spiritual herbs. Once the magical tools were successfully crafted, the duo set forth once again, soaring towards the more distant reaches. The task within the Flowing Cloud secret realm ranked participants based on the total value of the harvested spiritual herbs, with those of 1,000 years age being significantly more valuable than those of merely several hundred years. Therefore, to secure the top position,
they needed to venture into sequestered areas.
Flying on their swords proved immensely convenient. From the heights, upon spotting any environment that appeared suitable for the growth of prime herbs, they would swiftly head towards it, and if not found, they would seek the next possibility. The efficiency of this method surpassed their ground searches by countless times. After several days, they arrived at a dark and damp valley. The valley was pervaded by a foul stench, yet the spiritual energy was remarkably dense. Circling above the valley, they soon discovered several thousand-year-old spiritual herbs, which were of a rare high-grade variety not commonly found in the outside world. However, these precious herbs were situated within a massive cavern teeming with venomous insects. As they descended before the cavern, hundreds of blue demon pythons suddenly emerged from the surrounding crevices. The sight was overwhelming, with the pythons coiling around one another, inducing a sense of dread. The larger pythons were as thick as a water bucket, while the smaller ones were about the size of an arm, all hissing and glaring fiercely at the two, poised to strike at any moment. Both felt a chill at this sight. The larger pythons were at least in the foundation establishment stage, their bodies encased in thick blue scales, clearly formidable adversaries. The smaller ones, though less intimidating, possessed potent venom, making them troublesome foes as well. Under normal circumstances, they would not have been overly concerned, however, at that moment. Both were equipped with significantly reduced gear, making the situation rather daunting. "Lu Shitty, if you are afraid, you may leave first, I must obtain those spiritual herbs," Lin Qingxue stated coldly. "Ridiculous, am I afraid?" Lu Yu replied, feeling slightly vexed. Initially, he had considered retreating, but Lin Qingxue's provocation compelled him to stay. As a man, he felt he must maintain some dignity. Lin Qingxue regarded Lu Yu with some surprise, yet refrained from further comment, instead summoning her magical armor and soaring upward. After donning all his gear, Lu Yu also advanced. Just as he entered the fray, he was immediately met with a barrage of poisonous arrows formed from venom, shooting towards him from all directions. He darted nimbly, evading most of the toxic projectiles, and then used his shield to block several strikes, deflecting the unavoidable venom. With a series of resounding thuds, several venomous arrows struck against the protective shield of the artifact. Although they failed to breach its defenses, the shield emitted a disconcerting crackle, indicative of the corrosive nature of the toxins. Observing the shield now marred with numerous dents, Lu Yu felt a tinge of exasperation. Nevertheless, he hesitated not for a moment, swiftly closing in on a monstrous python. With a swift flourish, his sword emerged like a dragon, precisely piercing its vulnerable spot, thereby dispatching the Qi cultivation stage serpent in an instant. Suddenly, a gaping maw, dripping with blood, lunged at him from the upper left, its vast jaws revealing several sharp, venomous fangs. Without a moment's delay, Liu forcefully slammed his shield upwards, snapping the maw shut and sending it reeling back, before swiftly following up with another strike of his sword. Chapter 77, Peeping with a Sharp Hiss. The strike failed to pierce the scales of the monstrous python, leaving merely a faint scar. Lu Yu felt a surge of alarm. This was a foundational-level demon serpent, and even with his exquisite sword, breaking through its defenses proved to be quite a challenge. Angered by the sting, the python reared up, its body coiling and lunging forward with lightning speed. Lu Yu swiftly evaded, simultaneously executing a crescent slash aimed at the necks of two smaller serpents. With two dull thuds, the serpents' blood erupted, their heads severed cleanly, collapsing to the ground in a flurry of motion. Suddenly, a multitude of gaping jaws lunged towards him. Lu Yu squinted, realizing they were all foundational-level creatures. Panic surged through him as he darted towards Lin Qingxue, for only her formidable attacks could instill fear in these beasts. Once near her, he felt a significant sense of security. Lin Qingxue unleashed a torrent of icy sword qi, showering the surroundings with lethal precision. Each strike tore through the python's flesh, while the smaller serpents fell lifeless at the slightest touch. Their coordinated efforts dramatically increased their efficiency in extermination. After a frenzy of slaughter, a rustling sound broke the air, causing all the pythons to tremble in unison and scatter in a frenzied retreat. Sensing something amiss, the duo looked up to behold a colossal blue python, spanning dozens of feet and as thick as a well, suddenly materializing before them. This azure giant towered several stories high, flicking its agile tongue and regarding them with a chilling gaze, as if poised to strike at any moment. The two gasped in shock. The aura emanating from this creature suggested it possessed at least the cultivation of the golden core stage. Its resplendent scales shimmered with an entrancing blue light, making it seem impenetrable. "What shall we do?" Lu Yu stammered, trembling slightly. Yet, in the next instant, Lin Qingxue made her decision. She propelled herself forward, unleashing a breathtaking sword qi. The sound of the impact rang out sharply as the blade struck the giant python, causing it to stagger slightly,
yet only managing to breach its outer layer.
Infuriated, the python retracted its massive head before lunging forward with blinding speed.
Lin Qingshue's nimble form narrowly avoided the attack.
The python's head collided with the cave wall, causing the entire structure to tremble.
Lu Yu quickly withdrew from the fray.
He realized he could no longer contribute to a battle of such magnitude. The python continued to writhe, its massive tail wreaking havoc as it smashed down, creating deep craters in the ground. Lin Qingshue's agility was remarkable. Amidst the chaotic onslaught of the python, she resembled a solitary boat in a tempest, ever poised and unyielding. As the python's fury began to wane, Lin Qingxue seized the opportunity to close in, thrusting her sword into the gaps between its scales. Though its armor was nearly indestructible, the spaces between the scales were significantly weaker. In no time, the ice spirit's sword pierced through, drawing forth a line of blood.
With its injury, the python's eyes turned crimson, descending into a frenzied rage, its speed surging dramatically. Lin Qingxue, now fully committed, unleashed her ultimate technique.
As she wielded her sword, intricate arcs traced through the air, conjuring an expanse of snow-laden desolation that enveloped the area surrounding the colossal python.
Within this frigid domain, the serpent's movements were severely hampered,
while Lin Qingshue's combat prowess surged significantly. The two adversaries soon unleashed their full might upon one another,
and it became evident that this confrontation would not reach a conclusion anytime soon.
Though Lu Yu felt a growing sense of urgency, he remained steadfast in his mission. Seizing the opportunity while the giant python was momentarily restrained, he diligently searched for spiritual herbs, excavating every viable specimen he could find. The valley was abundant with dozens of herbs aged over a century, with high-tier varieties comprising the majority. Before long, a series of thunderous crashes echoed through the air. Lu Yu turned to witness the giant python collapsing within the snowy abyss, while Lin Qingxue staggered out, victorious.
Could it be? Lu Yu found it hard to believe, his understanding of Lin Qingshue's capabilities deepening.
Here she was, having vanquished a beast of comparable strength to a mid-stage golden core cultivator, armed only with a mid-grade spiritual sword and devoid of any advanced treasures or hidden trump cards. How formidable would she be if she unleashed her full potential?
The thought was almost unfathomable. Once assured of their safety, Lu Yu busily assisted in clearing the aftermath.
Although a significant portion of the 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs had been damaged,
some remained intact.
The remains of the golden core python, alongside several foundation establishment pythons and countless chi refinement specimens, lay before him. The carcass of this golden core beast was sufficient to forge an exceptional set of spiritual armor,
and its massive fangs could be used to enhance the Ice Soul spiritual sword.
With such fine materials, one could easily concoct something of Xian grade. Alas,
Lu Yu lacked the requisite skill.
In truth, none of the artifact refiners who had ventured into this secret realm possessed such capability.
After all,
those under 50 years of age who could craft spiritual artifacts were considered remarkable. The remains of the foundation establishment pythons could be utilized to forge a mid-grade spiritual sword and armor for himself. Days later, within a stone cave atop a lofty peak, Lu Yu upgraded the Ice Soul spiritual sword to the finest grade before commencing the crafting of the remaining spiritual artifacts. The exquisite spiritual armor, as the piece de resistance, was reserved for last. Given the vast quantity of materials, he had anticipated a time frame of at least 10 to 15 days for completion. Instead, it was on the 8th day that he achieved success.
Where has senior sister Lin gone?
Lu Yu ventured outside the cave in search of her.
Not having wandered far,
he suddenly caught sight of a delicate figure emerging from a nearby pool, its alabaster form glistening in the sun.
Good heavens, this is perilous.
Though only her shoulders were visible above the water's surface, that gleaming white was indelibly etched in his mind. Upon glancing at the garments on the shore, he recognized them as Lin Qingshue's.
This is dire.
He hastily retreated, but she had already sensed his presence.
Who is it?
A melodious voice rang out, unmistakably Lin Qingshue's. Almost immediately, a water arrow shot toward him, prompting Lu Yu to scramble back into the cave. Truly, calamity had struck.
Who would have anticipated that someone would bathe in broad daylight?
Moments later, Lin Qingshuo, her demeanor charged with indignation, appeared at the entrance of the cave. With a swift motion, she drew her long sword and pressed it against Lu Yu's throat, her face flushed with indignation.
That person just now was you, wasn't it? Have you sunk so low?
Lin Qingshua's heart was filled with a profound sense of grief and fury. She had cherished her modesty for decades, only to have it so carelessly exposed. Before bathing, she had meticulously scoured the area for miles around, and apart from Lu Yu, who was engrossed in refining his tools, there was not a soul in sight.
How could she have anticipated such an occurrence? It was I. Lu Yu lamented, feeling utterly despondent. He was alone, and there was no escaping his accountability. Why didn't you inform me before stepping outside? Lin Qingxue exclaimed, her chest heaving with agitation. I was busy crafting my spiritual armor and was searching for you. How could I have known you would be bathing outside? You didn't mention it beforehand. How was I to know?
Lu Yu explained, his frustration palpable.
Mention it beforehand? Wouldn't that simply give you an opportunity to spy?
Lin Qingxue shot back, her beautiful eyes narrowing. Lin, please don't assume the worst of people, Lu Yu replied, exasperated. A mere glance was hardly worth the fuss. He truly did not care for it.
Regardless, you have seen it, now what shall we do?
Lin Qingxue said, her expression one of despair and fury. Although she understood that Lu Yu might not have intended any malice, she could not swallow her resentment.
How about I give you 100 spiritual stones?
Lu Yu suggested tentatively. He truly could not think of any other resolution.
Could he possibly offer himself in compensation? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue's face turned a deep shade of anger. This man dared to be so shameless? Lu Yu, from this day forth, your task is concluded. Leave my presence at once.
Chapter 78, Freedom. Lin Qingxue's delicate face flushed with anger. She was genuinely furious this time.
She had no desire to see this man even for a moment.
At that moment, she found it difficult to swallow her indignation. Yet she could not fathom a suitable way to retaliate. Surely, she could not expect him to take responsibility for her. Thus, she could only vent her frustration.
Fine. I'll leave, I'm leaving right now.
She believed it was indeed inconvenient for them to share the same space now that the spiritual artifact was refined. And it was time for them to part ways. Hence, she wholeheartedly supported his decision. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yu felt a great sense of relief. Although he would miss the opportunity to roast chickens for Lin Qingxue in the near future, resulting in a significant loss of spiritual stones, the prospect of breathing the air of freedom made it all worthwhile. Remaining in the presence of a stunning beauty, yet unable to touch, would surely suffocate him. Lin Qingxue was momentarily taken aback by his response. She had spoken in a fit of rage, expecting Lu Yu to plead for her forgiveness. She did not anticipate his straightforward agreement, and he seemed rather eager to depart.
What on earth was happening?
She quietly observed Lu Yu's actions,
doubting his sincerity in leaving.
Not to mention the perilous nature of their surroundings, without her protection, he would struggle to take a single step. And with her beauty at his side, no man could easily resist. It seemed plausible that he was merely feigning indifference, hoping to elicit her forgiveness. However, when Lin Qingxue saw Lu Yu genuinely packing his belongings, she felt a twinge of surprise.
Was he truly serious? Senior Sister Lin. This is the spiritual armor I crafted for you. Farewell. Lu Yu presented her with a set of sky blue spiritual armor, a relaxed smile adorning his face. Upon seeing the exquisite battle gear, Lin Qingxue's emotions became somewhat complex.
This young man possessed considerable skill. To be frank, she felt a slight pang of regret. Yet she found it impossible to extend an invitation for him to stay. As Lu Yu reached the cave entrance, he seemed to remember something.
By the way, how about I roast a few more spiritual chickens for you?
He pondered, considering that leaving would mean a significant loss of spiritual stones. It would be wise to roast a few more while he had the chance. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue let out a sigh of relief.
Indeed.
He was reluctant to part ways. Preparing another round of roasted chicken was merely a way to strengthen their bond. Lu Yu, unaware of her thoughts, simply took out the chickens and set up a campfire, focusing intently on his task. He roasted for a considerable time, determined to finish enough chickens for the next fortnight.
However, in Lin Qingshue's eyes, this was merely a delay, an attempt to coax her into asking him to stay.
As the savory aroma of the roasted chickens wafted through the air, Lin Qingshue's anger gradually dissipated.
After preparing over a dozen roasted chickens, Lu Yu finally stood to take his leave.
Senior Sister Lin, keep these to enjoy at your leisure, the price remains the same as before.
Ha? You're really leaving? Lin Qingxue was somewhat taken aback.
Of course.
Lu Yu replied with certainty.
During this time, he had sensed that his sword had been restless. Yet he had not found the opportunity to investigate. Now that he finally had a legitimate reason, he could not let it slip away. Without hesitation, he turned and departed, fearful that she might attempt to persuade him to stay. Lin Qingxue was momentarily taken aback by the scene before her.
Had she truly misjudged the situation once again?
Oh. Right after the task concludes, please make sure to compensate me with the spirit stones. Just as she stepped out of the cave, Lu Yu suddenly halted,
unable to resist adding this remark.
His greatest concern was indeed those spirit stones.
However, upon hearing his words, Lin Qingxue felt a surge of indignation. Does this fairy truly lack such trifling spirit stones? What does he take her for? Yes, Lin Shiji is indeed magnanimous.
Lu Yu chuckled,
finally turning away without a hint of reluctance. Upon exiting the cave, Lu Yu felt an unprecedented sense of liberation. At last, he could thoroughly explore this small world.
This place was not accessible to just anyone. As for leaving Lin Qingxue behind, he felt no regret. He was not one of her foolish admirers, but a young man with aspirations. He had the vast stars and seas awaiting his conquest. Inside the cave, Lin Qingxue stood before the empty entrance, lost in thought.
Had this young man truly departed? Did he genuinely have the heart to leave?
During their time together, he had attended to her so well, indulging her whims.
Now, suddenly transitioning from luxury to simplicity, she found it quite challenging to adjust. After Lu Yu emerged from Lin Qingshue's cave,
he did not fly far before discovering another cave to settle in. He decided to spend the next 2 days crafting a spirit manifestation disc, for it was the very essence that bolstered his confidence to survive in the secret realm. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure,
Lin Qingxue also took flight from the cave, silently trailing him. She could not quite articulate her reasons for following him. Was it concern or mere curiosity?
She herself was uncertain. She simply wished to see where this fellow would venture after leaving her, what he intended to do, and what could possibly compel him to abandon the company of such a beauty to embark on a solitary adventure.
However,
when she discovered that Lu Yu had merely sought refuge in another cave to enter seclusion, she felt a wave of disdain wash over her.
What a coward! Was this dramatic display merely a ruse to hide away and be lazy?
Were you truly that afraid of death? After observing for most of the day and confirming Lu Yu's intentions, Lin Qingxue decided to fly away. She had many pressing matters to attend to and could not afford to squander her time here.
Once Lu Yu completed the spirit manifestation disc,
he began to follow the guidance of his small sword, soaring towards the central region of the secret realm.
With the aid of the spirit manifestation disc,
he skillfully navigated through various territories inhabited by both minor and formidable beasts, arriving smoothly at the edge of a vast inland lake.
This lake was immense, so grand that it could easily be mistaken for a sea. In the center of the lake, a small dot was barely visible to the naked eye. It was the small island at the heart of the inland lake.
All the peculiar movements of the small sword pointed towards that island.
What could possibly be there that would provoke such reactions from the sword?
Lu Yu did not dare to step into the lake lightly, for the spirit manifestation disc revealed that numerous powerful beasts lurked within, many of which were of the golden core level.
How would he cross? In the following days,
Lu Yu remained perched by the shore, intently observing the manifestation plate while simultaneously entering the illusionary realm for simulation. He sought to discern the patterns of the demonic beast's activities in order to uncover a viable route to the central isle.
Having no other tasks in this secret realm, he felt no urgency.
On a moonlit night 5 days later, as the moon reached its fullest, Lu Yu, engrossed in his simulations,
suddenly realized that he had indeed discovered a path to survival. At the zenith of the moon's brilliance, all the demonic creatures in the lake congregated in one direction.
Quietly absorbing the moonlight, as long as he refrained from causing any disturbance, he would not be attacked. Chapter 79, the island at the heart of the lake. In a mere quarter of an hour, he must swiftly traverse this expanse. Any delay, however slight, would render him a meal for the ferocious beasts lurking nearby. As the critical moment approached, he resolutely summoned his flying sword, following the designated safe route directly towards the center of the lake. The sword glided through the air, encountering no impediments. Once assured of his safety, Lu Yu accelerated, ultimately arriving at the island's heart just before the quarter hour elapsed. From a distance, the island appeared diminutive, yet upon arrival, he discovered it to be remarkably vast. It boasted towering mountains, sprawling forests, flowing rivers, and lush meadows. Most notably, at the island's center, he spotted a palace and a meticulously tended medicinal herb garden. This garden was brimming with various spiritual herbs, each over 1,000 years old, including several 10,000-year-old varieties. Regrettably, as a weaponsmith, any herbs he gathered would be confiscated upon his exit. Could the disturbance of the small sword be linked to these treasures? Clearly, that was improbable. Lu Yu pressed on to explore the palace. The palace was modest in size, comprising a grand hall and several side chambers, yet it was remarkably pristine, utterly devoid of dust. Evidently, the entire structure was imbued with a dust-repelling and self-cleaning formation. Could this be a retreat of the founding patriarch? This small realm had not been rumored to have been visited by any high-ranking cultivator aside from the patriarch. Might there be some residual techniques or manuscripts left behind? Lu Yu could not help but quicken his search. However, disappointment soon washed over him. The palace was alarmingly devoid of treasures. The study lacked books and jade slips. The alchemy room held no elixirs, and the artifact forging room bore no remnants of magical tools. His initial excitement waned, giving way to despondency. Was his journey to amount to nothing? Yet, the small sword continued to exhibit signs of agitation. Following its guidance, Lu Yu arrived at the side of an ancient well. Before he could peer into the depths of the well, the small sword suddenly shot forth from his dantian and dove straight into the abyss. Wait! Lu Yu gasped in astonishment, hastily propelling himself after it. The small sword was his greatest reliance, he could not afford to lose it. The mouth of the well measured merely a meter in width, yet it widened substantially as one descended, extending into unfathomable depths. Lu Yu descended for an indeterminate time until he finally glimpsed the water's surface. Without hesitation, he plunged into the well's icy depths. The water was frigid and profound. Lu Yu shivered involuntarily, resurfacing to find the well water astonishingly cold. Despite the sweltering August heat above, the well felt akin to a frozen cavern. Taking a deep breath, he submerged once more. The water was remarkably clear. Had it not been for its buoyancy, he would scarcely have sensed its presence. The well's walls were adorned with luminous stones, casting a bright glow that created an ethereal sensation of floating in the air. However, within such crystalline waters and under such brilliant illumination, gazing towards the bottom revealed only an abyss of deep blue, utterly devoid of any visible floor. How profound is this ancient well? Could there be a hidden realm beneath? Lu Yu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement as he descended deeper into the well. After plunging at least 300 meters, he still found no signs of reaching the bottom. The walls of the well were adorned with peculiar stones protruding from their surfaces, and small fish flitted about, though they were too minuscule to be of any significance. Nevertheless, Lu Yu was not one to easily surrender. The greater the depth, the more extraordinary it seemed, rendering the exploration immensely valuable. Continuing his descent for another 300 meters, he was astonished to discover several slanted passages branching off below. Which path should he take? A moment of hesitation crossed Lu Yu's mind. However, soon after, his little sword made the decision for him, darting into one of the passages, prompting Lu Yu to follow suit without delay. This passage, too, was spacious and illuminated, yet it twisted and turned. After approximately another 200 meters, he arrived at an unexpected sight, a fantastical underground world of azure waters. Who would have imagined such a vast subterranean expanse hidden beneath this ancient well? This aquatic realm stretched for miles in every direction, seemingly boundless. As Lu Yu navigated cautiously through this immense water world, he encountered creatures he had never seen before: jellyfish resembling peach blossoms, bioluminescent three-eyed fish, and entirely transparent spirit fish. schools of these ethereal fish gathered and dispersed throughout the vast underwater space, creating a breathtaking spectacle.
Could these be ancient creatures thought to be extinct?
Lu Yu felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. He was certain he had never seen or heard of these beings before. Fortunately, the spirit fish exhibited little aggression,
posing no threat to him.
The scale of this water world was immense, resembling a labyrinth, and gradually, he began to feel the effects of oxygen deprivation. Despite being a cultivator, he found it increasingly difficult to hold his breath after such an extended period underwater. Suddenly, after following his little sword through a narrow opening, he felt an instant release as he plunged into a marvelous cavern. Remarkably, this cave was devoid of water, all liquid was kept at bay beyond its entrance.
Lu Yu quickly dried his garments and inhaled deeply.
The cave measured approximately 30 feet in length and width, its uneven surfaces suggesting natural formation,
covered in thick layers of dust, as if untouched for millennia.
At the back of the cave stood a bizarre golden stone, emanating a faint glow, its light flickering like a candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. After entering the cave, the little sword swiftly embedded itself into the strange stone,
voraciously absorbing its essence.
What could this be? Lu Yu had never seen such a stone before, but he refrained from touching it recklessly.
Instead, he quickly delved into the little sword's consciousness to explore its inherited memories.
After what felt like an eternity, Lu Yu suddenly opened his eyes, revealing an expression of incredulity. This was, indeed, a world origin stone, an invaluable treasure reputed to possess the ability to create a genuine world.
Lu Yu's heart surged with an overwhelming sense of astonishment.
The primordial stone of this world, revered as the origin of all existence, possesses an extraordinarily enigmatic energy. It is a wondrous treasure utilized by mighty beings to forge celestial realms. Even in the spirit realm where the little sword resides, such a phenomenon is a rare occurrence,
happening once in a millennium.
However, even if one were to encounter it, without unique methods, it remains utterly unattainable. Chapter 80. Injury. The small fragment of source stone before him is likely a remnant from the inception of this miniature world. It was here that the founder of the Lu Yun sect established a palace, presumably to study the extraction of this source stone.
Yet, for reasons unknown, he was unable to succeed in his endeavor.
The fact that this small sword could absorb it directly was increasingly intriguing to Lu Yu.
As time passed, the small sword grew ever brighter, its blade becoming increasingly solid. If its earlier brilliance could be likened to the glow of fireflies, it now radiated like the stars. What transformations would occur once the small sword absorbed the essence of this world? After 2 continuous days of absorption, the source stone finally dimmed completely, transforming into an utterly ordinary rock.
Upon consuming the entire source stone, the small sword produced just a single drop of celestial essence, without any further change.
This left Lu Yu's immense anticipation utterly shattered. Was the stone simply too small to induce a qualitative shift?
Yet, where could he possibly find more source stones? Surely, it would be a lifetime before he encountered another. The greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. He had not anticipated that this treasure would prove to be so lackluster. With a sense of resignation, he sheathed the small sword and emerged from the ancient well. With only a short time remaining until the 2-month mark, he decided against further ventures outside, opting instead to remain in the palace and patiently await his automatic transport out of the secret realm after the trial concluded. One day, while leisurely studying herbal concoctions in the palace, Lu Yu was suddenly jolted by a thunderous explosion from outside. Hastily setting aside his work, he flew out, riding his sword toward the source of the commotion. Upon arrival, he beheld a scene of devastation along the island's shore, where several golden core beasts lay scattered, their remains strewn about. Not far away, he spotted a figure clad in azure battle armor, lying motionless. His heart raced upon recognizing the azure armor. Was it Lin Qingxue? How had she come to be here? Was this sheer luck? Lu Yu felt as if a bounty of spirit stones was beckoning him. He quickly descended beside Lin Qingxue and gently nudged her. "Senior Sister Lin, what has happened to you?" "Lu Yu, what are you doing here?" Lin Qingxue struggled to open her eyes, and upon seeing him, panic set in as she attempted to rise.
"Do not speak. You are injured."
"Let me move you to a safe place," Lu Yu said softly, sensing an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Though Lin Qingxue instinctively resisted, she lacked the strength to fight back and allowed him to lift her. Lu Yu's movements were gentle and meticulous, akin to handling a delicate first love. As if afraid to cause her pain. This tender side of him took Lin Qingxue by surprise. She had not expected him to be so considerate. He carried her into the palace on the island, gently laying her down on the bed in the main hall. "Where are you hurt?" After adjusting Lin Qingxue to the most comfortable position, Lu Yu, with a voice imbued with magnetism, inquired. The shockwave from the explosion had shaken her, leaving her with some internal injuries. Lin Qingxue replied weakly, indicating her need for rest. "You should rest well, I will prepare some medicine," Lu Yu responded, promptly rising and heading towards the medicinal garden outside the palace. At that moment, Lin Qingxue's delicate and fragile demeanor struck him profoundly, causing his breath to quicken. He feared that remaining there would lead him to make a fundamental mistake. Although a fleeting ecstasy might tempt him, he had no desire for death. What he sought was spirit stones, not ephemeral emotions. It was imperative to remain steadfast at this juncture. The herbal medicine was readily available. Following the proportions from his inherited knowledge, Lu Yu collected a few ingredients and placed them into the medicinal furnace to begin concocting the remedy. As he neared completion, he resolutely added 1/10 of a drop of celestial essence to enhance its efficacy. After all, the injuries to her meridians were not easily healed. And if the remedy proved ineffective, he would feel embarrassed to demand a higher price. Though his supply of celestial essence was limited, this was not the time for frugality. Once the potion was prepared, he filled a bowl and approached Lin Qingxue's bedside. "Senior Sister Lin, the medicine is ready, please have a sip." She nodded weakly in response. Lu Yu gently propped her up, scooping a spoonful, blowing on it softly before bringing it to her lips. However, before Lin Qingxue could fully ingest it, she suddenly spat it out. Tui, tui, tui. The bed and Lu Yu were splattered with the bitter concoction. "Senior sister, this medicine is quite precious, please do not waste it," Lu Yu exclaimed, quickly wiping his clothes with a pained expression. "What kind of medicine is this? Why is it so bitter?" Lin Qingxue complained, her face contorted with distaste. "Bitter medicine is the best kind, haven tea, you heard? This is a unique recipe I've gathered for quite some time." "Humph, what unique recipe could you possibly have? I want tea, drink it." At that moment, Lin Qingxue resembled a petulant child, defiantly sealing her lips. "Truly, I am not deceiving you. Just take a sip, if it doesn't tea work. You needn't tea finish the rest." "Just a sip?" Lin Qingxue asked, her disbelief evident. "Yes." "Very well." Under Lu Yu's patient coaxing, Lin Qingxue, albeit skeptically, pinched her nose and took a small sip. As the medicinal liquid entered her stomach, a surge of healing energy coursed through her body, igniting her meridians with a fiery sensation. Soon, this warmth transformed into a refreshing coolness, enveloping her entire being in comfort. "It really works!" Lin Qingxue marveled internally. Just that small sip had already made her feel significantly better. From that point on, without further persuasion from Lu Yu, she obediently opened her mouth, consuming the medicine sip by sip. She quietly relished Lu Yu's gentle care, pondering that this was the treatment a goddess deserved. It appeared that his motivations were not solely centered on spirit stones. After finishing, Lin Qingxue felt a warm sensation throughout her body, no longer sensing any pain. And it seemed she could muster some spiritual energy as well. Chapter 81, a discussion on medical expenses. She cast a grateful glance at Lu Yu, her eyes sparkling with an unusual light, leaving him feeling rather bashful. "Sister Lin, shall I carry you back to your room for a rest?" Lu Yu proposed suddenly. Given that the day had turned late, remaining in the grand hall was hardly advisable. A rest in the room? Lu Yu's suggestion instantly conjured troubling thoughts in Lin Qingxue's mind. Was he finally revealing his true intentions? However, she felt a newfound strength within her now. So she decided to observe what this young man was up to. Ultimately, she acquiesced, reasoning that if he truly intended to harm her, she could expose him later. Unbeknownst to Lu Yu, he harbored no ulterior motives, his sole desire was for her to rest well. Yet, as is often the case, unforeseen events lurked nearby. Perhaps due to the exhaustion from concocting medicine, when Lu Yu carried Lin Qingxue back to her chamber and gently laid her on the bed, he unexpectedly lost his footing and tumbled directly into her embrace. Fortunately, at the last moment, he managed to regain his balance. However, their faces were now mere inches apart. And he caught a whiff of the delicate fragrance emanating from her lips. In that instant, both were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with surprise, utterly at a loss.
He wouldn't dare to do anything to me, would he? Should I push him away? Lin Qingxue pondered, dazed.
Just as she braced herself for something to unfold, Lu Yu snapped back to reality and hastily straightened himself.
Ahem, my apologies.
I slipped, he explained, his expression tinged with embarrassment. Yet Lin Qingxue remained silent, continuing to gaze at him intently.
Sister Lin, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave.
Sensing the atmosphere had turned peculiar, Lu Yu, unable to face the awkwardness, quickly uttered a hasty farewell and fled. As he ran, he couldn't help but feel bewildered.
How utterly humiliating.
A cultivator. Slipping like that, he could hardly believe it himself.
Truly, a moment's misstep could lead to eternal regret.
The heroic image he had cultivated was now utterly shattered.
Once Lu Yu departed, Lin Qingxue finally emerged from her daze and couldn't suppress a chuckle.
She suddenly realized that teasing this seemingly serious yet mischievous young man was rather amusing. He seemed quite different from the other lascivious men she had encountered.
That night,
neither could find peace, both tossing and turning, their hearts tangled in complex emotions.
The following morning, Lu Yu arrived early at the Grand Hall to prepare medicinal porridge.
As for his unexpected fervor, he himself could not quite articulate it. Just after he finished cooking the porridge, a voice suddenly called out, "Junior brother Lu, I am hungry." Lin Qingxue emerged from her room, looking somewhat fatigued yet markedly improved, able to walk with some effort.
All right, Lu Yu responded promptly.
Assisting Lin Qingxue to the white jade dining table before serving her a bowl of porridge, placing it before her.
He glanced at Lin Qingxue's expression,
noticing no signs of abnormality, which eased his unease.
"Junior brother Lu, I would appreciate your assistance in repairing my spirit armor over the next few days. Additionally,
my spirit sword has self-destructed, please forge me another one," Lin Qingxue said with a natural demeanor, as if nothing had transpired the previous night.
Of course.
These tasks are my responsibility, Lu Yu nodded.
Also, I would like to have that concoction from last night again.
This. Lu Yu hesitated, fully aware of the ingredients that had contributed to the potion's remarkable effects.
What? Are you unwilling?
Lin Qingxue inquired, somewhat surprised, as he had been quite enthusiastic in his promotion of it. Very well, Lu Yu replied with a hint of bitterness, realizing that the potion's efficacy had been so impressive that this young lady was now dependent on it. Nevertheless, he decided to brew another batch, as his kindness compelled him to do so, and it seemed prudent to broach the topic of spirit stones in due course. In the ensuing 2 days, Lin Qingxue had largely recovered, yet she continued to relish Lu Yu's attentive care. She could not discern whether she was enjoying his gentle demeanor or merely indulging in a sense of defiance, curious to see if he would be captivated by her beauty. Previously, she had always found men to be somewhat intimidating, constantly scheming for their own gain. However, her time spent with Lu Yu had softened her perspective.
Her current existence was rather pleasant, was it not?
On the 4th day, after finishing the last dose of the medicine,
Lu Yu could no longer contain himself and spoke up, "Sister Lin, how was the effect of the medicine I prepared?" Upon seeing the sincerity in Lu Yu's smile, Lin Qingxue felt a sudden twinge of foreboding. What was he plotting?
It was adequate, passable, she replied with a nonchalant nod.
He. Then shall we discuss the matter of the payment for the medicine? Lu Yu suddenly revealed a dissonant grin. Payment? What payment? Lin Qingxue was taken aback. Sister Lin,
the tonic you have been consuming these past few days was brewed from dozens of precious spiritual herbs, using a unique, proprietary formula.
I only ask for
5,000 spirit stones.
5,000 spirit stones?
Lin Qingxue exclaimed, her previously accumulated goodwill dissipating in an instant.
Did I truly misjudge him? Was his attentive behavior merely a facade for this? How desperately in need of spirit stones must he be? Sister Lin, considering the efficacy of this tonic, 5,000
spirit stones is certainly a modest sum. Think about it, if you recover a day sooner, you could harvest several high-grade spiritual herbs to take with you.
Just how much would those premium herbs be worth in spirit stones?
This tonic at 5,000 spirit stones is undoubtedly a worthwhile investment,
Lu Yu earnestly explained.
Lin Qingxue pondered this carefully and found merit in his reasoning. Yet, she still felt a sense of reluctance.
Do you not find it rather mundane to discuss spirit stones with this celestial being?
She asked, twirling a lock of her hair.
Sister Lin, what else could we discuss besides spirit stones? Surely we cannot delve into matters of the heart? Lu Yu replied half-jokingly, What? Is that not acceptable?
Lin Qingxue suddenly turned her head, a smile gracing her face as she looked at Lu Yu. Of course it is not acceptable.
Lu Yu resolutely shook his head. This little girl actually thought she could renege on the deal? If it weren't for my cleverness, I would have nearly fallen for your trick.
For a straightforward man like Lu Yu, the ethereal notion of love was far less substantial than the reality of spirit stones.
Lin Qingxue,
taken aback by his unwavering response, found herself momentarily at a loss for words.
How could he be so adamant? After negotiating the spirit stones,
Lu Yu suddenly became full of vigor. However, Lin Qingxue reverted to her usual indifference. Previously, she believed their relationship should be limited to transactions involving spirit stones. But now that he was indeed focused solely on that, she found it difficult to be genuinely pleased. On the fifth day, Lin Qingxue felt she had completely recovered. And Lu Yu's spiritual sword was once again successfully refined.
With merely 10 days remaining until the 2-month deadline, neither of them wished to linger any longer.
Every moment spent in this secret realm was priceless and must not be squandered. Missing out on these 2 months would mean that no matter the cost,
entry would be impossible in the future.
Thus, after harvesting the spiritual herbs on the island, they wasted no more time and, under Lu Yu's guidance, left the central island unscathed.
Chapter 82, Your Spirit Stone in the blink of an eye. Several days had passed. On this day,
as the two approached the impending 2-month deadline, engrossed in their search for spiritual herbs, they suddenly felt a surge of repulsion. With a flash of light, the two found themselves amidst the Flowing Cloud Mountain range. Around the altar of the Flowing Cloud Mountains, a throng of people bustled about, creating a vibrant atmosphere. As elite disciples and artifact refiners emerged one after another through the teleportation, joy was evident on each of their faces. Those who managed to escape the secret realm, provided they hadn't remained hidden in caves, were sure to have reaped considerable rewards. Such gains would afford them a comfortable period in their future cultivation endeavors. However, the original group of over 200 had diminished by a third, comprising mostly young elites, a fact that elicited some melancholy. Those who did not return were perhaps devoured by beasts or fell victim to rival competitors. Yet, no one offered sympathy, nor did anyone pursue inquiries. After all, the moment they entered the secret realm, they understood the stakes: either return laden with spoils or remain forever ensnared within its depths. In the struggle for supremacy, no one could cast blame. Among the elite disciples of several prominent families, however, none were missing. Not only were their familial backgrounds profound, but their methods were also manifold. Moreover, their elders were not to be trifled with. Thus, even in the face of grievances, no one dared act recklessly. A single misstep could spell disaster for their family. Outside the valley at the mountain's entrance, several elders of the Flowing Clouds sect engaged in leisurely conversation. Brother, who do you think will claim first place this time?
That's obvious, it will undoubtedly be the Yin family.
Surely not? The Zhao family's lad has selected a refiner of late foundation establishment stage. Together, they may well surpass the Yin family's competitor.
I believe the Zhao family has a strong contender too. Each voiced their opinions. Yet no one held any optimism for the Lin family. After all, Lin Qingxue's refiner was merely a fledgling who had just ascended to 2 stars.
It would be commendable if he could forge a spiritual artifact within a month.
Could Lin Qingxue, no matter how formidable, possibly outpace the flight of a bird? Upon exiting,
Lu Yu followed Lin Qingxue to submit all his storage bags, then discreetly returned to the storage area to reclaim his personal belongings. The elders of each peak would require ample time to tally the spoils, and the rewards would be distributed later.
Each storage bag bore a unique aura, meticulously overseen by the elders, alleviating any concerns amidst the public scrutiny.
An hour later, they gathered once more in the grand hall where they had initially set out. A multitude of artifact refiners and elite disciples awaited the results of this inventory.
Ah, this junior actually made it out alive?
A pallid-faced refiner remarked as he approached Lu Yu, his tone dripping with sarcasm. This individual was the most senior among the refiner contingent. As his words fell, the surrounding crowd turned in unison, and upon recognizing Lu Yu, a flicker of jealousy crossed their faces.
The young man, possessing such meager cultivation, managed to emerge unscathed?
Lu Yu, who had intended to keep a low profile, could only offer a faint smile to the onlookers.
Wasn't this a mere truism? With Fairy Lin's protection, could he possibly sustain any injuries? Another elegantly dressed alchemist chimed in with a tone laced with envy. Indeed.
This lad has truly stumbled upon a stroke of luck.
Yet, one wonders, has he enjoyed her favor?
At this remark, an immediate tension gripped the crowd, their gazes turning towards Lu Yu, laden with hostility.
My esteemed brother's jest, Lu Yu hastily clarified, feeling the weight of their stares. Fairy Lin is akin to a celestial star, how could I entertain any thoughts of impropriety? Indeed, you wouldn't dare. The crowd exhaled in unison, a collective sigh of relief washing over them.
Suddenly, a melodious voice pierced the air.
Junior brother Lu, your spirit stones.
Among the elite disciples, Lin Qingxue approached with an expression of melancholic reproach, thrusting a storage bag into Lu Yu's hands.
Gasp.
This singular act caused the eyes of all present to widen in astonishment. Not only the alchemists nearby but even those from afar regarded Lu Yu with malice.
This lad has truly won the favor of the fairy? But what does this gift of spirit stones signify? Is there some other transaction between them?
Lu Yu was at a loss for words.
This girl. Why must she choose such a public setting? Is she wishing for my demise? Truly, a beauty can be a source of calamity.
It seems prudent to keep my distance from her, my fragile constitution cannot withstand such turmoil. As the senior members of the Flowing Cloud sect gathered, the once cacophonous hall fell into a profound silence. The moment of greatest excitement was imminent. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the elders announced the formal commencement of the spirit herb tally. The alchemist's storage bags had long been scrutinized, yielding scant spirit herbs. Thus, all eyes turned to the elite disciples.
Wang Yu, 373. Zhao Bujing, 391. Yan Hao, 413.
As each elite disciple's storage bag was opened, the delight on the head of the Yin family grew more pronounced. Thus far, their family had amassed the highest quantity of spirit herbs,
making them likely contenders for the top position. This foretold decades of dominance over the Lin family.
The other family heads shared a similar sentiment, feeling that they could finally hold their heads high. However, when Lin Qingxue took the stage and unveiled an enormous pile of spirit herbs, their expressions abruptly shifted,
and they collectively gasped in disbelief.
The Lin family's harvest far surpassed their previous gains.
How could this be? The elders, engrossed in the counting, took a full quarter of an hour to assess the bounty.
When the final tally was revealed, everyone began to question their very existence. Lin Qingxue's storage bag contained an astonishing 812 spirit herbs, among which were 130 aged over a millennium and 12 over 10,000 years. This quantity was double that of the second place.
How could this possibly be achieved? It was simply unfathomable. The elite disciple of the Yin family, Yan Hao, muttered in a daze.
He had selected the finest blacksmith and promised the most exceptional rewards.
Upon entering the secret realm,
neither of them had slacked off for even a moment, they had truly pushed themselves to the limit. They had expected to secure first place confidently,
only to be met with a defeat more catastrophic than previous years.
Meanwhile, all the blacksmiths turned their gazes towards Lu Yu.
As Lin Qingxue's accompanying blacksmith?
If he were to claim the top spot, his reward would be no less than 5,000 spirit stones, significantly more than what his peers would receive.
How astonishing!
This young man merely hid behind a beautiful woman, doing nothing, yet emerged victorious effortlessly.
Is there no justice in this world? At that moment, the blacksmiths present were filled with envy towards Lu Yu.
After all the storage bags had been meticulously accounted for,
the sect leader of the Lu Yun sect finally announced the results of the trial with a broad smile.
The Lin family, unsurprisingly, claimed first place once again,
leaving all other families far behind.
This trial unfolded before the watchful eyes of all, devoid of any underhanded tactics.
Even the blacksmiths present were well acquainted with one another.
In that moment, everyone gained a renewed appreciation for the Lin family's profound heritage.
Chapter 83, Feiyu City Previously.
They felt that the gap between them and the Lin family was not insurmountable, believing that with a little effort, they could soon surpass them. Especially with the recent rise of the Yen family.
However, upon the announcement of the results, an overwhelming silence enveloped the crowd.
Though the Lin family typically maintained a low profile, their strength remained unfathomable. In this mission, Liu received an official reward of 5,000 spirit stones. While all the materials and spiritual tools he acquired in the secret realm were confiscated. Nonetheless, the sect granted a priority exchange right. By spending half of the market price in spirit stones, one could exchange their materials or spiritual tools obtained from the secret realm.
Without hesitation,
Liu converted most of his spirit stones into materials and spiritual tools from beastly creatures before hastily returning to the blacksmith shop.
After 2 months away,
the shop had reverted to a desolate state. The spiritual tools had long been sold out, leaving only a few scattered magical artifacts hanging on the walls. Liu first exchanged pleasantries with Wang Hao and then retreated to his room to assess the spoils from his expedition into the secret realm. He had amassed over 10,000 spirit stones in several sets of beast materials. Had he not exchanged for materials, his spirit stones would have multiplied.
During this time,
Wang Hao and the others had also sold their previous spiritual tools, accumulating over 10,000 spirit stones as well.
With the materials brought back from the secret realm,
Liu resolved to commence forging immediately, aiming to restore the business of his small shop. In the following 2 months, as spiritual tools were birthed from Liu's hands,
the business of the blacksmith shop indeed showed signs of revival.
More importantly, he successfully crafted the dragon scale battle armor. However, to his dismay, after a 6-month hiatus,
the Xiantian order in his possession once again transmitted an urgent summons.
This task was grave and of significant importance. Containing a single directive, there have been changes in the southern barbarian battlefield, immediate support is required, return date uncertain.
Liu, taken aback by this,
hurried to the shop to arrange various matters.
Wang Hao, how many spirit stones have you accumulated during this time?
Liu inquired of Wang Hao, who appeared quite content.
A few thousand, why do you ask? Wang Hao replied, momentarily taken aback. Hand them over to me.
All right. Wang Hao did not ask further questions and readily presented all his spirit stones.
Brother Yu, I have some as well, and Ruoshi, who was beside them forging,
began rummaging through her storage pouch upon hearing this. She had never seen Liu so serious before, leading her to surmise that there must be something particularly urgent at hand. That's enough, I have sufficient, Liu said after receiving Wang Hao's spirit stones,
promptly dashing out of the shop towards the largest pill pavilion in Lianyunqing.
During this period, he had earned over 90,000 spirit stones. And with the few thousand from Wang Hao, he had just enough to procure 2 foundation establishment pills. Half an hour later, Liu returned with 2 foundation establishment pills,
handing one to Ruoshi and one to Wang Hao. Brother Yu? What is this?
Wang Hao asked, perplexed as he gazed at the ornate box in his hands.
This is the foundation establishment pill, meant for your cultivation.
What?
Foundation. Foundation establishment pill? Hearing this, Wang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. He thought that even under the most fortunate circumstances, he would have to wait a decade to see a foundation establishment pill, yet here it was, presented to him now? Brother Liu, what is going on?
And Ruoshi also appeared dazed upon hearing this.
The truth is, I must leave for a period of time. And I do not know when I will return.
You should close the shop and focus on your foundation establishment,
Liu instructed. Brother Yu, no. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it.
Wang Hao decisively pushed the foundation establishment pill back into Liu's hands. Though he had long dreamed of possessing such a pill, he believed in the principle of not accepting unearned rewards. He had already received immense kindness from Liu and could not accept such a generous gift.
Brother Liu, I also do not wish to take it.
And Ruoshi added, promptly returning the pill as well.
Are you both certain you do not want it? Then I shall discard it. Lu Yu feigned throwing the ornate box away. Wait, don't! Wang Hao quickly grasped Lu Yu's arm. So, do you still want it or not? Lu Yu inquired, a hint of irritation in his voice. Fine, I shall not be overly sentimental. I am forever grateful for this kindness. From this day forth, you are my true brother. Even if it means traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire, I shall not hesitate. Wang Hao declared, his eyes glistening with emotion.
And Ruoshi remained silent,
lost in thought. Who said you must traverse mountains of blades or seas of fire?
Just stay alive and take good care of Ruoshi, Lu Yu said, delivering a firm pat to Wang Hao's chest.
No problem.
I will ensure that no one dares to bully Sister Ruoshi.
After ensuring the well-being of the two,
Lu Yu headed directly to the Yunzhou contact point of the Xiantian Guard. A month later, he arrived at Feiyu City, a mysterious fortress nestled within towering mountains.
Feiyu City,
close to the southern barbarians' battlefield, served as the southern headquarters of the Xiantian Guard and the base for the Mingwei Special Operations Camp.
Generally,
the dark guards of the Xiantian Guard were tasked with covert investigations and assassination missions, while the bright guards faced the enemy directly, acting as the spearhead in battle.
As a dark guard, Lu Yu was not required to participate in military operations. However, due to the urgent military situation, he found himself on the list of those called to action. It turned out that during this period, the southern Ming continent had been experiencing frequent disturbances, indicating an imminent large-scale conflict.
The entire Special Operations Camp was now operating under heightened tension, with a pressing need for personnel. Both the Xiantian and southern Ming sects had been dispatching their special operations teams into each other's territories to create chaos, and their teams had clashed numerous times, resulting in significant casualties on both sides. Upon arriving at the Special Operations Camp, Lu Yu was immediately required to join a combat team and begin executing direct enemy missions. The next day, in a vast underground city, Lu Yu and dozens of other summoned Xiantian guards were assembled, waiting for selection into various combat teams. This group of Xiantian guards was primarily composed of recently selected bright guards from various regions, all at the foundation establishment stage, each exuding an air of elite determination.
Do you know of any renowned combat teams?
One of the Xiantian guards suddenly inquired, breaking the monotony of waiting. I have heard that the 5 most formidable legendary teams are the Star Rain team, the Shenyuan team, the Langya team, the Hurricane team, and the Black Dragon team. Each member is a master of the Golden Core level, and since their establishment, they have never known defeat, achieving countless military exploits.
An elder member of the Shenyuan Guard responded, such teams would likely disdain us, wouldn't they?
Indeed, we are merely a band of novices. It would be a miracle if any team even considered us, whispered several newly appointed Shenyuan guards among themselves.
You may be novices, but I am not.
A young man bearing a long spear retorted, revealing a hint of arrogance.
Humph.
The nearby Shenyuan guards scoffed at his words. Everyone has emerged from a sea of corpses.
Who among us lacks genuine skill?
However, their abilities pale in comparison to those of true elite teams.
The evidence has proven that their sentiments were indeed accurate.
Chapter 84, Special Forces. The recruitment process for elite special forces is notoriously stringent. The responsible personnel merely cast a cursory glance over the training grounds before departing. Those who remained to select candidates were primarily from newly formed teams or those with dismal records that had recently been defeated. The established elite teams were already inundated with veteran members, leaving no room for recruits lacking any notable achievements, such as Lu Yu and his companions. However, given the current shortage of personnel across all teams, there was little concern about the lack of candidates. The only distinction lay in whether one could join a more formidable team.
In this environment, tasks are executed through teamwork,
and relying solely on individual prowess in a subpar team would render one powerless.
As the Xiantian guards began to select members, it was finally Lu Yu's turn. Do tell. What are your areas of expertise?
Inquired a tall, slender cultivator clad in full battle armor, scrutinizing Lu Yu with a discerning gaze.
Swordsmanship, footwork, and throwing darts. Lu Yu replied candidly. Quite comprehensive, indeed.
The slender cultivator furrowed his brow, a hint of derision evident in his tone.
Ah, merely a superficial understanding.
Forgive me if I have caused you to chuckle, Lu Yu responded with a faint smile.
Very well, you shall do.
The slender cultivator sighed, somewhat resigned. The dire need for personnel left no room for further deliberation, for none present seemed more suitable. Shortly thereafter, Liu arrived at the team's base of operations.
The captain,
Sun Hao, who was the aforementioned tall, slender cultivator, was at the 7th level of Foundation establishment and had previously secured 3rd place in the Xiantian Mingwei Rookie Tournament, making him a notable figure among the newly inducted Xiantian guards. The remaining 3 members included a burly individual wielding a shield, at the 5th level of Foundation establishment. Specializing in defense, a Taoist nun clad in yellow, at the 6th level, proficient in magic and excelling in long-range attacks, and a boisterous youth, also at the 6th level, brandishing a blazing sword, adept at area-wide assaults. In contrast, Lu Yu, with only the 2nd level of Foundation establishment, was swiftly assigned to logistical and auxiliary roles. With Lu Yu's addition, the team was finally complete. To be frank, my selection of you is not due to your strength, but rather the necessity for this particular combination, Sun Hao remarked, surveying the 4 before him with an air of superiority. You are all novices, in the forthcoming missions. Do not question my commands, just follow them. The others in the team felt a twinge of discomfort at his words. Yet, considering his formidable reputation and their unfamiliarity with the situation, they had no choice but to swallow their discontent. The next day, the team swiftly received their first mission, to penetrate the mountains and eliminate a band of enemy elite scouts. This group was adept at evasion, specifically targeting cultivators from Xiantian realm who ventured into the mountains for hunting. When faced with overwhelming forces, they would quickly vanish from sight. However, recent reports from scouts had provided insight into their likely hideout. To avoid alerting the enemy, a special operations team had been specifically assigned for the ambush. Thus, as soon as the mission was announced, Sun Hao proactively accepted it. The team, composed of elite members, swiftly prepared themselves once the mission objective was clear, and they promptly set off into the vast expanse of the mountains. Soaring low and traversing mountains, after several days, we finally approached the enemy's territory within a 100-mile radius. To avoid alarming the adversary, the members of the team instinctively descended and concealed their presence as they stealthily advanced toward the target area. Sun Hao, wielding a cloud-patterned gun as the primary attacker, led the way at the forefront of the group. The Taoist nun in yellow, clutching a high-quality purple staff, positioned herself in the center of the formation. The burly figure, armed with a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, guarded the left flank, while the sword-wielding youth ambled along the right side with a carefree demeanor. Due to his comparatively lower cultivation level, Lu Yu lagged at the rear. The most challenging aspect of this mission was not vanquishing the enemy but rather tracking their movements. However, after an entire day of relentless searching through the mountains, the team had yet to catch a glimpse of their foes. Junior brother Lu, your sword is quite impressive. During a break, the sword-wielding youth, Mozun, idly struck up a conversation. Having spent the day in close proximity to Lu Yu, he had discerned several details. Although Lu Yu's sword appeared unadorned, it possessed a deep crimson hue and exquisite quality, prompting Mo to instinctively sense its extraordinary nature. Your knife is commendable as well, Lu Yu replied with a subtle compliment. From Lu Yu's perspective, the youth's treasured blade had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of spiritual grade quality. Of course, it was crafted using our ancestral secret technique. Mozun responded with a confident grin. As they exchanged pleasantries, the two gradually grew more familiar with one another. On the following day, the team resumed their journey. Junior brother Lu, your steps are light, you should search the other side, Sun Hao suddenly commanded without courtesy. Given their defensive formation, Lu Yu was deemed the least useful. And even if they encountered enemies, he would only play a minor role. Hence, Sun Hao believed it wise to detach him from the group, sending him forth as a scout to gather intelligence. If he could uncover or lure out the enemy, it would serve a purpose. The others regarded Lu Yu with a hint of sympathy, acting independently from the team undoubtedly posed greater peril. However, they recognized that in team dynamics, one must be valuable, or else face exclusion. Understood, Lu Yu responded without further protest. Two separate search routes would indeed expedite their efforts. Once separated from the team, Lu Yu retrieved the spirit manifestation plate, his secret weapon, which had been inconvenient to use within the group but could now be employed boldly. On the third day, Outside a secluded valley, Luyu, concealed in the shadows, finally felt a sense of relief. At that moment, he observed 6 red dots within the valley. And after careful scrutiny, he was nearly certain that the enemy was hidden there. After sending a message via a paper crane to Sun Hao, he settled into his hiding spot, awaiting their arrival. Approximately an hour later, Sun Hao and the remaining 3 members materialized beside Luyu. "Where are they?" Luyu pointed ahead toward a cave in the valley. "I have observed it, there are indeed cultivators from the southern Ming continent." Sun Hao gazed ahead and caught sight of an enemy cultivator emerging from the cave. "These bastards are truly here." Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Hao mounted a war wolf and leaped forward. He had searched tirelessly for 2 entire days without catching a glimpse of his adversary, harboring a simmering resentment within. Upon witnessing the captain's advance, Luyu and the others hastily gathered their energies to follow suit. However, the war wolf that Sun Hao rode seemed to possess an extraordinary bloodline, accelerating with remarkable speed, swiftly creating a substantial distance between him and Luyu's group. Suddenly, enemy cultivators emerged from the cave, startled to see someone charging toward them, and they cried out in alarm. Yet, in the next instant, Sun Hao's flying spear whistled through the air. Unfortunately, the enemy cultivators were not without skill. One deft roll allowed them to narrowly evade the attack. Sun Hao summoned his spear back, racing toward the cave entrance to attempt another shot. At that moment, numerous enemy cultivators surged forth from within, unleashing a barrage of concealed weapons aimed directly at him. Observing this, Sun Hao quickly deflected the projectiles with his spear and retreated a few steps. Chapter 85. Alone advanced. Just as time slipped away, the enemy had completely evaded the battlefield, casting smoke bombs before vanishing into the jungle. By the time Mozun and the others arrived, there was no trace of the enemy cultivators left. "What have you all been doing? Why are you so slow?" Sun Hao exclaimed in frustration. The group exchanged glances, for not everyone possessed such exceptional mounts, and they had exerted themselves to the fullest. They had initially discovered the enemy's cave and could have encircled it methodically, but unexpectedly, the adversaries charged recklessly, causing them to miss a golden opportunity. It was difficult to assign blame, yet as the captain, Sun Hao was not to be contradicted. "Continue the pursuit," he commanded. And the team quickly reformed into a diamond formation, resolutely pursuing in a singular direction. After an indeterminate time, a figure from the enemy suddenly flashed before them. "Charge!" Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Hao surged forward again. Mozun and the others swiftly activated their techniques to keep pace. Luyu also unleashed his full potential, executing the cloud concealment step. Yet, it was not long before the earlier scene repeated itself. Riding the advantage of his mount, Sun Hao soon distanced himself from the others. The enemy, a solitary individual, drew ever closer, and Sun Hao felt that this time, he would surely catch up. However, the enemy's speed was no less remarkable. Despite the proximity, they always seemed just out of reach. Sun Hao perceived no issue, relentlessly pursuing through a series of twists and turns, until he vanished from sight ahead. Seeing their captain's figure disappear, Ziyuan and the others grew anxious, fervently channeling their spiritual energy to catch up. Initially, Liu managed to keep up with Sun Hao. But soon, he too lost sight of him. Thus, the group was divided into 3 parts. Sun Hao advanced alone, lured away by a single enemy, while Liu found himself in the middle, uncertain whether to wait or press on. Meanwhile, Mozun and the other 2 lagged behind, unable to catch up. Having lost track of Sun Hao, Liu resorted to his revealing plate to observe the situation. To his dismay, he saw that Sun Hao had run far ahead, while Ziyuan and the others had suddenly halted, besieged by foes. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Liu hastily turned back to assist. The enemy leader had cunningly observed Sun Hao's pride, sending forth the strongest combatant to draw him away while ambushing the unsuspecting trio behind. As Liu neared the spot where the others had stopped, he could already hear the intense sounds of battle. He quickened his pace, and soon, the scene before him left him astounded. The Taoist nun in yellow lay on the ground, while Mozun and the hulking figure desperately guarded her, the situation perilous. Surrounding them were 5 enemy cultivators, each at the 6th level of the foundation establishment stage. The hulking figure was bloodied and battered, clinging to life by sheer will. Mozun fared slightly better, wielding a blazing knife and furiously attacking the encroaching foes. "Only 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, it seems that if this continues,
defeat is merely a matter of time. Your leader is quite gullible, isn't he? The assailants, sensing their imminent victory, began to taunt. Indeed, with a mere trick, they were left utterly disoriented.
The malevolent adversary leered, "Let the woman on the ground be my first indulgence."
"Fear not, there's enough for everyone," the leading foe boasted. In an instant, the attackers intensified their onslaught. "Brother Ziyuan, perhaps you should flee." The towering figure, having repelled one attack, bore a new wound and urged Mo Ziyuan,
feeling he could hardly persevere any longer.
However, Mo Ziyuan remained silent, fervently continuing to swing his weapon.
Upon discerning the situation, Liu swiftly executed a distant teleportation,
unleashing a formidable sword energy.
A shriek pierced the air as an enemy, caught unawares, had their hand severed at the shoulder.
This sudden turn of events left everyone in the arena momentarily stunned.
Upon recognizing Liu, both Ziyuan and his companion displayed expressions of astonishment, while the enemy's momentum faltered.
"Haha, junior brother Liu, you have finally returned. What transpired?"
Liu inquired, his brow furrowed.
With his arrival, the pressure on Mo Ziyuan and his companion diminished significantly. "We pursued with all our might, only to be ambushed. It was a trap set by the enemy," Ziyuan succinctly explained. After the initial shock, the adversaries,
upon realizing that Liu was merely at the second level of Foundation establishment, closed in once more.
A mere novice at the second level of Foundation establishment dares to turn the tide? Attack!
Despite losing one combatant, they still held a significant advantage with 4 at the 6th level.
"Brother Ziyuan, execute the whirlwind slash," Liu suddenly commanded. "Oh!" Though puzzled, Mo Ziyuan leaped high, gathering momentum.
Just as he was about to strike, Liu's dragon soul sword shifted from dark red to a brilliant crimson, with a swift motion.
A fiery dragon enveloped Mo Ziyuan's blade, propelled by the whirlwind slash.
With a resounding boom, a surge of fiery energy erupted, exponentially more powerful than usual. The 4 attackers,
taken off guard, were thrown back, their bodies charred. How could this be? Did I unleash that? Mo Ziyuan was momentarily dumbfounded. The enemies, now in shock, widened their eyes in disbelief. One strike had severely wounded them, how could they continue to fight? "Brother Ziyuan, press on." "All right." Mo Ziyuan quickly regained his composure and leapt once more.
The exhilarating sensation of that raw power was intoxicating, he had grown fond of it.
However,
before he could strike again, the enemy's pupils constricted as they scattered in all directions.
"What should we do? Pursue or not?" Ziyuan's face bore a hint of disappointment.
"First, let us tend to our injuries," Liu replied, taking a breath. The previous assault was hardly sustainable, with merely a foundation level of cultivation at the 2nd tier.
He exhausted a significant portion of his spiritual energy with just one strike.
Fortunately, he managed to scare off the enemy. The Taoist in yellow suffered severe injuries, and while she still clung to life, it would likely take at least a year and a half for her to regain her combat strength. The large man was also gravely wounded. Without several months of recuperation, he would not recover. Meanwhile, Sun Hao continued his pursuit but realized he could not catch up. After being led to a desolate area, he finally recognized he had been deceived and hurried back. Upon witnessing the heavy casualties among his comrades while the enemy had vanished without a trace, he erupted in fury, exclaiming, "You are all a bunch of useless fools. Not only could you not keep up, but you also fell into an ambush so easily."
At this, Mo Ziyuan could no longer contain himself. "Son, if it weren't for your arrogance, would we have needed to rush after you? So, your incompetence is somehow my fault?"
Sun Hao retorted incredulously.
"Whose fault could it be if not yours?" Mo Ziyuan shot back. "Fine. Then get lost. You are not welcome here." Sun Hao, infuriated, declared, "Fine. I quit." Mo Ziyuan tossed aside the team token, slung the injured Taoist over his shoulder, and walked away without looking back. Observing this,
the large man silently dropped his token and followed suit. Chapter 86, Ghost Squad. At this point, the team had completely disbanded. Liu observed the unfolding events with a cold demeanor, remaining silent. The adage "a poor commander exhausts the army" rang true. Although Zi Yuan and his companions possessed considerable strength, they were unfortunate to be led by a commander who only knew how to charge recklessly. Even though Sun Hao had invited Liu Yu to continue fighting alongside him as he departed, Liu Yu merely smiled faintly and declined the offer. While one may compensate for a lack of strength with superior equipment, an unwise mind is far more challenging to amend. Upon their return to Feiyu City, the yellow-clad Taoist and the simple-minded giant were compelled to temporarily retire due to their severe injuries. Liu Yu and Mo Zi Yuan, however, remained behind. After a few days of rest, they resumed their search for a team at the recruitment grounds. Yet, after several days of waiting, neither was selected. Upon inquiring, they learned that Sun Hao had shifted the blame for their previous mission's failure onto them and had spread this narrative, causing every squad to shy away from recruiting them. Lu Shidi, why don't you take the position of captain? Zi Yuan suddenly suggested, unable to contain his thoughts. To change others' perceptions of them, they could only rely on their own achievements. Me? You must be joking. Liu Yu responded in disbelief. Given his abilities, even joining another squad would lead to disdain, let alone assuming the role of captain. I believe you have a remarkable talent for leadership, and I am willing to follow your command. Zi Yuan insisted earnestly. He felt that Liu Yu's composed demeanor made him well suited for the captaincy, unlike himself, whose temperament could be rather volatile at times. Are you serious? Absolutely. Liu Yu fell into contemplation upon hearing this. After the experiences of the last mission, he realized that following others' commands imposed too many restrictions, making it more prudent to form his own team. Glancing at his military merits, he found that he barely met the qualifications to establish a squad. Yet, with his limited experience, would he truly be able to command others? Nevertheless, with no one else wanting them, they had little choice but to venture forth on their own. Thus, encouraged by Zi Yuan, Liu Yu applied to the higher-ups of the Special Operations Camp for the right to establish a squad, naming it Ghost. However, the reality of founding a squad proved to be quite challenging. With no reputation and limited cultivation, who would willingly serve under a cultivator at the second level of foundation establishment? The squad's information was posted for several days without attracting any members. If they could not gather 3 members within 5 days, their squad would face imminent dissolution. Just as despair began to set in, a strikingly cool young woman entered, stating directly, "I wish to join the Ghost Squad." Both men were taken aback by her impressive cultivation level, which was at the 8th level of foundation establishment, leaving them incredulous. After a moment, Liu Yu regained his composure and asked, "May I inquire your esteemed name, senior sister? What brings you to seek membership in the Ghost Squad?" "I am Cheng Xiaoxiao, at the 8th level of foundation establishment. It is not that I wish to join your squad, but rather that no other squad would accept me, so I had no choice but to come here." The young woman replied candidly. "Oh? With your level of cultivation, how could it be that no squad would want you?" Liu Yu questioned, astonished by her revelation. Until this matter is clarified, he feels a lingering sense of insecurity. The former captain had laid hands on me, and I rendered him impotent. The beautiful woman spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if recounting a trivial incident. Hiss. Upon hearing this, both Liu Yu and Zi Yuan instinctively recoiled, gasping in shock. This fierce woman is rather intimidating. Yet, do they have any other options at this point? After a long pause, Liu Yu finally made a decision. "Very well. I shall accept it. There is no alternative. It is better to compromise than to have the team disbanded. As long as I manage my lower half, all should be well." When the recruitment period concluded, the Phantom Squad consisted of only 3 members, and no one else had applied to join in the following days. Liu Yu consoled himself by thinking, quality is more valuable than quantity in the realm of warriors. 3 days later, Liu Yu accepted a mission to investigate a stronghold known as Black Wind Fortress, nestled within the mountains. Should their strength prove insufficient, they could either demolish it directly or simply gather intelligence. However, the reward for destruction far exceeded that of mere reconnaissance. That evening, Liu Yu gathered his companions to outline the mission's requirements and emphasized the importance of discipline before setting out under the cover of darkness. Mo Zi Yuan donned a suit of purple battle armor, shouldering a blazing sword, while Cheng Xiaoxiao was clad in sleek black combat gear, wielding a black dragon whip, exuding an air of formidable prowess. Liu Yu himself wore dark red dragon scale armor, brandishing a dragon soul sword. All three were heavily offensive in nature. Such a team, despite its lack of harmony, was all they had to work with. The trio hastened their journey, finally sneaking into the rear of Blackwind Fortress by dusk 2 days later. Inside, the occupants were reveling in excess, most of whom were low-level cultivators. Only the three main leaders possessed noteworthy strength, around the fifth layer of foundation establishment, yet they were thoroughly inebriated at this point. Among the guests, Lu Yu spotted 2 cultivators from the southern Ming continent, entwined with 2 female cultivators from the Xiantian continent, groping them with abandon. Although they were well disguised in the attire of the Xiantian realm, their facial features and skin tone betrayed their origin, revealing the stronghold's ties to the southern Ming cultivation world. It was likely a foothold for the southern Ming sect in this region. Chang Xiaoxiao immediately proposed to storm the fortress, but Lu Yu restrained her. He glanced at the spiritual sensing device, noting that while only a few bright red dots were visible, there was a rather indistinct area that raised a sense of unease within him. After simulating their approach twice, they had inexplicably been annihilated. Thus, despite Chang Xiaoxiao's puzzled expression, Lu Yu resolutely commanded a retreat. This directive, however, infuriated Chang Xiaoxiao. After retreating 100 miles, she confronted him without restraint. "Why didn't we act earlier? I sensed an ambush inside." Lu Yu patiently explained. "Sensed? Do you have any evidence?" "No." "Since there is no evidence, why should we proceed? Just because of your ridiculous intuition, we are to relinquish such a promising opportunity for merit?" Chang Xiaoxiao responded incredulously. She had joined the military to achieve accomplishments, to prove herself to someone special. Now, the opportunity to seize the moment lies before me. Yet it was relinquished with a mere, nonchalant remark from the other party? "I am the captain, my word is final." Lu Yu offered no further explanation and turned to leave. "You!" Chang Xiaoxiao was immediately incensed. However, Lu Yu had already departed, leaving her no choice but to follow him in frustration. Upon returning to the military camp and concluding the task handover, Chang Xiaoxiao approached Lu Yu with indignation, openly expressing her disdain. "You are nothing but a coward. It is one thing to lack strength, but to possess such timidity. I am ashamed to be in your company." With that, she cast aside her team token and turned to leave, leaving Lu Yu and Zi Yuan staring at each other in astonishment. Yet, Lu Yu felt no regret. He was resolute in his methods, preferring to miss an opportunity than to make a mistake. "It seems I must craft a more advanced divination disc." Lu Yu sighed heavily. The current divination disc could not detect even moderately sophisticated concealment formations. Witnessing Chang Xiaoxiao storm off in anger, Mo Ziyuan appeared to hesitate, as if on the brink of speaking. "Do you also think I acted inappropriately?" Lu Yu couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. "No, I believe you are correct." Although Mo Ziyuan was somewhat hesitant, he soon displayed a look of determination. Hearing this, Lu Yu felt a sense of relief. "Alas, it seems I must recruit more individuals." After waiting several days at the recruitment grounds, indeed, no one showed interest. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him once more, a familiar figure suddenly entered. Shen Jing? Upon recognizing the person before him, Lu Yu was taken aback. "Junior brother Lu, it truly is you." Shen Jing's eyes instantly glistened with tears upon seeing Lu Yu. Her nose tinged with emotion, nearly on the verge of tears. Chapter 87, Harmonization. Over the years, she had hurried and raced, finally keeping pace with Lu Yu. Ever since learning that he had become a member of the Xiantian Guards, she had not rested for a moment. When her military achievements fell short, she tirelessly sought to amass them. When her experience was lacking, she burned the midnight oil, delving into various military strategies and tactics. At last, during this recruitment drive for the Xiantian Guards, she bravely overcame numerous challenges and successfully achieved her aspirations. Lu Yu was overjoyed at Shen Jing's arrival, while Mo Ziyuan wore an expression of disbelief. Shen Jing had already reached the 7th level of foundation establishment, yet she was willing to follow him here, indicating that Lu Yu's charm was truly extraordinary. With 3 individuals gathered, all of whom were his trusted aides, Lu Yu felt a renewed sense of purpose. Consequently, he resolutely exchanged a considerable number of contribution points for high-grade materials and commenced his crafting of weapons. After half a month, A brand new spirit manifestation disc was successfully forged, and the previous Qi Jiaobo was also completed.
This spirit manifestation disc could accurately identify any formations,
provided they were not above the Yuanying level, and its detection range was enhanced to 30 miles.
Moreover, the Qi Jiaobao reached the pinnacle of superior spiritual artifacts,
with the added ability to embed spirit stones, delivering multiple critical strikes.
This served as an excellent remedy for Lu Yu's deficiency in cultivation. With these enhancements, Lu Yu finally began to accept small tasks, aiming to refine his team.
On one particular day, in a forest,
3 fully armed individuals charged towards a pack of demon wolves.
The pack consisted of more than 20 wolves, all at the foundation establishment stage. Seemingly provoked as they bared their fangs and raced towards the trio. However, Lu Yu and his companions displayed no fear, continuing their advance like a razor-sharp sword,
plunging straight into the heart of the wolf pack.
Lu Yu donned dark red dragon scale armor at the center, while Ziyuan wielded a purple flame blade to the left. And Xinjing, clad in a fitted blue combat suit, brandished a bright silver snowflake spear to the right.
Ziyuan unleashed the flame impact. At the command, Mo Ziyuan leapt high, executing a powerful downward slash, while Lu Yu's dragon soul sword conjured a fire dragon that seamlessly merged with Ziyuan's attack. With a resounding boom, several of the charging demon wolves were struck by the fiery assault, sent flying back, their bodies charred.
Xinjing, to the right, soul-snatching spear.
Upon hearing the command,
Xinjing swiftly maneuvered her silver spear, gathering momentum before launching it with lightning speed. The spear soared like a dragon, howling as it sped towards the rightmost demon wolf. Just as the wolf attempted to evade, it discovered, concealed beneath the momentum of the silver spear, an ice arrow that arrived first, instantly freezing it. The freezing effect lasted but a moment, yet at this crucial juncture, it proved to be lethal.
With a resounding thud, the silver spear struck the wolf's head with tremendous force.
A single spear shot to the head was nothing short of decisive. It turned out that as Lu Yu issued the command, he had simultaneously summoned the Qi Jiaobao to shoot an ice arrow, launching an assault upon the demon wolves.
Although the ice arrow lacked the enhancement of spirit stones and possessed average attack power, its auxiliary effect was remarkable. After launching the attack, the wolf pack swiftly approached, with a demonic wolf lunging directly at Lu Yu. However, Lu Yu's momentum remained unabated. With a slight shift, he deftly evaded the wolf's assault.
Hiss!
Both Xinjing and Mo Ziyuan, witnessing this scene, were taken aback.
In the midst of his rapid charge, that subtle maneuver encompassed both left and right dodges while maintaining forward momentum. This required not only remarkable agility but also precise control. A feat beyond the reach of the two, despite their higher cultivation levels.
Keep up! Lu Yu's voice jolted the somewhat dazed duo back to focus.
Xinjing and Mo Ziyuan quickly retrieved their weapons and advanced with haste. As they plunged into the densely packed wolves, Lu Yu suddenly drew his sword, executing a swift counterattack that released a wave of sword energy, sending several demonic wolves flying.
A few of these flung wolves hurtled directly toward Xinjing and Mo Ziyuan,
who immediately understood the situation, unleashing their blades with a powerful strike that gravely injured the oncoming wolves. Without a moment's pause, Lu Yu pressed forward once more.
Soon,
several more demonic wolves, upon sighting him, snarled and lunged. Lu Yu continued to weave through their attacks, dodging with fluid grace, before turning to deliver another sword strike,
cleaving the airborne wolves asunder.
3 of these wolves, once struck, fell straight toward Xinjing and Mo Ziyuan again. The two, employing their earlier tactics of sweeping and thrusting,
swiftly incapacitated the wolves.
Thus, these unfortunate creatures discovered that they had yet to graze their opponent's garments before being felled.
In this manner, the trio cut through the wolf pack,
turning back to continue their assault. Their seamless coordination resembled a flowing river, prompting Ziyuan to silently exclaim in delight, "This is the command I sought." Lu Yu also felt a sense of accomplishment. With Xinjing and Mo Ziyuan's high cultivation and keen understanding, they could unconditionally trust his leadership.
After their initial trial,
they no longer needed spoken instructions to grasp his intentions instantaneously.
In the following period, Lu Yu undertook several minor tasks.
Due to his cautious approach and meticulous command, he maintained a record of 0 casualties. Although his military achievements were modest, the stability with which he acquired them left both Ziyuan and Xinjing exceedingly satisfied.
Meanwhile,
after departing from the team, Chang Xiaoxiao felt an insatiable yearning.
If someone like Lu Yu could become a captain, why couldn't she? Resolutely,
she bit the bullet and spent a considerable amount of military merit to secure the qualification to establish her own team.
Leveraging her striking beauty, her team attracted numerous young cultivators eager to join.
Once the numbers were sufficient, she wasted no time in accepting a mission to dismantle the Black Wind stronghold. Following a series of investigations, she found the situation akin to her previous encounter and, without hesitation, decisively led her team into the stronghold.
At first, as anticipated,
they forced the bandits of the Black Wind stronghold into retreat, effortlessly dispatching 2 foundation stage leaders. However, before she could revel in her success, a golden core cultivator suddenly erupted from the cellar, unleashing a furious assault that quickly claimed several lives.
In a moment of desperation, Chang Xiaoxiao hastily retrieved the rare escape talisman bestowed by her family, decisively retreating and narrowly avoiding calamity.
Unfortunately, her teammates were not so fortunate, none returned alive. Upon her return to the Special Operations Camp, Chang Xiaoxiao was overwhelmed by grief, weeping for several days on end.
Why had this happened? Why? Could he have foreseen it? Impossible. He must have been guessing.
She could not fathom the extent of her defeat.
Yet, the reality was undeniably harsh. After wallowing in despair for half a month, Chang Xiaoxiao finally resolved to regain her composure. Ultimately, she was a fiercely determined woman, unwilling to concede defeat easily.
To prove that her prior misfortunes were merely a stroke of bad luck, she resolved to reassemble her team. However, when she issued a call for recruits, she discovered that no one was willing to join her. The tragic fate of her previous teammates had cast a long shadow. Whispers of her being a teammate killer circulated among the ranks of the Xiantian Guard. After all, the complete annihilation of her squad had inflicted tremendous psychological damage.
Soon, the recruitment period elapsed, and with insufficient personnel, Chang Xiaoxiao's team was reluctantly disbanded. Why was she so unfortunate?
Why did they refuse to trust her again?
Why?
Upon witnessing this outcome, Chang Xiaoxiao erupted in a frenzied outcry. She remained convinced that it had merely been an accident, unable to accept that her misfortune would persist.
Yet,
no one was willing to believe in her again, and ultimately, she had no choice but to resign herself to this reality. She decided to return to the Phantom Squad and weather the storm before reassessing her situation. Chapter 88, The Wager regarding Chang Xiaoxiao's return to the team. Lu Yu expressed his disapproval. After all, she was akin to a ticking time bomb, liable to explode at any moment. However, Xin Jing, with her soft-heartedness, gradually began to advocate for Chang Xiaoxiao under her persistent persuasion. Given the limited number of players in the team, it would indeed be a lamentable waste to disregard such a high-caliber combatant. Xin Jing believed it was worth a try.
Ultimately, under Xin Jing's counsel, Lu Yu relented.
2 conditions were set forth. First, she must follow orders without question. Second, she would be responsible for all the miscellaneous chores within the team.
Lu Yu stated his demands with a stoic expression.
Ideally, he hoped she would refuse, thus providing a valid reason for rejection.
You! Chang Xiaoxiao gasped in indignation,
her chest quivering with anger.
If you don't accept, then please leave.
Lu Yu smiled at her reaction.
All right. You are impressive. I accept. Chang Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth in determination.
Her foremost priority was to find a team to infiltrate, clear her name, endure hardships, and await her resurgence in the future. Lu Yu was well aware of Chang Xiaoxiao's intentions but chose to remain indifferent, seeing the opportunity to exploit cheap labor.
A few days later, Lu Yu unexpectedly received a special mission to exterminate a horde of man-eating beasts that had entered the region.
This assignment was unique because every team that had not yet deployed was summoned. Thus, it was a task devoid of a specific target or military merit cap. The more kills one achieved, the greater the reward. Upon hearing of the man-eating beasts, Xin Jing and her companions visibly paled. These creatures were a notorious menace unique to the southern Ming continent, known for their insatiable appetite for human flesh. The more they consumed, the stronger they became.
If left unchecked, they could swiftly ascend to the Golden Core stage. A single Golden Core man-eater could decimate the population of an entire town within days. Consequently,
these beasts were universally loathed across all continents. Typically, man-eaters resided solely in the Valley of Death. But their sudden appearance in the Xiantian continent could only be attributed to the machinations of the southern Ming. While they intensified their frontal assaults, they simultaneously unleashed these beasts into the heart of Xiantian, aiming to sow discord and turmoil. The most challenging aspect of this mission was locating the elusive man-eating beasts. As they were adept at concealing their whereabouts, targeting villages with weak defenses, and vanishing without a trace at the slightest hint of danger. Numerous teams had previously attempted this type of mission, only to find nothing and ultimately abandon their efforts. However, for Lu Yu, this was not a significant obstacle. Early the following morning, he set out with his team. Reports indicated that a man-eater had been sighted near Yuntai Mountain, having claimed numerous victims without being discovered. Thus, Lu Yu directed his team straight towards Yuntai Mountain. Upon arriving in the vicinity, they found the area eerily silent, devoid of any signs of life. Many villages had been abandoned, and several displayed white cloths, marking them as graveyards. "What shall we do?" Xinjing inquired. "Let us descend and investigate," Lu Yu replied. Lu Yu selected a village ravaged by man-eating beasts and descended with his companions. As they walked along the streets of the village, the desolation was palpable. With remnants of walls and the occasional pool of blood, Lu Yu crouched before one of the bloodstains, examining it closely. "What do you discern?" Xinjing inquired. Her curiosity piqued. She knew the captain would not act without purpose, yet she was uncertain of his intent. "It appears this village was attacked around dawn yesterday." Lu Yu replied nonchalantly. "Hiss. That was precisely the time they would be in deep slumber, no wonder none escaped." Mozun remarked, inwardly cursing the cunning of the man-eating beasts. "I believe we are merely wasting time here." After a quarter of an hour, seeing Lu Yu still lingering nearby, Chang Xiaoxiao suddenly expressed her impatience. "Oh? What insights do you possess?" Lu Yu asked, intrigued. "If I were in command, I would immediately divide our forces into 4 groups to search and expand our search radius, signaling at the first sign of discovery. Coming to a place already plundered is simply a waste of time," Chang Xiaoxiao declared with an air of superiority, awaiting compliments from her peers. However, her words were met with selective silence from the others. "What? Do you all think my suggestion is flawed?" Chang Xiaoxiao felt a surge of indignation as her companions ignored her. She believed her advice to be sound and the most effective strategy at present. Eventually, Lu Yu responded. "First, you must understand the current strength of the man-eating beast. Would dispersing our forces not pose a risk? The strength of this beast is merely at the mid-foundation stage, as clearly stated in the reports." Chang Xiaoxiao was perplexed by this. "That information is 3 days old," she retorted. "Indeed," Lu Yu replied coolly. Chang Xiaoxiao seemed to realize her oversight. Yet, she remained somewhat unconvinced. "So, by merely observing, you can ascertain the beast's strength?" "Absolutely. I can assert with confidence that the beast now possesses at least late foundation level cultivation," Lu Yu stated firmly. "Pfft, I don't believe it. How about a wager?" Lu Yu suddenly smiled. "What kind of wager?" Chang Xiaoxiao paused, taken aback. "If this man-eating beast lacks late foundation level cultivation, I shall yield the captaincy to you for a month. If it possesses late foundation level strength, all your achievements in battle for the next month will belong to me. What do you say?" "Deal." Chang Xiaoxiao's eyes gleamed with excitement. She had long coveted the captaincy and was astonished at this unexpected opportunity. Lu Yu, observing her eagerness, could not help but inwardly sigh. "Ah, how naive, let me see how I can exploit this." Only Xinjing remained anxious. "Lu Shitty, on what basis can you assert that this man-eating beast possesses late foundation level strength?" she questioned, voicing her doubts. From this, Lu Yu indicated a massive footprint on the ground. With each advancement in level, the man-eating beast grows larger, and judging by the size of this footprint, it is at least late foundation level. Despite hearing this, Xinjing still appeared skeptical. Chang Xiaoxiao was utterly unconvinced. She had specifically researched the information regarding the man-eating beasts and knew that as their cultivation increased, their bodies would indeed grow larger, yet no precise measurements had ever been documented. After all, Even the cultivators of the southern Ming continent possessed scant knowledge about such ferocious creatures. What she was unaware of was that Lu Yu held ancestral memories. In the world contained within those memories, the man-eating beasts had been thoroughly studied. After meticulously surveying the village, Lu Yu led the group onward to the nearest town. This town, known as Changfeng, was merely a stone settlement spanning a few miles. The inhabitants of the nearby villages had congregated there, too frightened to venture outside. Even from a distance, one could sense the palpable anxiety that gripped the people. As Lu Yu and his companions, 2 men and 2 women, all of remarkable bearing, strolled through the streets, they quickly attracted the attention of the town's guardians. Several officials approached, curious if they were there to exterminate the monsters. An elderly cultivator, a foundational practitioner, soon arrived with a group of chi practitioners to greet them.
Indeed. That is splendid news, exclaimed the old man.
Who was the town's mayor?
Might I inquire if you have any specific requests? I shall ensure full cooperation.
The foundational elder's face lit up with immense delight. I wish to meet all the survivors who have encountered the man-eating beast.
Could you arrange this? Certainly. I will make the arrangements at once. Chapter 89, The Slaying Soon. Lu Yu grasped the general information.
According to the villagers' descriptions, the man-eating beast resembled a hyena, albeit significantly larger and more grotesque.
A fully grown adult would fit entirely within its maw. Moreover, this creature favored nocturnal activities, likely concealing itself during daylight hours.
I fail to comprehend why we are delaying our search, wasting so much time, Cheng Xiaoxiao lamented once more. I am studying the habits of this man-eating beast to anticipate where it may next appear, Lu Yu explained earnestly.
What a joke, can you truly predict that?
Cheng Xiaoxiao retorted, her disbelief evident.
Beasts act solely on instinct, even they cannot foresee their next move. I have a general sense of its direction. We shall find it tonight, Lu Yu replied nonchalantly.
Put.
Keep dreaming.
Cheng Xiaoxiao scoffed, unable to suppress her disdain, convinced he was merely boasting and pretending to be profound.
What? Shall we wager again? Lu Yu suddenly proposed with a grin. Let us wager, who is afraid?
Cheng Xiaoxiao felt a sudden flutter at his smile. Yet she decided to take the plunge.
All right. Let us wager for 2 months. If we find the man-eating beast tonight, your achievements for the next 2 months will belong to me. If not, the position of team leader shall be yours. Agreed. Xin Jing watched the two gamble with a bemused expression.
However, seeing Lu Yu's confidence, she refrained from interjecting.
Zi Yuan, on the other hand, was indifferent. He would heed Lu Yu regardless of who led the team.
Before long, Lu Yu guided the group northward from Changfeng town.
An hour later,
Lu Yu halted before a mountain range. He first arranged the group into formation to commence their search, then discreetly produced the divination plate for constant observation. Based on the previous attack routes of the man-eating beast, he surmised it would have traversed to this location.
Yet, determining its precise hiding spot required further investigation.
On the divination plate, the beasts appeared as green dots, however, the size and brightness of these dots varied according to the beast's cultivation levels. This mountain range was dotted with numerous green dots, yet only a scant few represented beasts of late foundation establishment or higher.
After eliminating several possibilities, Lu Yu pinpointed the location of the man-eating beast.
It was a relatively concealed cave, and without hesitation, Lu Yu directed everyone to lie in ambush at the entrance.
The man-eating beast is here? The group expressed their confusion.
Indeed, you shall soon understand, be prepared, Lu Yu responded with unwavering certainty.
Put.
Cheng Xiaoxiao scoffed, dismissing his confidence. She believed he had the makings of a charlatan. Once everyone was in position, Lu Yu hurled an explosive throwing dart into the cave.
A thunderous explosion echoed.
And within moments, a massive beast resembling a hyena charged out in a furious rage. This creature was remarkably robust, its maw agape and saliva dripping. Yet its aura suggested it was perilously close to the golden core stage. Had they arrived even a moment later, perhaps their adversaries would have advanced the following day.
Indeed. What a ferocious beast! Cheng Xiaoxiao, upon witnessing this, wore a look of utter disbelief. How could this be possible?
Xin Jing and her companions bore similar expressions.
Stop daydreaming. Let us go. Lu Yu gently roused the others and charged forth. Although the man-eating beast appeared rugged, it was surprisingly timid. It feared that hesitation would allow its foes to escape. Swiftly unleashing a flurry of sword energy, Lu Yu successfully drew the creature's ire. However, his fierce strikes were effortlessly dispersed by the beast's powerful claws. Feeling provoked, the man-eating beast lunged furiously at Lu Yu. Seeing this, the remaining team members snapped back to reality, leaping from their hiding places to unleash a barrage of fierce attacks upon the creature. Yet, the beast moved with astonishing speed. Twisting its body in an uncanny manner to evade Xinjing's flying spear and Chang Xiaoshuo's black dragon whip, and with a mighty swipe of its claws, it scattered Ziyuan's fiery slash. The team was taken aback. What kind of agility was this? They hadn't anticipated such a formidable foe. Unable to land a hit, what should they do? Ziyuan, to the right. Tsunami slash. Xinjing, to the left. Eagle strike. Chang Xiaoshuo, above. Whip of stone. Lu Yu, having shaken off the attack, calmly directed the others. Simultaneously, he drew the red flood dragon bow, locking onto the man-eating beast with unwavering focus. As the team launched their coordinated assaults, the creature once again adeptly dodged left and right. However, this time, it could only narrowly evade Ziyuan's strike, repelling Xinjing's spear, but was caught by Chang Xiaoshuo's whip. It actually hit? The others gasped in surprise. Chang Xiaoshuo, have you not eaten? Your whip technique is feeble. Lu Yu scolded, his expression darkening. The combination of attacks he had meticulously arranged had relied on Chang Xiaoshuo's true killing blow, yet she had squandered the opportunity. Chang Xiaoshuo's face flushed with embarrassment, but she dared not retort. She was indeed out of sorts today and could only swallow her frustration. Ziyuan, diagonal slash. Xinjing, side cut. Chang Xiaoshuo, horizontal sweep. Lu Yu continued to issue commands with unwavering composure. Each time, he anticipated the beast's next move, issuing instructions in advance. When Chang Xiaoshuo heard the command, the beast was to her left, yet, by the time she arrived at the top to strike, the creature had also appeared above. How could he have done that? Chang Xiaoshuo was astonished, but she dared not delay in her movements. With a resounding crack of her whip, she sent the beast staggering back. Meanwhile, Lu Yu's ice arrows relentlessly pursued the creature, ensuring that no matter where it fled, they would find their mark with precision. No matter how agile the beast was, it struggled against Lu Yu's meticulous predictions, and with the arrows slowing its movements, both offense and defense became increasingly difficult. Its defenses were not particularly robust, and before long, it was battered and bruised. In a frenzy, its eyes blazed crimson, and its speed surged once more. Yet, it still could not escape Lu Yu's foresight. In the end, the man-eating beast could only be brutally beaten into a state of near death. Was it truly this simple to slay the creature? It appeared utterly powerless to retaliate. The onlookers found it difficult to accept the reality before them. Just as the beast was about to collapse, an ominous aura suddenly enveloped the air. Alarmed, they realized it was about to self-destruct and hurriedly retreated. Yet, Lu Yu remained unfazed, swiftly drawing his bow and releasing an arrow. With the power of multiple critical strikes unleashed, the ice arrow shot forth like a streak of light, striking the beast's core of spiritual energy and forcefully interrupting